Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Penguins on Saturday lost to the Philadelphia Flyers 3-2. They scored an empty net goal later on in that game with about a minute left in it, but they could not come back. They could not score that final goal to tie it. So they've lost the first game of the series. Game 2 of the series is this evening at 7 o'clock. It will be played in Pittsburgh. It'll also be the final game the Penguins play before the Flyers get their first couple home games of the series. Pittsburgh Pirates won 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Tampa Bay Rays, and now they go on the road. They're going to play the Texas Rangers to begin this road trip. Game time is tomorrow at 8 o'clock for the first game of that series. And then the Pirates, after the 3-game series against the Rangers, will have a 3-game road series against the Milwaukee Brewers. First time that they'll play that division opponent this season. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. It's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and now's the perfect time to take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180, which has a very cool ring to it when you have the finish line right there, 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. Be pretty cool to have it reading 200 by the 4th of July. Or maybe the scale says 300. I bet 260 would be a lot nicer on your knees and your joints, right? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. Now, I dropped 35 pounds in just 6 weeks. That means there's no reason you can't drop 40 or more by the 4th. So ring Independence Day in, shirt off, confident, and of course, the most important thing, feeling happy. You reached your goal with the help of Awaken 180. Crack open the beer, roast up the dogs, enjoy some of the good stuff because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. Yes, free for life, and they stand by it. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
It's Monday. I miss the weekend. I'm sure you do as well, but it's okay. I still love it here. Still love talking sports with you in the morning, and we're going to do that right now. There is plenty to discuss. And also, this is the week of the NFL draft. It's here. It's scary a little bit thinking about all the traffic that's going to come through, but it's also exciting because Pittsburgh hosting one of the biggest events featured by the NFL every year. It is interesting to see. Now, I ended up driving 279 the other day as I was going back up north, going to my new residence, and I took 279 instead of 79 the one day just because it was more convenient. And I saw all the blockages. Like right now, the North Shore exit is blocked off when you go up that way. It's really weird. Like I saw that and I'm like, man, I can't even get to the North Shore this way. So I know they had a lot of areas blocked off so they get things set up, get the roads prepared as they're going to be when people are coming through. I'm a little bit scared. I'm not going to lie. Like, I think it's exciting that this is in Pittsburgh. I think that there are benefits to the NFL draft coming to the city, but it's kind of scary to think about too, about all the people that are going to be in this area at one time. And so, like I said, I talked about this last week. I don't blame anybody if you think that this weekend is a good weekend to take a vacation. I know a lot of schools are closing for this weekend, just with all the high volumes of traffic. They don't think it's going to be plausible for kids to be able to get to school on time with all the traffic that's going to be in and around the city. And so, yeah, I mean, if you're not here for all the traffic and chaos that's going to exist this weekend, yeah, I get why you might want to go away. I'm still wondering. My mom told me that she wants to go down and just see it. She just wants to see what it looks like. She wants to experience what the draft looks like. She wants to go by that big sign, the draft countdown sign, one last time, with it now being in single digits. It's a single digit number, so I don't know how I feel yet. I might go down with her if she's driving. I'm not driving through the traffic when the draft's here. That's not something I'm going to do. But if she's willing to drive, I don't mind going down and just seeing it, maybe sitting in an hour or two of traffic just to see what it looks like. And so, yeah, definitely going to be interesting. Going to be an interesting weekend, but also exciting. The NFL draft is here. All right, now on to the main event, at least for the time being, because I do still, while the rest of the country might prioritize the NFL draft, in Pittsburgh, I think there are two other teams that are interesting and deserve the attention, and especially since I have a limited amount of time on this show to speak, we're going to feature them this morning. Pittsburgh Penguins and the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Pirates are all right. They won 2 out of 3 over the weekend against the Tampa Bay Rays. It was a shame, though, that they lost on Saturday. Both the Penguins and Pirates lost on Saturday, so it seemed kind of fitting. I remember being out with Adam Crowley. It was a pleasant time. Him and his wife were there, and his one friend, Jada, came out with me, and so there were 5 of us just in a group sitting and watching both games. They had, at the place we were at, they had a couple TVs with different channels on, so they had the Pirate game on one channel, and they had the Penguin game on every other television that they had at the place. And so I watched the Pirates get beat by the Rays, and I was disappointed because felt like they could have won that game, and they didn't. But they still took 2 out of 3, so can't be too upset. Pirates now in third place. It's still early. The division can kind of change hands at this stage pretty rapidly. But the Pirates still very much in it, as is every other NL Central team. 3 teams have 9 losses. 2 teams have 8. The Reds leading the league with a 14-8 record. The Cardinals are 13-8. The Pirates are 13-9. The Cubs are 12-9, and the Brewers are 12-9. So it is a tight race. It is the tightest race that exists right now among any other division in Major League Baseball. So there's that. There's that to take pride in. Pirates very much in it, as is every other team. So the NL Central still very much up for grab at this point in the season. The Pirates' next 2 division opponents, they're going to play the Brewers and the Cardinals next. They've got the Brewers after this coming series against the New York Rangers. They're going to play on the road. And then after the Brewers series, they're going to play the Cardinals in a 4-game series when they come home. And then they're going to play the Reds immediately after the Cardinals. So a lot of division games coming up here soon. So stay tuned. 1 road series against the Brewers, and then a homestand that features the Cardinals and the Reds. So that'll certainly probably break apart the division race more. The Pirates will have an opportunity to do that coming up. I thought it was a solid series. Again, it was disappointing, though, to see you had a game against the Rays that you felt like they could have won. And right now, the only issue that I have, which is something that I think that any team deals with, is like, what do you do when your biggest relievers aren't available? Or what do you do when you can't rely on your biggest relievers in games? And I think the Pirates, they dealt with that. They tried to have Cam Sanders come in and pitch. Paul Skeens pitched 4 innings, no earned runs given up on 3 hits. The rain delay happened on Saturday. That kind of threw a wrench into things as well. The Pirates didn't want to send Skeens back out there after the rain delay, so they immediately went to the bullpen, and then you got features of Cam Sanders, who gave up 4 earned runs in his appearance over 2/3 of an inning, and that one was kind of a rough one. His appearance was a bit rough, and that's just where I think about the bullpen conversation, because there's been a few games now where some of the middle relievers, or the guys that are supposed to be long relievers coming out of the bullpen, they've not been able to lock it down. And so it's my only concern, really, when I think about that game, is like, where's when the mid relief guys come in, when you're not elite guys, your back end guys come in, like what does the game look like? So that's really, that's something to consider. I want to give Yohan Ramirez some props. I know he ended up giving up the 2-run home run late in the game, but he pitched 3 solid innings, I thought, and it was just a shame that Pirates couldn't come back after that point. But, I mean, there was a back-and-forth game all throughout, and the Pirates were in it very much throughout, and that's also something to praise as well. They never really backed down from the game. It was kind of rocky in that 5th inning, where, again, Cam Sanders came in and gave up all those runs, which, it's tough. But the Pirates still battled back and made it a tough game, and they scored 7 runs, ended up losing 8-7. So it's like, again, that's one of those losses where it's disappointing, but you're also looking at it like, okay, this team's still hitting, and majority of the pitching wasn't awful. And again, it's a shame that the Skeens start was cut short, because if it wasn't, I mean, who knows where the Pirates would have been. It's just a shame, again, that they didn't want to put him back out there, and I don't blame them for handling the game that way. It's just, weather happens sometimes. And so that's that for the Pirates. 412-928-9370. You can give me a call if you want to react to the Pirates or the Penguins. We're going to be talking about both those teams this morning in great detail. 412-928-9370. Kind of coming over the Pirates now. So let me know what you think at 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. If you want to tag me in a post, I do read those pretty frequently. And as well as the YouTube live stream. You can go to youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan in the YouTube search bar, and then you can find our live stream, and there's also a live chat that accompanies that. So I do read those as well. Sports Sharp on YouTube. I'll read one right now. Death, taxes, and callous to kick off this incredible week. Bang. Thank you. Yes, here I am. Every week. Warming up each day, including the week. I guess I'm the first to talk every week as well. Phil Boyd, Sanders, Sisk, and Johan Ramirez sucked on Saturday, but Matson and Soto were great. How do you blame Johan Ramirez for coming out of the bullpen? I mean, he pitched 3 innings. He doesn't really pitch multiple innings in games, let alone 3 innings. He gave up a home run, one of which of those runs was not earned because it was the automatic runner that was already on base. So I mean, he gave up 1 earned run in his appearance. I mean, how do you say that Johan Ramirez did poorly? I don't understand that one. I think to ask, for him to pitch 3 innings out of the bullpen was a lot, and it was almost a necessity because the Pirates burned Sisk after Sanders, they burned Lawrence, Soto, and Matson. So I mean, again, he pitched 3 innings. He gave up a 2-run home run, and one of the runs he gave up was an automatic runner already on base. So, yeah, not really worried about Johan Ramirez. I think he did a fine job out of the bullpen. That's just how baseball goes whenever you're pitching into multiple extra innings. And that game ended up going 13 innings. With the automatic runner on second, you don't see too many games even going that long anymore. So it was kind of interesting to see how back and forth that game ended up being. And in the 11th inning, the Rays scored a run in the top half, and then the Pirates were able to tie it in the bottom half. So it looked like it was just going to go back and forth, and it felt like a day that took forever, really, for this game to get complete. But yeah, on Saturday. So we're not saying any. I don't want to say that anything was awful. Like, I felt bad, and it was extra bad that the Penguins ended up losing on Saturday as well. And to see both those teams lose, it was just like a stake to the heart, almost. It was no good, But yeah. I mean, I can't sit here I have to look at this objectively, and after I've slept. Got to bed, woke up the next day, and kind of assessed my feelings on the matter. It's like, did the Pirates do that bad on Saturday? No. And would I view the series against the Rays as a net positive? Yeah, I would. Because they ended up winning the series. They had a pretty solid game on Sunday as well. I caught a good chunk of the game on Sunday, watched most of it, and I was pleased. I also was super giddy when Nick York hit a home run. I mean, I'm glad that he got one out of the ballpark. I'm glad that he's still hitting the ball well. He was still taking good swings, and he finally got rewarded with a big swing. He got himself a homer in that game, and that made me happy to see him have success. I like him, and I like what he's doing for the Pirates. How about Billy Cook as well? Being a part of yesterday's game, pretty solid job by him, playing first base, 1 for 2. In the game. I like him. I don't know what it is. I mean, he's stealing bases. He's able to play first base. He's able to play the outfield. I kind of like him in the lineup, and I know that the TV broadcast was talking a little bit about him and why he might be a good fit for this team and have a unique role on this team, just being able to play multiple positions and being an outfielder that can be relied upon whenever the Pirates need perhaps a defensive replacement late. And since there was a left-handed starter for the Rays on the mound, he was another right-handed bat the Pirates could put in there and hit. Then you have Marcell Ozuna as well, getting hot. Brian Reynolds had a couple hits in the game. Nick Gonzalez had a couple of hits. Jake Mangum had a couple hits in the game. It was pretty solid job. Oh, and it was Billy Cook. While I'm thinking about it too, it was Billy Cook. He tried to sacrifice bunt a runner to third base, and he ended up beating out the bunt for an infield single, which I also was impressed by, and that's why the TV broadcast, I was trying to remember why they were talking about him, and then I remember that play happened. That's what I'm thinking about. So, I mean, again, it was a solid offensive performance all weekend, and all of the, all of that's coming together for the Pirates to be right now still keeping pace with all the other teams in the NL Central. All right, 412-928-9370. Let's pivot over a little bit because the Penguins, they ended up losing on Saturday. It's a game that I watched pretty much from start to finish with my good buddy Adam Crowley out in Mount Lebanon. Ended up going out there. He had a friend out there. He had his wife out there. I ended up bringing Jada out, which was it was a good time. We ate some food, had some drinks, watched hockey. An exciting game all throughout. It was. I thought. I mean, it's not like I wasn't glued to my TV the entire time. And even when they went down 3-1, Adam ended up leaving at that point, and I was like, nah, I think they're going to come back. Don't stop believing. And he was saying, like, oh, yeah, no, it's a 7-game series, Callis. We'll get them. And I meant, like, no, like, they're going to don't give up on this game, is what I was saying. And then I was excited when they scored. They played empty net hockey, and they ended up scoring. I've rarely seen that happen where a team has an empty net and then is still able to score. I mean, that's part of the strategy, but, like, that's one of the first times I've seen, like, oh, darn, they actually did it. They actually scored a goal. They didn't give up one. And so that made me rather excited. And then I'm like, all right, they're going to come back. And then they were fighting back there late, and they had a couple shots on goal, but they ended up losing. And so I was bummed at that point. I'm like, oh, I thought they had it. I thought they were going to tie it. And they didn't. And so now we're reacting to what is a trailing Penguins team in the series. Philly up 1-0. And by the way, too, man, the Philadelphia comments online are insane. Adam Crowley on Friday was dissing Philadelphia and comparing Philadelphia to Pittsburgh and sharing why Pittsburgh is a superior city to Philadelphia. And man, people just talking. Philadelphia people found that, and I've never seen so many comments on one post. Especially from us. I mean, people are insulted by Adam Crowley in Philadelphia. That is funny. That is great. But they're all just coming out saying, what's so great about Pittsburgh? Making all these comments, sharing some insults of a very specific, unique variety. And it's just like, man, that's good stuff. So Philadelphia has a lot to say. And then even after the Flyers won, it got even worse. So I hope the Penguins can back us up here and maybe win a game today. Win one at home before the Flyers to have 2 games that they're going to host on the road in the series. So game time tonight at 7 o'clock. Saturday's game, though, I thought was decent. There was some defensive gaffes, I thought. Some mishandles of the puck that allowed the Flyers to have several opportunities in the game. Stuart Skinner with 17 saves and 20 attempts. I thought he had a few great saves, though. There were a few breakaways throughout the game where I thought the Philadelphia Flyers would have scored, and he prevented a lot of goals from going in. I know it was only 17 saves, but, I mean, there were a lot of opportunities that Philadelphia had to score, and they didn't, and it was because of him. So I thought he did a pretty solid job in the game throughout most of it. Yeah, there's just a lot of defensive issues, I thought. I mean, there was too many opportunities given to Philadelphia to score, and the Penguins didn't take advantage of enough of their opportunities to score. The Flyers had way more shots on goal than the Penguins did. The Penguins had 17 shots compared to the Flyers 20. The Penguins took a lot more shots later in the game. I believe at one point they were down 19 shots to 12 in the game. So, that was not great. They weren't really creating opportunities. They weren't really, like I said, handling the puck well defensively throughout. And they were just giving Philadelphia so many chances to score. And by that point, Skinner was giving up goals, and it was no good. It was no good toward the mid to late part of that game. And this series has been as advertised in terms of physicality. Like, the Flyers got in Sid's head. The Flyers got in Sidney Crosby's head. Evgeny Malkin also They got in his head, I think, a little bit, and he hurt his shoulder briefly there in the game because some dude was pushing him. He was trying to skate away, and then he stopped, turned around quick, and then the Flyers guy shoved him again, and he was holding his shoulder, and as he was going back to the bench, which was no good. Crosby, then I saw holding his stick horizontally and shoving a player with his stick in the middle of the game, which I was pleased by. I'm like, all right, great, Sid's not taking this, but then Sid did it again. He was getting frustrated. He kept getting shoved around, and he pushed some dude in front of the ref and then got put in the penalty box for the end of the game, which, again, not great that he was in the penalty box for the end of the game. He wasn't able to be a part of the attack. And so point Philly there. I think, if you get in their heads enough and, you put Sid in a position where he takes himself out of the game by retaliating and just continuing to shove. I mean, I've never seen him so frustrated. And, I don't have vivid memories of, games that he played in early in his career because I was still young myself. But, like, now I'm watching him and I'm like, I don't remember. I've seen him focused in games, but I've never seen him that upset. And it's like, I mean, the Flyers were just shoving them around all game. And they were definitely a more physical team, and they were definitely playing borderline not clean. I mean, there's just a lot of shoving, a lot of checks, a lot of after the whistle, just, poking, pushing, shoving. Everything is advertised, and it's not like it's surprising. I'm not saying anything that should be like a wow factor, but like it's a series where the Penguins are going to have a balanced response because shoving back and I think matching their intensity and not and showing that they're not willing to be bullied is something that I think is what they should be doing. But it shouldn't get to the point where Sidney Crosby is in the penalty box for the final push of the game where the Penguins scored, got it to 3-2, but Sid's not on the ice, and then the Penguins end up losing. And again, it would have been a long shot anyway. They were down 2 goals really late in the game, but like, you know what I mean? It's like you don't want Sid in the penalty box. You want him to be in the game as much as he possibly can be. So 412-928-9370. Let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. Reacting to the Pirates series win over the Tampa Bay Rays. And we're reacting to the Penguins' loss in Game 1 of the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. 412-928-9370. We got this caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Harry. How you doing? It's GP.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Hey, as far as the Penguins go, they got to initiate, not retaliate when it comes to these checks. Tocchet did what he said he was going to do before they interviewed him before the series, Harry. He's coming out. He's going to play like, he played rough, he roughhoused, but he was a good player back in the day, Tocchet. His players are picking up his scheme. I mean, they're coming out, they're hitting everything that moves. They did it early in the game. They put some clutter in front of the goaltender, in front of Skinner, and it worked. So, I mean, Dan Muir, he'll have a game plan for tonight. They'll bounce back tonight and win. There's no doubt about it. And then as far as them Buccos go, I was at that game on Friday night, Harry. That was unbelievable. That game they had Friday night.
Oh, yeah,
They
I didn't
pitched
talk
good.
about that much, but yeah.
Yeah, and old Malsey threw out the first pitch.
That's right.
Malsey.
He did and then A.J. Burnett followed him. That was the debut of the City Connect jerseys.
Yeah, and then he comes and sits like 3 rows in front of me, but I let him alone. I was gonna throw like a spitball and hit him in the head, but I didn't antagonize him or nothing. But I kept it clean. You know what I mean? I didn't even go over. I left him alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so I wanted to, Harry. Have a good day, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for the call, GP. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. Friday, I didn't get to watch the game because it was on one of the streaming services, and I couldn't get it. Didn't have the streaming service, so I had to listen to the game on the radio on 93.7 The Fan, which was great. Love the radio. Love working here. Love this radio station. Can't see the City Connect jerseys on the radio. That's the only issue. It's a tough one right there. Couldn't see the City Connect jerseys in action, so I was a bit bummed that their debut of the City Connect jerseys was was not able to be seen on regional television. It's a tough one. But yeah, solid game, though. Good for Chris Muller for throwing out the first pitch, and then A.J. Burnett also throwing out the first pitch in that one. And they had A.J. Burnett here because the new City Connect jerseys are inspired by Batman, which is A.J. Burnett's nickname. So, yeah, I mean, I look back at highlights, though. Great jerseys. I mean, you got the Batman kind of Pirates font with a little hint of red in the jerseys, and then the black pants with the black jerseys. Yeah. Yep. These ones, much better. Much better. I think they tried to do too much with the first jerseys to link all the teams together. They had the Steelers symbols kind of hidden in the jerseys, which you can't really see when you're far away. And then PGH on the front, I was just like, I don't know. I mean, PGH is an abbreviation of Pittsburgh, but like, is that really? When I think of the Pirates, do I think PGH? No, I don't. Now, these jerseys, Batman font, darkness, all black jerseys. Yeah. Yes. They just look sleek. They look sick. I'm with them. I'm for them. And I hope that we get some solid heads up for the next time they're going to wear them, because I will be at the ballpark. I want to see them in action. I was almost hoping maybe on Saturday that they would have worn them because Skeens was pitching. I want to see him in those jerseys as well. I think that'd be sick to watch him pitch and then the rest of the team be in those jerseys as well. But I know they wanted the big reveal on Friday, so I'm not dissing the decision. I'm not dissing in any way. But they just look cool, and I want to see them when they play and then the next time they do. All right, well, that's it. I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry-Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Let's go Pens. Hopefully they can come back in the series. And the Pirates start a series tomorrow with the Texas Rangers in the beginning of a road trip. So let's go Bucks as well. And the NFL Draft, it's this week. So how about that? Big things going on in Pittsburgh sports and related to Pittsburgh sports. So we'll talk about those as the week continues. But again, I'm Nicholas Harry-Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson is next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
It's draft week, and with that come the closures and restrictions on the ramps around the area, especially the ones to and from the North Shore to the Fort Duquesne Bridge and the North Shore Expressway. Those remain in effect through the week. Meanwhile, the HOV lane's not open alongside the Parkway North. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Car accident? LGKG. Work accident? LGKG. Dog bite? LGKG. Med mal? LGKG. Born and raised in Western PA? That's us. LGKG. We try cases, and insurance companies know it. A 90-year reputation. LGKG.com, where your case becomes our cause.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel all right.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Turns out, talk isn't cheap. Just talking about affordability doesn't make things affordable. Straight Talk's had the same price since 2009. Plus, their Gold Plan includes a Walmart Plus membership and $20 in Walmart cash when you activate. That's more than just talk.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straightforward, always. Valid through May 17, 2026. $20 in Walmart cash for Straight Talk Gold or Platinum Plan customers newly enrolling in Walmart Plus. Limit 1 per enrollment and account. Same price claim applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan, beginning October 2009.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel all right.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Baseball season is in full swing, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage before and after every Bucks game. Listen to the Og, Murphy, and Perkowski reaction show immediately after the final out. The Og Murphy and Perkowski Reaction Show is presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration and brought to you by Pillman Electric and Pella Windows. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint chipping railings. Get your railings safe again. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house on Saturday, May 2nd. Doors open from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Bring the whole family and enjoy food, prizes, and Kids Corner. Their 4-year apprenticeship program is tuition-free, and you will earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades, as well as the pre-apprenticeship program. Join them Saturday, May 2nd, as 4th-year apprentices from their 6 crafts participate in competitions and demonstrations. Find out more at eascarpenterstech.edu.
Get the Jurgles April 21st for Legends on the Rocks, featuring Steelers legend and Hall of Famer Terry Bradshaw and best-selling author Fred Minnick. Your ticket includes an exclusive Bradshaw bourbon tasting and a behind-the-scenes conversation about Terry's life in the black and gold, his bourbon journey, Hollywood stories, and more. Fred will even teach you how to taste like a pro. VIP and general admission tickets are on sale now at Jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stone & Company, DOT and DOH certified, 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with an opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th. Yes, pounds. I dropped my 35 with Awaken 180 in just 6 weeks. There's no reason you can't set your goal to 40 or more by the 4th. Set the goal and reach it at Awaken180weightloss.com.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy?
Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mirafiber gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mirafiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support. All in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
I never thought of myself as the type to settle down. Never knew where the team's next lunch was coming from. But then I met you, Easy Cater.
Workplaces everywhere are saying, I do want delicious food at work. And they're ordering from beloved restaurants with Easy Cater.
You were reliable. You had great options for every budget, even when marketing ops did keto again. We got through that together. With you, it's just so easy. Easy Cater, will you keep showing up at my workplace forever?
Find love at first lunch. Order at easycater.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
No major incidents or accidents, just a lot of wet roadways from the overnight rain showers, which definitely could be slippery in spots due to the low temperatures, which we're not used to around this time of year. So just be aware of that. Keep the speeds under control. The ramps to and from the Fort Duquesne Bridge to the North Shore are currently restricted, so just be aware of that as well as the other restrictions in place around the North Shore and downtown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online, awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis. It's draft week, which means this will be the biggest, most busy week in our show's history in all likelihood. Got a remote on Wednesday. We'll be down at the draft on Thursday and Friday. And we are participating in our draft coverage on Thursday and Friday nights, which means we will be dry heaving takes by Friday evening. And hopefully Donnie football can carry us at that point.
Yes.
Not to mention the Penguins in the throngs of this playoff series. Really disappointing start to that one. Buccos win 2 out of 3. They go 4-3 on their homestand. We'll get to them. John Wayner at 8:35. And it feels like they could have done a lot more.
Yes.
Which I guess is a good place to be. 4-3 homestand. Dang, man. They really should have been 5-2 or 6-1. They even had an outside shot at 7-0. So Wayner, and then we got Kaboli from 9 until 10. How are you, Dickerson?
I'm all right. I'm fine. Getting prepared for the long week. Just get my mind right. Preserving as much energy as possible. But other than that, I'm great. Kyle's, how you doing? Good morning. I've never been better. Oh. I feel great. Adam and I went to the thing on Saturday, and we watched the Penguins lose, which was no good. But
we had a good time.
You were expressing that you were happy that Jada and I are moved in together, which is great.
I love Jada, man. That's the most I probably got to talk to her because of, typically it's been at station events when I've seen her. Even still, I didn't talk to her that much because I get locked in on playoff hockey, as you can see.
Her and your wife, though,
they hit it off
pretty well.
Nice. They hit it off.
Yeah.
Nice.
They're besties now.
Sweet.
But Jada made pancakes yesterday and then had some leftovers, so I have breakfast this morning, so I don't have to hit the vending machine too much. I can eat some pancakes.
In the morning, I'm making waffles.
And I cooked burgers yesterday for dinner.
On the grill?
I'm doing the adult thing, and I umpired a bunch over the weekend, and I made a lot of money. So I'm feeling great.
That's great.
Yes.
Good job, Callus. Nice. It's good stuff.
That's tremendous.
Uh-huh. That's real
He's growing up right in front of our eyes.
I'm an adult. Maybe.
Well, we're getting there. Yeah. Yeah, it was a good time. Cal's had a couple of beverages. I had more than a couple of beverages. I was screaming obscenities at the TV late when Porter Martone scored.
Yes. Was it packed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We started upstairs because it was packed downstairs. Wanted to eat a little bit. Then we went downstairs with the people, with the real fans.
Nice.
And the atmosphere was great. The game, not so much. We'll break it down chapter and verse. I'm on the creatine.
Oh, did you get on it?
Yeah.
Did you get the gummies? Or
got the gummies.
Oh,
yeah.
nice. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Today will be day 4.
Day 4.
Pulled down a retaining wall, put one up on Saturday.
Right. How you feeling? You feeling sore?
Nope, not at all.
No?
Not at all.
How long did it take you?
That's why we lift all them weights. Took like 6 hours. Not bad. There were 4 of us, so.
Not bad.
It's not so much the physical elements of the labor. It's making sure that it's all straight. Like you put a row down and you make sure it's level, and then and then that takes forever, and then you got to do the next row and the next row, and it's very tedious.
Yes, very.
But it's nice.
Good.
It was with the Italians. And they're like, we'll feed you bagels, and then for lunch we got pasta. I'm like, can we get a protein up in here?
Bagels, pasta.
Can we give me something with protein, please? So that was nice. Yeah.
Good.
Mm-hmm. But the creatine, it's coursing through my veins.
Can you feel it?
No.
No.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. No. I'm excited to get to the gym today, though, and throw some steel around. Bang, bang. Big week.
Yeah.
But one day at a time, one foot in front of the other. Pulling on the pants the same way today as we do every morning. Yeah. You put your socks on first or your pants on first?
Socks.
Really?
Yes.
Harry, socks or pants?
Depends.
You put your Depends on first?
No. No. Silly goose.
Well, actually, it depends on if they're long socks or if they're short socks. If they're long socks, I put pants on first.
Really?
If they're short socks, I put the short socks on after the pants.
See, I put the long socks on before the pants, but the short socks on after the pants.
That's what I just said.
Man.
No, you said the opposite.
I said the long socks on first.
Oh,
before
okay.
The pants, and then short socks after the pants.
Oh, yeah. We do the same thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm wearing long socks today. It's cold again.
It is. It's chilly.
Freeze warning. My wife was
we're wearing
flipping
the
out.
same sweatshirt again.
Yeah, we do that, don't we?
Driving from up north, there was freezing rain for about a half mile.
A half mile of freezing rain? That's very specific.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at the mile markers. I try to pay attention to the signs and stuff so I don't fall asleep on my way in. It is really weird taking a longer trip.
Do you bump like really loud tunes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Get the air conditioning on. Don't cruise control at this hour. You're going to fall asleep.
Well, no, my car's got that lane keep assist too, so if I start moving out of the lane, it'll go like the steering wheel will start to vibrate.
That's no good.
Not that that's ever happened.
I'm now worried that this guy is going to fall asleep.
That's no good. No good. What is that, 30-minute drive?
Yes.
Texter, if Callis and Jada moved in together, does that mean he picked up his trophies? No, his room has stayed intact.
Yeah, I'm trying to move on from that stuff. I mean, I think a lot of my stuff too was coming from like, oh yeah, I used to play baseball, and now I want to move past that and be a radio guy. I played in the Ireland baseball game. That was it.
That was your last hurrah?
I'm ready to. Well, I mean, if they ever offer that again, I'll do it. Like I'll play in the Three Rivers softball game too, and if ever that happens. But like, yeah, I need to move on from my youth playing days.
Forward-facing Callis.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Texter, Harry, I'm an adult. Moved out of his mother's house just to move into his girlfriend's mom's house. Yeah, but it's different. It's way better. It's good. It's good for him. It's good for them.
Well, I'm paying rent and I have my own section of the house, so I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like an apartment. I don't know.
Right.
I mean, it's not like
Exactly. And how about my wife to Jada? She's like, so when do you graduate law school? Like, you getting close? And she's like, no, I still have a couple months left of my undergrad. My wife's
man.
like, oh, my God. Jeez. And we're driving back from the establishment on Saturday, and my wife's like, I don't know about that place anymore. So why? We were at the saloon in Mount Lebanon, which we love. I mean, we're there all the time. And she's like, didn't you feel like we were like the old people?
Really? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's no good.
Yeah, we had a table to our left.
Did you feel that way?
Bunch of college kids, probably. I don't care about it. Like, I like that. Give me the energy. Let me feel youthful. But yeah, we were definitely.
Oh, man.
Definitely older. Yeah.
That happens quick.
Yeah, it does.
Before you know it.
I feel like there's no in between at the saloon. It's the youngsters.
Yeah.
And then like older families. And we were smack dab in the middle, and it's like, we kind of don't fit. Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah.
It's no good.
Texter, I live in the Laurel Highlands. It was snowing so hard like a blizzard when I left for work this morning. You're kidding me.
Jeez.
it was. Yeah,
it's gonna be nice for the draft, though.
Yes, it is.
Real nice.
It's going to be beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And tonight, I'm already nervous for Game 2 tonight. Pens Flyers. Got to have it.
Yep.
Can't go down 2-0 and get on the road to Philly. I mean, you just can't. Can't happen. Cannot happen. Oh, I'm so disappointed in our guys.
Yeah, didn't look right.
But we'll get into that. Harry was umpiring this weekend, as he said. He made a big chunk of change.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice. It's like exercise too and stuff. And I met some people that also recognized me, and I told them, I said, "Well, you might not like me real quick, just in case I make a not great call or whatever that you think." Yeah, I only made one call throughout the 2 games I did that was upset people.
Describe it. What happened?
So there was a play where the first baseman was kind of pulled off the base, and I called the runner out still because I thought the fielder's foot was on the base, and the team thought that his foot came off the base and the runner was safe.
How confident are you that you got it right?
65%.
Yeah. Wow. This is just you umping, or is there another ump?
There was another ump too, so I was the field umpire for these games.
Did he agree with you? Did you kibitz after the
We
inning?
did. I said, "What do you think?" He said, "Well, it doesn't matter, but I thought he was safe." I was like, all right, cool.
How old was this umpire?
He was in his 60s. He had to have been
60s.
Wow.
He was an older gentleman, very experienced. But
this ain't just like part-time kids.
Oh no,
umpiring.
it was an
these are big-time umps. You and the 60-year-old.
It was an 11 and under travel tournament.
Yeah, but I mean like the umps.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I'm in. Yeah, I mean, there's a shortage of umpires, and I don't think young people want to do it anymore because you see all these fights online from these parents that are nuts. And I get it, but now I got more time, and I think I can handle it. You just have to you have to be in control. Like, you can't let people talk to you in certain ways. Like, I know you'll see some parents or coaches get ejected from these games. I ignore the coaches as much as I possibly can because it just solves everything. You don't pay attention to them. It's like, all right, well. And then sometimes I'll try to talk to them and explain my rulings over time. But I don't deal with the yelling. I don't care about people that yell at me. I try not to let them get in my head. As long as you stay in control and you look like you're giving an effort, you usually eliminate 95% of problems just by doing that.
One foot in front of the other.
Yeah.
Pull your umpire pants on the same way every day.
Yep.
Oh, I'm so excited, too. I got an official uniform coming this week. Oh, man. I haven't worn an official uniform in years.
Do you have gear?
I do. I use my catcher's gear from college.
Okay.
So, yeah. But
that smells like death.
Yeah, I had that for a while, or at least the helmet, or the face mask.
Yep,
Right?
but I got an official set of slacks. They're charcoal gray. I got a navy blue shirt.
Is it a polo?
It looks like a polo, yeah. And it's got the shirt pocket, for the lineup cards.
Oh,
for the scorecard.
Oh, that's big time, baby.
Navy blue and powder blue.
Let's go.
I got one of those umpire ball bags coming that you.
Do you have a clicker? You got one of those clickers?
Indicators, yeah. I'm gonna get an indicator and a hat.
Oh, that's wonderful. Good for you. You should wear the full uniform in here for a show one day.
You want me to?
Yeah, it'd be awesome. Not the gear, but umpire Harry. That'd be great.
God.
You totally would, right? That's awesome. Yeah, it's great. I love that.
There was a professor I had at Waynesburg that's a high school coach, and he hated umpires. So the final day of class, I wore the umpire uniform that I used to have.
Well played. That's a great bit.
He was not happy.
That's a great bit. You don't like umps? Umpire callous. People were texting in that, because we talked about this, I think last week, that you got to train fairly vigorously to become a major league umpire. People were sending in the actual test, which is hard. And then I lost it, so I have it on Google here. But they must maintain, these candidates, high levels of fitness to withstand hours on the field in extreme heat. Training involves intensive field drills for proper movement, 3 strikes and time drills, pivot drills, positioning for balls and strikes. Evaluators work on stance, timing, footwork, including simulation of game situations for which instruction includes advice on health and nutrition. How about that?
Charles, did you have to do any of this? I know that you are 11 under umpire, but did you have to pass any test or anything?
No. Well, when I was PIAA certified, I did. There was a written test that you had to complete. Nothing for fitness, though. But I will say there was somebody that recognized me that was one of the coaches who was commenting on me, like jogging to the bases and stuff, and like, being like, looking official and giving an effort. And I said, yeah, you tell Crowley I'm standing out here in the rain and I'm running around. And the next time he comments on my size or stature, you tell him, you call in and tell him. Because I jog the bases, like I move. Like it's not like a static thing. Like when I'm a field umpire, like I move.
You got to move. You got to move.
Whatever play.
That way you can get your call 65% right.
No, I was 65% confident in one call. That doesn't mean that I wasn't 100% confident in other calls.
Not a text. So this is the Wendelstadt Umpire School. I now have their homepage up. 30 days, 240 hours of instruction.
Wow.
Including classroom training, cage instruction, field work. Oh, yeah.
Man.
Mm-hmm. All that practice works up an appetite, so lunch will be catered directly to the students on field.
That sounds pleasant. It's a long time, though, to commit.
240 hours? Oh, yeah, man.
It's a lot.
Yeah. You get barbecue.
Wow.
Yeah, family style.
Counts, you probably will get in shape by the end of summer, though.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I'm doing it. There's a lot of squats. There's a lot of jogging.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be hot.
That too.
Humid.
Ugh.
No, that's why I'm excited, too. It's like I feel like I'm getting into, like, a routine now. Like, before with my other second job, like I was only getting 4 hours of sleep and still living it with my parents. It's like, now I'm, like, more independent. I think I'm doing things that are more geared toward, like, sports and toward my interests. And so, yeah, I'm excited for that. The exercise and making an impact on the young ones.
That's what it's really all about.
Yep.
Impacting America's youth.
Yes.
Texter, Harry's excitement with the umpire uniform just made my day. God bless. Yeah, that was great. That was like when Jake Mangum threw that ball to those kids. You see that?
Oh, my goodness.
That just warms the cockles of your heart.
I got nervous, though. That kid was leaning over the edge a little bit.
I know, dude.
That freaked me out for a second.
Great throw by Mangum. Because Mangum's like, signaled to him, like, put your glove up. and he hit him pretty much perfectly. But, yeah, he did lean over. Had to lean over. And then gives it to his sister, and they cuddle.
Oh, yeah, it was good.
Just warms the cockles of your heart. All right. In 30 seconds, Penguins are down 1-0. They played the Flyers game. If you thought the Penguins were going to win the series coming in, do you still think they're going to pull it out? Or was game one so concerning that you now think the Flyers are going to win the series? 412-928-9370. We want your calls all morning long. Open phones until 8:35 at 412-928-9370. We get this sucker rolling in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Crowley on the mic, ready to ignite. Dorman by his side, giving insight. Award-winning show, Marconi's on the shelf. 412, the numbers mean wealth. Wake up, it's time, morning show grind. 93.7, Pittsburgh crime. Tune in, you see the whole city knows the name. Fan morning show, bringing the A game. The Fan Morning Show. 93.7, Steel City mornings, legends in their prime. Crowley and Dorman. The Fan Morning
center by Konechny. Picked up by Martone. Put the brakes on, waiting for help. Takes a shot, scores! Porter Martone in his first Stanley Cup playoff game. A huge goal and a 3-1 Flyers lead.
Yeah, it's what we talk about. We should play our game. But I think we a little bit lost control second period. We start fighting. This is what they want. And we know it's tight physical game, but we need to play better. I mean, in our blue line, we should control puck a little bit, play deeper, and try focus maybe a little bit more behind net. We give them so many chances, And again, it's just first game, but we need regroup and back next game Monday.
So first of all, we have a new theme song by Fistful of Ballers, which slaps.
Yep, I like it.
So we'll be playing that at 6 a.m. from now until the end of time. Thanks to them. Really cool. They love the show. They don't love that we have the generic music. Nobody does, but that's above our pay grade. So good for them. Good for us. Appreciate it. That was Evgeny Malkin, the voice, after the Porter Martone goal that put the Flyers up 3-1. It was the eventual game winner. And Malkin said they played the Flyers game. Yeah, no bleep. And we will get into this element a little bit later on in the show, the rest element, because a lot of people were blaming, the Penguins rested too much, and that's why they came out. I don't think that affects you beyond, the first period. I feel like after that, you're warm to the task, and you should be able to play better hockey. The bigger issue, was not that they were rusty, in my opinion, anything like that. It's that the Penguins are the far more experienced team, the team that should be able to turn the other cheek, the team that, under Mike Sullivan, had the catchphrase pretty much, just play, and they didn't. They got sucked into the Flyers post-whistle stuff. They're ripping off helmets. Crosby's throwing slashes out there. And not only the post-whistle stuff, but we know the Flyers play a neutral zone trap. We know the Flyers don't let you get to the front of the net. And the Penguins were content to pass the puck, skate the puck into the teeth of the Flyers defense all game long. And then whenever they got in the Flyers zone, it was a lot of one and done, and the Flyers were exiting the zone quick. If you could have scripted a better start for Philly, I don't think it would have been any better than the one that they actually put forth on the ice. The Penguins have a certain way they want to play. The Flyers have a certain way they want to play. And that game was dictated by the Flyers, full stop, no question about it. Styles make the fight in the Stanley Cup playoffs. You played their game. That's why you're down 1-0. And I wonder if Penguins fans are worried at 412-928-9370. Last thing, Doran, 68% of the time, the team that wins game one wins the series. So it's not the end of the world, but now it's an uphill battle. Your thoughts?
It just felt like, whenever, it doesn't matter the sport, but especially in the NHL, whenever you get that first playoff game, there's a feel-out process. You're feeling each other out. You're feeling what that team wants to do, how their style of play is. You kind of know going in, obviously, because of the scouting and what you're doing, the preparation. But whenever you get on the ice, you're still feeling it out, right? And I feel like the Penguins try to feel it out for 3 periods. That's just, usually you feel it out, and it's probably about 10 minutes to go in the first, and you're like, okay, I kind of know what the dynamic here is in the game, and the Penguins kind of just they get on their game. It's like, all right, let's not let them control the game. Let's take control of the game our way because we know what they want to do, their counters, things of that nature. But it felt like they were trying to feel the Flyers out for 3 periods.
Yes.
And they never got over the hump of actually taking the control of the hockey game. That was the issue. It just took obviously way too long, and then they got caught. And you can only rely on Stu Skinner to make unbelievable saves for so long. You got to start executing after that. So they came out flat. They were trying to figure things out that was really right in front of them. Hopefully that they could come back tonight and respond, but that was an ugly performance by the Pittsburgh Penguins.
The Flyers are not a high-scoring hockey team, and they have more forward depth now than they did really all season long because Porter Martone got done with college and he comes right into the NHL, and he had 4 goals and 6 assists in limited playing time down the stretch, and then he showed that the moment wasn't too big for him. So they have a little bit more scoring depth than they have had all season. Tyson Forster had also been out. He's back for them. So they're deeper. They're not, I don't think, deeper than the Penguins. I think the Penguins are as deep a forward unit really as there is, save for maybe Colorado and Tampa in the NHL. They're not going to create a lot of offense unless you help them.
Mm-hmm.
And the Penguins, even though for most of the season played pretty good defensive hockey, down the stretch gave up a lot in transition. And if the Flyers are going to get going offensively, they're going to get going in transition if you don't manage the puck well at either blue line. Like, you know that. That's the scouting report. How do you beat the Flyers? Possess the puck, be careful with the puck at your blue lines, and you're going to get to the offensive zone, and then you're going to wear them down. The Penguins handled the puck at the blue lines like it was a grenade, like it was a bouncy ball, like it was flubber, for God's sakes. Like, the one thing you couldn't do, you did routinely all game long, Doran. Incredibly frustrating. How many breakaways did the Flyers have? How many odd man rushes did the Flyers have? That's where their offense came from. You fueled their offense. If the Penguins play a simple game, I think they're going to win the series. But you need to play a simple game, and I thought at some point it was going to flip in game one.
So did I.
Like, eventually, okay, boys, like, you're on the bench, and Sid's going to say, guys, we got to simplify this thing. Dan Muse, boys, you got to simplify this thing. And I'm sure they were saying it, and they didn't.
Yeah.
All game long. Now, they didn't quit, and that's great. You score a goal with a minute left, and then with 5 seconds left, you have a chance to tie that sucker up. Like, that's encouraging. You didn't play your game, and you're right there at the end. But if you play that exact game again tonight, you're going to be down 4-0, 4-1, something like that. Stuart Skinner, who was a question mark in a lot of people's minds coming in, a guy who'd played well in the postseason before, but also had some postseason duds and also played poorly down the stretch. What's he going to be like in game one? I thought he was their best player. And if he wasn't, if he played like he had down the stretch, the Flyers convert a couple of those breakaways, and you're getting blown out at home in game one. If they play that exact game again, they're getting blown out in game two. That being said, I'll answer my own question at 412-928-9370. If you thought the Penguins were going to win the series, do you now think they're going to lose it? No, I don't.
I don't either.
This team has bounced back all season long.
I don't either.
I still think they're a better team than Philadelphia. One game doesn't change that. Again, styles make fight. You play their style, you're going to lose. But I expect the Penguins to play their absolute best hockey game tonight. Now, it doesn't guarantee anything.
I mean, but what a big get for Philly.
Massive.
I mean, they
already did what they needed to do. They could lose tonight. They're already ahead of schedule.
They are ahead of schedule, but you need to really halt that momentum, man. Because you come in here, the first game, and you just everything outside that was going on, that the uphill battle you were facing if you're Philly and Rick Tocchet, and you go in there and you get a win the first game, that's big for them, man.
They were wearing shirts that said 3.8% because that's their playoff percentage chance after the Olympic break. I like that from Tocchet, like just playing with an edge. Like, nobody believed in us before, nobody believes in us now. And you're going to embody your coach, and I thought that the team played the way that Rick Tocchet would have wanted them to play. They already are ahead of schedule. And I don't even know that I just mean for this series. They got a lot of good young talent, and this team could be one that you got to deal with for years to come. But no one cares about that right now. You're down 1-0. Play this game on your terms. Play Pittsburgh friggin' Penguins ice hockey. I mean, they should, the way that their system is designed, be able to handle what Philadelphia is doing to them. It was Crosby who was talking about, you're coming up the ice and it's like a picket fence. I'm paraphrasing. Okay, you've seen a damn neutral zone trap before. Play your game. Stay connected. Puck support. That's what Muse's system is all about. Get the thing in and grind them down.
I mean, was there any bright spots outside of Skinner?
I thought the fourth line, when they got offensive zone time, made it really hard on Philadelphia. I didn't think Gino was particularly good apart from his goal, which matters, obviously. He scored a goal. I didn't think Sid was anywhere close to his best. Oh, you asked for positives, though.
Right.
Not really.
No.
I thought the fourth line probably...
That's about it.
Was it.
Yep.
And Stuart Skinner.
Yep.
I think Stu answered a lot of his critics in game one. It actually gives me confidence that he's the guy he's been in the postseason. Like, you flip that switch, you've got the experience, you're not going to be overwhelmed by the moment. And I know that Muse yesterday was sort of playing coy about who's going to start game two. Come on.
Yeah.
It's going to be Stuart Skinner. Yeah. And if it's not, he deserves to be eviscerated regardless of what happens, because that's the wrong call. You don't bench your best player after game one, and he was their best player. Do you still think the Penguins will win the series? 412-928-9370. The Penguins have bucked the historical trend, though. So I say 68% of teams that win game one win the series. The Penguins have won 23 out of 31 series when they've been down 1-0. Just historically. They were down 2-0 to the Capitals in 2009. They were down 2-0 to the Red Wings in 2009. This is different, but they were down 3-2 to Tampa in 2016 and still came back to win the series. So not all is lost, but you got to win tonight. Do you still think the Penguins will win the series? 412-928-9370. I'll tell you, they won't if a certain player plays the way he did on Saturday. Who is it? How can that guy clean it up? We'll tell you next, plus your calls. First, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates won the series over the Tampa Bay Rays. 2 games out of 3 they took from the Rays. They won 5-1 on Friday. They lost 8-7 in 13 innings on Saturday, then won 6-3 yesterday. Pirates are off today. They go on the road and start a 3-game series with the Texas Rangers, with game 1 being tomorrow at 8 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The John Harbaugh era in New York is off to a really great start. They traded Dexter Lawrence to the Bengals for the 10th overall pick. This is less than a week after Lawrence said he didn't want to be in New York anymore. The Giants now have 2 picks in the top 10. This is exactly how you build a roster. This kind of maneuvering should be taught in classes across the country. Now the Giants just have to nail the picks. A little easier said than done. I'm Dead and Dead.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
At Giant Eagle, we're focused on quality, freshness, and all your favorites. Because meals bring us together. Because recipes keep traditions alive. Because the right ingredients make it or break it. Because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
There's a new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe, and they can't wait to meet you. Smale Chevrolet Latrobe is officially open and now part of the Smale Auto Group family. They invite you to come in and experience a high standard of sales and service, and what better way to celebrate than with Chevy Truck Month. Right now, they're offering the Chevy Supplier Discount to everyone. That's right, you pay what the suppliers pay on Smale Chevrolet's incredible lineup of Silverado trucks and Equinox SUVs. Big savings, and the trucker SUV you've been dreaming of. Visit them today on Route 30 in Latrobe or online at smalechevrolet.com. Smale Chevrolet, welcome to our family. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Pittsburgh, the pick is in, and the destination is downtown. This April 23rd through the 26th, don't just watch the future of pro football unfold, be in the center of it. Affordable hotel rooms from AAA Travel at the Hotel Monaco for the ultimate 3-night draft weekend. $1,529 per person, double occupancy, and you're in the center of the huddle and history. Visit your local AAA Travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to book your draft package with AAA Travel today.
DeLuca's Diner, Strip District, and Robinson Town Center. Best breakfast in town.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Clouds and sun today, the high 46.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
In Carnegie, the intersection of Charles Street and Franklin Avenue tied up by some downed live wires as crews are on the scene. Just be aware of that. You may find some road closures there. Parkway West, you are in line right around the runaway truck sand pile of the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28 is up to speed. And PennDOT has informed us that once again the HOV lanes are closed along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. This due once again to a gate issue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your number one choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here to center by Konechny. Picked up by Martone. Puts the brakes on, waiting for help. Takes a shot and scores! Porter Martone in his first Stanley Cup playoff game. A huge goal and a 3-1 Flyers lead.
Poop! I left the bar at that point. Penguins couldn't get anything going offensively, and then the Flyers get a 2-goal lead. And I get home to find out they almost had tied the game. I didn't even want to listen to it on the radio. I was so pissed off. Would have been wonderful to get home and see that it was going to overtime.
Oh, my goodness.
Not that the Penguins deserved it. The better team won. I think that's obvious. And there's one guy whom the Penguins have counted on for years, who has had some wonderful playoff moments and some really bad playoff moments, but the wonderful outweigh the poor ones. He was really bad on Saturday, and that's Chris Letang.
Yep.
We said that, man. Like, we are going to go into a playoff series, and there will be at least a game, at least a moment where we come out of it going, boy, that Letang-Girard pair really sucked. And I don't even know that I can put into words just how bad it was.
He was my X factor because he needed to be good, and he needs to be good for the Penguins to win in the playoffs. And there was a point I was going to tweet it too, and I'm surprised that I didn't. He just looks like he's a step behind every single time. Every single time, like he'll get the puck in their own zone, and he'll like look over both of his shoulders, and then he's a step behind before he passes it, and then he passes it, and then it's almost a turnover. It's almost every time. He's a step behind in every single thing that he does. Every single thing. Whether it's passing, whether it's shooting, whether it's setting up, every single thing he does, he's a step behind.
Well, you can understand it's his first ever playoff game, so.
I mean, he's been like that basically a portion of the regular season, too.
Absolutely, and he had started to play better, and I thought that he and Girard were really developing chemistry down the stretch. Like, he had been mostly bad all season. We all know this, but I thought better of late, and you can't play worse than he did on Saturday. He was on the ice for all 3 goals against, and if you want to look into the advanced analytics, he had a 6.83% expected goal share at 5-on-5, meaning that the Flyers had 94% of the expected goals. That is getting dominated. Mm-hmm. And when you think about the style at which Philly wants to play the game, trap it up, make it tough through the neutral zone, both Letang and Girard can try to do a little too much. And if Girard tries that spinorama move one more time, I'm going to get onto the ice myself and punch him in the face. 4 freaking times he tried the same move. Didn't work once. Not once. He's out there trying to act like Erik Karlsson. Buddy. No. You need to be thoughtful. Make the simple play at the blue line. 4 times he's doing the spinorama thing. It's pathetic. So get it together. How can they play better? I don't know. Just play better.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really... You watch the film, you be careful at the blue lines, you're going to win tonight, and you're going to win the series. But if those guys are going to play that bad for a third of the game, you're out to lunch.
Yep.
John in Westmoreland County, first up on today's Fan Morning Show. Good morning to you, John.
Hey, good morning, guys. First off, Marconi.
My man.
I'm nervous, dude. I'm going to tell you why. I'm a little bit older than you guys. I remember this crap. New Jersey Devil, trap it up, put the mud on the ice, and we had a guy that actually, I was hoping to get him on the show. He played for us. I don't know if it was Troy Loney, but he always did something against that trap. He would like lob pass it, and then you'd hit Mario on the run. I don't know if they need something of that. It spooks me because of that. And their coach, let's be honest, he played for us. He did play for us. He coaches them. He knows our team. It spooks me a little bit.
Well, to that point, John, I think you're nailing that. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the call at 412-928-9370. They wanted to get under Sid's skin. I think they succeeded.
Yep.
They wanted to get under Malkin's skin, Letang's skin. I think they had the Penguins frazzled from a style of play perspective, and then just the post-whistle stuff. It was way too easy. I mean, how many times are you going to rip off a Flyers helmet? By the way, check their chin straps. Can we check the damn Flyers chin straps? They're coming off way too easy. But I thought it was really unbecoming of Crosby. Yeah. I just did not think it was a good look for these guys. We saw in 2009 the Penguins stop trying to screw around with the Red Wings. Like in 2008 in the Stanley Cup final, they would try to get into stuff post-whistle, and the Wings would just skate away.
Yeah.
So you didn't see as much of that in 2009. In 2016, teams would try to get under the Penguins' skin, and Sullivan said, well, we're just going to play. Just play, boys. Just play. And they did. They turned the other cheek. 2012, the Flyers got in their heads, and it was a disaster of a series. And this wasn't quite the gong show that was. in 2012 on Saturday night, but there were elements of it. Like that's always kind of been the secret sauce to beating the Penguins is if you can get them off their game by getting in their heads a little bit, then you've got the advantage. And I'm a little bit surprised, a lot of bit surprised actually, that Crosby, Malkin, Letang, these guys have waited so long to get back to the postseason. You know what it's like, and you couldn't turn the other cheek. I mean, you got Crosby and Sanheim jousting at the end of the game. Crosby's not on the ice whenever you're down a goal with a minute left. Like, that just can't happen, man. It just can't.
Maybe they're sucking them in. I mean, that's what I'm hoping. Maybe that
they are.
I mean, no, I'm talking about Crosby and the Penguins. Like, maybe it's like, okay, it's a feel-out game, and then, I mean, it all obviously predicates on how they respond tonight. Do they look like a different hockey team? If they don't, and it's close, and it somewhat looks the same, but say they edge them out, say they win the Penguins tonight, but it still looks like it did before, then I'll be very worried. But if it looks like a different hockey team, it's like, okay, we set them up to kind of trounce on them. I don't know.
I would hope that tonight it's a hockey game and they don't engage the post-whistle stuff at all. Now, there are exceptions. I mean, if there's a dirty hit, you got to take up for your teammates. We saw a lot of that. But Crosby getting cross-checked by Sanheim, and then Crosby turns around and gives him the slash, and then Sanheim throws his mitts up, doing palms up like, whoa, dude, what? Like, F off, Sanheim.
Well?
Oh, what a total surprise. You're going to get slashed after you cross-check a guy. Now, that being said, when I say Sid needs to hold it together, I'm watching the beginning of the Kings Avalanche series, and one of the Kings players gets up in the face of McKinnon, and he's shoving him after the whistle, and he takes a glove and puts it in McKinnon's face, and McKinnon's head just snaps back, and he sort of chuckles, and that's it. Like, it's not like he wants to let those things go. Like, you take a jersey number, and maybe you're going to give the guy a shot later in the game, but, discretion's the better form of valor. Like, if you're not going to engage in that early, they're going to be less likely to do it over the course of the game and then subsequently the series. When the Penguins play hockey, they're a better team than the Philadelphia Flyers. But kudos to the Flyers because game one, they did everything they wanted to do. Everything. From a systematic structure standpoint to the after whistle stuff, if you could have scripted it, you couldn't have scripted it this well. So are you worried, Penguins fans, at 412-928-9370? I feel less good than I did before the game, but I still think the Penguins win the series. If they win tonight, the Penguins, but still play the Flyers style,
right?
I'm not going to feel good.
Right.
Like, if the Penguins had won on Saturday, if Mantha had scored late on that opportunity with 5 seconds left, and then they somehow win in overtime, math is on your side. You have home ice, so you're going to feel good about those things. But I still wouldn't have felt great about the way they played.
Nope.
412-928-9370. So tonight it's huge. Win the game, but look like the Penguins. And they probably won't win unless they do, so there's that. David in Pittsburgh calling now. Hi. What's up, David?
Hey, how you doing? I'm not too worried about the series, but man, Blake Lizotte, man, that guy was. I think he was one of their better players out on the ice.
Yeah, that whole fourth line, it was, I thought, probably the Penguins' best line in the game. In fact, it was the best Penguins line.
Oh my God, he's a grinder, man. I'm glad he's back.
He looked like he was shot out of a cannon.
He did, yeah. Like he was excited to be back.
The speed was there.
Yep.
I'll tell you, the power play didn't look very good for the Penguins. Really not much to take away from the game that was positive apart from that fourth line. I'm happy you shouted them out, David. 412-928-9370.
I mean, we need to go back and see like the response of this team. Now, I know it's different in the playoffs, but I mean, whenever they got waxed in Colorado, like what happened the game after that? Like what happened, and not that they got waxed, but what happens the games after that they lose, and they lose an emotional game throughout the season? I think that's something that I want to see, because I know what this team is about. They're gritty. They have been all season. Now it's different circumstances right now, but I think we could take a little bit from how the response has been from emotional losses throughout the season and kind of place that into what to expect maybe a little bit tonight.
I feel like they've anecdotally at least bounced back.
I feel like they have too.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of their MO. They've responded a lot throughout the season, different circumstances. I understand that. but I feel like they have responded in a major way throughout the season, which is kind of their body of work as a team.
For sure. And it's what I will never count this team out until they cry uncle, right? I mean, you're allowed to lose 3 games a series. It's one of the reasons why I do think in some aspects, like the mental aspect, the body grind aspect, this is the toughest trophy to win in sports. But in this aspect, it's the easiest because you can suck 3 times in a series. Mm-hmm. You can lose 12 games and still win the Stanley Cup. So tonight's a big bounce back opportunity for the Penguins, and I think they're going to. But here's something no one ever discusses following one of these games. Flyers could very well play a better game tonight too. Like, I thought everything went to a T for them on Saturday, but they had a bunch of breakaways, didn't finish them. Like, they're probably saying,
yeah, could have, should have whooped them.
Yeah, could have, should have whooped them. And if we play that way again, we ain't losing. Should the Penguins make any line changes, lineup changes? What should they do to fix what ailed them in game number 1? We'll give you some ideas coming up next at 412-928-9370. We'll hear from the Penguins captain as well. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Right now, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins lost game 1 of the first round series to the Philadelphia Flyers. Game 2 of that series is tonight at 7 o'clock. Penguins will host again. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Dorn.
It's that crazy time of year. Snow, rain, wind, the weather, and damage to your roof may be a crapshoot. But when it comes to choosing home improvement professionals, don't leave it to chance. PJ Fitzpatrick is the company I trust to get roofing done right the first time. Everyone at PJ Fitzpatrick strives for perfection and is dedicated to delivering a quality experience. PJ Fitzpatrick's industry-leading team of professionals is highly trained and experienced. They're efficient, thorough, and focused on completing every job properly. The customer experience is excellent. A friendly and knowledgeable home improvement consultant will perform a comprehensive evaluation. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. More than just roofs, they can help with gutters, windows, and more. Visit trustpj.com. Schedule a free consultation and price lock guarantee at trustpj.com. PJ Fitzpatrick, making life better one home at a time.
Taxes don't retire when you do. Without the right strategy, they can take more from your savings over time than the market ever will. Secure Money Advisors helps retirees and pre-retirees build tax-aware retirement strategies designed for today's changing rules and regulations. Claim your complimentary copy today at righttrackbook.com. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Spring into April savings at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Drive home in a brand new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payments starting at $239 for 36 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Pros, get ready. Your new Floor & Decor is here in Bethel Park. With job-lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone in stock, and the brand names you trust. Floor & Decor is here. You ready? Now open in Bethel Park.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and now's the perfect time to take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180, which has a very cool ring to it when you have the finish line right there, 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. Be pretty cool to have it reading 200 by the 4th of July. Or maybe the scale says 300. I bet 260 would be a lot nicer on your knees and your joints, right? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. Now, I dropped 35 pounds in just 6 weeks. That means there's no reason you can't drop 40 or more by the 4th. So ring Independence Day in, shirt off, confident, and of course, the most important thing, feeling happy. You reached your goal with the help of Awaken 180. Crack open the beer, roast up the dogs, enjoy some of the good stuff because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. Yes, free for life, and they stand by it. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready.
With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
For the best view of the draft, it's Lamont. Celebrate with Lamont's City of Champions menu April 21st through the 26th. Watch the draft from Lamont's TVs and excellent sound system. Avoid the crowds and traffic. Regular menu not available. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Spring is a time for a fresh start or a reset, so give your home's windows a reset with Universal Windows Direct. Right now, it's buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 24 months with no payments and no interest, and this month, a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. Universal's exclusive Super Spacer technology keeps the hot summer air out and the valuable cold air in. Give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon. Excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Goals, 67 points. Here he is, the 25-year-old. Passed it off, and they score!
Poop. Drysdale with the goal there. We saw Soderblom get walked on a goal. And not for that reason, but for reasons that I shall explain momentarily, I would put Brazeau back in the lineup. I want to go back to what's familiar. I would change up the lines. It doesn't look like Muse is going to do it unless he's doing the gamesmanship thing, like they had the same lines of practice yesterday. But I would go Raquel, Sid, Rust as the top line. Then Chinakhov, Novak, Malkin is line 2. I don't like Raquel as a center. I have never liked Raquel as a center. I don't like screwing around. Chinakhov, Novak, Malkin, line 2. Raquel, Sid, Rust, line 1. And then give me Brazzers, Kindle, Manta, line 3. That's the lineup you had probably your most success with this season. Get back to it. The 4th line should stay intact. But I like the idea of Chinakhov kind of being the driver of play on that second line, even with Malkin.
Yeah.
And I just like the chemistry that Sid, Raquel, and Rust have had. And once they get in the offensive zone, that's your best skilled grinder line. When you've got those 3, and that's where you need to make your hay in this series. Get to the offensive zone and stay there, and those 3, that was one of the top lines in hockey all season when they were together.
Yeah, so why switch? I mean, why stay with the same line now?
I wouldn't. I think
they're probably going to, right?
It looked that way based on the line combos in practice, and I'm guessing Muse is saying, by way of the lineup, hey, we don't need to panic. We can play our game. But I think you need to make a little bit of a lineup adjustment here.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be an adjustment, frankly, to 3 lines, so maybe that's even more than a little of a lineup adjustment. I don't think Dan Muse got out-coached necessarily in this game. Erik Karlsson, after the game, said, we didn't play the game we agreed on. So that's and he's been a breath of fresh air with how transparent he's been in his post-game interviews. They didn't do what they were asked to coach. The game plan was keep it simple, stupid, kiss. And they didn't do that. You play that game, you got a shot to win.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Flyers have a lot to do with it. They're very frustrating. But keep it simple. That's what they were coached to do, and they didn't do it. I don't know, what Dan Muse can do to get that out of his guys, apart from reinforce it at practice and particularly on video.
Yeah, I mean, the response is going to be huge. I mean, I think everybody knows that. I'm not breaking any news, but it's the type of response, too. Will they look like the same hockey team and win? I still would be a little bit worried, even if they do win, but they still look the same. But if they look different and the style of play that they know how to play and take control of this game tonight, then I'll feel a lot better, clearly.
First goal's huge. It's so big. We talked about it going into game 1. The way the Flyers play that defensive structure, you fall behind, they're going to suck the air out of it.
Yep.
And when the Flyers took the lead with 10 minutes to go in the third period, that clock was moving quick, and they were creating nothing. Money Puck had the high danger scoring chances at 9-8 Flyers. That seems just so wrong to me. Like, I felt like the Flyers had at least a dozen high-quality scoring chances, and I do not feel like the Penguins got 8 good looks in the game. Something ain't lining up there analytically.
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't getting very many second chances, that's for damn sure. Brady in Pittsburgh, good morning.
Hey, I just have a couple comments on, Muse is not reactionary, so I don't think he's going to, juggle lines as much as maybe, one would want. But I think it comes with having the right pieces in the lineup. And what you mentioned with having Brazeau back in, I'm assuming with who you mentioned, you're saying Soderblom out.
Yes.
Which I would assume that he'd be the odd man out there. And I think just getting the right pieces in that lineup, whether you just insert Brazeau in for Soderblom, and then if the game breaks down as it goes along, you now can go back to those familiar pairs that you said.
Well, and you know what, man? I like the move to have Soderblom in for game 1 because I think he's been the better player of late than Brazeau has been. But now Brazeau just had to eat the press box nachos. He sees his team lose. There's a familiarity and a chemistry on that third line, and I don't think Soderblom had it with those other two. So Brazeau comes in now and is hungry, and maybe you get him shot out of a cannon a little bit. I'd at least give it a look. And then if he has to come out of the lineup, so be it. Whatever, but give it a shot. You like that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's not a huge change.
It's not.
It's one guy. You've got forward depth.
Mm-hmm.
Kindle and Mantha, I thought, all season long played well with Brazeau. Brazeau hadn't himself been a prolific player down the stretch, but I think those 3 worked well together. So put them back together. Jim in Monaca. Hi, Jim.
Good morning, guys. A little under the weather here with allergies, but I think anytime you're talking NHL playoffs, cooler heads prevail. And I got to imagine that there was a meeting of some sort yesterday where it was, we need to raise our compete level, but in a way that we're not over-intensifying things and causing our self-harm. And I think with, what Dan Muse has to do with it, probably not much. When you got Crosby, Malkin, Letang, Karlsson, these veterans on this team, they've been through it. They know what it takes, and they're going to be the voice in that locker room.
That said, Jim, and you're right about that. That should be the case. But that said, the only time the Penguins really haven't got into that kind of stuff in the postseason is when Sully was the bench boss.
Mm-hmm.
And he just said, just play. And for whatever reason, they listened, and it worked. And they would turn the other cheek. But under Bilesma, under Therrien, we have seen this team can come unglued. And we saw a little bit of that, maybe more than a little bit of that on Saturday.
Yeah, but sit in them. They know what it takes. So, you got to understand that even if it's a different head coach, you know what's going to win, what it takes to win and what doesn't. So, that was uncharacteristic on Saturday. You would hope that those guys that have been through this would change the way that they approach this game tonight.
If they don't tonight, they ain't going to all series.
Nope.
That has to happen tonight. Cooler heads must prevail because it ain't like you're not walking into a cauldron in friggin' Philadelphia on Wednesday, man. Hey, you think you've been popping off already? Wait until there's 19,000 people all clad in orange chanting about your girlfriend or something.
Yep.
Be a little easy to flip out then. But Crosby's the guy who can't. Like Malkin, that wouldn't have surprised me. Letang, it doesn't surprise me. Crosby, though, a little too much from him. Are you worried, Penguins fans? 412-928-9370. It's a Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. Top of the hour might be sacrilege, but I got to go after the captain a little bit more. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. But we want your calls, open phones until about 8:30, 412-928-9370. A little breaking NFL news, too. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates took 2 of 3 from the Tampa Bay Rays over the weekend. Now they're going to go on to play the Texas Rangers on the road by starting that series tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Right now, all NL Central teams have over 500 records going into this week. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Between hybrid work schedules, getting pretty much anything delivered to your doorstep, it feels like there's no reason to leave the house anymore, but some of the best deals are still in store for you. Literally. At Omaha Steaks, they're known for quality meat delivery, but they also have stores right in our neighborhood at the streets of Cranberry and Cranberry Township and Settlers Ridge and Robinson. Now is the time to stop by, pick up their Burger Perfection Stack. This bundle includes premium 6-ounce patties made from 100% aged single-cut steak, filet mignon, ribeye, and more. Plus, come in today and get 8 free smash burgers with the stack. While you're there, also ask about the manager special, 4 USDA certified tender top sirloin fillets for $29.99. These buttes are aged for over 35 days, just as tender as a grocery store filet mignon. Grab dinner from your local Omaha Steak store in Cranberry Township or in Robinson Township tonight.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West jammed inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 is up to speed. So's the main line Parkway North. However, the HOV lane's not available to you this morning due to a gate issue once again. That also goes for the ones along the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania, your 2025 Dealer of the Year. From expert sales and service to thousands of parts in stock, they keep you running at full efficiency. Case Construction. Together, we won't back down.
Taps Brick Oven and Poorhouse, Greensburg. Ask about the new catering menu.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Tops Chrome football value box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated kids zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
This September, something big is coming. Fest PGH, a one-day music and arts festival at Highmark Stadium, featuring Switchfoot and a full lineup of live music, plus art, family fun, ways to give back, and a powerful outdoor mass. Hosted by the Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh, it's a day to connect, serve, and celebrate together. Tickets are free, but space is limited. Reserve yours now at festpgh.org, September 19th. Reserve your free tickets today.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all way day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home. Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Zone. And that shot from Raquel turned aside. The fall, and they score! Evgeny Malkin ties the game at 1.
A little bit of zone time for the Penguins. Malkin comes off the boards, and after Raquel's shot is stopped through Kate, under and through Dan Vladar, and Evgeny Malkin, he's done it countless times before. He's got...
the last time I was happy. Yes, Malkin has done it many times before. He'll need to do it a few more times if the Penguins are to win this series. I still have the Penguins in 6.
I'm in 5.
Still in 5?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You think they're
No
running
room
the
for
table
error
the
here.
rest of the way?
Yeah, no room.
Harry, you rethinking your Penguins prediction?
No.
You got them in 6?
Yeah, I said 5.
You still got them in 5?
Mm-hmm.
You think they'll win the next 4 games?
Yeah.
I love you guys.
Mm-hmm.
That made me feel good there. A little bit of hopium here.
I think the Penguins are realizing, I think everybody realizes that they were playing that Flyers game. I think Crosby can understand that he got made a little too personal toward the end. You just need to not do that. Play your game. Don't get too shovey. Then I think they'll be okay.
They got to play.
It wasn't a dominating effort, in my opinion, by the Flyers. They were the better team, and they went out and they played their game, but it's not like they got, ran off the ice.
It won't be, though, I don't think. I think if they win 4 games this series, they're all going to kind of look like that.
Right. That's why I still have hope. So I think the Penguins can actually dominate them.
I also think the final score wasn't indicative of how much Philly outplayed them.
Right.
But you were right there at the end.
Right. You figured out a way to stay in it.
And that's playoff hockey. You're not going to have your best every night. I expected them to find their best at some point, and I don't think they did at any point. There were moments of pushback. There were moments of sustained offensive zone time, but they never got to their game. And they got to start throwing pucks to the net, too. They had a lot of opportunities to shoot the puck, and you saw it with Malkin right there. This Vladar is not God's gift to goaltending, for goodness sakes. You get a shot, comes off his pads, you get an opportunity for a second shot. Guess what? Second shots go in a lot of the time. Throw the damn puck. It doesn't need to be a good look. This is the playoffs. And that's actually something that all season long they've done. Throw the puck to the net, get bodies in front, deflections, tip-ins, second chance opportunities. That's who they've been. And I realize the Flyers, they play the neutral zone trap, and then in the offensive zone, they're going to collapse. And the Penguins had a lot of perimeter action. Throw the puck to the net. That's when there's defensive breakdowns. That's when there's the scrambles. And you need to put Vladar into the first row. Stuart Skinner got ran early, and they called a goal back because of it. That's a good thing for the Flyers to do.
Yeah.
Okay, that one didn't count. But they know we're coming through the blue paint, baby. Get in Vladar's face. If you throw the puck at him from 60 feet away, that's a good shot. If you throw it from 75 feet away, that's a good shot. Throw the freaking thing at the cage. Breakdowns. That's hockey, baby.
Yeah, my thing is that, what if that was the Flyers' best punch? We don't know. I still don't know. That could have been the Flyers' best punch for the Penguins. And if that's the case and the Penguins actually play their game, then I feel pretty good.
Adam, are you wavering?
I feel less good than I did before game 1, but I still think they're going to win the series in 6 games.
So I'll tell you what, Doran, how Adam said he left after the Flyers scored their 3rd goal? I did not leave. And before he left, I pointed at him and I said, don't give up. And I think maybe if he would have stayed, they would have been able to score that final goal with a few seconds left.
And he gave up.
Yeah, because I had brought so much luck to the proceedings by watching it before. I think because I stopped watching, they scored a goal, that they almost scored another one. Perhaps I just won't watch tonight. Dave in Trafford, Jim in Monroeville waiting patiently on hold. We'll get to you guys, among others, coming up next. I got to rip Sidney Crosby a little bit. You know, all's fair in love and radio. Love you, Sid. Love you like a child. I really do. But I got to rip him when we come back. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Real quick on the breaking NFL news. This from Adam Schefter. It is believed that A.J. Brown will be traded to the Philadelphia Eagles post June 1st. Why didn't
the Patriots?
Yeah.
You said the Eagles.
Oh, he'll be traded from the Eagles to the Patriots. Thank you. I was trying to formulate a Diana Rossini joke in my mind, and that's why I screwed up. That's why I blew it, Doran. All right. I rip Sid when we come back. We'll take your calls at 412-928-9370. We'll get into the draft more at the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour. First, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. We'll let KDK take care of that. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Good morning, it's draft week. We start off the week chilly enough that a mix of rain and snow is possible for the next hour or two. Some drizzle will be around this afternoon. Expect off and on sunshine for today. I have highs in Pittsburgh hitting 47. Temperatures this morning in the mid to low 30s. There are freeze warnings out there in spots because of the cold. Tuesday morning is going to be even colder, and the rest of the week we'll see above average temperatures. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram can't be beat. The tough Ram 1500 Bighorn Hemi. Up to $9,000 off or 4.9% financing for 84 months. Grand Cherokees loaded up to $10,000 off. Hot Wranglers, just $289 a month. Plus up to 125% of KDB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our declaration of deals at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Between 3 locations and Truck Month, all you have to do is pick yours at Washington Chevy. Your next adventure starts with this 2026 Colorado with up to $5,800 off with our exclusive Big Ones discount. Or get full-size dominance in this 2026 Silverado with up to $8,642 off with our exclusive Big Ones discount. Explore our 3 Chevy locations, including the big one, Washington Chevrolet. Visit WashingtonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Take new retail delivery by 4/30/26. See dealer for details.
Heading to the draft in Pittsburgh on April 23rd or 24th? Make parking easy with Highmark Stadium. Located just minutes from the draft action, Highmark Stadium is a convenient option for fans who want to park close and enjoy the weekend without the hassle. Spots are available now for both Thursday and Friday, but space is limited. Reserve your parking today at riverhounds.com/draft parking. That's riverhounds.com/draft parking.
High winds probably did more than just blow off a few shingles. If they weren't installed right the first time, your whole house is on the injured list. It's Sean Whalen from family-owned Whalen Exteriors. Saturated wood and attic rot are the kind of rookie mistakes that lead to mold. Make your first-round draft pick the pros with the 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors. We do full attic inspections to catch the damage before it spreads. Financing packages for every budget. Visit WhalenExteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. You're on the clock, Pittsburgh.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons?
Yep.
Decorations?
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy 2 get 1 free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound jammed right around Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28, just a little bit of heavy traffic past Shaler Waterworks. Otherwise steady to the north side. And some more good news from PennDOT. They have just informed us they are in the process of opening up the HOV lanes along the Parkway North in the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Here's a unique opportunity for you. The chance to drop 40 pounds by the 4th with Awaken 180. Fast results, sustainable results, all without medications. 40 by the 4th. Set your goal and reach it at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And now Pittsburgh down by 2 goals with 1:09 to go without their leading scorer, Crosby. Cross-check, punch, cross-check, slash. Eventually, an NHL rule was violated and a penalty for each of them.
F. Sanheim, man. Like, for real. He cross-checks Sid twice to start the whole kerfluffle. Sid cross-checks him back and then gives him a real healthy Paul Bunyan-like slash, but below the equator. I mean, that if you're going to slash, he didn't get him in the hands, didn't get him up in the face. You still can't do it. And then Sanheim turns around, palms up like, whoa.
Well, I mean, what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
I understand.
dork.
I understand that. I understand. I would have did the same thing.
So I think Sid's thought process, to your point, because you said you think you would have done the same thing. I think Sid's thought process is, okay, we're down 2 goals, and they've been screwing around with us all game. We're probably not going to come back. I'm going to get mine right now. We say that all the time in hockey. Problem is, he gets off the ice, they make it a 1-goal game, and then he can't be out there to factor in at the end, and they almost scored. Like Anthony Mantha in tight, like, oh my God, like, can you imagine if they would have tied that sucker up? And then then the Flyers are all deflated, you go to overtime, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Sid needs to turn the other cheek, and I've used that phrase like a handful of times today, but I thought the Penguins, the way they came unraveled at times, looked the more inexperienced team. And they're not. You know, Crosby has more points than the entire Flyers playoff roster combined in the postseason. So does Malkin. So does Carlson. Like, you're the experienced team. They wanted to get under your skin, and then they did. Hopefully Crosby got it out of him with that whack job right there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a moment where like you're not going to just get away with this all series. Like this is not what's going to happen.
I'd like to see someone else do it. You know what I mean? Like Sid's getting whacked, someone comes in.
Somebody else comes, but yeah. I think that Sid, being who he is, it's like you're not going to. Like I've taken my lumps years and years ago, got my teeth knocked out. Like little guy, you ain't going to do this to me. No. We're going to stop this right now. If you don't think that I'm going to fire back, you're out of your mind at this point.
It is a hindsight 2020 thing. If they're down 4-1 or 5-1, I would have liked it. I would have actually liked it. It wouldn't even have been like no, I would have liked it. But it being a 2-goal game.
Right.
And we've seen how playoff games can flip on a head. I didn't love that from Sidney. He's ripping guys' helmets off earlier. Again, tighten your chin straps, Flyers. Like, we got 2 helmets ripped off in one game? 2? And Mantha's, I thought, was egregious. It just can't happen. 412-928-9370. Dave in Trafford. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, gents. How are you?
What up?
I literally texted this exact thing right as you were teasing this topic. I mean, Sid is the ultimate barometer of that team. And to be that late in the game, you could just tell that it was just boiling over, probably across all positions on that bench. And then Trusty Rusty, of course, comes through and brings it to a one-goal game.
Friend of the show, Brian Rust.
But I think this whole phrase, flip the script for the playoffs, they took it a little literal over the weekend. Hopefully we can flip it back.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dave. Thank you. 412-928-9370.
People are real upset about the whole flip the script thing.
Listen, I didn't know if I was going to do this, but I'll do this. I asked the question to start the show. I'm partially to blame here at 412-928-9370. You're now worried, Penguins fans, about this series, but the overreaction to one game, folks, we've all been through this before. Mm-hmm. This core of players has been through this before. Carlson's been down 1-0 in series. Crosby, Malkin, and Letang have won series where they've been down 2-0. We've seen it. They lost a home game. They lost by a goal. They had an opportunity to tie it with 5 seconds left. Again, I don't think that the final score was necessarily indicative of how the game was played, but that's playoff hockey. Go win tonight.
Yeah.
Go win tonight, and then if you get a split on the road in Philadelphia, guess what? You've got home ice back in your favor, and you have ... flipped the script. And I think if you win tonight, I think a reasonable argument could be made that maybe going on the road could be good for them. They've had this us against the world mentality. The whole flip the script thing was born from no one believed in them. Well, the Flyers have taken home ice. You go on the road into Philadelphia, and there's 19,000 jackasses there screaming at you and booing Crosby. That might lead to you simplifying your game.
Yeah.
You're unified. It's us against the world. We've seen it before.
TK said that Friday.
Yep. And you've talked about that. You talked about it Friday, too. You walk into a place where you know everyone's against you and how that can help unify a team. You just got to get tonight. 412-928-9370. But Penguins fans, you lose tonight and you want to act like the world is ending. Totally fair. You're down 2-0. Now you got to go on the road. That's tough. But give them tonight.
Yeah.
I'm
not even like that. I mean, a little bit. I was a little bit, I guess, upset just by the way that they played, but I'm not worried. I'm not. I think that their MO is responding in the way that they played all season. I think you can ball that up and bring it to the playoffs, and I think that that's what they do tonight.
People were overreacting after game one, and I understand being emotional. That's what this is all about. But oh, damn, Hughes getting out coached. Give it a second here. And I just tweeted, usually I get into the emotional tweet game. I just said, Styles make the fight. Philly dictated the terms. Flyers deserving winners in game one. Been here before, no panic. Not close to the Penguins' best. I'd bet you any money they play their best game tonight. 80K. Brian in New Brighton, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, man?
I think for me, I think that the week off, the 3 games off, kind of showed with the Pens, and they ran into a team that was hot and young. I think they've been playing playoff hockey for 2 months, and they're just young, athletic team that they had a rough first game. The only thing that does concern me is that momentum. Is they've had this momentum going so long. I hope they just don't keep rolling with it. I would love to see Hughes put Chinikov back with Malkin, though, and get back to that line and let Russ, Raquel, and go back to the familiarity between the lines that they have.
I'm with you on that 100%. I agree with every syllable and half syllable you just uttered, Brian. Except for the Russ thing. I don't really put too much stock in that. If they had a bad first 5-10 minutes, to me, okay, that's rust. Mm-hmm. But at some point, you're gonna enter the fight. You're gonna enter the fray.
Right.
I just don't think they played well. A texter wrote in about a half hour ago and said, my concern is the Penguins looked old in the third period. Is it because the Flyers have young legs and we have old legs? No, I think when you're down by a goal with 10 minutes left against the team that traps and collapses the net, it's gonna look ugly. Mm-hmm. The Flyers were content to get it up, get it out, and you had a tough time getting through the trap, and then whenever you were in the zone, you had a tough time getting it to the net. It's gonna look really bad if you're playing from behind. It just is. The Flyers are that kind of team. I don't think they're the 95 New Jersey Devils, the 01 Devils. Like, people have likened them to that, but they're going to play that kind of style. If you're down, it's going to look tough. It's going to look like you're skating in mud. First goal is massive every game, but you got to get it tonight. You got to get it tonight. But no, I don't think it's that they were youthful. I mean, the Penguins had been off for a while. You're not going to be exhausted entering the third period. These are professional freaking athletes. Like, I'm sorry, I don't buy that. Now, if you play an overtime game and then you play another overtime game and this thing goes 7, maybe the youthful legs will be an advantage, but I don't think that's what happened in this game.
No.
412-928-9370. Do you think it was the rust factor, though? Chime in. 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. More Pens calls when we come back. Do you think that their time off led to them falling behind 1-0? And then we'll start getting into the NFL draft a little bit at the bottom of the hour. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost game 1 of the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs against the Philadelphia Flyers on Saturday. 3-2 is the final score. Penguins were off yesterday, and now they're going to play game 2 of the series, still at home. Game time tonight at 7 o'clock. This is the last home game that the Penguins will have before the Flyers get 2 on the road to continue the series later on this week. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
Mark your calendars for Friday, May 15th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's the Reed Building Supply Retail Store Grand Opening and Vendor Show hosted by me and Kristen Kuntz at Reed Building Supply in McKees Rocks. This isn't your typical open house. We're talking 20-plus vendors, live demos, music, food, plus tons of prizes and giveaways. If you're into construction facilities or just want to check out some awesome gear and have a great time, this event is for you. If you're interested, call Reed Building Supply 412-875-6320. That's 412-875-6320.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Victor Wembanyama era of playoff basketball has arrived. Wemby was a force of nature in the postseason debut, dropping 35 points to lead the Spurs to a 111-98 victory over Portland. San Antonio's Phenoms had a franchise record for points in a playoff debut, eclipsing Tim Duncan's mark of 32. Game 2 tomorrow night. I'm Drake Toll.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Recently, our company's softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later.
Sound familiar, Dale?
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Okay, here we are. Weather is heating up, so start to think spring, think summer. Get the Schultz Ford. Maybe you want that convertible. Now's the time. Grab it now. That convertible Mustang, and man, are they sharp. You're going to go on vacation. Maybe you're driving. Maybe you're the driving type, right? You want to drive to the beach? How about that Expedition? How about that Explorer? Load in, and the family could take all they want to the beach. Yep. Check it out, SchultzFord.com, right?
all those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. The customer service, spectacular. Hey, you need your car serviced? Pick up and delivery. They have that option. Also, mobile service, something small. They'll come right to your driveway, get it done for you, and you don't even need to leave your living room. That's fantastic. So get to all the locations, and if you just want to browse around, check it out online. Always open at schultzford.com.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Little bit of trouble in the Monday morning rush. This report brought to you by Pennsylvania One Call System. We did have reports of a vehicle fire outside of the Squirrel Hill tunnels. It's on the outbound Parkway East. There were some emergency vehicles in the pull-off area there in the service plaza. Meanwhile, the Parkway East inbound, your delays starting back at Wilkinsburg. The Parkway West is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. It's National Safe Digging Month, so if you're planning a home project or you're an architect, designer, or engineer planning a major excavation, visit pa1call.org or call 811 before you dig and have underground utilities marked. Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Coming up in about 15 minutes, sounds like the Eagles are trading A.J. Brown to the Patriots. There just needs to be some T's crossed, some I's dotted, and then it'll get the post-June 1st designation, but it seems like it's going to happen according to Adam Schefter. A lot more buzz picked up over the weekend about potential Steelers that could get traded, and we will get into that again in about 15 minutes. What would you do? Plus, Art Rooney II spoke to Andrew Stockey and had an interesting comment or two. So much to get into. It is draft week. My palms are sweaty. Knees weak. Arms are heavy.
Are you excited at all?
Mom spaghetti. For the draft?
Yeah.
I can't get beyond tonight's Penguins-Flyers game.
Me neither.
Yeah. One day at a time.
Yeah.
I'm jacked up for tonight.
Yep.
I think the barn's going to be nuts. It sounds like it was a great atmosphere on Saturday night, get the win, and then, I can breathe easier and then get excited about the draft. But the specter of potentially falling behind 2-0 to the Flyers has my attention right now.
Yep.
And so here's the question at 412-928-9370. Do you blame Dan Muse for resting guys down the stretch? A lot of people on social media wanted to knock the Penguins and say they were rusty. Maybe it did have something to do with the first half of period one. But isn't that all Sid and Gino and Carl Sid and these guys need before they get back on track?
Mm-hmm.
And they played better, I thought, in the second period and still fell behind 1-0. And then you tie it up and you'd figure you'd get your legs by then. But no, you still kept playing the Flyers game. So I don't buy that. I think the Flyers played their game to a T. And if you want to win this series, you have to play your brand of hockey. They have to play your brand of hockey. Matchups mean so much in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And in one game, it looked like a bad matchup. But stylistically, it shouldn't be. So get back to playing your game and you'll be okay.
I just wonder if the Flyers can keep this up. You know what I'm saying? Can they keep this style of play up where they just invite the Penguins into playing their brand and the Penguins accept the invite? I just don't see that happening. I don't know if they're that good of a team to be able to do. There are teams out there that can do that. It's
Absolutely.
You're playing our game and you can't get out of it. You're staying in our house all night and you ain't leaving. I don't know if the Flyers are good enough yet to be able to do that and win this series that way.
Yeah, at some point, the youth and inexperience is going to show up.
Right.
And they played consistently their style of hockey, and that's what they've been doing for the last month or so, and good on them. And this roster is better with Forster and with Martone than it is, obviously, without them. Full credit, full respect to the Philadelphia Flyers. They ain't that good. They ain't.
Right.
You've been better than them almost wire to wire. I think you've got better players. But here's what's scary when you fall behind in a series. Your margin for error becomes very thin. You can lose 3 of these things and still win the series. Well, now you can only lose 2 more. And what if you play a great game and a call doesn't go your way? You play a great game and maybe your goalie lets one in. He shouldn't. That's the kind of stuff that scares me.
Yeah, but it's both sides, though.
Sure.
We gotta look at it like it could affect them as well, the Flyers. They could swing into a different direction. That's the beauty of sports, and especially playoff sports. It's you just don't know unless that there's just a juggernaut that just takes everybody out.
Right.
But that's not the Flyers.
I was sort of waiting for the Avalanche to come. Not the Colorado Avalanche, but after Gino scored, I thought we would get a significant push.
So did I.
And we saw it a little bit with that fourth line. Muse is so good about getting them out there, and I thought the Penguins started to build on momentum. But the Flyers were steady Eddies, man. They played their game the whole way, and they didn't let the moment get too big for them. Wouldn't surprise me if you get the first one tonight, if you get the next 2 too.
Yeah.
That's sort of been the Penguins' MO all season. Kind of like what Buffalo did last night. Did you happen to see that?
No, but...
Oh, man. It was unbelievable. They were down 2-0. 8 minutes left. They score to make it 2-1, and the roof starts popping off the place.
Oh, my goodness.
Then they score with 5 minutes left to make it 2-2. And then a minute later, they take the 3-2 lead. And you could hear it from Western New York here in Pittsburgh. It was as loud a building as you could possibly have. It was shades of the 2013 Pirates. Did you see that there were Sabres fans wearing full gear and skates, beating the hell out of a dummy?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Boston Bruins dummy?
Yeah. Oh, man.
People jumping through tables like it's a Bills game.
I bet you that place was insane.
I feel like if you went to that game and didn't have earplugs, you legit have ringing ears today.
Oh.
It sounded that damn loud. Texter writes, and I told you the other day, Pens historically have trouble against the trap. Yeah, I don't worry too much about history here. When you play a team that plays this style, it's going to be frustrating. Sure. And no one likes to play it. It's not visually stimulating. I would hate it if the Penguins played this way. If we had to watch the Penguins play this way for 82 games, it would drive me nuts. Now, if you win, and it doesn't really matter. But the Penguins historically have had some problems with that. And this team, the Flyers, they don't create offense unless it's the counterattack. Mm-hmm. It's very frustrating to watch. The Penguins know what to do against this. They did not execute in Game 1. I'm sure they had an awe-inspiring video breakdown going into Game 2. too much dusting of the puck off. Like you talked about this earlier in regards to Letang. Like, get your head up and make a crisp first pass.
Yes, just go, man. Like it's every single time that the puck gets to him, I'm holding my breath because one, he can't grasp it almost, and two, he's always looking where somebody is or isn't. Like, just get rid of it.
You need to play decisively.
Yeah.
You need to make a good first pass. The longer you hold the puck on the breakout, not to get like too granular, and you know this, but like the longer you hold the puck trying to break out of your own zone, the more you're inviting a team that traps to give you trouble. Get the puck, make the good first pass, use your puck support through the neutral zone, dump the thing in and get the friggin' work. That's playoff hockey. It's how you beat the trap 101. Oh, yeah, by the by, and don't fall behind a goal a couple of times. Because then it gets you. I mean, they're going to set up a picket fence in the neutral zone. 412-928-9370. Not to mention, the Senators with Guy Boucher in 2017, they played the trap. And, yeah, they gave the Penguins trouble. The Penguins still won the series. So, there's that.
Yeah, and people were upset about the jerseys as well.
Oh!
Whether it was a flip the script or the jerseys, I saw a lot of discourse online.
Well, why are we wearing the P jerseys, though, man? I hate those things. They're ugly. We got beautiful home sweaters.
Right.
And I don't love the Flyers uniforms, but they have historic uniforms. Mm-hmm. And you've got your historic uniforms. It's not the end of the world. If they won the game, I'd be thrilled and wouldn't be talking about jerseys at all. But I hate them. They're stupid. They're ugly. You can see them from space. Harry had something to add. You're getting close to the microphone. You're wearing that color right now. Is that a Penguin shirt? I can't tell.
It's a Pittsburgh football shirt.
Pittsburgh football, huh?
That's what it says.
Oh, it's got to be a
knockoff.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you get that one?
I don't know.
Down strip. That's a big strip district shirt right there. I feel like.
Yep.
Where you can't write Steelers, so you Pittsburgh football. Rawr. Here we go. Draft week. Pittsburgh football. Draft still. Look, I want to get into it here in like 5 minutes, and we will. But it's still like, to me, it's Pens Flyers, Pens Flyers, Pens Flyers.
All day.
Yeah.
All day. I mean, there's not that much hype right now, in my opinion, around this draft. Like, I think that we have an idea of where the Steelers want to go, but if they don't go that direction, the other directions aren't enticing.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
with all due respect, like let's say the Penn State guard falls, and I don't even think he's going to be there, but let's say he's there at 21, and you don't trade up, and you just sit there, and you draft a guard. Look, this is a great football town, and the Steelers are always number one, and will be until the end of time. But Penn's Flyers going into Game 3, or I guess at this point Game 4, or guard talk, I know which one excites me more. 412-928-9370. You blame Dan Muse for a rust factor being involved in game number 1. We'd love to hear from you. But coming up next, it sounds like there is a blockbuster trade that's about to go down in the NFL. We did see a blockbuster trade go down on Saturday. Are the Steelers working on one of their own? We'll tell you coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates took 2 of 3 from the Tampa Bay Rays over the weekend. They're off today. They're going on a road trip, which begins with the Texas Rangers in a 3-game series. That series begins tomorrow, with Game 1 being at 8 o'clock at night. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Harry. Crowley here for Window Nation, and spring has arrived. A little temperature change these next few days, but it'll get hot again, and when it does, you want to open up your windows. And if you can't open your windows easily, it might be time for new ones. Or if they leak when it rains, or if they've got cracked glass. Well, getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation, it's easy, baby, and it's affordable. And right now, during the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off all your windows. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. With Window Nation, you'll get windows that easily slide open and close. They're made with top-quality seals. They're not going to leak when it's rainy or windy. And unlike other windows, they're maintenance-free. They're so good, Window Nation stands behind them with a lifetime warranty, and they're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Do not wait to put an end to your window problems. Save big with Window Nation's The More You Buy, the More You Save sale going on now. Sale ends soon. Get online, windownation.com now for your consultation.
When the paycheck stops, the planning starts. Retirement isn't about a number, it's about income that lasts through every stage of life. Secure Money Advisors focuses on building retirement strategies around income, tax efficiency, healthcare planning, and legacy protection, all working together in one coordinated plan. Claim a complimentary copy of your book today at righttrackbook.com. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Must finance HML low APR tier 1 through 2. Atlanta 24 monthly, 7,500 miles per year, $39.99 due at signing. MSRP 24,110. All offers plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers end 4/30/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE with 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease the new 2026 Hyundai Elantra SE with payments as low as just $69 a month. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
What does it mean to be bold? In electrical construction, it's being the power behind the power. Visit powerinpittsburgh.com to see the opportunities in electrical construction waiting for you. Join us to be bold.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, has a special offer for the playoffs. Sign into your existing BetMGM account and snag an NBA Playoffs odds boost token. Then take your shot at scoring more on your next win. Simply log in, add a qualifying bet on the NBA playoffs to your bet slip, and activate the token. If you win your wager with the token attached, you'll pull down extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Talk about a fast break. Make BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, your home for playoff action with bonuses like odds boost tokens and more. Claim your odds boost token for the NBA playoffs and get in the game today. Make betting the playoffs more exciting. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
Refresh your ride this spring at Joe Ball GMC. Get a new GMC Sierra 1500 or Sierra 2500 for just $99 over invoice on all in-stock models. Don't wait. Your new truck is ready today. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw, JoeBallGM.com.
At Liberty
Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune, Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Create a luxury spa with a customized glass shower door. Visit boulevardglassandmetal.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Texter writes in at 412-928-9370. Hats off to your producer this weekend for standing out there in the rain and umpiring baseball games. How about that, Harry? It's his passion. He loves it. He's good at it. He's doing more of it now. We're very proud of Harry. Congratulations on all your success, buddy.
Thank you. I wouldn't call it quite a passion, but it is an interest. It's a strong interest.
You're not passionate about it? I mean, that's all you do is talk about umpiring.
Well, I'm just excited to get back into it because it's like, it's another job I can do, more money I can make. And I think that, I've been told I'm good at it, and I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, yeah, I'm great, but.
I can't imagine you being bad at it.
Nope.
With the way you care, how meticulous you are with it, I can't imagine you being bad at it. And you're out there in the rain. I was pulling into a parking spot at the saloon on Saturday, and I passed Harry, who was paying for parking or whatever, just walking through the parking lot, and he's like, I umpired a baseball game. It was on turf. My pants are very wet.
Yeah, I didn't call it a game because it was turf. So the field was fine.
Do you have cleats?
No.
Oh boy, you could have eaten it, Harry.
Slip.
Could have gone down.
I was wearing my old shoes too, which wasn't a good move.
If you want to say nice things about Harry and his umpiring, you can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Blockbuster trades going down around the NFL. Dexter Lawrence, who I think the world of. I think when he's healthy, he's one of the very best defensive players in all of football. He goes to the Cincinnati Bengals for the 10th overall pick. Some have panned the Bengals for this move, saying you had Hendrickson. You could have paid him and kept the 10th overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lawrence is a better player, and I think he's a more impactful player when he's healthy. And I think you need to help Joe Burrow now, and whomever you would have picked defensively with the 10th overall pick isn't going to help as much as Dexter Lawrence would right now. There's some talk in Cincinnati that this could be his final season there, Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
That he is not thrilled with the situation. So they're trying to do everything they can to help him win, and the offense ain't been the problem. It's been health on offense, but defensively they've been absolute trash.
Horrible.
For years. I like that move for Cincinnati. And I feel like, am I in the minority on that?
I think it's a great move.
Yeah, man.
Great move.
Which sucks.
Yeah, but they still obviously need offensive line.
Yes.
Help. That's an issue, but to bolster their defense, that's the missing piece. And I think it's 1 year, $23 million or something like that.
Yeah. And the other big move that hasn't gone down but is going to go down, according to Adam Schefter, is A.J. Brown being shipped from the Eagles to the upstart AFC champion New England Patriots. It hasn't happened yet. It's going to be a June 1st designation. I'm not going to pretend like I know all the ins and outs of the why there, but it sounds like it's a fait accompli and that trade's eventually going to go down. So 2 AFC teams that we think could contend, one that did last year in New England and another, if they're healthy, should in Cincinnati, got better. But the real question is, when do the Steelers get into this fray? You've got more draft picks than any team in the NFL, drafts in Pittsburgh, but now you've got guys like Charles Robinson, who I think does a really good job for Yahoo, saying that he's heard that the Steelers could be interested in moving Herbig or Highsmith. And he wrote, as one high-level personnel executive said, I think they will trade one of them between Highsmith and Herbig. So that's not just Robinson throwing something out against a wall and see what sticks. He was told by an NFL executive that he thinks it's going to get done, which means there's probably been some conversations.
Yeah, well, who can you get more for? I mean, who's the guy? I would say Highsmith you probably can get more for. I would say
he's a more proven player.
He's a more proven player. Yeah, I would say Highsmith would be the guy if there's any, realism to this. And maybe third round, second round.
I have a hard time trading either guy right now.
Don't forget about Jack Sawyer, too. He's still around.
Yeah, they've got depth at the position.
Right.
Which is why when, who was it? Schrager had the Steelers drafting an edge rusher in his mock draft. I was like, what? They got 4 guys. Maybe it's because he's heard they're going to move off of one of these 2 guys. Even then, I don't think you need to add more than just depth at the position.
Right.
Like if, let's say you trade Highsmith. Well, now you've got Herbig and you've got Watt and you've got Sawyer as your primary backup. That's a pretty good place to be still. And then maybe in a later round, you take a project and you see if that guy can be last year's Jack Sawyer and you replace. I'm inclined to do what Doug said, what you have said, and hang on to all 3 guys because they're not going to trade Watt. See what Patrick Graham, the defensive coordinator, can get out of that unit. And then at the end of the year, you can transition tag Herbig if you want to keep him and pay him, and you could trade one of the other 2 guys. Or if Herbig doesn't play all that well, then he walks away. It will factor into your compensatory picks, and you've still got Highsmith and Watt. But I want to see where this thing goes. Now, if you could get a first-round pick for Alex Highsmith, okay, you've knocked my socks off. If you can get a first-round pick, I don't think you could, for Herbig, okay, now you've knocked my socks off. But short of that, I'd like to see what these 3 look with the new defensive coordinator. And we know that Watt's been hurt these last couple of years. Now, this year he got stabbed in the lung, so it's not fair to say that he was injury prone there, but you need 3, you need 4 probably. And you don't need to make a decision yet. So I'm hanging on to him. I'm going to see where this thing goes.
I probably would too, like you just said, like unless it was a first round pick, like that's probably the only avenue I would venture down. I don't need to stockpile middle round picks anymore. I have a bunch of them. So I probably would keep both of them.
Yeah, I would feel like it would need to be for a 2027 pick if you did it.
Right.
Unless, of course, it's a first-round pick. And then, I mean, shoot, I think I'd rather it be a 2027 pick, too. I've been saying this for months and months and months. You're not making all 12 of these picks. And I expected some of them to have been moved already. Maybe you would trade a Herbig or a Highsmith and a pick. If you gave up a Highsmith in a second, do you get a first back? Maybe. That's a hell of a price, but I could see that happening.
Or even a Highsmith in a third, you probably can get a second.
And you've got 3 thirds.
Yep.
Yeah. 412-928-9370. Would you trade one of your edge rushers? And if so, which one would you trade? Like I want to keep Herbig, right? But I think you can make a reasonable argument that Highsmith was their best defensive player down the stretch last year.
Yeah, he's injury prone too. Well, they all are. They all kind of are.
And that's why I'm hanging on to him. Because they ain't all 3 going to be hurt. You know?
Right. But how much value is he going to have next year if they, have a injury-riddled season? That's the thing, too.
Right.
Like, are they at their highest right now for compensation?
I think Highsmith might be at his highest value. I think Herbig is a curious case because we've seen what he can do as a dynamic pass rusher, and he's nowhere near as bad against the run as people make it out to be. But he's been a small sample size guy. They're loath to use him. What I want to see from Patrick Graham is 3 guys on the field at the same time.
Which you probably will.
Yes.
You probably will.
Get your best 11 out there. And those 3 are part of your best damn 11. Like, I'm more curious about that than I am about what you could get in a trade. Again, if you get a first-round pick, I would run Alex Highsmith to the airport. But I just don't think you're going to get that. 412-928-9370. Would you trade an edge rusher? If so, who? 412-928-9370. Also, what did Art Rooney II have to say to Andrew Stockey about what the Steelers may or may not do in round 1? That's all on the way. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost game 1 of the series against the Philadelphia Flyers on Saturday. They lost 3-2 in that game. Penguins and Flyers play again tonight at 7 o'clock in game 2 of this series. It'll be the last home game the Penguins have before the Flyers host to continue the series later this week. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dorn.
If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over 2 years now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews on the scene of an earlier vehicle fire. It's off to the side on the outbound Parkway East, about a mile before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Traffic is getting by just a little bit slow, more curiosity delays than anything. Meanwhile, the inbound Parkway East, that is jammed for you at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. And Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. Parkway West, that's jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Stone & Company, servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. DOH certified, 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Hot water fast. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram can't be beat. The tough Ram 1500 Bighorn Hemi. Up to $9,000 off or 4.9% financing for 84 months. Grand Cherokees loaded up to $10,000 off. Hot Wranglers, just $289 a month. Plus up to 125% of KDB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our declaration of deals at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
It's Dor Dickerson for my friends at PJ Fitzpatrick. Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly, old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower with PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
Cohen Markets is introducing Crave Wraps. Each one comes on a 7-inch tortilla wrapped around one of their famous chicken tenders. Try all 7 varieties or build your own. Get the wrap you crave, now 2 for just $5. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
DeLuca's Diner in the Strip District and Robinson
in Town Center, serving up the same creative, crave-worthy breakfast that's been the best breakfast in Pittsburgh since 1950. Fresh ingredients, large portions, and out-of-this-world omelets and pancakes. Taste why Pittsburgh wakes up here. DeLuca's Diner. Good mood food.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bengals traded the 10th overall pick for Dexter Lawrence, who a couple seasons ago was in the DPOY running until he got hurt. I think he's one of the very best defensive players in all of football. And the Eagles are reportedly trading A.J. Brown to the New England Patriots. It'll be a post-June 1st designation, just some I's to dot, T's to cross. There is breaking Steelers news we'll get to at the top of the hour that will affect their draft plans, or should affect their draft plans, or might affect their draft plans. We'll get into all that. Right now, we're asking if you think the Steelers should get in on the trading frenzy, like the Bengals, like the Patriots, and move one of their edge rushers at 412-928-9370. If you did have to trade one of them, and you and I are inclined to just let this all play out, but if you had to trade one, which one would you trade?
Highsmith. I think you'd probably get the most for him. He's the most proven, solid, and a team that would feel like they are, an outside backer, edge rusher away would want somebody that's more solidified and somebody that could just walk right in and you know what the production's going to be. And I think that he can bet you the most. And I think you can get away with having Sawyer and Herbig as the other outside backer spot.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I love Highsmith, though. Mm-hmm. And I love Herbig. And the reason why I'd put a pin in it and I just wait and see where this goes at the end of the season is if you slap a transition tag on Herbig, you could do so with the thought that you're going to sign him to a long-term deal, and then you could still trade Highsmith at that point. But I want to work with as much information as I possibly can.
Yeah.
I want to see what these three guys look like in black and gold this year with Patrick Graham. And I want to know which guy plays the best with Patrick Graham. And then that way I know, okay, who can I get the most for at the end of the season? And I know who I can't part with.
Yep.
And maybe they're so good, and maybe they have all three on the field at the same time that you make financial decisions elsewhere, and you do keep all three. That's not my favorite thing, but if all three create havoc, maybe you don't have to move off one of those guys. It's a lot of money to pay three edge rushers. Believe me, I know.
I just don't think that this year, you need to swing a trade. I could see if you had 7 draft picks and you're like, all right, we need more. We need more. But I don't know what you would need for in this year's draft or even maybe next year's draft. I know the quarterback thing to trade up, but I don't know what you can get for Highsmith would be beneficial for you this year.
It might make more sense to wait till the end of the season, whichever guy has the best year, and see if you can get capital for next year's draft whenever it is quarterback heavy. 412-928-9370. That's the number to call Mike in Philadelphia. Mike, are you a Flyers fan?
No, I'm not in Philadelphia. I'm on Route 70 right now. I used to be in Philadelphia. I hate Philadelphia, but I finally got a route back through Pittsburgh, and I love it.
Man. Good. That's exactly how I wanted that card to start.
Holy shit! Oh, almost great. This radio station, I love. I just love it. But yeah, if we had to trade somebody, I would probably trade TJ. I love him, but I would not want to get rid of Herbert because I think he's going to be something special. He's got a lot of energy. I would go probably TJ or Highsmith, whoever you get more for.
Man,
I hate to do it.
I don't think Watt's on the table. He would actually be the guy to trade, though.
Yeah,
right.
He's the oldest.
Yep.
He hasn't been as good the last couple of years. The contract is aging like milk, which we knew he was getting paid more for what he had done than what he had already done. So I agree with Mike on that, but we're trying to keep this within the realm of realism. And, yeah, they might trade an edge rusher before the draft on Thursday. It ain't going to be number 9.
No.
It just ain't.
No chance.
All right, there is some breaking news from Adam Schefter about the Steelers that could change everything regarding their first draft pick, 21st overall. We'll get to that coming up next. We'll take your calls, your reaction to this breaking news at 412-928-9370. But first, fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High of 46. Low of 34, partly cloudy. Gets back to the 66 tomorrow. Lemieux, we're winning tonight. Low of 30, clear skies. Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. April is here, and everything is in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Looking for a fresh start this spring? The 2026 Hyundai Tucson all-wheel drive brings versatility to your ride, and right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, you can get the Tucson SE with 0% APR for 60 months or get rebates up to $3,000. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Based on 2025 year-end January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 5/3/26.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
At Giant Eagle, we're here because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partner.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Reports of an accident on the inbound Liberty Bridge at the ramp to the Boulevard of the Allies. Already seeing some heavy traffic in that area, so just be aware of that. Also, we had an earlier disabled vehicle on the outbound Parkway East, about a mile before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Watch for delays around that as well. Inbound Parkway East, you are jammed right around Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnel. Solid delays as well on the inbound side of Ardmore Boulevard, heading down onto Penn Avenue. That's stretching all the way down to South Braddock Avenue. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill, Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Here's a unique opportunity for you. The chance to drop 40 pounds by the 4th with Awaken 180. Fast results, sustainable results, all without medications. 40 by the 4th. Set your goal and reach it at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, we got breaking Steelers news. Actually, two different insiders throwing shum in the water this morning. And we're going to go with the more impactful one, perhaps, to start. Adam Schefter of ESPN is reporting that Broderick Jones has had a setback and needs his neck reevaluated. Left tackle Broderick Jones had a setback to the neck injury he sustained last season, is scheduled to be examined this week to determine whether he will be ready for training camp and or the start of the season, per league sources. Schefter goes on to write, that could influence whether Pittsburgh needs to find a new left tackle during the first 2 days of the draft. Yeah, I'd say so.
A little bit.
Son of a bee, Doran.
Yep, a little bit.
Injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-Twins. Look, I don't want to hit the panic button here, but when you've got an offensive lineman with a neck injury, bad. When he has now re-aggravated the injury, that's really bad. This is something that could screw his entire career up, man.
Yes.
And he was playing his best football as a Steeler prior to getting that initial injury. That sucks for Broderick Jones. It sucks for the Steelers. And now you can't count on that guy being your left tackle.
No.
And you can't count on Dylan Cook being your left tackle.
No.
Love Dylan Cook. Great option as a swing tackle. Proved at the moment's not too big for him, right? But you're going to protect a 42-year-old quarterback with Dylan Cook for 17 games? Hell no. And next year, we all think you're going to draft your next franchise quarterback? And what, you're going to have Dylan Cook? You're not going to be able to draft a quarterback in the, an offensive lineman in the first round next year because you want to get your quarterback. So if you're going to get a first-round tackle between now and when you do draft your quarterback of the future, quote unquote, it's going to have to be in round one this year, man. And maybe that's Spencer Fano from Utah, who is guard eligible as well because he's got, the short arms?
Yes.
But he played tackle in 35 games in college, started 35, possible 37 games, played left tackle and right tackle, but he's 8th on the big board for Dane Brugler. He's in most people's top 15. He's one of the better offensive tackles in this draft. If you want to get him, you might have to trade up. Now we're talking about trading up for a tackle.
Right.
Because this Broderick Jones is hurt.
And maybe that was the situation the whole time. Obviously, this news just coming out now, but maybe Mike McCarthy, Omar Khan, Andy Weidel knew that this was the case, and they were always eyeing tackle. I mean, whenever Doug said it, a couple months ago, I jumped on board, even if Broderick Jones was healthy. Even if he was fully healthy, I just never really had full faith in Broderick Jones. He played better, but not good enough to be a franchise left tackle at this point. You still had a lot of questions just based off his play. Now that this is rolled back into the fold of him hurting his neck again and re-injuring his neck, tackle might be where the Steelers are going to go. I mean, it would make a lot of sense. Caden Proctor, if that guy's there, I love it. 6'7", 366.
6'7".
He could be a guy that the Steelers target. So I think it would make a lot of sense for them to go tackle, to go that route, regardless.
I hate to say this because he's hurt right now, but we got to talk about it. That's one of the biggest busts in Steelers history if he doesn't get back and healthy and become your franchise left tackle. I mean, you take a guy 14th overall, you trade up to get him, you wind up starting him at his off tackle, and then you screw with him, and he's going back and forth, and then he was going to get benched. And then Faltanu got hurt, and then he finally gets healthy, and he's on the left side, and he's playing well. Then he gets injured again. The injury ain't their fault. It ain't his fault either. Like, no one deserves blame for a guy suffering a potential career kind of neck injury. But before that, they screwed this guy up so bad.
Yeah.
And he was always going to be a project, and then they jerked him around. But he could have been the best left tackle in Steelers history. Like, when you take a guy in the middle of round one with that kind of pedigree, even though he only played, 9 games at Georgia or whatever, like, that's the expectation. And now, 3 years later, you're talking about drafting his replacement, and it's a necessity. That is a massive swing and miss.
Yes, it is.
And from a development standpoint, too, a massive failure, with all due respect. Not without all due respect. And I was excited to see what he'd do under the new offensive line coach structure, where you got like 6 offensive line guys in there now. Your reaction to this news at 412-928-9370. There's more, too. Ian Rappaport with some nice news for a select group of people in this town. We'll get to that coming up in about 20 or so minutes. Right now, it's Reese in the Hill District. Reese, I'm freaking out, man.
What up, man? Happy 420 to y'all fellas.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Right. It is 420 today. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go, baby. But as far as the Pens is concerned, they'll be all right. But I'm like this here. This is definitely a must-win situation in that aspect because, hey, you don't want to go down 0-2 in Philly. I don't care what type of hockey team Philly you would presume that they have, but evidently they did something right. I think, the aggressiveness of Philly caught the Penguins off guard, which it shouldn't have, you know what I mean, because Talk had already said it. He said we gotta get in their asses. Basically, is what he said. Excuse my language. Sorry.
He did, Reese. He did, and the Penguins allowed it to happen, and thank you for the call. We're going after the Stars. They go after the Stars. The Stars went back at them. You knew it was coming, and you did it anyway. Unbecoming, I thought. But we're talking about the Steelers right now at 412-928-9370 because of the breaking news from Adam Schefter saying that Broderick Jones has suffered a setback to his neck injury and that he's going to get examined this week. And he's not expected to be ready for training camp, and he may not be ready for the start of the season. Just devastating news for him, and potentially could change the Steelers' plans at 21st overall. Steve in Gibsonia, hello.
Hey, how are you? My question is, how many number one hits does Tomlin have? Lately, it's been terrible, like Kenny Pickett, Bush, and now Jones.
Well, in Jones, I mean, you think about the way that they utilized him. Like, if you squint, like Devin Bush had a good season this year for Cleveland.
Yeah, he got paid.
He was really good. And you can look back now and say maybe it was the injury that did him in. But when you draft an undersized linebacker 10th overall and you trade up, I mean, you are kind of asking for it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny Pickett, I don't think they did him any favors by having Matt Canada as his OC. But, yeah, you also have to question the pick. And then Broderick Jones, I thought he was the right pick at the time. Like, I loved the pick at the time. Malsey was doing handstands up and down the studio. Like, we all liked it, like, for the most part, right? But through development, that's where they failed him. They identified the correct prospect, in my opinion.
I think development of everybody that you just named. That's the problem. I don't know if it was necessarily the picks of those 3 guys, of Kenny Pickett and Devin Bush and Broderick Jones. I think that they just were. It's so important to go a place where you can flourish and you are right for the system, and somebody can bring the most out of you. And I don't think Tomlin and his staff have been able to do that throughout the years. And I think that people kind of know that just by the facts. But, like, the development of all those guys, they weren't given any tools.
No.
Anything.
No, the Broderick Jones thing kind of smacks of what the Pirates did with Henry Davis.
Yeah, put him in right field.
Put him in right field.
Yeah, put him in right tackle.
Like, you've got this kid who doesn't have a lot of experience playing tackle in general, but he was a left tackle in college, and you're going to play him at right tackle?
Because you have Dan Moore Jr., even though that he got paid, but you still have Dan Moore Jr. over your guy that you trade up for in the first round? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. And I know that Moore got paid, and kudos to him.
Right.
A very nice man, actually, Dan Moore Jr., but if you want a good chuckle, just type in Dan Moore Jr. Titans and see what Titans fans were saying about him.
Right.
Not a very good player. I mean, that's tail wagging the dog right there. Oh, let's take this 14th overall pick that we traded up for, and we'll play him at his opposite position because we got Dan Moore Jr. Great. I think of the three that were mentioned, they screwed Broderick up the most. Then I would go Kenny, but it's close. And then a distant third is Devin Bush. The injury to me had a lot to do with it. But then they brought in Brian Flores as the linebacker coach to fix him, and they couldn't even do that. And then he goes off elsewhere, and he plays better. And that's happened a lot.
A lot.
Kevin Dotson goes out. He gets paid. He plays well. New staff, though, now. That's good. That's good. Hey, difference good. Jeff and Shaler. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, the only person that failed Broderick Jones was Broderick Jones. All I've heard from, and I don't have sources the way you guys have sources, but from people that are in the know that showed up to meetings late, never applied himself. I'm not sure this is all on the Steelers.
It's not all on the Steelers.
The Steelers didn't help them.
Yeah,
but
it's never all on anybody, Jeff, because, I mean, you do have to take personal accountability. Yeah. Absolutely you do. If you're asked to play right tackle, are you at a disadvantage because you're not used to it? Sure, but you got to play it to the best of your ability, and I don't even think he did that. So, yeah, of course he bears some of the responsibility. It ain't his fault he got hurt. Ain't the Steelers' fault either, but could change the draft plans. You could always take a right tackle in round 2 and move Feltanu to left tackle.
And there you go again. You're spinning.
But I think the difference there is at least Feltanu played a lot of left tackle in college and would be comfortable with it. It's not my favorite thing because it's exactly what we're talking about with Broderick, but at least he did it. This sucks. Because what we had heard was that he was on the up and up, actually. 412-928-9370 if you want to react to the news from Adam Schefter that Broderick Jones has suffered a setback and he might not be ready for the regular season. 412-928-9370. Caboli's going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. So a lot to get into now with Caboli. Also, Ian Rappaport with a report. The Steelers start minicamp today. We'll tell you who QB1's going to be. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Oh. Pirates, they won 2 out of 3 over the weekend against the Tampa Bay Rays. And now they're going to go and they're going to play a series against the Texas Rangers. It'll be the beginning of a road trip for the Pirates, and they'll play 3 games against the Rangers starting tomorrow. Game 1's at 8 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
If you're involved with a youth sports team around Pittsburgh, baseball, softball, football, cheer, any of it, and you're looking for a simple fundraiser, you should check out what the guys are doing at Keystone Custom Apparel. They've created something called a fan club fundraiser. Each player gets a custom shirt with the names of their supporters printed on the back. Supporters donate $20. Go online, type their name, pick the player they want to support, and that's it. No collecting money, no order forms, and Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. Most teams raise around $2,000 to $5,000. Check it out at KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Kickstart your day. After 15 years of waiting, the Saberhood has finally seen a playoff win. Buffalo stunned the Bruins last night on a massive 4-goal third period. Take game 1 by a score of 4-3. Thompson, the hero, erasing a 2-goal deficit in under 4 minutes. Samuelson carries the go-ahead. I'm 3 told.
Spring pollen is everywhere, and if it sits too long on your vehicle, it can stick to the surface and damage your car's paint over time. Don't let buildup dull your shine. Stop by Tidal Wave Auto Spa and wash it away with a top-of-the-line car wash starting at just $15. Our Breath X4 Shine technology helps protect your finish and keep your car looking its best. Plus, enjoy free vacuums, microfiber towels, and interior cleaning spray with every visit. In minutes, you'll be driving away with that clean car happy feeling. Find your nearest location at TidalWaveAutospa.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The best bathrooms don't just look good, they change how you start your day. West Shore Homes modern composite walls give you that designer look without the upkeep. No grout, no scrubbing. It's affordable luxury installed by our teams of employee installers, stress-free. It's why over 70,000 homeowners have given us 5-star reviews. And right now, when you buy a full bath remodel, you'll get a shower in a second bathroom free. Plus, get started with no money down when you visit westshorebath.com. See the website for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and now's the perfect time to take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180, which has a very cool ring to it when you have the finish line right there, 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. Be pretty cool to have it reading 200 by the 4th of July. Or maybe the scale says 300. I bet 260 would be a lot nicer on your knees and your joints, right? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. Now, I dropped 35 pounds in just 6 weeks. That means there's no reason you can't drop 40 or more by the 4th. So ring Independence Day in, shirt off, confident, and of course, the most important thing, feeling happy. You reached your goal with the help of Awaken 180. Crack open the beer, roast up the dogs, enjoy some of the good stuff because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. Yes, free for life, and they stand by it. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800.
DeLuca's Diner, Strip District, and Robinson Town Center. Best breakfast in town.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon. Excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Big time trouble on the crosstown. This report brought to you by Pennsylvania One Call System. Crews on the scene of an accident blocking the right lane in the outbound Boulevard of the Allies just off the Liberty Bridge and the crosstown ramps. It's causing delays on both those roadways across the span on the inbound Liberty Bridge, back through the tunnels and through the intersection with Sawmill Run Boulevard and West Liberty Avenue. And you're jammed as well on the crosstown back across the Veterans Bridge and onto the inbound Parkway North. Your delays starting before that East Street off-ramp. Meanwhile, the Parkway West that is stacking near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the Parkway East that is jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Now, here's what I can tell you. Aaron Rodgers has been in regular communication with Steelers officials, including Mike McCarthy, who he knows very well from his days with the Packers. They've talked plenty about life as well as football. Rodgers also has been training when he's been at home back in California. But to this point, he has not told the Steelers affirmatively that he is going to be back in Pittsburgh to play a 22nd NFL season. So the Steelers kick off their bonus minicamp today with Mike McCarthy. My understanding, as Ian Rappaport and I reported this morning, is that Will Howard, a sixth-round pick last year out of Ohio State, is going to take the QB1 reps. Rodgers is a really big Will Howard fan. So is McCarthy. So is the front office in Pittsburgh. But they certainly are keeping the door open for Aaron Rodgers. We know that Art Rooney II, the team's president and owner, said back at the owners' meetings that he was hoping that they would have an answer from Aaron Rodgers prior to the NFL draft. My understanding is that is not what is anticipated at this point. Frankly, the reps this time of year are more important for Will Howard to get them. Ideally for the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers would commit prior to the start of OTAs, which are still several weeks away. Those begin in mid-May. They get a little more work than he did last year when he didn't show up until the mandatory minicamp. But nothing final from either side. You're absolutely right that things all along, as we've reported, has seemed like they're leaning toward Aaron Rodgers coming back. But this is Aaron Rodgers. Only he ultimately knows what's going on between his ears. It may still be a few more weeks until we know for sure what his plans are for 2020.
All right, so that is Tom Pelissero sitting in the press box at Heinz Field as the entire national media has descended upon Pittsburgh. We probably had some big names listening to us this morning.
Probably
a lot of big-time superstars out there listening to 93.7 The Fan. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, so Tom Pelissero saying that today for minicamp, bonus minicamp, QB1. Sorry, Kaboli. It's not Mason Rudolph. It's Will Howard, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Now, that makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
Because he's young. They've never seen him throw. They have never actually watched this guy throw beyond on videotape. And so now this staff, which purportedly loves the guy, is going to give him the first crack and with the number one offense. I love that. I will say one more thing here on Rodgers. This keeps moving back, and it's hilarious to me. Well, it's going to be the start of free agency. No, it wasn't. Well, now it's going to be by the end of March. It was not. Well, it'll be before the beginning of the offseason activities, the bonus ones. Well, that didn't happen. Well, then how about bonus minicamp? No. Well, how about OTAs, like actual OTAs? That's now what Pelissero is saying. This just in, folks. I still expect Rodgers to be the Steelers quarterback. He ain't going to do anything different than what he did last year.
Right.
He will be here if he comes. Mandatory minicamp.
Yeah.
Bet that.
Yeah.
Bet that. But in the meantime, we look for signs, right? And we hear all the time from them that they love Will Howard. This is money where the mouth is. This is proof of that concept.
I mean, is it? Because I mean, it's a bonus minicamp for younger players, probably. I mean, who's really taking part in minicamp today? Is DK Metcalf? Is Pittman Jr.? Like, are those guys? Is Jalen Warren, Rico Dowdle? I guarantee, or I could almost guarantee, that those guys aren't going to be doing much It's more probably about the younger guys that are on the roster, maybe the bubble guys. So that would make sense. Like those guys? I don't know.
I have no idea.
Think so.
We'll talk to Caboli about that at the top of the hour. He might know who's going to be there. Yeah, and no judgment for me on guys who aren't going to be there. Now, they had pretty much a stacked deck when it was just the lifting and the film work stuff.
Yeah, you have to be there for that because some of those guys have bonuses and things of that nature that they need to be there to get. But this is an extra mini camp. I wouldn't believe that some of the veterans would take part in it.
If, though, Mason Rudolph is your backup, he's still learning a new offense. And so it does make me think that if Rodgers comes back, that maybe Will Howard is their first choice for backup quarterback. Like that means something to me because I'd still want to know if they believed like Tomlin did. We got to win every game, and we're going to go with the veteran quarterback. If Rodgers gets hurt, we'll hand it over to Mason Rudolph. Then I think Mason would probably be the guy. Tomlin definitely would have had Mason getting the first reps.
Yes, because he didn't want anything to, he didn't want to mess practice up, and you knew that Mason would be able to handle practice.
Right.
And Will Howard would get to say, I've been saying this all along. I think that they should have opened up. They should open up the backup quarterback position as a competition. I think that that's the route that they're going to go in.
And I want him to get the lion's share of all the non-Rodgers reps. And so right now, Rodgers not being here, it's going to be painted as a negative, and people can think about this however they want to think about it. But right now, him not being there only helps if you're one of these Will Howard stands, of which there are many.
I mean, do people really think if Aaron Rodgers were to sign his contract 2 weeks ago that he'd be taking place in minicamp right now?
He probably wouldn't be here.
No.
In fact, that's probably why he hasn't signed, because he doesn't want to come to this crap.
No.
And I do think there's much more value in not even close, much more value in Howard taking these snaps than Rodgers.
Yes.
Rodgers knows the offense, and sure, if the big guys are there, right? If the Pittmans of the world, if they were there, sure, get on the same page, whatever. But give Howard every possible rep. Every possible rep.
That's what's going to happen all the way till September.
Yep.
He's going to get every possible rep. Only way that I would say, if I'm reaching right now, that it's a negative that Aaron Rodgers isn't here is the little things that Aaron Rodgers could help Will Howard within the offense.
Sure.
That's the only thing.
Because if he was there, he'd be holding a clipboard wearing a hat.
And he'd be an extra coach, an extra set of eyes for Will Howard and be like, listen, this is what we used to do. This is the same concept. It's maybe the verbiage is a little bit different, but instead of the receiver breaking here, we're going to have him break there. Something like that.
Right.
The little things that, you get a playbook or you get an iPad and you're going through the plays, the little things that and the nuances that happen within the offense that Aaron Rodgers knows could help Will Howard to make his transition of getting all the reps now quicker.
That's well said. And hey, this is an educated guess, but I would bet pretty damn good money that Mason Rudolph will be at this mini camp today.
I mean, who else?
Right. You got 3 rostered quarterbacks. Two rostered quarterbacks.
What's his name here? No, he's not here anymore.
No, I think he's still in Ireland, figuring out his legal proceedings.
We can't remember.
Skylar Thompson.
Yeah, Skylar. Thank you.
Yeah. Skylar.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have a minute too. You also called it Heinz Field earlier when you were talking about the guy who was reporting from there.
Penguins Flyers game 2 from Civic Arena tonight. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Caboli going to join us, like we've mentioned, coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. I looked at a bunch of mock drafts during the last break with this news that Broderick Jones' neck is all screwed up and he might not start the season even healthy. And if they want Spencer Fenneau or they want Caden Proctor, they're going to have to trade up. Those two, neither one of those guys I don't think is going to be there at 21. I don't think the Penn State guard's going to be there at 21. Blake Miller, offensive tackle from Clemson, seems to be going in these mocks in the 20s. He played 3,500 snaps at right tackle in college. So if you draft him, maybe you do move Troy Faltanu to left tackle because that's where he played at Washington. I'm mad.
I'm not. I think you need an upgrade at that position regardless.
Yes, but I wanted a wide receiver, and
you still could get one though. You're gonna get a couple.
There's good receivers in round 2 and 3. You're right about that, but I thought if they traded up, that it would be for a Mekhi Lemon, that it would be for a Jordan Tyson, and now if they trade up, I think it's going to be for an offensive tackle, and they need both. They clearly need both. But in a perfect world, I wanted Broderick Jones to be healthy. And you take a stud wide receiver in round 1 and you figure it out at left tackle.
Well, this is making a little bit more sense of maybe why a edge rusher could be traded.
Great point.
Getting some picks. I don't know what type of pick, but maybe packaging that and try to get back in the first round. I don't know. But could be some smoke to it.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. How worried are you now that the Penguins are down 1-0? You can vote at _Adam Crowley. We have not talked about the Pirates at all yet today. We'll spend the majority of the rest of the show talking about all these draft developments. But coming up next, John Wehner going to join us. What did he think about that takeout slide of Connor Griffin? And do we all have a bad taste in our mouth after a 4-3 homestand? I wanted more. I feel like they could have got more. We'll talk to Wehner about that next, but first a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins lost game 1 of the first-round series against the Philadelphia Flyers on Saturday. 3-2 is the final score of that game. Game 2 of the 7-game series is tonight at 7 o'clock. Penguins will host again. That'll be the last game they host before the Flyers get 2 home games coming up later in the week. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Fanatics Sportsbook is turning up the heat with squad bets the smarter way to parlay. Available across the NBA, MLB, and the NHL. Just tap into the Fanatics Sportsbook app and build your custom squad by combining player stats into one bet. Pick points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, and set your target. And here's what makes squad bets different. We all know one cold performance can tank an entire parlay. Not anymore. With squad bets, when one player slips, another can step up to cover. One player cannot bust your parlay. Your bet stays alive all the way to the very end. Track it live, cash out whenever you want. Squad bets only on Fanatics Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
At Kohl's, spring style starts with the season's best shoe sale and continues with 15% off the rest of your looks. But with great outfits from Kohl's, what happens next is unexpected. Strangers ask where you shop. The breeze feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids post for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Ready for the Stanley Cup playoffs, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice for the most exciting games of the season. Feel the rush of the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with the Stanley Cup playoffs odds boost token. All you have to do to take your shot at extra winnings is log into your existing BetMGM account, where you'll receive your odds boost token. Then make any qualifying Stanley Cup playoffs bet and activate your token. If your bet lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, to get your odds boost token. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
High winds probably did more than just blow off a few shingles. If they weren't installed right the first time, your whole house is on the injured list. It's Sean Whalen from family-owned Whalen Exteriors. Saturated wood and attic rot are the kind of rookie mistakes that lead to mold. Make your first-round draft pick the pros with the 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors. We do full attic inspections to catch the damage before it spreads. Financing packages for every budget. Visit WhalenExteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. You're on the clock, Pittsburgh.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Mitsubishi can't be beat. New 2026 Outlanders, $5,000 off, or finance at 2.99% for 60 months. Outlander Sports, take up to $4,000 off. How about Eclipse Cross, up to $3,000 off? Plus, up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our spring savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hey, Pittsburgh, the pick is in and the destination is downtown. This April 23rd through the 26th, don't just watch the future of pro football unfold, be in the center of it. Affordable hotel rooms from AAA Travel at the Hotel Monaco for the ultimate 3-night draft weekend. $1,529 per person, double occupancy, and you're in the center of the huddle and history. Visit your local AAA travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to book your draft package with AAA Travel today.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
And you thought today would just be another day on the job. But then you heard these words. Your new Floor & Decor is here in Bethel Park. Pros have never had a partner like this. We're ready now with job lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone in stock, and a dedicated pro team to get you in, out, and back on the job. Your new Floor & Decor is here. You ready? Don't miss our grand opening going on now in Bethel Park. And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Tired of the shower curtain sticking to you? Time to contact BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Hotel, the 1-1 pitch. Fly ball, right center field. Reynolds and Cruz, and it is Cruz who makes the catch. Rays, the Jolly Roger. Bucks win another series. They defeat the Tampa Bay Rays here at PNC Park. And a 6-3 final score.
2 out of 3 from the Rays, 4 out of 3 on the homestand, but I'm greedy. I wanted more. I feel like they could have got more. John Wayner, our friend, Pirates analyst, former Bucco, joins us now. Wayner, is that fair? Am I allowed to want more? I think this team's good. I feel like they gave away a couple this homestand.
Yeah, I think everybody's getting a little greedy because they are good, and they can win in a lot of different ways, and we haven't seen that here in a while. You look at yesterday was maybe the perfect game, I think, as far as you expect the pitching staff to be really good, and they were. Mitch goes 7 strong, which they needed. They get the long ball. We've seen that on Saturday, 2 2-run homers early, and they could play small ball. Get them on, get them over, bunt for hits, clutch hits. We haven't seen this here in a while. And so, I understand. Everybody's like, ooh, if we would have done this, we could have been this, and blah, 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 blah. That's baseball. There's 2 teams, and sometimes you don't play your best game and you lose. But, yes, it's a fun team to watch.
John, are you impressed by Connor Griffin as of late, or is he right where you expected him to be?
I mean, defensively, he's 19. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect to see that kind of defense from him. He's been way better at defense than I thought. Offensively, I still think there's some issues with catching up the fastball. I mean, fastballs in particular. Crazy impressed with the way his approach doesn't change, and the way he's able to go and get pitches that are away from him, sliders away, fastballs away. Man, he's competitive in the box. Typically, hitters get beat when you get beat with a fastball in, for instance. Now you're starting to cheat. You start your swing early, and then you end up chasing breaking balls. I mean, I think, man, he's keeping his head above water, and you know, it's pretty incredible. For me, it's incredible what this 19-year-old kid's doing, because again, he hasn't exactly had great success against the fastball, but he's keeping his head above water. His at-bats are competitive. He's come up with big hits. I'm not surprised by the speed, but yeah, the whole package. This guy's going to be an all-star. He'll probably at some point in time get MVP votes. I don't know if it's going to take a couple of years or how long it's going to take, but yeah, when he gets hot hitting-wise and figures it out, this guy's going to carry a team.
Rock, I imagine you just love Jake Mangum. That guy, he seems to me like a winning baseball player, laying down bunts, playing good defense. That throw the other day was incredible. I just love the cut of this guy's jib, man. Like, he's halfway down the third baseline yesterday, causing havoc on the base pass. If he's your top bench bat, I think you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, I was figuring that we were going to try to find ways to get him into the game. You know, maybe 3-4 starts a week if you can get him in there somehow, some way. You know, get him in there for defense, pinch running, pinch hitting. He is a gamer, and he comes to beat you. You know, and we have a few guys like that. He obviously stands out because of his speed and his reckless abandon. And he knows how to hit, and he knows how to play defense, and he knows how to run the bases. But yeah, he's perfect for here in Pittsburgh. A guy that just goes out there and he's going to do every little thing possible to go beat you.
John, it's going to be odd to see Andrew McCutchen in a Rangers uniform tomorrow night. You know, with the way the Pirates have been playing, there's still discussion on whether, you know, Andrew McCutchen still should be a Pirate, or, you know, obviously Ozuna has found his swing. But is it going to be odd to see him? And do you think that he's going to be all smiles or just all, you know, intent?
You know, I think when he sees the guys, he'll be all smiles. But I think he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. I think he feels like, you know, the Pirates didn't want him, and so he's in Texas and he wants to prove to the Pirates that he could still play. I mean, I know he has struggled here of late. But yeah, he when he gets upset, I mean, it doesn't happen very often, but I've seen him where he gets, you know, into his zone where he wants to prove people wrong. And, you know, I don't know why in my mind I'm thinking about when they moved Marte to center, and then Marte got hurt and he went to center, and the first ball he caught, I remember the video of him like, this is my spot. This is my spot. You know, how intense and mad he was. That's the kind of McCutchen I think we're going to see here.
Remember when he got hit by Aroldis Chapman? That was the hardest damn look I've ever seen in my entire life. He just walking to first base all pissed off. It's unbelievable.
I know, it is unbelievable. And then it happened in Arizona too.
Yes.
Where and to me on both of those balls, there was no, like, I was so mad because our pitchers didn't retaliate. Either time, I'm like, if you can't protect Andrew McCutchen, who are you going to protect? I was more mad about that than anything else. Well, you know, obviously. But yeah, he gets intense.
His name was Randall Delgado. I'll never forget. That was 2014. That was the game after they hit Paul Goldschmidt on accident. It broke his finger.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. And then they hit him right in the back after going away with 2 pitches, and we did nothing about it.
Should the Pirates have done? Should they have done anything about the slide? Did you have a problem with the slide taking out Connor Griffin? How did you view that play?
No, I think he was trying to get out of the way. Okay. I want to ask Connor about that, actually, if he did that on purpose. Because if he did that on purpose, like Connor going that wide to get that interference, that's a brilliant play. I mean, because it saved a run. Yeah. I mean, and he was so outside, Connor was. He went so wide with his throw to first that it almost looked like Connor was trying to create contact. But that guy was so far away from the bag that I don't think there was any intent there. I think he was literally sliding to stay away from him. But Connor came out so far. Hey, that was like 8 feet outside the bag, you know? So, and if Connor did that on purpose, it's brilliant. I mean, I've never seen it, but that whole thing, as far as, I don't know if you guys saw when the Contreras went and broke up a double play at second.
Yeah.
Florida dudes. I don't understand why guys don't break up double plays anymore. It's illegal as long as you stay on the bag and, don't go high.
It's one of my favorite plays in baseball.
Mine too. I loved it. When I got on first, that's all I thought about, is taking out a second baseman or shortstop or whatever. Seriously, that was part of the game. And so, especially if it's a first and third or base loaded situation, you don't want to turn double play. You're going to do everything you can to avoid that. And I think that I don't understand why guys don't break up double plays anymore. They just don't even make contact. They try to avoid the middle infielders now.
My generation's soft, John. John Wayner Report brought to you by Mr. Reuter Plumbing. People on the text line are wondering, is that a Blue Jay outside of your window, Rock?
I'm at the golf course. We're off today.
It's cold. It is cold. A little cold out there.
Yeah, it's funny because we were here. We took an Uber, and I'm with the coaches, and I was gonna make sure to praise all the coaches if I had to do it inside the car and go overboard and talk about how great the coaches are. We never give the coaches enough credit, but we got out of the Uber, so they're just coaches.
Who's the best of the coaches at golf?
I haven't played with these guys much. Truby's good.
Okay.
Truby bangs it. Yeah, he played once in Bradenton. It's the first time he's played all year. I bet he shot like a 75 or something. He's really good. Beasley and I are just hackers.
I would think walking the course is not something you'd want to do with Bill Murphy, how slow he walks.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, he's not here. But, I couldn't even imagine how long that round would take. That would be miserable.
Rock, we appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Take care. Have a good week. Hey, go Pens. That was miserable. I'm sure. Were you guys all sad today?
Oh, of course.
Pissed off more than anything, John.
Yeah, Philly played good. You guys everybody's way too overconfident in Pittsburgh. Playoffs are hard.
Yeah, they're good. They're a good team, the Flyers. They'll win tonight, though. Then they'll probably sweep them the rest of the way.
I hope so. You said they're going to win in 3.
Yeah, I did. I'm an idiot. But we all know
it's going to be your fault. I'm blaming you.
Yep. Thanks, Rock. Really appreciate the pep talk. We'll talk to you next week.
See ya. Good question, Cows.
See? Look at that.
There you go.
It's good stuff.
I did say it's cold, but I guess he's in Texas, huh?
It's hot. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. If you want to text us, you can. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Caboli is here, so we're going to use him. The breaking news from Adam Schefter. Broderick Jones, neck, setback, going to get looked at this week. Might not be ready for the start of the regular season. Also, guess who's QB1 for the Steelers at minicamp today? It's not going to make Caboli happy, and that is titillating. We'll tell you next, but first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates won their series over the weekend against the Tampa Bay Rays. And now the Pirates are off today. They're going to begin a 3-game series tomorrow with the Texas Rangers on the road, which will also be the start of a road trip. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Looking a little better on the Boulevard of the Allies. This report brought to you by the Pennsylvania One Call system. Earlier accident cleared, reopening the right lane of the outbound Boulevard of the Allies just after you come off of the Liberty Bridge in the crosstown. However, you're still looking at some leftover delays. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Inbound, outbound delays heading for the Liberty Bridge on the Parkway East, stacking back toward Grand Street and as well across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Parkway East, that is stacked on the suburban side at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. It's National Safe Digging Month, so if you're planning a home project or if you're an architect, designer, or engineer planning a major excavation, visit pa1call.org or call 811 before you dig and have underground utilities marked. Know what's below, contact 811 before you dig. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
The draft is coming to Pittsburgh, and the party starts at Ross Park Mall. Get ready for a pregame ticket drop for Jason Aldean concert tickets April 20th from 5 to 6 p.m. Don't miss it. All week long, enjoy game day fun with photo ops, exclusive deals, and your chance to win a $1,000 shopping spree. Celebrate in style at Pittsburgh's premier luxury and shopping destination with more than 150 stores and restaurants. Ross Park Mall, where the draft meets destination shopping.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's draft week. Mark Caboli in with us from now until the end of the show at 10 o'clock. Texter writes in, this Adam Schefter news makes me not excited for the draft. And the news is Broderick Jones setback with the neck, could be out even at the beginning of the season. Steelers have the 21st pick in the draft. Might they now go tackle? I mean, it's something that they've probably been considering anyway, as we've talked about chapter and verse for the last couple of months, but this crystallizes it pretty good for me right now. You need a damn tackle. Caboli, your thoughts?
On needing a tackle or Broderick Jones?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I think the Steelers were quite aware of the Broderick Jones situation, even though 3 weeks ago they were pretty upbeat of him, how his recovery was going. They were like, but they were still saying, hey, we got to take this one day at a time. He needs to get some strength back. Something must have happened here within the last 2 or 3 weeks, probably during phase one, where I don't know, whatever a setback might have been. But I don't think they're totally taken off guard by this, because I don't think that they were anticipating being used. They weren't anticipating him being ready for week one or even training camp, even though there was an outside possibility that he could have. So I don't think it came out of left field or anything like that. I think they were anticipating this potentially happening.
Now what'd he do?
Oh, that's a good one. See, here's the problem with this is if you're going to grab a tackle, is the tackle going to help you right now?
That depends on the tackle.
I don't know.
Well, what you have?
That's the problem right now. What's going to help you right now? I don't think where they're at in the position, anybody there is going to help you right now? I don't think.
I mean,
tackle-wise.
If you got a Spencer Fano, you don't think he helps right away?
I see, that's the problem. I think he's a top 10er, top 12er, right?
No doubt. All the top tackles are ahead of where you're picking. It looks like all the guys I like are going to go ahead of them. So I guess the question is, do you now trade up for an offensive tackle?
It's on the table. I don't know about trading up. Maybe if it is, maybe a little. But I'm curious today because both of them talked today, McCarthy and Omar here, and 1 o'clock. How far would they be willing to move? I guess it would be the cost.
Mm-hmm.
But they pretty much know what that cost would be moving up 5, 8, 10. You pretty much have a ballpark here. What I would think would be on the board right now is go get Venga Ione. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Get him. Then you have a potential moving Spencer Anderson and Dylan Cook, the left tackle, in the short term, right? Spencer Anderson to the left. Or if he can potentially move outside, you can figure that out during training camp. That's the route that I would go more over than, say, Proctor moving up real high.
If that's the case, then would you still take a receiver in round 1?
I don't know. What are you talking about? I'm talking about moving up to get the guard.
To get the guard.
Oh, you move up to get the... Okay.
Maybe not that much. Maybe if he's within reach of 15.
Five picks.
Yeah, 15 sounds like it. Who was the Bucks there, right around that area? That might be more in play right now. And the receivers are deep, so then you could potentially get a receiver in the second round and go that route. There's different routes, but one thing you can't count on is let's deal with this next year. We'll just get a tackle.
Because you're taking a quarterback.
Not only in a draft, I'm talking about free agency. If you're getting a decent free agent tackle, you're paying out your
You can't.
And there's nobody really on the roster right now that sticks out that says we can throw him in there.
This has become their number one need.
Yep.
Probably by leaps and bounds.
Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is I think they were aware that this could potentially happen.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Of course.
Definitely.
But even you're saying now, within the last 2 weeks, this has gone south now for Broderick Jones.
Something must have happened in phase 1.
Because in phase 1, it was optimism. Like, hey, we could get him back for training camp.
Plus, you saw video. Mm-hmm. See, we weren't allowed there, but they released photos, and you saw him out there working out. So we at least know he was on the field doing cardio or whatever they were allowed to do during his phase 1 activity.
Let's get into what this means for Broderick Jones's future coming up next with Caboli. The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. There's also more rumors out there. The Steelers could trade an edge rusher. This from a national insider. And we just heard QB1 today with no Aaron Rodgers. Is it Mason Rudolph? Is it Will Howard? We'll tell you next. First, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High of 46. Warms up, though, tomorrow. High of 66. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
No hot water? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater. What's up, gang? It's Pavel Schley with Schley Deck and Fence. Today I have 2 of my girls with me. I'm super excited to tell you that we have named 2 of our top fences after my 2 girls. The Ellie.
That's me. It's a semi-privacy, 6-foot-tall white vinyl fence.
And the Abby.
That's me. It's a 4-foot white vinyl yard fence, almost as tall as me.
Don't wait to get the outdoor space you've been dreaming about and you've been putting it off for years. You know it. Call Schley Deck and Fence, SHLY.company.com.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. for the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves. Choose UPMC Health Plan.
You've heard me talking a lot about precision pointing because they're a winner, and I like winners, and who knows, it might be a winning summer in the Pittsburgh area on the baseball field. I love precision pointing because the way that they go about their business is top-notch, first class. They are growing so fast because their work is so good that they need more people. So, if you don't like where you're at, call Precision Pointing. You'll learn about great pay, great benefits, and you'll be part of a big-time winner in Pittsburgh at Precision Pointing.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th, 2025. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome football value box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
DeLuca's Diner in the Strip District and Robinson Town Center serving up the same creative, crave-worthy breakfast that's been the best breakfast in Pittsburgh since 1950. Fresh ingredients, large portions, and out-of-this-world omelets and pancakes. Taste why Pittsburgh wakes up here. DeLuca's Diner. Good mood food.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 fee $0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 4/30/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound, a little bit heavy for you past I-79 heading toward Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacking at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28 is steady for the most part until you get between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Then you're heavy down toward the north side. Parkway North has cleared out. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by DEA Takeback Day. Find a collection site at DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington's spring sales drive is on. And the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. And now through April 30th, take home a new 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander with premium interior, advanced safety, and third row seating starting under $30,000. Get yours today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. And with our trade assistance, get $3,000 minimum for your trade when you purchase a new vehicle.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Call 470-594-5294 for offer details.
It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling.
That's right. It's draft week. Caboli with us till the end of the show. He's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. The news this morning from Adam Schefter of ESPN. Broderick Jones has suffered a setback. He's going to be evaluated this week, and there are some questions about whether he'll be available even at the start of the season. Man, I hate to see this for Broderick. He had been playing, I think, his best football right before he got hurt. And when you're talking offensive line and neck injury, now you're talking about a career that could potentially be in jeopardy. I mean, is that overstating things? Is that sounding the alarm too much here?
Well, it's bad timing for him, too, because he could have got paid if he was healthy. Yeah, I mean, anytime you have to deal with the neck or strength especially with offensive linemen. It has to be somewhat of a concern here, even if now, I mean, he's probably going to be labeled as damaged goods. You're not going to pick up his fifth-year option, which is coming up here in another week or so. So, I mean, who's going to pay him any type of money right now, even if he comes back and be healthy? I was just curious to see how he could rebound from, I mean, how he could add on to what he was doing last year with a new staff, new look, new everything else, with a pretty good offensive line coach. That's what I was interested to see. I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe if he's getting evaluated, maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's a pinched nerve. I mean, who knows? We can speculate right now, but if they haven't looked at it yet, I don't know what they're waiting at. I mean, I don't know they never really even told us specifically what he had. I guess it was some kind of fusion or something, but I don't think it was specifically on the record. It's not a good injury. I mean, no. I mean, anything neck related. I mean, sometimes you have to look at it and say, is football worth everything else?
Yeah, that's kind of where it comes down to. And like you can't go in a situation, even if he was cleared, to feel that comfortable at that spot. So I feel like tackle's been in there, kind of not in the back of their mind, but at the top of their mind in some cases for this draft, because you can't go into the season with an injured Broderick Jones and a Dylan Cook who played 5 games.
All right, like I said, you could probably, if you're really stretching it, you can put Spencer Anderson out there, then have Brock Hoffman at guard. I'm just saying, I mean, that's your option probably. Your option probably right now, if, say, Broderick Jones comes out and says you're out for the year, you move Spencer Anderson to left tackle, have him, or be the swing guy or whatever with Dylan Cook, then have Brock Hoffman at left guard.
Have you heard how they feel about Dylan Cook? I mean, the last staff, based on the way that Cook performed down the stretch, I could see having an affinity for him. But do you happen to know how this staff feels?
It's just a small sample size. All you see is off of what you see off of film. I think they like what they see, but until they go out there and put it on the field, there has to be a question mark. But there is, I guess, I want to say a little hope. There's plans. If you get into the draft and your tackle or guard's not there, at least there's some sort of an option there. I mean, the Brock Hoffman one, maybe that was one of the reasons they brought him in too.
I mean, my opinion, you still can do what you need to do in this draft. If you do draft a tackle in the first round, like that's just where I'm at. I think it'd be a good pick, especially if you have the ability to trade up. I still think that you can get a tackle, you can get a guard, you can get receivers in the 3rd round and the 4th round. I mean, the receivers that you're going to get are still going to be the 3rd receiver, even if you draft a 1st-round receiver. If it's a Mekhi Lemon, he's going to be the 3rd receiver. Like he could be the number 1 receiver at some point, but this year he is going to be brought in as the 3rd guy because Pittman is getting paid and so is DK Metcalf. Those are the 2 starting receivers. No matter what, your receiver that you draft is going to be the 3rd or 4th receiver.
It just would bum me out if it's not that I wouldn't understand it. It would bum me out, however, if they trade up and let's say Mekhi Lemon's on the board and Spencer Fano's on the board and they wind up picking the kid from Utah. You know what I mean? Like,
would you be upset about that?
Because I love Mekhi Lemon. I like Fano too, but I've wanted a wide receiver for so long that I now have a hard time moving off that spot.
Even if you get one in the 2nd?
I think Mekhi Lemon's going to be a stud.
Absolutely. But, I mean, if you could have 2 first-round legit tackles and Faltanu and you got Frazier in the middle, you got another young stud on the outside, like that's a good
like
future.
I said, maybe we're just looking at this wrong way. If Caden Proctor's there and Ione's there, I'm going guard, and I worry about tackle. Like
you're
not
going Proctor?
What? Over that? No.
I'm going Proctor all day.
So you
absolutely not. I wouldn't do that.
You're not taking.
I would take the guard, and
you're not taking like a top 10 tackle.
Proctor. He ain't going to go. What do you think? Going to go 25? Top 25?
Yeah, I think he's going to go in top 15.
No, I don't know about top 15.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. But I would still go over I would go guard and just push Anderson.
Wouldn't you be better off to have a tackle and then you have guard depth right now? Like
you'll get a more quality 1st-round tackle than you would get a 1st-round guard. You can get a quality 3rd-round guard and not a quality 3rd-round tackle.
I just like, he's on TV right now. But I really like him, and he's versatile too. Maybe he can play in a pinch a year at tackle. I own it. He just showed him, by the way. Whatever. We're watching TV.
Yeah, try to focus on the radio show here.
Well, that's what I think that's what you're talking about. You think Iona can play tackle?
I think in the pinch for a year, maybe. Man, I just worry about the process. You don't see a lot of tackles unless you're a top 5, 10 pick in the draft, which maybe you guys think Proctor is, coming in and being an immediate effective.
What about Faltano was?
Yeah, Faltano. Yeah, I'd say there's a few. There's not.
Faltano, what do you go 20?
Did he?
Before then, right?
Yeah. Well, look at Broderick Jones. Then I mean, historically, it's harder to get tackles to come in and be. able
Faltano
to
went 20, right? Yeah. So he went 20, and he was going to be the starter, and then he was hurt. Yeah. And even though he was hurt, he was still going to be the starter, and he split time.
Well, if you get the right guy, yes, of course. But I'm just telling you that sometimes it takes time for those guys to develop into starting tackles in the NFL, especially left tackles.
Man, things would have fallen into place really good here if Broderick Jones had lived up to the hype. And then obviously not got hurt.
We're overreacting, though.
No.
Not at all.
We were anticipating. I mean, this was always a possibility.
I know, but the last information we got on him was that he could be ready for training camp, and now we're being told he's not going to be ready for the regular season, and it's a neck injury. I don't feel good about it at all. And if they hit on him and he was what they thought he could be, then you'd have your tackles figured out, your center figured out, your right guard figured out. You could draft a star wide receiver in round 1. You draft a quarterback next year, you win the freaking Super Bowl.
I have no idea what you just said there.
I know exactly what you said.
And I can't. Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I mean, to Doran's point, you can't, if you don't take a tackle in round 1, you're not going to get your tackle. And you're not going to take a tackle next year in round 1 because you got to get the stupid-ass quarterback. So you're kind of boxed in now unless you get more draft capital.
Oh, I see where your tease is going.
Yep.
Oh, he's wondering if he can go to break now with his tease.
Yeah, I did. That's exactly right. The hamster wheel in my head's going right now. Do we want to have this conversation
2/3 in a second get you back in the first?
That would be tough. Maybe late in the first.
That might be all it takes to get a guard.
I just can't believe the reaction of Broderick Jones stinks for 4 years. Oh, my goodness, our season's ruined because Broderick Jones might be out.
Mark, that's where I personally was at. I think that if he was fully healthy, I still wouldn't feel good about him playing tackle.
Yeah, but you don't have to take a tackle then at that point. You
don't have to, right. But I'd still would look at it. If somebody was there that was like a Proctor who's 6'17", 400 pounds. I'll work with that. I could work with that.
Yeah, and Max Crosby run right around him.
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville has your last chance to grab tickets to the night before Wednesday night at Rivers Casino. They really want you to get into the show. So they'll have 25 pairs of tickets you can win. You don't want to miss this show, so stop out to Bowser Chevrolet tomorrow from 4 until 5 p.m. How about them apples? I just watched the Good Will Hunting clip. It was viral on Twitter. That's a great movie. You like Good Will Hunting?
Never seen it.
Oh, really?
Never.
Me neither, but I like the clip. Coming up next, can the Steelers make a trade to get a second first-round pick? What would it take? First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins, they lost yesterday they lost on Saturday to the Philadelphia Flyers in Game 1 of the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Game 2 of that series is tonight at 7 o'clock. It'll be the last game that the Penguins play before the Philadelphia Flyers get to host 2 games later on in the week. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The longest home postseason skid in NBA history just got longer. 8-seed Magic walked into Little Caesars Arena, dismantled the top-seeded Pistons 112-101. Paolo Banchero announced himself in the playoff world with 23 points and 9 boards. Despite a playoff career-high 39 from Cade Cunningham, Detroit looked rusty. I'm Drake Toll.
Spring means warmer weather, blooming flowers, and a whole lot of pollen. Don't let your automobile turn into a pollen-mobile. Stop by Tidal Wave Auto Spa for a top-of-the-line wash starting at just $15. In no time, you'll be driving away with that clean car happy feeling and a brilliant shine. Plus, every wash includes free vacuums, microfiber towels, and interior cleaning spray to keep your whole car looking its best. Tidal Wave Auto Spa makes it fast and easy. Find a location near you at TidalWaveAutospa.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer and Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer and Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer and Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Mitsubishi can't be beat. New 2026 Outlanders, $5,000 off, or finance at 2.99% for 60 months. Outlander Sports, take up to $4,000 off. How about Eclipse Cross, up to $3,000 off? Plus, up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our spring savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
DeLuca's Diner, Strip District, and Robinson Town Center. Best breakfast in town.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks. But clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound delays near Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East, meanwhile, you are jammed at Edgewood Swissvale down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. And watch for crews doing road work on the Southern Beltway, I-576 on the westbound side. You have a right lane closure at the Imperial Clinton U.S. Route 30 interchange. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Our guy, Ben Tenuta, in here. He's got the Paul Skeens bobblehead. He said it looks a lot better than the last bobblehead here. This is mine now. Got it here on the YouTubes. Well, Paul Skeens Cy Young bobblehead. This is nice, actually. Caboli goes, I think he's throwing the sweeper there. Boy, they got screwed out of a win the other day with the rain.
A little bit.
If he'd have kept pitching, they'd have won that game easy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And instead, you throw in the youngster, and no good.
No good.
No good. And then they went 2 for 17 with runners in scoring position. But let's not bury the lead. Thank you, Ben.
If that's yours, why is he taking it?
Because it's really not mine. The lead is this. Charles Robinson, Yahoo.
Yahoo.
I think it's Yahoo.
Yeah, I like saying Yahoo.
Do you like Yoo-hoo?
No. It's like watered down chocolate milk.
Yeah, it's like chocolate water. You a big Yoo-hoo guy?
There's better chocolate milks out there.
100%. Hey, are you a Yoo-hoo guy?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. That just reminds me, I actually drank most of the case of one of my roommates in college, and I told him I'd give him a case back, and I never did.
Attaboy.
How many were in a case?
Like 8.
That's the Fan Morning Show way right there, baby. I owe you. Never going to pay you back.
Never going to pay off my bet.
So Charles Robinson writes, quote, I think they will, he writes that one high-level personnel executive said, quote, I think they will trade one of them, Highsmith or Herbig, end quote. You hearing the same thing? You got your ears to the ground, Caboli?
I always like the high-ranking official that's obviously not within the Steelers organization. I'm sure they called and asked who's available. I don't see it. I really don't see it. I don't think you can get rid of or want to get rid of. First of all, you're not going to get rid of Nick Herbig, right? Because you have a potential of a 24-year-old guy you can re-sign either this year or early next year. He's off the table. TJ Watt's contract and his status with the team off the table. And arguably the best of them all is Highsmith, so I wouldn't get rid of him. So unless somebody comes, and I'll put the caveat to it, blows you away and gives you something like, wow, I cannot turn this down, 10th overall pick for Dexter Lawrence type of situation, then I consider it. If not, I don't see it.
Do you think you could get a first-round pick if you packaged him Highsmith with a second-round pick?
You're talking about late Steelers give up a late whatever.
Steelers give up their second and Highsmith to get a first-round pick.
They probably could, but where's that first-round pick? Is it 28 or is it 12?
Well, there's the rub, yeah. I mean, if it's 12, I think you do it in a second.
Yep.
Well, the thing with Highsmith is he's productive. He was very productive last year. His contract is not out of control where, he's under control for whatever, 3 or 4 years. It's only like a year or two, right? So that makes him sort of attractive. Sawyer being there, that has to help. I mean, I'm going against my argument here, but I just
We're talking it out. Mm-hmm.
But I just do not see that why they would want it unless somebody is really desperate. And if you're sitting there at 12 or whatever, and somebody's offering it to you, and you have a stud there, maybe. But I wouldn't believe that would happen.
Been saying it for months. They're not going to make all these draft picks. I mean, because they're not going to have 12 rookies make the team. How's
move
it?
Up in the first.
You're going to move up in the first?
No, I wouldn't give up anything from next year's draft.
No.
I would try to add something to next year's draft, but I wouldn't rule out using one of those third-round picks to move up in the first round. But how much does that get you? A couple picks, 4 or 5 maybe? That's exactly where you need.
Right.
And it's what they with Broderick Jones.
That's where I would circle and keep my eye on, moving up. And they've shown it, a couple of years ago, they were willing to go up 5-6 picks to get Broderick Jones.
I mean, they went up a lot to go get Devin Bush.
Yeah, little bit too much.
Would they pay a third and a fifth?
Yeah, swap first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Still, that's moving up 10 spots. That's by far the most they've ever moved up.
They moved up for Troy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that wasn't much.
Yeah. And
most of them is moving back with Santonio.
That's what I was going to say.
Moved
For Santonio, they
back for,
moved back.
Ham.
It doesn't make much sense to move back in this draft, though, because you've got so many picks.
Unless you get one from next year.
Right.
If that's what your goal is.
Do you think there's any veterans that could be traded beyond the edge rushers? Anybody that they could unload?
Not right now. I would say you have possibilities in September, maybe. I don't really want to talk about it.
Why? Why?
I'm just saying the quarterback.
Who?
If Will Howard comes in and just absolutely blows it up all through training camp, all through OTAs, spring, everything, all the games, then you have to consider, is it worth keeping Mason Rudolph around?
My God, he has you're crying.
I'm saying a lot has to happen to get to that point. You have to feel extra comfortable with Will Howard. Aaron Rodgers has to come back. You have to have a decent third-round pick. A lot has to happen. But if all those things do come true,
this guy. This guy.
I'm just saying, because I think he's very valuable to the team.
I feel like you're closer to him than Rossini was to Vrabel, man.
What are you getting at here?
I'm just saying, well, there could be a trade in September. I don't really want to get into it. It would personally offend you. It'd be like me kicking your puppy.
Wow.
Like I punt Baxter from Anchorman. What?
Baxter.
I was talking more like draft week. We had a cat named Baxter. He died.
I hope.
What?
Oh, I was saying, not all animals live forever, so eventually they're going to die.
You hope my cat died.
Yeah, what?
No, well, it sounded like it was a cat from your youth.
It was a cat from my youth. Yeah, very perceptive of you. I was talking more along the lines of the Queens of the world, Patrick Queens of the world.
I think Queen's sticking around. They gave him the $5 million roster bonus. This might be the last year, though. I think he might be gone after this year.
What about Jalen Ramsey?
I think
personally, I want to see him in Patrick
I think he's made a commitment to this year. I wouldn't commit. I wouldn't read much past this year, but him and Queen, I think, is pretty much a lock.
I think that's it, though.
Yeah.
There's nobody else. Nobody else that you'd be willing to trade. Well,
what's your well?
He's saying Joey Porter.
No. Barmouth.
Yeah.
Ooh. Have you elaborated on this yet, or is this just something new?
This is something that just popped up, but if you have Darnell Washington, you feel pretty good about him. He's your all-around tight end, more of your blocker, but can still be a threat in a passing game. You draft a middle-round tight end to be the second guy, and then you pick up another maybe 7th round pick. I don't think they have a 7th round pick to maybe be your third guy.
Or you just wait till cutdowns and you get a third guy.
Or you do that. Yep.
Because they're not a team that uses, or at least historically, a lot of tight ends with Mike McCarthy's scheme. Now, if it were...
I think somebody would pay a pretty penny for Pat Freiermuth.
I think he could thrive in this offense.
I do too, but I think he could really thrive in somebody else's offense.
And you're about to have to pay Darnell Washington after this year.
Well, not after this year, by September.
Yeah.
But I think for that to even be talked about, I think you're looking for a guy like Sadiq has to be on this roster. I don't think you go with a 3rd-round pick, then say, okay, we're getting rid of Pat. I don't think you can do that.
It depends on how they feel about Pat, honestly.
We know Rodgers loves Darnell.
Well, depends on what person.
But once again, Darnell, he's very, very good, of course. He showed he can do everything last year, but what is the length of his career? You know what I'm saying? Big guy, he's had some knee problems. Does that come into effect? Maybe he's a guy that's going to be really good for 3 years, but maybe nothing more than that. Or
that's all you need.
Can you take that risk?
That's all you need. Yeah. If he has 3 more years.
I don't know. I don't think that they're going to trade people. I think they'll trade picks. I just don't see anybody that jumps off the board of saying we're trading in the draft.
All right. Well, Kaboli almost cried there at the mere thought of Mason Rudolph being traded in September.
You guys are going to really, really be upset when you need him in September.
Need him for what?
Win some games, brother.
It sounds like someone's just going to be upset that he's not going to be on his podcast, if I got to be honest.
Huh? I do that.
How many games did Mason win last year? I can't remember. I just got CT.
Who won 3 in a row to win in the playoffs a couple years ago?
Yeah, a lot of good that's done them.
Even I know last season, Mason Rudolph threw an interception against the Chicago
Oh, my
Bears.
goodness. I cannot believe. You mean a quarterback threw an interception?
Oh,
my goodness.
They had one with Rodgers.
Unbelievable.
Couldn't get him lined up right at the end of the game.
It was actually a pretty good throw. There was a good defensive play.
Fan hotline, it was terrible. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. If a hypothetical Mason Rudolph trade almost made Mark cry, what's going to happen today at the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex sure as bleep will make him cry. We'll tell you what that is next, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost on Saturday in Game 1 of the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs to the Philadelphia Flyers. Game 2 of that series is today. It's tonight at 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just have to, and when you have to call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing. They're going to answer the phone for you 24/7. No high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. I vouch for them because they've done work on my roof, and they've got 3 flexible pricing packages that are going to fit any budget that's right for you. They're a Diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, and they offer a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Check them out online at callthepickle.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Brewers with Westwood One Sports. Currently dwelling in the basement in the NL Central, the Cubs present an early season value. Cade Horton's absence hurts, but Craig Counsell has the bats and strong arms to outpace the Brewers and others. It's a long-term investment, but the Chicago Cubs to win the Central sits at an alluring plus 175. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Crowley. Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. I know spring for me means mud. It means the dog running around in the backyard, getting all nasty, bringing stuff in on her paws. It means my daughter playing softball and then coming in and jumping on the couch or rolling around on the carpet. Step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Spring is a time for renewal, and let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. And don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. Just check out the 10,000 plus raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. Plus, last chance for this deal. Buy 1 room of carpet cleaned, get 1 clean free, unlimited rooms, plus $599 for a whole system air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. That's 412-701-1188. Tell them you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Get ready to be wowed. Your new Floor and Decor is here in Bethel Park. We've got the latest looks in tile, wood, and stone in stock and ready to go. Floor and Decor is here. You ready? Don't miss our grand opening going on now in Bethel Park.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Did you know a drain that smells bad is making strange gurgling noises or is slow to drain? Could mean you have a blockage in your main sewer line? Don't wait for a complete backup, causing costly property damage and more extensive repairs. Call the trusted team of experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. And if you know you need your sewer line repaired, McVeigh offers free second opinions on any sewer line repair or installation. Call McVeigh or visit callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, this is Pony, brought to you by FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. And right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. From player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you need to back them up. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, the official partner of the NBA. First round going on right now, and there are local guys who are in this thing. The Lakers took an early lead on the Rockets in this series. Steven Adams, still a big-time player for Houston all these years in the NBA, the former Pitt guy. Can Houston come back and win this series? They're going to be favored in most of these games on FanDuel, so check it out, the FanDuel Sportsbook. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now a double bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Got junk? TwoMenAndAJunkDrunk.com.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic. It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Man, things would have fallen into place really good here if Broderick Jones had lived up to the hype. Then you'd have your tackles figured out, your center figured out, your right guard figured out. You could draft a star wide receiver in round one. You draft a quarterback next year, you win the freaking Super Bowl.
I have no idea what you just said.
I know exactly what you said. And they can't.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Story this morning from Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero that's going to make Kaboli cry.
I am a little.
Even more than his son probably was this weekend. Wyatt's team lost their flag football game 67-0.
Oh, Lord. It wasn't even that close.
And you played 2 games. You lost a combined score 108-6.
Wasn't even that close.
They missed an extra point?
No, you have to go for 2. So they went for 2. Jeez. It is what it is. At least it's not home at playing YouTube or playing on YouTube or something. So.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's character development.
Oh, there's some crazy coaches out there. I mean, they're having wristbands and iPads and it's high level stuff at TJ.
What kind of coach?
I'm not going to say anything smart, Alec, because Doran's already glaring at me about TJ.
What kind of coach would you be? Would you be 3 yards in a cloud of dust?
I can't be a coach because
spread them out.
Those
Mike
kids
Leach,
would drive me insane.
Yeah,
they wouldn't listen. They'd just drive me insane.
What position's Wyatt playing?
Run 3 yards and have a pick 6 the other way. He did lead the team with 1 tackle. I think that's the only tackle of the game.
What are you doing out there, TJ?
It's all good.
Holy cow, man.
Sometimes you have down years, sometimes you have up years.
Down year, 108-6.
Last summer, they run roughshod over everybody, then lost in the first round.
Like the Steelers, huh?
Yeah, very, very, very similar.
All right, so this from Rappaport. The Steelers have not received word from Aaron Rodgers on his future, and there is no expectation of a final decision prior to the NFL draft, per me and Tom Pelissero, because I guess it takes 2 guys to break that news. He writes, when minicamp begins today under new Coach Mike McCarthy, Will Howard will be QB1. You all right, Mark?
Wow.
You okay?
bonus mini camp QB1 when you're probably on the field for what? 90 minutes max, and 3/4 of that is just warming up, and you're having receivers out there that you
Why
don't
are you
even
mad
know.
about Will
I'm
Howard?
not mad. I'm not mad. I'm just saying, let's put this in perspective here. He should be getting all the reps right now. He should be. Because he got nothing last year. I mean, even when he came back from his thumb injury, he got very limited reps. Now, he was throwing the ball after practice and stuff like that, but he didn't get the reps. So, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I don't think you can read.
Mason get some reps?
Oh, they'll both get reps. They got 2 quarterbacks.
Shouldn't Mason get?
They got 2 quarterbacks. Who else is going to throw?
Two.
Shouldn't Mason get first team reps though?
I don't even look at it as first team reps. You mean the first guy out? The first guy on the line?
Yeah, I mean the guy was here. He's a veteran quarterback.
Does it matter?
Wouldn't you want him throwing to the guys he's going to be throwing to if he's their backup quarterback? Probably because he's not the backup quarterback, because he's been leapfrogged by William Howard.
Do you see? We're not allowed to go to these bonus mini camps, so I don't know how it's set up. Wow, who's going to be participating? But if I'm a guessing man, if you're looking Pittman, you're looking Metcalf, you're looking Freiermuth, if they get one period, I think you're lucky. So it's
so this
fine.
isn't noteworthy to you at all?
No,
not at all.
No.
6th round pick from last year is taking first team snaps ahead of the backup quarterback.
Let's flip it here and say if Mason was taking quote unquote first time reps, you would be like,
I'd be pissed off.
It'd
be ridiculous. Yeah.
The guy's been in the league 9 years. He doesn't need these bonus mini camp reps. Let's give it to the guy there.
He's learning an offense, and he's learning personnel. I don't think
it's a big deal.
If Rudolph plays well, he's going to be the backup quarterback. Is I guess what I'm getting to. Agree?
If Rudolph plays well,
damn it. If Howard plays well,
yeah. I mean, he has to prove that he's willing and up for the task. But if
they're going to give him every opportunity to win,
yes, yeah. Of course, absolutely. But if he shows that he can't, then you got Mason to fall back on. But if he does, then that's where I'm saying maybe Mason's expendable. I wouldn't do it, but maybe they'd think differently.
I mean, in your mind, if Mason's good enough, how does it not his backup spot?
Because they're looking long term. I mean, Mason only has this year left on his contract. Was he turned 30 now? They don't view him as the quarterback of the future. They view Will Howard as a potential quarterback of the future that they can mold into something. You don't know until you get out there and see. That's fine. Let him have all the reps. Now, if we're coming mandatory mini camp in late May, early June, or even OTAs, and he's still doing a lot of the 1 reps, then maybe there's a story. Right now, I don't think it is.
I'm guessing Rodgers won't be there for OTAs. He won't be there till mandatory minicamp. If that's the case, Will Howard, if he's QB1, that matters.
What happened last year, mandatory minicamp? He didn't take 1 snap anyways.
Good point. But he did get to know his teammates, and he got to hang out with Cam Hayward at the golf event.
Oh, well, that's fine. I mean, even if Rodgers signed today, it's not like he was going to be out there. I don't even know if he showed up.
Well, that's probably why he hasn't signed, because why would you want to come to this crap? Do you know that Mason Rudolph's first name isn't Mason?
Yes, I do. Brent.
What is it?
Brett.
Brett, yeah.
Brett Mason Rudolph. I'd go with Mason too, maybe. No, I probably wouldn't.
You go by Brett?
I'd go by Brett growing up if I was a quarterback.
Brett Rudolph are you kidding me? That's a much better quarterback name.
Brett
Rudolph would have been a 10-year starter in this league.
I never understand people that go by their middle name. Your parents named you your first name because that's your name. I'm not going to name you. What's your middle name, Doran?
Ricardo.
I'm not going to name you Doran Ricardo, then call you Ricardo. Right. I would name you Ricardo Doran and call you Ricardo.
Well, the best of all time is F. Dale Lawley, because his first name was Forrest.
I know a lot of people just called him F. Dale.
Yeah, F. Dale. That's every story he ever published, F. Dale Lawley. I'm like, man, I don't know about all that. What are you doing there? R.I.P. Love you, Dale. All right, I've taken the show to a place I didn't want to take it. Now I'm sad. Brett Mason Rudolph III.
What are you looking at me for? Like I named him.
It's the least surprising thing in the world. I had no idea that his given name wasn't Mason, but Mark probably knows what his birth weight was.
Yep.
He probably knows it was a C-section. He probably got all the details.
Yep. Wait till the pictures start coming out of us at a retreat.
Locking hands.
That's why he was so tired at the owners' meeting, falling asleep at the table. He's hanging out with Mason all night long. 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, you can send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. And I remind you, you can listen to the Pump and Joe Show every Wednesday and hear about Starkey's Card of the Week for Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday, 12 p.m. at 937thefan.com contesting page. This last time, we're going to talk to Caboli before the draft.
Yep.
So we're going to get his official fan morning show prediction for who they're going to take 21st overall. He's getting out his notes. Now he's talking off the mic. More from Caboli next. Right
Look
now,
at my text.
A hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, they won 2 out of 3 over the weekend against the Tampa Bay Rays. All NL Central teams to this point have records and winning percentages over 500. The Pirates will have an off day today. Their next series is against the Texas Rangers on the road. That's Andrew McCutchen land now out there in Texas. He's there, DH. And that series begins tomorrow with a game at 8 o'clock. It'll also be the start of a road trip that the Pirates will play on 6 games on a road trip there. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Crews checking reports of an accident now. 2600 block of the Boulevard of the Allies in the Oakland section of the city of Pittsburgh. That's just off Forbes Avenue. Meanwhile, the Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. Parkway West, you're jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile. From the Kenny Ross Auto Group, find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. April is here and everything's in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. The Hyundai Elantra SC is the perfect spring upgrade with 36 combined miles per gallon. And right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, you can lease the Elantra SE for only $149 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Based on 2025 year-end January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 5/3/26.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates. Their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Black and gold fans at Schley.company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Refresh your ride this spring at Joe Ball GMC. Get a new GMC Sierra 1500 or Sierra 2500 for just $99 over invoice on all in-stock models. Don't wait. Your new truck is ready today. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw, JoeBallGM.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and now's the perfect time to take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180, which has a very cool ring to it when you have the finish line right there, 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. Be pretty cool to have it reading 200 by the 4th of July. Or maybe the scale says 300. I bet 260 would be a lot nicer on your knees and your joints, right? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. Now, I dropped 35 pounds in just 6 weeks. That means there's no reason you can't drop 40 or more by the 4th. So ring Independence Day in, shirt off, confident, and of course, the most important thing, feeling happy. You reached your goal with the help of Awaken 180. Crack open the beer, roast up the dogs, enjoy some of the good stuff because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. Yes, free for life, and they stand by it. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft, don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Topps is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome football value box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
The draft is coming to Pittsburgh, and the party starts at Ross Park Mall. Get ready for a pregame ticket drop for Jason Aldean concert tickets April 20th from 5 to 6 p.m. Don't miss it. All week long, enjoy game day fun with photo ops, exclusive deals, and your chance to win a $1,000 shopping spree. Celebrate in style at Pittsburgh's premier luxury and shopping destination with more than 150 stores and restaurants. Ross Park Mall, where the draft meets destination shopping.
DeLuca's Diner in the Strip District and Robinson Town Center serving up the same creative, crave-worthy breakfast that's been the best breakfast in Pittsburgh since 1950. Fresh ingredients, large portions, and out-of-this-world omelets and pancakes. Taste why Pittsburgh wakes up here. DeLuca's Diner. Good mood food.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Top Pittsburgh draft picks by round brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're on round 1, boys. Me and Joe Green, Terry Bradshaw, Franco Harris, Lynn Swan, all pretty good. Rod Woodson, Alan Faneca, Troy Polamalu, Ben Roethlisberger. think you kind of got to go me and Joe or Terry, though, don't you?
Yeah.
Bill Shakespeare.
First
J.C.
ever
Hampton.
draft pick by the Steelers. William Shakespeare, 1936, third
Broderick
overall
Jones.
pick. Probably not him.
Bringing it full circle.
Mm-hmm. How about Eric Green?
Eric Green was a unbelievable tight end. Just his body size and what he was able to do back in what we're talking about, late 80s.
80s, yeah.
He sort of flamed out after he wanted more money, I guess. But he was a unicorn in late 80s.
Jermaine Stevens?
He was a unicorn.
Yeah, it didn't
Somebody
work out
told me
so
he
well.
showed up about a decade ago at training camp and wanted to try out again.
What?
That's what I heard. I don't know how true it is. Well, I don't know why the guy would make it up, but
You're telling me Jermaine Stevens?
maybe it was more than a decade ago now. Maybe
No,
it
he
was
was
15.
drafted in 1996.
That's what I'm saying. That's what makes it funny.
Man. Will Clark, didn't he used to DM writers all the time, be like, hey, I can still play tight end. Can I come back?
Will Clark?
Yeah. Did I got the wrong guy?
I don't know who you're talking about.
It doesn't matter.
What about Heath Miller?
Great pick.
Yeah. He had some kind of injury that pushed him down.
Yes,
the
he
list,
did.
right?
He was a quarterback.
He was a quarterback. Yes, very good.
It's after they went 15-1.
Did you guys do best undrafted guys?
No, William Parker.
Debo Harrison.
Oh, Debo clears. Sorry, Willie.
Yep.
Good point by you. What do we tease? Oh, yeah, who the Steelers drafted. Give us your official fan morning show prediction.
I'm not going to live in the moment like you guys, or not you guys, you, and thinking that Broderick Jones' setback is going to push him a tackle up to 20 or wherever they're going to pick him at. I'm still going wide receiver, and I've been on Denzel Boston for a while.
Denzel Boston.
Okay.
I think he'll be there, but if he's not, that's the problem. He could go, if they get a good run on wide receivers at that point, they might have to move up to get somebody, or somebody like Omar Cooper could be just sitting there too.
Wouldn't mind that either.
Could be sitting there too. So I still think they go that route.
All right. Caboli's got him going with Denzel Boston, his official fan morning show prediction. Do the Pens win tonight?
Yes.
Harry, do the Pens win tonight?
Yes.
4-2. The game-winning goal. Ricard Raquel.
Wait, you think the final score is going to be 4-2?
Yes.
Then how do they have a game-winning goal if they win by 2?
Oh, God, you know nothing about hockey. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. First fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High of 46. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Need water heater experts? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
South Hills Kia, let's go. The 2026 Kia Sportage S Hybrid, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Hybrid or gas, your call. 24-month leases, $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offers end May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia, let's ride. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Attention bargain hunters, deal lovers, and people who just like saving money.
Friday, April 24th and Saturday, April 25th, it's King's Jewelry's Customer Appreciation Sale.
For 2 days only, you can make a deal directly with the owners. Mild haggling skills encouraged.
Doorbuster starting at just $40. Price is so low, even your wallet will do a double take.
And hey, Mother's Day is May 10th, so maybe grab mom a gift now and avoid last-minute panic shopping.
It's King's Jewelry's big 2-day sale, where the prices drop and the owners might too.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us, it's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Can't quite escape the morning rush yet. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Crews on the scene of an accident. This is on the Boulevard of the Allies in the 2600 block near the intersection with Forbes Avenue. So watch for delays around there. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed right around the runaway truck sand pile of the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Twistvale. HOV lanes now closed along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a big law firm with no continuity?
That's not LGKG. Don't care about having access to a name partner?
That's not LGKG. Prefer working with those who have no clue of what makes Western PA people tick?
That's not LGKG.
Don't care about courtroom reputation?
Then don't call LGKG. We're not for you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, here we go. Game 2 of the Penguins-Flyers series from PPG Paints Arena is today. It's a 7 o'clock puck drop. Will likely be pushed back to about 7:25 when they'll actually drop the puck. But the Flyers are up 1-0 in the series after taking the game on Saturday against the Penguins 3-2 as the Penguins gave up the first goal of the game, and Philadelphia scored 2 in the third to grow their lead to 2 goals. Penguins were able to get one back with a minute left on a Brian Rust goal, but that was it. Stuart Skinner got the start in net, made 17 saves on 20 shots. He was good, but the Penguins only put together 17 total shots on goal. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. All reunited again. It's a Monday. Big week begins today on Bob and Joe.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's the Bob and Joe Show. Boston City Limits, he's behind the glass, he's on the border. Man, he is. And they're ready to go. Talking Steelers.
Don't yell at Bob Limits.
I didn't yell at Bob.
You just did.
No, I did not. No one heard it.
Yes, you did. And how
no,
else?
I did not.
How
Bob,
else?
would you consider it that way?
Felt like yelling, Bob.
I didn't want to interrupt Jeffrey Lewis in his masterpiece here.
Because you know what? Because Joe is pulling a pony right now and is trying to over-exaggerate.
Bob, Limits wasn't just reprimanding you in the headphones? I'm wrong about that?
No, I think he was just having fun with my question, which I ask a lot.
I was, because Bob and I had fun with the question that he asked last week, too, when you weren't here on Thursday.
Now there's a shot
Jeffrey
at me.
Lewis.
Now he takes a shot at me.
How is that a shot at you? You weren't here. That's a fact.
Those are
We have
more
a big
shots.
week.
Those are more
No
shots on goals than the Penguins had. I can tell you
right.
that.
No family squabbling this week, Limits. This is a big week in Pittsburgh sports. The NFL draft coming to town, and so are, I don't know, upwards of 700,000 people, something like that, over the course of the 3-day event. People already
That's the
trickling
important
in,
thing
I'm
you
sure.
just said. Over the course of the event.
Yeah.
I think some people have started to think that it's every day it's going to be like. It's not going to be like that every day. They will trickle in. Some already have. Some
it's going to be plenty crowded every day.
Yeah, it will
Bob.
be. But what would you expect?
Of course. Well, what?
But
yes,
I mean,
that's the fun of it.
A lot of people have gotten that number in their heads like it's every single day. Like you're going to go down there and you won't be able to move. You will. Walk a little bit. Best way to attack everything down there.
Plus, you can meet Limits. And there's a lot of draft intrigue leading into this. Some of it potentially involving the Steelers. We're going to dive into that. But in the meantime, listen, the biggest story in town is obviously the Penguins game 2. And suddenly, it feels like their season's on the line. Like this special season, which is what it's been, this surprising season is on the line in one game tonight. Now, we've all seen series that have been, crazy. Sabres, Penguins, way back when, Mario's comeback year when the Penguins won the first 2 games in Buffalo, and then the Sabres won 3 in a row, and then the Penguins win in 7. Stuff like that happens. It happens once between these teams in 2000. The Penguins won the first 2 games in Philly, and Philly won the series. But by and large, you lose the first 2 games at home in a 7-game series, you're done. And all of history says you're done. So all of a sudden, the Penguins are playing a gigantic and likely season-saving game tonight, Bob. The Flyers are fast and young and feisty, and they may have the better roster. They might have the better coach. And now they're playing with house money tonight. They truly are. And the Penguins are backed up here. The old backs against the wall, Bob. That's what the Penguins face tonight. The question is, can they respond? How do they respond? Because I'm sure you'd agree that for all intents and purposes, the season's on the line.
Well, first of all, they've responded all season long. So I think no matter what the adversity they face, I think they will respond. The other thing I'll say is that in these 7-game series, Joe, we've seen it all the time, the ups and downs and what it does to people and their psyche. It is one game. It's an important game, but it's 1 out of 4. And it doesn't matter how you win the 4, you got to win 4. So I think if they should win tonight and change the direction of this, all of a sudden, we'll see how the Flyers respond.
For sure.
So I go game by game by
Well, what
this.
if they lose, Bob? Then it's 90% it's over, yes?
I mean, the numbers indicate that. All I'm telling you that it's a long series and there's a long way to go. And said everything we said here and everything that you said, they still were one Anthony Mantha goal, and it looked like it might happen with 5 seconds left. It would have been tied. So despite all of that, they played a bad game. But here's the thing that is concerning, as you said. That team is young and hungry. I think they've never been through it, so therefore at the time they don't even understand what they've gone through. But I think the longer the series goes on with more adversity, they may understand. It may get more difficult for them. I think the Penguins simply were not simple enough, if that makes sense. I think they should have, dump and chase. You're not going to try to do what they did and enter the zone the way they did. Just dump, chase, work. That's what they did most of this season. I also think that switching the lines the way they did, sure, there was reason to think that maybe Chinakhov could fit in with Crosby. I think in that game, they missed having that top line they relied on all year together. So I would expect some line changes. And the other thing is Justin Brazeau. He did not play. I thought his line with Kindle and Mantha all year was a good line.
In for who then?
For probably Soderblom.
Really?
Yeah. Even though he played well, I want to get back to the original lines they had. I think the fourth line, Soderblom was playing in the fourth line when Lizotte was out. Lizotte came back, and that alleviates him from that line because that line's, I thought it was their best line in game one. I would get it back together, and somebody has to sit. Now, the choice would be Brazeau, who's comfortable on that third line with Mantha and Kindle, or Soderblom on that same line. He hasn't played on that line all year. I would go with what I trusted early in the season.
I would go with Raquel on the top line and move Chinakhov down. But here's the thing. The Penguins need to win tonight. How do they do it? How do they alter their approach? Do they alter their approach? Or do they double down and say, we do what we do, and we're going to continue to do that and not alter it? I think that would be a fatal move by them. You mentioned it, Bob. They need to make it simpler. And without, getting into boring technicalities and X's and O's and things like that, they need to get the puck deep and start hitting some people and play behind the net. They didn't touch a defenseman the other night. And by the way, the Flyers, Rick Tocchet came out and said they were going to go after Sidney Crosby. Then he moved back off that. They went after Sidney Crosby. They absolutely did.
And Chinakhov.
And tried with Kindle, and it doesn't take much with Gino. So who are the Penguins going to target? And how do the Penguins walk that line between every time they get feisty against the Flyers or anybody else in the playoffs? It's like, oh my God, see, they made the Penguins lose their minds. Well, at some point in playoff hockey, you have to lose your mind. You have to get physical. You have to start hitting people and agitating people. How come it's always they go after our guys? Why isn't it we go after their guys? We target their guys. And the one guy that I would go after tonight, and I don't mean in a way to hurt, I mean in a way to be physical and also target him in the game plan the way the Flyers did Erik Karlsson, for instance, in game one, where it felt like he had 18 guys around him no matter where he was in what facet of the game. It's Travis Sanheim. And Tocchet said it after the game the other night. He said basically that's the guy that set the tone. That's their tone setter. That's their guy. He was great offensively. He got into it with Sid. He took Sid off the ice for the last minute of the game. He was hitting people. That's the guy you target. You dump it, you get it in, and you start hitting people. So Noel Acciari, memo to him, memo to a lot of people out there on that team. It's time to start pounding the Flyers' defense. Did they even get touched the other night? No, because the Penguins were too busy high in the offensive zone trying to make cute plays, being pressured and attacked. Same in the neutral zone. They're getting attacked. They're making turnovers, and away they go. There's a simple fix. It's the oldest cliche in hockey. Get it deep. Dump it deep and go start hitting people and cycle the way you did on the goal by Malkin. That was their only extended zone shift of the night, it felt like, Bob.
And it led to a breakdown on the Flyers, and that's what you have to do. And I think especially because of Dan Vladar, you got to do that. When you put it in there, this guy has been good, but I don't think he's been tested enough over the last 6 weeks of the season. They've reduced shot totals, all these teams. That's why they got hot. But I think if you get some traffic in front of him, I remember what Sullivan used to always say about that. He said, create chaos in front of the net. When defenses break down, when they're trying to figure out what's going on and they're, herky-jerky all over the place, that's when you do it. But you're right. It takes a commitment to go in there, bang some people around. I understand what you're saying about Sanheim and targeting, but what I would also say, it's true of all those guys, forwards included. When they're back there trying to retrieve the puck, bang them a little bit.
But Bob, there are very specific guys that teams look at with the Penguins and say, we're going to get that guy out of his game.
I would include Zegras in that.
So would I.
Because he's
those
one of
are my two guys.
But my point is, it doesn't matter who it is. If you have a chance to make a hit, the Flyers, they were not selective in the first period. They had 17 hits. 9 different players got hit by the Penguins, and that's a lot of hits for one period. And they came out, set a tone, and I don't think the Penguins responded enough to that. The way you do, when they're at their best, Joe, you saw this all season long, is they have a lot of zone time. They get in the zone, they keep doing it, even if it means changing shifts while the zone time is still, 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. They wear teams down when they do it that way. But the Flyers are quicker than a lot of teams. They do have the ability to get out from that kind of stuff.
Yes.
So that means you have to double down on it even more. You got to go to and win that battle, win the boards, win the puck battles.
It's very simple. If you listen to Colby Armstrong the other night during the game, he said it, that the Flyers like to pressure real high. And that was Rick Tocchet. And by the way, Rick Tocchet simply outcoached Dan Muse in game 1. It's okay. Mm-hmm. Playoff hockey's about adjustments. Let's see how Muse adjusts. Their forwards pressure high in the defensive zone. So the Penguins have a system where their defensemen have a lot of freedom. They can leave, go wander, and the forward's supposed to come back and help them. They also sometimes have a third guy up there. Well, that created more problems than anything else the other night because all 3 guys were getting pressured by the Flyers. And sometimes when somebody like Letang or Girard, and God, were they awful, went wandering, Gino was left on the blue line to play defense, and he basically... I think he was responsible for 2 breakaways anyway, Bob. That's not what you want. What you want is to dump it deep, play from behind the goal, make those Flyers forwards who, as Colby said, are so intent on getting out and up and maybe even some fly patterns down the ice, make them turn and go play a little defense. Make them turn.
Totally agree. That's one way you stop them. And by not doing that, you also enhance what is a good transition game, and they have a good one. They could come after you, and you saw that with a number of odd man breaks and breakaways in that game. And people got on Skinner, come on. Stuart Skinner was their best player, I thought, on the ice.
Who got on Skinner?
Oh, people call our show.
Did people get on him on the showdown last night, anybody?
No, nobody did that. I'm talking about callers.
Oh,
callers.
What are they possibly saying?
Go to Shilov's. They've alternated all year. No. He was not...
Bobby, stop 6 breakaways.
I know. I'm telling you what people call and complain about. That's the easiest way to look at it. He gave up a goal. Oh, he gave up 3 goals. He stopped 10 goals. It would have been 13-2.
13-2.
Yeah, he's. My point is, they have to make things. And I will say this also: the goals that Philadelphia scored, they provided some screens. They were in his face a little bit, and that's what the Penguins have to do at the other end.
Absolutely.
Dan Vladar is good if you allow him to be good. If you get in his face a little bit, maybe go in there and crash him a few times, get in his head, who knows what you're liable to see. So there are a lot of little components in this series, and I think this game will ramp it up a lot. The first game was all Flyers. I thought the final score was not as close as the game was. I thought the Flyers should have won that game handily. It shouldn't have been down to the 3-2 score. In this game tonight, the Penguins need to come out in that first period, is use and energize that crowd to your advantage, get into it, hit some people, win those puck battles, and see what happens. Their power play has to be better, too. They're not going to get a lot of them.
They can't go off sides 20 times on the power play.
That was my next point. On the one power play, and these are elite players, they're all going off sides.
Well, the power play struggled down the stretch in the regular season, too. It's a major concern. And if you look at the team that the Flyers lost to recently, one of the few teams that has beaten them, the Red Wings beat them twice, and in one of those games, they were 3 for 4 on the power play. So that should be one way to beat the Flyers, but not the way the Penguins' power play is going. And the answer there is the same, boring as it might be, which is dump the puck in and go get it. They can't even gain the zone. So forget about that. Simplify your game. Swallow your pride and simplify your game. If you look at Penguins' history, that's happened in the past. When they've lost, and they've lost lots of first games of series and came back to win. The famous time they changed their entire system was in 91 against the Capitals when they basically, out-trapped the Capitals and went into like a 1-4. They said, screw it. Yes, we're the Penguins, but we got to get out of this series. So you know what? We're going to lay back and pounce. And they completely altered a system. It's not that complicated, really, to alter the way you play in hockey. So do it tonight. It's especially not complicated tonight. Dump it in, attack their defense, keep it low, play a little behind the net, force their forwards to come back, turn around, play a little defense. You won't see guys fly in the zone then so much, will you?
No. And the longer that goes, the more wear and tear it has on that team. And again, they haven't been through this, a lot of these guys. They have 19, 22-year-old guys out there who've never been in a playoff.
But does that,
you got to give them a taste of it.
To me, that doesn't really matter.
It does if you continue to pound them. You don't know their reaction.
Neither has Dan Muse, though, and that showed to me more than anything else.
Oh, yeah, maybe so. But I still, my point is, though, take advantage of their inexperience. And the only way to do that is to force them into uncomfortable situations. So everything you said there, I agree with, and I'm telling you, it will have an effect if they do it correctly.
Will they? You picking them to win tonight and respond?
Yes, I think it's going to be 1-1 going back to Philadelphia.
You sound very confident. So 3-goal win, or what are you picking?
I don't know about that. I just think they're going to have a much better game. Again, my history with watching them this year is that they've responded to all sorts of adversity.
True. And Muse
every
has,
time.
yeah. And Muse has done that.
And there were losing streaks. They hadn't won in 8 games. They responded. Whatever it may be, they respond. So I believe the response will come tonight.
Well,
no,
I'm wavering here, Bob, and I'm probably going to pick the Flyers tonight. The Penguins need to prove it to me one more time.
And if the Penguins do prove
alarming.
it to you, then what do you think happens for the remaining games?
Well, I'm still sticking with my prediction of the Penguins to win the series in 7. I'm still sticking to that. But right now, I'm going with the Flyers in Game 2. So maybe I'm starting. Actually, by definition, maybe I'm starting to move away from that, Bob.
It's a long series, Joe. We've seen too many.
You hope it's a long series.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. You're going to have ups and downs.
This much is not in doubt. The Flyers are a faster team, and we thought the Penguins were pretty fast this year.
They are fast, and they play the game that makes them look faster than they really are. So I think that's one thing they have to slow down. Again, the best way to do it is to make them work harder in their own zone. You can't allow turnovers at the blue line. You can't allow easy opportunity to go the other way. They got to change that, and it starts with that approach. Simple.
Yeah, so somebody should notify Girard and Letang of that, especially. There was one instance.
Girard was flying around like he was on, ice capades. He was just twirling spinoramas every which way, and by doing that, and he has a lot of skating ability, but it kind of left the rest of that forward line, whoever was on with him, knowing that he's over here, we better cover. There was a lot of miscommunication, I thought, when he was doing that kind of stuff. He's a good skater, but I don't know that you want him doing spinoramas.
No, one of his blue line spinoramas led to an offside on a power play, and the other one almost led to yet another breakaway for the Flyers. And then there was one time where Letang drifted deep into the offensive zone, which is fine. Again, that's part of their system. And then Girard did. And then the next thing, I think that was the Zegras clean breakaway. What are we doing here? So play your position.
Trying to be, too much. I'll take this under my own wing. I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to go and try to change things, and doing too much and all this kind of stuff comes into play. You just got to remain, to the strategy, whatever it may be, and don't go out of your way to change it by yourself. And I think a lot of those guys try to do that.
I think every one of their defensemen may have triggered a breakaway for the Flyers. Carlson stepped up on one and got burned. Clifton certainly did. Wotherspoon fumbled in the neutral zone. It led to a partial breakaway, I believe. Shea may have been the only one who didn't, although he pinched at one point and got tripped up on the sideboards, leaving, you guessed it, Gino back on the blue line. He threw another pick 6, and away they went, Bob.
There were a lot of pick 6s.
I mean, my God, that just cannot happen again.
No, and even the goal by Porter Martrone, he was a guy who came down. He has a lot of speed, but he had all day to spin, collect himself, turn, and roof a shot.
Yeah.
That's where you got to be physical with that guy. You can't let him dictate that, I don't think, right? He came into your zone. There was coverage there to begin. He stopped, spun, and it's a wide open shot, which he has a good shot, and he made Skinner pay on that. That's what I mean about taking guys out. You don't have to be overly, aggressive with it to the point where you get penalized, but at least be in their face. Don't let them just skate the way they want to skate and create openings on the ice.
I'm picking the Flyers tonight, 5-3.
Boy, you're going against your...
I
so you think the Penguins are going to come
I'm
back
wrong.
and win in 7? That would require
I guess
them.
they're going to have to. I probably wouldn't think that if my prediction turns out true tonight, but I'm sticking... right now, I'm sticking with the Penguins long term, but the Flyers short term, Bob. What if it's just true that they're faster, younger, maybe hungrier? What if that's just true?
Well,
and better coached.
You got to make them work harder for their food then if they're that hungry. You can't just give it to them. Can't be a free line. Here, come and get it. No, you have to make them work harder. That's all you're asking for. Be more physical. Get them to take penalties that put you on the power play. And when given those opportunities, get pucks to the net as best you can. 17 shots, and it was really 12, 13 shots until the final minute and a half of that game. So they didn't have much offensive staying power in that zone at all. But I think they will respond. I do. I think Sidney Crosby did not have a good game. I thought most of the elite players on this team did not have good games. They are the ones who are going to have to step it up more than anybody else. And I think they will.
Carlson, Crosby. I mean, Gino was sort of effective offensively.
But he's still
also crazed.
Yeah.
And it wasn't all his fault.
No, but I'm saying...
Again, when guys leave their posts, which is part of the Muse system, then it's his job to be back there. But clearly, I think game one, if it proved nothing else, it proved that you don't want Gino back there at even strength.
So you got to be smart about how you do it.
Yeah. All right. So you have the Penguins tonight. What's the score, Bob?
I'll say 5-2 tonight.
Wow. So you did pick a 3-goal win.
Yeah, but I wasn't counting on that. But I'm one of them may be an empty net goal. It'll be closer than that. But I think the Penguins will get their opportunities and this time bury them. And I think with a guy like Vladar, you need to give him something to think about too. Can't make it that easy.
Well, here's the other question. I touched on it earlier. So it seems like the Penguins in a lot of ways in these playoff situations are damned if they do and damned if they don't. They show the slightest sign of aggressiveness, or slashing back or cross-checking, and see the Flyers got in their heads. And at the same time, people like me are calling for more physicality and more aggressiveness and targeting. Yeah, targeting is the right word, but not targeting to injure, targeting to aggravate.
Right.
Targeting to take a toll over the course of the series by being physical with their defense.
That's how you win series.
I once asked Mark Eaton, Tyler Kennedy, who's usually sitting right there, Bob, could tell you. I asked Mark Eaton years later, you had lost to the Red Wings the year before. They beat you in the first 2 games. Why did you gain any belief? He said, because even in game 2, when we lost the second year, we could see that our physicality, guys like Matt Cook, you want to say his name, Bob?
Tyler Kennedy. Kennedy.
I like the third Kennedy. And Stahl, and their fourth line to a certain degree, were taking a toll on their aging defense. How were they doing it? By dumping the puck and going in and smashing them, a la Bob Airey from a million years ago.
That's what you have to do, absolutely.
That's what you do over the course of a series. They didn't lay a hand on Sanheim the other day. None. And they never touched the guy, except when Sid took a 2-handed cross-check into his knees because Sanheim cross-checked him in the lower back. So, Bob, the line is, how do the Penguins target somebody, for lack of a better word, and how do they get physical and feisty and all of that without going over the line?
Well, it's disciplined aggression. It has to be disciplined.
What does it look like?
It looks like as soon as that puck is behind the net, you're coming in like a freight train, and you're going to bump somebody into the glass, and you're going to try to create some sort of mistake.
Does it look like...
even if it doesn't result in one in that shift, if you do it over and over again,
right,
it does take a toll, because those guys may get a little antsy knowing that somebody's coming after them again. It could force a twerk. It's just like running out a ground ball. If you run really hard, you might force something bad to happen on that guy.
Does it include a cross-check in Zegras' lower back where he's got no padding like they did to Sid?
Sure.
Okay.
I would do it.
Because then if you get penalized doing that, then everybo's saying the Penguins, the Flyers got in their heads.
But the one thing about these officials, they're not going to call every one of those, not in playoffs. If you start doing it, and if you'll get away with it as long as you're not the guy reciprocating all the time. If someone hits you and you respond, that's what they normally look for. If you're the first guy coming in, as long as it's a legal hit, and there are plenty of ways to do that, administer those legal hits, then you'll start hopefully wearing them down. But as you said and I said, they are a young team. They're pretty resilient themselves. They were not looked at as a playoff team a month ago. They were 10 points out, and they got hot while everybody else just melted away. And so now they believe that they can do it too. So this is why it becomes a head game also. You got to get in their heads a little bit and remind them, you're not favored to win this. We are. So therefore, we're going to show you why.
412-928-9370. 928-9370 off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Do you think the Penguins bounce back tonight and maybe save their season? Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The crowd was great the other night. The atmosphere was great. I want this to last, Bob. I want the Penguins to hang around, but you mentioned something there. Penguins favored to win. I think they're slight favorites. We were all pretty much convinced they had the better roster, although I did point out going into the series that judging the Flyers season long is a waste of time because guys like Martone, Forster, guys like that came back late in the season and transformed their roster. If you were going to make a run in the playoffs right now from here to try to go all the way, whose roster would you rather have, the Flyers or the Penguins?
That's a good question because I like the Flyers a lot. I do think some of their older guys like Konechny and Couturier are still effective and not like they used to be. I love their young group of forwards. I think they're very good. I'm going to go Penguins this year because of the experience that they have at the top, and I still believe you're going to see the best out of them tonight and hopefully moving forward. So for now, yes, although I do like, let's put it this way, who has a better future with their rosters? I think the Flyers have done a lot of work
absolutely.
there, so I would take them. But for this series, I'm still going to go back to the experience.
I mean, sort of the ugly truth here that Limits, I give him credit for, has talked about is that after this party is finished, wherever the party ends this year, you're staring at an older roster again next year. And even though Dubas has, stockpiled draft picks, and Ben Kindle's a good young player, and you might have a goalie in Miroshov, it's not like they're coming back next year with this young, rising core of players. They're not. They hardly have any young core players in the NHL right now. They're an older team.
Right. But it did help to get Chinakhov in here. And if Soderblom...
Chinakhov too, yeah.
Those guys, along with Miroshov, give you a little bit of a starting point. But you need more of them, and they need to develop pretty quickly. The Flyers have brought in a lot of young guys who have really adapted quickly.
Limits fear, and tell me if I'm misquoting you, oh limitless wonder, is that next year's Penguins will be this year's Capitals.
You're not misquoting me, no. I think that is a real possibility. Because the core is getting older, and nobody expected Evgeny Malkin to have this great of a season, or Erik Karlsson to play this freely and this well, where he was a Norris Trophy candidate playing under Dan Hughes. I don't think Letang is going to be better next year. His downfall is just going to continue. Are you going to re-sign Anthony Mantha off a 30-goal season? I don't know where the core is in place. The roster's not going to be what it is this past year. It's not going to play as well, I don't think.
It's a good point, I think, Bob. But that should ruin the enjoyment of this series or them being in the playoffs, because they still could make a run, but their stars got to get going.
Absolutely. That's why for this series, I'd give them still the edge. That's what I'm banking on.
And their best player, the guy really since the Olympic break, is Karlsson. And that was another thing that Tocchet did, almost like a basketball game plan, where you say, that guy's not going to beat us. If Elmer... And Elmer almost gave them a lead, by the way, with a power rush there in the third period, right toward the net. If there's one guy that's not going to beat us, it's 65. That's not going to happen. What do you have, 2 shots? He was bottled up on the power play.
A couple times he got burned. It wasn't necessarily all his fault, but he got burned on breakaways. And that's what a good coach does. You identify somebody that's really been a problem for you or a problem for the league at large, and you say, well, he can't do that to us tonight.
So we'll see what happened, what adjustments Karlsson and Muse make tonight. And another guy who needs to be hit around back there is Sealer. Instead of being the hitter, again, I'll say it for the 18th time, dump a puck deep and go pound some people behind the net. You have to. You can't let their defense go untouched.
The fourth line was the only line I thought that was doing that the other night, and they need to do more of it. And I would give them a little bit more ice time as a result. in this kind of a series. So we'll see what they do, but it has to be all four lines. It cannot just be one.
Limits, who we got?
Let's talk to Marty in the car.
Hey, Marty.
What's up, Marty?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Yeah, so I wanted to talk a little bit about the trap. I mean, I know everybody's talking about the Flyers looking like they're a faster, younger team, but I kind of disagree with that. I think that the Penguins, when they played the Flyers earlier in the season, they weren't really trapping. They weren't playing a 1-2-2 or a 1-3-1, and Rick Tocchet changed that up. So I think it's just they're going to make an adjustment, and we need to score the first goal. But I think what the Pens got to get to is I would think about sitting Gerard, because the way to beat the trap is you need that first pass out of the zone quick. Even the chip play off the boards, and then you dump in and you get hard on the forecheck and start your low to high cycle. But I think someone like Jack St. Ivany would be a lot better in this series.
Is he healthy to play,
Yeah,
Bob?
he played at the end of the year, yes. And I do like that.
I like that
thought
too,
he and
actually.
Shea, when they were together, were very good. Shea was like
I
a
like
plus
that
30
call.
all year, so he's advanced. I think St. Ivany got injured at a bad time, but he did come back.
His point, I think, is good that the system might make the Flyers look fast as well. But, man, there were times in that game where the image that popped up in my mind was the 2016 Penguins. It wasn't just, trapping. They were pressuring players all over the ice. It felt like they had 7 guys on the ice, and that's the constant feeling I had with the 16 Penguins. Now, we'll see. Is that true? Does that last? Does everything change in Game 2? We've all seen enough playoff series where Game 1 is not the impression that lasts or the pattern that lasts, right?
Yeah, but I mean, their young guys are fast. And yeah, you can systematically slow them a little bit. Don't let them get started. But a guy like Martone, a guy like Zegras, a guy like Denver Barkey, who I thought played a really good role for them. He didn't necessarily do anything on the score sheet, but he was really good. Owen Tippett's still a young guy who can do it. Mishkov he made a couple of mistakes, but he's 21 years old. All these guys are central parts of their team. The way you slow them down is what he suggested, which I think was a good call by Marty, is to stop it before it starts. You have to.
And I don't mind his lineup change there either. The fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Coming up, Charlie Campbell from Walter Football. There's some draft intrigue here with the Steelers.
Especially with the news that came out today, which we'll talk about. Or at least the stuff from Pelissero and Adam Schefter.
On Rodgers?
Yes, one, and then the other one's on Broderick Jones.
I have a clip that I will play for you eventually, Joe.
Yeah,
we're going to want to hear this.
We're going to talk about that. And also, there seems to be a lot of teams, and I know things can be smoke screens before the draft, that are willing to trade back. Like the Steelers, if they want one, could absolutely get a top 5, top 10 type player by moving up. Let's talk about all of this with Charlie Campbell, one of the most accurate mock drafters out there over the course of time. If you look at his track record at Walter Football, he's next, Bob, and he's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, yeah, my feet hurt. They certainly did in the past. Didn't feel good. Joints of the big toes. Couldn't do what I wanted to do and didn't like it. Maybe you can relate, whether it's plantar fasciitis, burning in the balls of your feet, needles in your, there's so much that in your heel that can go wrong that just ruins stuff. Well, that's where the Good Feet store comes in. The Good Feet arch supports are designed to provide relief, balance, comfort. You don't have to get new shoes, anything like that. They fit comfortably in whatever shoes you got. Basketball, golf. I was going to say swimming, but there are no swimming shoes, and that probably wouldn't work. Limits. Bob's tap dancing shoes, your work shoes. Whatever you got, they fit. They work for me, could work for you. Check it all out at goodfeet.com. Visit one of the stores. I went to the one at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. There's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center, and a new Good Feet store open on the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera. Come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates are off today. They took 2 out of 3 from the Rays over the weekend. 6-3, the final score of yesterday's game. Could have swept Tampa Bay as well, had a lead that they weren't able to hold on to on Saturday's game. So they're now 13-9 on the year. Mitch Keller, 7 strong innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, no walks, 5 strikeouts in the victory. Horwitz and York both homer for the Pirates in the latter half of the game. Pirates off today will play at the Rangers starting tomorrow, first of a 3-game series, playing their old friend Andrew McCutchen. 8:05 first pitch, 7 o'clock. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Carmen Majinski on the mound. It begins tomorrow night. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Alistair Chevrolet.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Detroit Pistons are now on upset alert after dropping Game 1 of their series to the Orlando Magic. And that sounds crazy. Detroit is the 1 and Orlando's the 8. But the Magic look like the 1 seed, not the Pistons. And the big criticism of the Pistons all season long was outside of Cade Cunningham, can anyone on the roster beat you? In Game 1, that was absolutely not the case. I worry that the Pistons could lose this series. I'm Nick Costos.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Mitsubishi can't be beat. New 2026 Outlanders, $5,000 off, or finance at 2.99% for 60 months. Outlander Sports, take up to $4,000 off. How about Eclipse Cross, up to $3,000 off? Plus, up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our spring savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 fee $0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 4/30/2026.
Pros, get ready. Your new Floor and Decor is here in Bethel Park. With job lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone in stock, and the brand names you trust. Floor and Decor is here. You ready? Now open in Bethel Park.
What does it mean to be bold? In electrical construction, it's being the power behind the power. Visit powerinpittsburgh.com to see the opportunities in electrical construction waiting for you. Join us to be bold.
At Giant Eagle, we're here because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Two pretty darn big news items with the Steelers. Tom Pelissero, Ian Rappaport saying there is no expectation of a final decision from Aaron Rodgers before the draft, and that Will Howard, at least going into minicamp, will be QB1. Now, does that sound more dramatic than it is, Bob? How much is Aaron Rodgers leaving them in the lurch? All of this, what is happening here?
I don't know, and that's why I say to you, I think the more this goes this way, the more I think there's doubt that he'll be back. I mean, he must be thinking very hard about a retirement, because originally we were told this was going to happen, a month afterwards, start of...
Art said he was expecting a decision by the draft. He said that.
That was recently, but at the beginning, I think they expected I think Omar said something like we'd have it before we get to free agency.
So we're not going to have it at all?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I would have thought by now it would be, and it's a simple answer, really. Unless this is strictly a financial play that he's trying to get more money out of them that they want to give him. I mean, why would it take this long to make this? And if Chuck Noll said it once, he said, if you are considering retirement, then you're probably already retired.
I know, but he was considering it last year. I've seen guys come out of retirement.
I understand, but he wasn't as proficient as some people think. Warren Sharp put out a big metric tweet about him, about where he fell in some of these things. A lot of things were check downs, throwing quickly, all the things that we talk about when you don't get enough time to make a play work down the field.
For sure.
So, I don't know. I mean, I would have thought for sure that they would have this figured out by now.
Me too. Reporters were told to go over to the Steelers' offices a little early today. What does that mean, Bob? What's happening?
Just to set the stage, it was at 1 o'clock scheduled to have the annual draft prep news conference, and it normally featured Tomlin and Omar. This year, of course, Omar and Mike McCarthy. But yeah, I don't know what happened with that and where that came from and what it means.
All right. Well, let's bring in our guest, is Charlie Campbell of Walter Football. And we start actually with yet another news item, Charlie, and welcome aboard. Adam Schefter reporting that Broderick Jones suffered a setback with his neck injury. So now suddenly, if it wasn't already, tackle is thrust back into the picture for the Steelers in this draft. Welcome aboard. You're from Walter Football. You're one of the most accurate mock drafters
Very good
out
at
there.
what he does, yeah.
Give us a little lay of the land at those two positions. Quarterback, well, we'll do that in a minute. Let's start with tackle and what you might find in the first round.
Well, if the Steelers were going to go with a tackle, they're fortunate that this draft has some nice options for them in the back half of the first round. So I think in talking with team people over the weekend, they thought that 7 tackles could go in the draft. You could have, it wouldn't be surprising to me if it would be maybe a run, say like 3 of them go off the board in the top 15, then there might be a little lull. And then in the 20s, another run with a bunch of them going off the board. So they're in a nice spot in the front of that group where they could have some good options available to them, like Blake Miller from Clemson, Maxi Iannacor from Arizona State, Monroe Freeling from Georgia, and then Caleb Lomu from Utah would be that group that goes off the board in that portion of the draft. So really the back half of the draft. So they have options there. They wanted to think about it. And someone, they could think of, say, perhaps Blake Miller from Clemson. He started over 50 games in college, versatile, smart technician, definitely more developed than some of the other guys. And you could start him out at tackle and kick him inside to guard or vice versa. So a player like that could give them some flexibility with dealing with the Broderick Jones injury.
But that also creates a problem, too, in that you have a left guard that they still, they have people there. It's not like the cupboard is completely empty, but it's not the kind of probably upgrade they need after, say, Malu left. So if you had a choice, that means the whole left side of the offensive line, which we thought was in pretty good shape probably a year ago, what would prioritize that? If you had to pick a guard or a tackle first, if they both became available to the Steelers in the first round, which one would you go with?
Yeah, I mean, for me, if they have a choice between Vega Ione, the Penn State guard, and then those other tackles like Blake Miller, I would take Ione just because I think he's a much better football player, and I think you're just gonna have to try and weather the storm a little bit with the Broderick Jones injury. But when you get him back, then you have just an absolute road grader next to him in Ione. So that would be the direction I would go if I was going to make the pick. But I do see the value in having a guy with a little more position flexibility where he can play guard and tackle or, that kind of thing. But to me, Ione is just a better prospect. So I'd be inclined to go that route.
Charlie Campbell of WalterFootball.com. He is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Charlie, various reports that there's a lot of teams that are willing to move back. The Jets have a couple picks here in the first round. Cardinals, Titans, Giants, Browns, Commanders. Could see Miami at number 11, Tampa at 15. If the Steelers want to rock it up in the draft, they have the ammunition to do so in the form of 12 picks in this draft. Who would you be targeting? Would it be a guy like Tyson, Jordan Tyson? Might it be a Carnell Tate, Lemon, Spencer Fano, one of those guys? And would you do that? Even with Iwane, they might have to move up ahead of the Ravens because everybody's got the Ravens taking him. What about that idea of moving up?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. If you think about some of the late round picks and the amount of mid and late round picks, first of all, the odds of those picks panning out and sticking in the NFL are just decreased dramatically. Even second round picks, it's a percentage that's around 50%. So each round you're getting worse. So you have that factor. And then the other thing you have to think of, how many of these mid to late round guys can actually make our team and our roster with a veteran roster? So in that regard, I think moving down, to get more picks isn't really needed this year. So you can throw that out unless someone really offers you something great for next year, like next year's one, and you drop into the second, like the Rams did a year ago, that might be appealing. But moving up, using those to move up, definitely. I think, like you said, Fano, if he slid into the teens, that would make sense. Mauanoa from Miami, I think, would be a great one in terms of here's a guy that can kick on side to guard, has some nastiness to him, is going to help us run the ball. I think that would be interesting. I think Jordan Tyson's going to go 5 to the Giants, so I don't think they'll be really in a position to move up, for him. But I do think Carnell Tate and Mekhi Lemon could be there outside the top 10, and they could think about moving up for those guys. So, I having gotten Michael Pittman Jr., and then you got DK Metcalf, I don't know if you'd really need to go with Tate.
Well, let me jump in there. It was very...
Lemon's a slot.
Yeah, it was very interesting that you think Tyson's going to be the first wide receiver off the board, huh?
Yes, I do. Just from things I've heard from team people, I think Tyson's going to go at 5 to the Giants. So if you like draft prop stuff, that would be my recommendation.
Wow.
But definitely, I think that, Lemon would be a nice fit in that receiving core as the slot receiver to go with, the big boys on the, on the outside with Pittman and Metcalf. So that could be a nice little group there. So moving up for him, I think that would be something that they could definitely consider.
Around here, Charlie, everybody's talking about quarterback as usual, and it's a guessing game. And now all these deadlines we seem to have thought were in place to get an answer about Aaron Rodgers, they keep shifting. The goalposts keep moving backwards, and nothing yet. Now there's indications that they may not know going into this draft. We're under the assumption the Steelers do know, but they're just maybe not revealing it or not announcing it. If they don't know, or if he still maybe decides to retire, what do you think the play is for them in this draft when it comes to quarterback?
Well, I think in the quarterback market, it would, just given the fact that, it's difficult. I mean, how much work have they done on Ty Simpson as an option if they assumed that Aaron Rodgers was going to come back and now he's, kind of waffling on that and, delaying it. So I do think he will. I think, it's probably pretty frustrating for the Steelers that, you have other teams' quarterbacks are going to the facility right now for spring, workouts, whatnot. Like Lamar Jackson was there right away, first day possible with a new staff. So that's great for setting a tone for Baltimore. And Rodgers isn't there with the new staff coming in under Mike McCarthy. Obviously, they have a history, so it's, apples and oranges to a degree, but I definitely think it could push up the consideration of taking a guy like Garrett Nussmeier in the second round, because there are a few teams that could really target him on day 2. So instead of waiting for one of those third-round picks, if they feel like Aaron might back out, then maybe we need to be a little bit more aggressive and take Nussmeier in the second.
Ooh.
So who are after Mendoza, round out your top 5 in your opinion. Who are the next 4 best quarterbacks on the board here in order?
I like Ty Simpson a lot. I feel he's been underrated in the process. I watched, Alabama and the tapes over again, and just the accuracy with him is really special. I think people kind of undervalue what he did for that team and how much he carried them, because they couldn't run the ball at all last year. And his receivers were one of the leading groups in terms of drops in college football, and the defense was not the kind of defenses they had in the Saban era with a first rounder at each, position group. So he carried that team into the playoff on his own, and I think he's going to be a solid pro starter. So I would have him second. I think he's worthy of going in the first round, mid to late, kind of the way Jackson Dart came off the board last year. Then after him, I would say the next quarterback in my mind would be Garrett Nussmeier. Garrett Nussmeier as like a second, third rounder, kind of late 2, early 3. So I think the right spot for him would be the 2024 tape is really impressive. He has some gunslinger to him. He's smart, can really push the ball downfield. So I think there's stuff to work with there with him. I'd have him in that range. And then after him, I think Drew Aller from Penn State at 4 would definitely be worth taking late third round. He's got a lot of ability, big arm. I think you could work with him and try and kind of smooth over a few things, and he could end up being at least a solid backup for you. And then lastly, I think the flyer would be Taylon Green from Arkansas, just taking a chance on him and say like the 4th round with just a great skill set. And if it doesn't work out for a year, then I'd ask him and say, hey, let's move you to wide receiver, because there aren't many guys that are 6'6", 230 that can run like that. So I think that would be a nice plan B for him, but I want to make sure he's on board with that. before you draft him. And if he says, yeah, I'm cool, we'll give quarterback a year, see how you develop. If it doesn't work, let's switch you to receiver. If he says I'm good with it, then I'd be good with taking him in the 4th round.
Charlie, do you think there's a big gap from Tate, Tyson, and Lemon to the rest of the wide receivers, and who would be that 4th guy, the wide receiver 4 that the Steelers might be able to get at 21?
I don't think there's that big of a gap for me personally. I mean, I know some of the other guys haven't gotten the hype that much, but I really like Denzel Boston a lot, the wide receiver from Washington. He's very similar to me to Tet McMillan, who went in the top 10 last year, and I think Boston will go in the 20s this year, but big size mismatch, red zone weapon. The Steelers have a couple guys that are similar in Metcalf and Pittman. So in the short term, I don't know if you would want to grab another one like that. You probably would prefer more of a, speed shifty receiver. So a player like Casey Concepcion from Texas A&M could make sense. I think he's worthy of going in the 20s on tape, but I do know he has some character issues. That's one of the reasons why he took so many of top 30 visits around the league, was because of the character concerns. So, but on field, he definitely is worthy of going in the 20s. He's a dynamic receiver, special with the ball in his hands, really asset out of the slot, can challenge teams vertically, and also a really good contributor on special teams. So I don't see a big drop-off from Mekhi Lemon to Concepcion or Carnell Tate to Denzel Boston, depending on the kind of receiver you want to add.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. When you look at the Steelers, aside from those areas we talked about, Charlie, that would be offensive line, wide receiver, and of course the quarterback is just, we'll take that off the board until things change. We don't know. But what other position do you think they can do well at? And I don't expect them to keep all 12 picks, but they're going to have some pretty good picks. They got 3 in the 3rd round. They can move up and do some things. Is there somebody in a different position who they could really utilize, and who might that be?
Well, I think that, they always are going to look to, for defensive line talent. And I think this is a great draft for them to be able to add a nice long-term building block. A player that obviously isn't going to start next season unless you had some injuries, but is going to provide you good rotational depth. And then, 2-3 years from now, when some guys age out or become cap casualties, is ready to take over as a starter. So I think they could look at, the edge rushers in round 2. I think there's going to be some really good value there. Guys like Malachi Lawrence from UCF, TJ Parker from Clemson, Mesidor from Miami. Some of those guys might sneak into the 1st round, but some of them are going to slip to round 2. Also Zion Young from Missouri and Gabe Yakas from Illinois, Derek Moore from Michigan. So right there, you just have a nice big group that if I were them, I would definitely consider grabbing one of those guys, and you can help, rotate them, try and help keep TJ Watt healthy, cut down on the workload, save them, and, try and keep them fresh. So I definitely think, using some of that 3rd round ammo and day 2 ammo to grab an edge rusher would make a lot of sense for the Steelers.
Charlie, we have 2 last questions and not a lot of time, maybe 30 seconds on each. I'll go first here. If you had to start a franchise right now with one of these 2 quarterbacks, who would it be? Will Howard or Drew Aller?
Man, I would probably go with Drew Aller, but that's tough.
All right.
And the other thing we wanted to ask you is, you have Nussmeier mocked to the Steelers in the 3rd round. How do you think why is he the best fit of any quarterback that the Steelers could take in this draft?
Well, I think with his intelligence, I think he definitely has the ability to come in and compete, for the backup job right away, at least, assuming Rodgers is back. And I think just with his development, he's a coach's kid. I think that whole process is going to be faster with Nussmeier, and he has the arm talent to be a starter in the NFL.
Bob, somebody tapped me on the arm. I turned around. I didn't know who it was going to be. I thought it might be Crowley, and it was the mayor of Pittsburgh, Kyle Dubas.
Yeah. He could pull off some trades.
That was unbelievable. Anyway, thank you, Charlie. That was a surprise.
Thanks,
and
Charlie.
Thanks for the great quarterback stuff. We appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the draft.
You coming to Pittsburgh?
I can't, unfortunately. I got a 5-month-old baby at home, so I'm not getting out of the house much at all these days.
I have to tell you, Charlie, and people tell me a lot that I don't necessarily look like I sound. Neither do you. I just saw your Twitter photo for the first time. You look like a 1980s Tom Petty, perhaps some other rock star. Your hair's down to your shoulders. I would never would have guessed that.
I mean, either.
Well, you know, there's always mysteries out there that we have to figure out.
Well, enjoy your time with your daughter. We'll talk to you again.
See you, Charlie.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Bob, this is incredible. If somebody would have asked me to draw a picture of that guy on the phone, I would have drawn a guy in his late 40s or 50s with who looked like like a prototypical sports writer, like he had stains on his shirt, maybe a little bit of scruff, a bald spot, and was maybe even using an old typewriter instead of a computer. And then you go on his website, he looks like Greg Allman, for God's sakes.
Long hair. He's got this nice Miami Vice look.
Limits, did you know this about him?
Yeah, I have seen his Twitter picture before, and it looks nothing like The Voice.
It's incredible.
That's what some people say when they meet us for the first time.
I know.
Because, I mean, think about just even 3 years ago, 2 years ago, before we did so much more with video.
Right.
You really didn't see us.
They usually say I'm way more handsome than I sound. Bob, what do they say about you, Bob? Well, they see you all the time. That's the thing.
That's a little disadvantage.
What do they say about you, Limits?
Sometimes that the voice matches the face. I don't know.
Oh, it does match the face in your...
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Some people say otherwise, but I'm surprised by the amount of people that recognize me because there's no camera back here.
Yeah, you come in here and get on camera.
Once or twice. Throw Joe's cardboard cutout to the side to be able to make an announcement.
Coming up next, let's dive back into the Steeler intrigue because this is building in a way that I didn't think was going to happen early in the week. Rappaport saying that Rodgers will not decide before the draft, saying that Will Howard will be QB1 in minicamp. Does that sound bigger than it really is? Broderick Jones with a setback with his neck injury. What does that mean for the first round? Alex Highsmith and Herbig being mentioned by at least one reporter as possible trade bait going into this week. Let's talk about all of this coming up next with you. 412-928-9370. Partly cloudy, a high of Blake Lizotte, 46. A low of Hannes Wagner, 33. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, not good news on the injury front for Broderick Jones, who suffered a neck injury that was season-ending for him a year ago and missed half of the year. Jones is going to continue to miss time. He suffered a setback, according to Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network, and it was at first a huge question if Broderick Jones was going to be able to be ready by the start of training camp. Those questions are going to persist, and the Steelers also have not received word on Aaron Rodgers and his future, according to Pelissero and Rappaport, on a final decision. Doesn't seem like they're going to know before the start of the draft. Minicamp starts today. Will Howard is expected to be QB1, not Mason Rudolph from Rappaport. Interesting. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
You're ready to ask her to marry you, and you want it to be perfect. So don't let a chain store salesperson rush you into something that may not be right. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler, asking, why not make it easy and visit a family-owned independent jeweler? At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our experts will guide you through the ring buying process and take our time to make your engagement ring the perfect memory with either a designer ring or a custom design, all at an affordable price. Visit us today at Peters Township or online at pittsburghdiamonds.com.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. My first job out of college was as an assistant golf pro at Butler Country Club, earning $2.10 an hour. There was no work for me in golf in the winter, so to survive, I took a job at Armco Steel, working on a labor gang. Some nights I did janitorial work. Others, I labored in the rolling pits. I'd come home covered in soot to the tiny apartment my wife Barb and I shared with our newborn daughter Sarah. Now, 40 years later, Sarah and I are business partners at Botkin Family Wealth Management, along with my son Lester. I like to remember my beginnings and to share those stories with my children and grandchildren. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Doran Dickerson here. Do you want access to the building supplier that the pros have? If you've got a home project coming up, you need to check out Reed Building Supply in McKees Rocks. Whether you're upgrading your space or starting from scratch, my guys at Reed Building Supply have everything you need: decking, windows, doors, cabinets, floors, tools, and so much more. Their team offers project consultation services to help you plan, price, and execute your project the right way from the start. ReedBuildingSupply.com, Robb Street in McKees Rocks. Reed Building Supply, your partner from planning to completion.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and now's the perfect time to take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180, which has a very cool ring to it when you have the finish line right there, 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. Be pretty cool to have it reading 200 by the 4th of July. Or maybe the scale says 300. I bet 260 would be a lot nicer on your knees and your joints, right? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. Now, I dropped 35 pounds in just 6 weeks. That means there's no reason you can't drop 40 or more by the 4th. So ring Independence Day in, shirt off, confident, and of course, the most important thing, feeling happy. You reached your goal with the help of Awaken 180. Crack open the beer, roast up the dogs, enjoy some of the good stuff, because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. Yes, free for life, and they stand by it. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. April is here, and everything is in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Looking for a fresh start this spring? The 2026 Hyundai Tucson all-wheel drive brings versatility to your ride, and right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, you can get the Tucson SE with 0% APR for 60 months or get rebates up to $3,000. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Based on 2025 year-end January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 5/3/26. Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes. Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows and wait, your windows won't open? They leak? Are cracked? They need repainting again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book your consultation today.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $200 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
There's a new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe, and they can't wait to meet you. Smale Chevrolet Latrobe is officially open and now part of the Smale Auto Group family. They invite you to come in and experience a high standard of sales and service. And what better way to celebrate than with Chevy Truck Month? Right now, they're offering the Chevy supplier discount to everyone. That's right. You pay what the suppliers pay on Smale Chevrolet's incredible lineup of Silverado trucks and Equinox SUVs. Big savings. And the trucker SUV you've been dreaming of. Visit them today on Route 30 in Latrobe or online at smalechevrolet.com. Smale Chevrolet, welcome to our family. Together, let's drive.
Heading to the draft in Pittsburgh on April 23rd or 24th? Make parking easy with Highmark Stadium. Located just minutes from the draft action, Highmark Stadium is a convenient option for fans who want to park close and enjoy the weekend without the hassle. Spots are available now for both Thursday and Friday, but space is limited. Reserve your parking today at riverhounds.com/draft parking. That's riverhounds.com/draft parking.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Topps is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome football value box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Precision Pointing and Restoration. Free estimates, no money down. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 2 of the 7-game series, first round of the playoffs for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Tonight, PPG Paints Arena, 7 o'clock. The official puck drop will be more closer to 7:20, 7:25, just like it was on Saturday. Stuart Skinner, according to Dan Hughes, is officially in goal for the Pens. We'll see if they shuffle around any of the lines. That was not the case at yesterday's practice. Penguins holding an optional morning skate before Game 2 tonight. PPG Paints Arena. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Papa Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, man. Do we have a lot of stuff brewing with the draft in town here this week? Suddenly, today, everything exploded. So, Bob, I'm going to give you a choice here. That's what I'm going to do. You tell me which is the biggest story to you, and then you can riff on it for a minute, and we'll go from there. We'd love to have you join in at 412-928-9370. We open talking Penguins with our predictions and what's gone wrong early in that series and what could go right in Game 2, perhaps. We'll get to that. We'll get to the Pirates. Haven't even touched on them yet, but we got the biggest sporting event in the city's history, and we have, as I said, plenty of intrigue building, not the least of which is reporters were told to go over there a little earlier than usual today, than expected today. I don't know what's happening there. Maybe some info on Aaron Rodgers. I don't know. In the meantime, we have Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport saying, quote, there is no expectation of a final decision from Aaron Rodgers before the draft. No expectation of one. And that Will Howard will be QB1 at minicamp. Man, if you just shorten that to Will Howard will be QB1, Bob, that's like dumping a keg of catnip on the ground for Steeler fans. Will Howard will be QB1 at minicamp. So you have that. You have Schefter saying that, unfortunately, Broderick Jones has had a setback with his neck injury. Neck injuries always really tricky. What does that do to the first round of the draft? Does it open it wide open? And then you have Charles Robinson at Yahoo saying Alex Highsmith's name, along with Nick Herbig, definitely being floated around front offices. All of this as we try to guess where the Steelers will go with number 21, or maybe they'll move up. Let's talk about that in a minute. First, what's the biggest story there, Bob, to you? What would you like to talk about?
Well, I still think quarterbacks always get the biggest amount of attention, and they should. First of all, I think with a new coach, you get some extra time. So I think even if Aaron Rodgers had said, yes, I'm coming back, and they sign a deal, he wasn't going to get any play in this. So you have to choose. I guess the biggest news is that he's QB1 over Mason Rudolph in this process.
Howard,
but again, Mason Rudolph's a 9-year vet. I don't know if he needs the time. They were shortchanged last year in how they got time with Will Howard. So I think no matter what, he was going to get the lion's share of everything, and especially an additional mini camp because you have a new coach. So that doesn't surprise me. But if this goes, the bigger story is still no word. And you can believe what you want to believe. I think most people have conditioned themselves to believe that this is all done. But the question is, why not? Why hasn't it been announced? Because last year, Aaron Rodgers did not take part in any of this stuff. He doesn't have to throw a pass.
He didn't sign till the first week of June.
I understand that. But I think if he signs now, he ain't going to get any of the stuff. It's all about younger people. He's been through this. He just has to be there. Makes no sense other than it's a money situation or he's still seriously considering retirement. What else would you derive from that?
I'm baffled at this point because, at some point, Art looks bad here, doesn't he? Because he said, I think he told Dulac at the meetings recently, the owners' meetings, when I talked, he did say, though, that he talked to Aaron. When I talked to Aaron and Omar talked to him, he told us he wasn't going to take as long this year as he did last year to make that decision. Mm-hmm. Art says, I'm not 100% sure what that means, but I expect something before the draft.
And that
was a couple weeks ago. It still could, but the reporting is saying no.
Right. That's the mystery of it all. And I'd like to know why, if that's true, what is holding it up? Is it money?
Well, as they say, the answer to 100% of your questions is money. I don't know, though. Nobody seems to know.
But again,
the Steelers don't even know, apparently, although I think I'm still sticking to my opinion that I actually think they do.
I think you'll have an answer of what, if he doesn't sign and there's no announcement, then what they do in the draft will tell you how they feel. Because if they don't know and they got to operate with that assumption that he may not come back, then they have to draft differently than they would if he said yes this year. So I think you'll know a lot by the end of the draft on Saturday night. But it's very
Do you know, Bob? Do you have more info than you're letting
on?
on?
I have no information on anything, no.
Why were reporters told to go over there early today? What do you think is brewing there? Are they going to tell them something about Rodgers?
I don't know. Rich Welsh from our station is there, so I'm waiting to hear anything from that, but I have no idea. So they do have a 1 o'clock draft joint news conference between the head coach and the GM coming up. So that's standard procedure. But
our very own Jeff Hathorne also there. I wonder what's cooking. I wonder what's going on. Okay, then... Well, with Rodgers, this is awfully tricky. What's your feeling, Bob? Do you think that percent chance that guy's going to be their quarterback again?
Well, at the beginning of this process, I thought it was like 70-30. Now I think it's more, I honestly think it's 50-50.
Oh, my God. You're like Patrick Queen at this point, 50-50.
Well, you have to have doubts, don't you, at this point?
Of course.
Given everything that's been said.
Yeah. But weren't we doing this last year, too?
But this is year 2, and it's a little bit different, I think, because you have a new coach in place. He knows him well, certainly. But we've been told that this would happen sooner. That's the part that makes you wonder. It was supposed to happen before free agency. It was supposed to happen before the draft, and here we are, draft week, still nothing. Like I said, it could happen. Maybe that's going to be the big reveal. He's
but if he actually, I don't think he's going to come here. Do you?
I don't know. I doubt it, but I'm just saying it's a possibility.
But if you really look at that Rooney quote, he actually said, I'm not sure what he meant by he told us he wasn't going to take as long. His answer to that is, I'm not sure 100% what that means, but I expect something before the draft. Nobody's come out and said we're going to get an answer before the draft. In fact, Art says there, I don't know what he meant by it won't take as long as last year.
If you take that to be 100% accurate, then they don't know what their quarterback situation is. You're going into a draft where there are going to be some quarterbacks you may be interested in.
I don't think that Rodgers would just leave them in the lurch here. I honestly don't. I honestly do not believe that Rodgers, with having already played for Art and Omar last year and talking about how wonderful it was, and now with his old guy, Mike McCarthy here, and a bunch of people depending on a decision from him, that he's going to say, you know what? I don't know yet. I'll tell you after the draft. I refuse to believe that.
And you may be 100% right. But there is the part of it that could be that they really don't know. And and we don't know that.
I wouldn't appreciate that from him if I were the Steelers.
No, I wouldn't either.
Would you?
No, I'd want an answer sooner than later.
No, he may have told them no. He may have told them I'm done. I don't want that out there yet. I'm going to make that announcement on my own time. Or he may be looking for another situation. I just simply refuse to believe that Aaron Rodgers is going to hold this organization and his former head coach hostage like this, and that he's telling them, even as we speak, you know what, guys, I still don't know. Do whatever you want in the draft. I'll tell you later. I'm not believing that. They either know he's coming back or they know he's not, I think.
I think most people believe that too. But I'm leaving the door open that there is something more at work here and that he may not be interested in returning for one more year. Maybe he just feels differently.
And maybe he already told them that.
Maybe he did. I think Aaron Rodgers likes this. It's a little cat and mouse game that continues to bring his name up almost every day. And that may be the genesis of all of this, that he likes playing this game. I don't understand. It's been how long since the season ended? He should know how he feels by now.
I know that would be a hell of a thing to do to an organization that you said you respected and loved, though.
I agree.
Is to leave them guessing here and have to totally prepare for things like the draft, maybe in a different way than they would have if they knew what you were doing. That's why I think they know what he's doing.
And that's probably the case. But I'm not going to totally say 100% that is the case.
All right, let's move on to the next situation. By the way, any of you want to weigh in on any of this at 412-928-9370. News popping left and right with Rappaport and Pelissero saying there's no expectation of Aaron Rodgers' final decision be announced before the draft. Will Howard, QB1 at minicamp, whatever that means, moving forward. Alex Highsmith and Herbig. Let's move on to that. Let's move on to Charles Robinson of Yahoo, saying that Highsmith's name, along with Herbig's, definitely being floated around front offices. We've been talking about this for a while. Mm-hmm. I want them to trade either Highsmith or Watt, make room for Herbig, sign Herbig, bring back whatever assets that might entail, probably for next year's draft, maybe. Really go after your quarterback next year. I like this idea. I hope it's true. Although I don't want to trade Herbig. I want to trade Highsmith or Watt.
I think Highsmith has the most value if you're going to do that right now. He's coming off a pretty good season, and I think his contractual situation is better than Watt, obviously. So
you think Highsmith brings back more than Watt?
I think Watt's, what's the age difference? A couple of years?
3 years? 4 years,
I think
maybe?
that plays into this, yes. I think but I don't know that you're going to get a first-round pick. But then again, I didn't think Dexter Lawrence would get a 10th overall pick either.
You didn't? Dexter Lawrence?
Yes.
He's the best interior defensive lineman, maybe the best defensive lineman.
Injury, and I understand that. They're desperate. They need help. But if you're going to get a 10th overall pick for him, my goodness, then you can get at least that.
He's the best player in the league at his position.
I know that. And he can put pressure on the quarterback from the nose tackle. He's very good against the run. I get all of that. But he's also 29.
28.
29.
28.
When's he turn 29?
November.
Okay. In season, he'll be 29.
Now you throw that one in there.
But I think the Bengals had to do something because they need.
Yeah, and they wound up getting the best defensive lineman maybe in football.
But you at a $28 million a year rate. Whereas if you can get a plug-and-play guy, probably a 10, who can come in and help you too.
Wait, now we're talking about something different. Now we're talking about whether the Bengals did the right thing.
I don't know that they did the right thing.
Joe Burrow has a window that's barely cracked open right now.
They need more than just Dexter Lawrence. And
well, he sure helps. He sure helps.
Does. But I also think sometimes you got to draft better, and when you have an opportunity at number 10, not often do you get there with a quarterback like Joe Burrow. You can also address those needs in the draft. You should be able to get a plug-and-play guy who helps you on defense that early, or whatever you may need. I just think that's – how about Austin? Were you surprised 10th overall for him?
A little bit. But, I mean, the Bengals have had no defensive pieces for years now. And they need to be able to they need to improve that offensive line for Burrow. But somebody has to be able to stop the opposition so that Joe Burrow has a fighting chance.
And they've gone out and made moves.
They need more than just him.
Well, they've made other moves in free agency.
If you look at it as Dexter Lawrence, you're basically taking him with that, and you just wipe the money aside. You're taking Dexter Lawrence with the 10th overall pick. I like it from Cincinnati's perspective. They're in a win-now mode.
Exactly. You have to do that. But I think as a 10th overall pick can give you also what you need in that position. Plus, you're dealing with a guy on a rookie contract who you can have for many more years.
Would you rather
how long Dexter Lawrence is going to be there?
Well, they signed him to a one-year extension as well.
Extension. So he has 3 years, $70 million.
Would you rather have Dexter Lawrence or Caleb Downs? Or Sonny Styles?
Yeah,
Lawrence is a proven.
I understand that, but you're talking about guys who could be that. Immediately. Rookie guys who could come in there and play at a very high level.
Could be.
I mean, Bob, they went out and spent well over $100 million on other defenders. Brian Cook, they brought in a safety. They brought in Jonathan Allen. They brought in 3 or 4 free agents that they spent over $100 million on defensively before they went out and got Dexter Lawrence.
And I still think they need more help on their offensive line.
Well, there's the whole rest of the draft for that. They also have, the 40th pick?
Yeah, but you know, again, I just put a lot of emphasis on 10 overall. I think that's a spot you very rarely get to with a franchise quarterback that you have.
If you ask Joe Burrow, if you
look at both sides of this, I've seen people on both sides say both of those teams, the fan bases of the field, there were good deals for those teams. Certainly, the Giants felt good about it because they get 2 number 1 picks now, and they can do wonders there, helping Neighbors as a wide receiving, somebody else to help them there, but they also can get somebody on defense. And I think Harbaugh likes the fact that he can, move on with somebody younger. But I also think Cincinnati fans like that because, for what you just said, they're desperate to do something defensively to help Joe Burrow win more. So I get all of that. I'm just my curiosity was I wouldn't have expected a 10th overall pick for him. When I heard it, that's the first thing I thought of. You didn't?
No, I wasn't surprised in the least.
Well, I was.
You tell me that
I thought it would.
Maybe, and he's coming off a down year, but every single thing you read says that was more about the defense around him and all their struggles. But you tell me I can get one of the best players in the league at age 28. And if you ask Joe Burrow what he would rather do, take the pick or the player, what do you think he would say?
Probably whatever makes their defense better so he could get on the field more.
Right.
So I get that.
So that's part of it if you're the Bengals, too, is that you're looking to make sure Joe Burrow.
What I'm talking about is these trades are an exchange of first-rounders and you give 2 seconds or something like that. You don't necessarily get the overall, your only number 1 pick and give it away, although teams have done that. In fact, all you have to do is look at this year's draft. How many teams have 2 picks in the first round? The Jets do it. Now the Giants have it. The Miami Dolphins have it. Dallas has it. Who am I missing? There are a lot of teams that have now 2 picks. They're going in a different direction. They want to bring in.
The Bengals got to win now. They have Joe Burrow, Chase, and Higgins. They got to win right now.
Yes, but I don't think this will do it for them anyway. I still think it's going to make them better. I don't think there's any question about that. But I'm wondering what you would have done with that 10th overall pick.
Yeah.
That's all I'm wondering about. I think that's a juicy pick to give up for one player.
Sure is. And you wouldn't do it for many. But for me, at least, he's one.
Go back to Highsmith. I think Highsmith has a lot of value yet. I think TJ Watt, you may be able to get, I don't know about a number 1 now. I don't. Do you? Do you think you get a first-round pick for him?
Depends on who. I keep talking about the Rams, and they have 2 first-round.
Buffalo.
Yeah, the Rams have 2 first-round picks
That's
next year.
That's the other team I forgot. The Rams have 2.
And we know that McVay loves TJ Watt. And I absolutely think they would give up a first-round pick for him. And I happen to think that Watt, if you went around and asked all the teams that desperately need that last piece, the Bills, if the Bengals still had room for another piece, the Rams, would you rather have T.J. Watt or Alex Highsmith? I think 100% of them would say T.J. Watt, even with the contract.
But I think Alex Highsmith has a lot of value. And he does stuff in the run game as well as what he's done to the outside to get to quarterbacks. He's a better player than I think a lot of people get off track with the injuries. Injuries happen. He's had his share, no doubt about that. But he's a very good player. So my answer to your question, I would trade none of them. I just think I'd keep it. It's a deep position. That's a position that I know I want to utilize throughout the course of the year.
But then you're basically saying you're willing to lose Herbig.
No, you cross that bridge when it comes to it.
The bridge needs to be crossed now.
Are you certain that Herbig, who's been mostly a guy who's in there, as the third guy in that situation, is going to be capable of putting up the kind of numbers?
I mean, let's put it this way.
Or is he a player who the more he's exposed, maybe the production drops off?
I've seen a hell of a lot more than him than I have from the Bengals' 10th choice overall. He's stepped into the league and looks like he has a chance to be a star.
I agree with that.
And he's 4 years younger than Highsmith and 8 years or 7 years younger than Watt.
I think it's a position of strength, and it's a big part of how they play defense. And I think you can't have enough of those guys. So for this year, I'm not going to trade anyone.
And that's great for this year. But then Herbig becomes unrestricted, and the closer he gets to that, the closer you are to losing him, especially if he has a big year.
Yeah.
Then what?
Then so he gets a big contract someplace else, if that's what you're thinking, and you redraft the position.
That's the one thing I want to avoid in this whole
then you're going to have to
rusher.
give money right now to him, and money to Porter, right?
Okay,
because those two have to be signed.
Right. I'm not paying a quarterback. I might as well give the money to somebody, and if I have to finagle my roster otherwise, I will.
See. I just like the position of strength on edge rusher. I think they have a lot of depth there, and I think that will help them as the season goes on.
Me too. Clearly, ideally, you want to have. I would like to have 8 edge rushers, but the story is that one of them, the youngest one, after the season, is going to be an unrestricted free agent. So you really don't have that luxury.
No, but which is why that if you wanted to make a deal, you should have done it before this year with a guy like Watt, or but when he had 2 years remaining on a contract still, before it ever got to redoing him at $41 million. If they thought that way, they would have done it then, but they didn't do that.
I know. So now you're in a quandary.
Right. I would have been more on board with that, given what you would get in return, than I am now. I just don't know what the return would be.
Well, one of the returns would be not having all the burden of that contract. The other return would be freeing up a spot for what I think is a rising star in Herbig. And not, by the way, if Herbig has to play third fiddle again, why would he want to come back here?
No, I agree.
And he can break the bank in free agency. He's just going to be gone. And I don't want that. In fact, that's my number one priority.
They could also make
have him here.
choices in that, you see veterans cut all the time, surprising cuts. They can move on from one of those guys and just say, we're going to go with Herbig now and give him the money and maybe Highsmith.
Wouldn't you want something in return instead of just cutting somebody?
Yes, but again, I want to see the return before I can answer that question. What would the return look like?
No worse than a second for either guy, I think.
Okay.
And as part of a package,
based on that, I'd keep what I have. I'd worry about that later, and I'd figure out something. The salary cap going up significantly each and every year. There are ways to get things done.
I'm not sacrificing Herbig to the cause to 1 year.
Okay, we'll see. I need to see it on a more regular basis, I suppose. He's a very good player, no doubt, and for where they got him in the draft, tremendous.
I'd like to see Highsmith on more of a regular basis. He was great at the end of this year. That's why I think you trade him high.
Healthy, he's been really good.
I know, but he's hardly ever healthy.
Well, the same could be said for Watt sometimes, too.
And actually, Herbig has been out sometimes, too.
He had multiple hamstrings last year. He was out quite a bit.
Next, who's up?
All right, let's go to Steve. He's in 84.
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, guys. Great show. I'd like to comment on the Rodgers predicament. It's a shame that he's holding the Steelers hostage for this long so they can't make plans for the draft and beyond. And with Herbig, I think we ought to keep him. He's a good third guy, pass rusher, run stopper. But on the Rodgers thing, I think they ought to just move on from him.
So you don't think they already know?
I think they know. I don't know why they're playing this game.
Well, if they know, then he's not holding them hostage.
If he wants to play, like Cam Hayward said, if you want to be a Steeler, be a Steeler. You know, if he doesn't.
Well, for all you know, he may still want to be. I mean, maybe they have it all figured out already, but for whatever strange reason, nothing's being announced.
Next.
Here's Paul and Elizabeth.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, guys, how you doing? Love the show, man. You compliment each other well. Listen, 2 points. Rodgers, come on. Pittsburgh's going to make a move. Move on. Get these younger guys in, so on and so forth like that. Save the money from this guy and his games, and like you say, whether they know or not. Nobody else does.
Bob, doesn't it feel kind of doomed with McCarthy and Rodgers together? Not to a catastrophe, but to...
That, you know, what did they do with Bill Curry? You got a young guy in there, energetic. You got all these young talents, so on and so forth. Anyway, time to move on and save the money from that guy. Let's go to the Pens. I noticed something that one of the commentators made the other night, and this is the evidence of what the problem the Penguins have. Youth. They said that they had 3 teenagers in their lineup. I don't know about you guys, but I can't run as fast, hell, skate as fast as these kids. So my opinion is go Pens, go Steelers, but save the money, move on. Younger generation, it's the change of the game. Because one point in time, we all got to face it. It's time to hang them up. Okay, guys, have a good day.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Oh. Yeah, the Flyers do have some good young players. Rodgers, again, this is this is a situation that until we know for sure, it's going to be continued to be a topic. But if it's done, you'll notice that in the way they draft, I think. If they don't have any announcement about Rodgers, they go through this draft and say they don't draft a quarterback. I think you have your answer there.
If they're as high on Will Howard as they say they are, even if Rodgers doesn't come here, why would you draft a quarterback in the first 3 rounds?
Because you need more help.
Well, why not just wait till the 6th or 7th then?
I mean, you could do that too. I don't know.
Why give this guy that everybody loves so much, why not just hand him the reins then? And with Mason as your fail-safe and then Chris Oladukin in the back.
The way they've talked about Will Howard, maybe that will be their plan B. Maybe that's it. Maybe they just said, we know enough from what we see in these meetings and the times we've had him on the practice field, and we're just going to make that commitment. I doubt it for now, but it's in play. I don't think there's any question. I wish this thing would get over with because it's a question that we ask every single day, and people call in all the time, whether he's holding them hostage, whether it's done or it's not done. It's done, so you know that, but we don't know that. It just plays on.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Let's get a little bit more into the Broderick Jones news. That's major news today that could heavily influence what the Steelers do in the draft. Talk about that coming up. Dan Zangrilli on the Pirates, top of the hour. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. You can listen to this show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Pomp and Joe. Bob, you have a message for the Pompulous.
It's about bathrooms, Joe. We all go there, right? Some a lot more than others. The best bathrooms don't just look good, ladies and gentlemen. They change how you start your day. And at West Shore Home, they've built a reputation on making that possible for homeowners across this country. They are America's most trusted home remodeler, and they make this process, the remodeling process, fast, efficient, convenient. Their modern composite walls give you this custom design aesthetic look without any of the upkeep. No grout, no scrubbing, just affordable luxury, engineered to last. And getting there is easier than you think. Their own team of highly trained employee installers handle this every day, and they do everything. No subcontractors, no strangers in your house, no stress as a result. And that's not what they just say. It's why 70,000 homeowners have given 5-star reviews after trusting West Shore Home with their project. Now it's your turn. You can buy a full bath remodel and get a shower in a second bathroom absolutely free. Get started with no money down and lock in finance options when you visit westshorebath.com. Again, that's westshorebath.com. See the website for details. Austin?
Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bob, Penguins are playing the Flyers tonight in what amounts truly as a must-win game. You don't want to go to Philadelphia down 0-2 after the Penguins lost on Saturday night to Philly 3-2. Flyers 20 shots on goal. Penguins ended up with 17, but they had 14 for a majority of the third period and just did not play overall a good game. Was bailed out by Stuart Skinner, who had to defend against multiple breakaway opportunities. So the Penguins look to bounce back tonight. 7 o'clock, PPG Paints Arena against Philadelphia. Game 3 Wednesday in Philly. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Giants trading star defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence to the Cincinnati Bengals for the 10th overall pick in Thursday night's draft. A win-win for both teams. For the Giants, now another top 10 pick, 3 picks in the top 37 to add to a talent-deficient roster. And for Cincinnati, an impact defensive player in a season where they absolutely have to win to convince Joe Burrow to stay long-term. I'm Nick Costos.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Turns out, talk isn't cheap. Just talking about affordability doesn't make things affordable. Straight Talk's had the same price since 2009. Plus, their Gold plan includes a Walmart Plus membership and $20 in Walmart cash when you activate. That's more than just talk.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straightforward, always. Valid through May 17, 2026. $20 in Walmart cash for Straight Talk Gold or Platinum Plan customers newly enrolling in Walmart Plus. Limit 1 per enrollment and account. Same price claim applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan, beginning October 2009.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you. Select models TSRP 35599 VIN TT 044098 RWD model 7186 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Food for thought in the heart of North Oakland on Craig Street. There's a legend that's been serving up Pittsburgh flavor for 32 years. Meet the Deli King, where homemade corned beef is made fresh every single day and piled high just the way you like it. They don't cut corners, they slice perfection. From the best Reubens in town to deli sandwiches that keep you coming back, this isn't just lunch, It's tradition. Food for Thought Deli, Craig Street, North Oakland. The Deli King, home of Pittsburgh's best deli sandwiches. Come for the corned beef. Stay for the crown.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Spring is here. How about a fresh start? Baseball is back, the excitement of the draft, and sunlight finally filling your home again. Pella Windows and Doors welcomes the season with energy-efficient windows that brighten your space, elevate curb appeal, and keep your home comfortable all year long. And right now, get 55% off installation or 0% APR for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA or visit PellaPittsburgh.com. Pella, Pittsburgh's trusted window company.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Pump up the volume. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 46.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Well, it's draft week in Pittsburgh, and at a time when folks were starting to speculate, rumors were starting to spread, buzz was starting to build that at some point over the course of Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Aaron Rodgers would show up and say he's back for another year. There's a report that the Steelers still don't know what Aaron Rodgers is going to do. Now, maybe that's part of the setup, or maybe they just want the folks who are going to be at the draft this weekend to not get their hopes up for clarity. A year ago, we didn't have full clarity, but we kind of knew where it was heading. This year, it feels like they have no idea where it's going, which creates plenty of uncertainty about what they're going to do in the first round of the draft, and even more uncertainty about what they're going to do at quarterback if Aaron Rodgers ultimately doesn't come back for a second season.
That is the dilemma. Who do you believe? What do you believe? And how does it impact this draft?
Are we hearing anything from the reporters over there who were called in early, Limits? Anything at all? Any tweets coming out?
Well, that's the thing. Kabali tweeted something like about 10 minutes before they set everything up at this little table with 2 microphones at a podium and said, business is about to pick up. Kabali has not tweeted anything since. And I haven't seen...
business hasn't picked up, at least not in this hour that it was supposed to.
Is it a closed-door press conference of some sort before Omar and McCarthy speak to the media publicly at 1? Possibly? That they're not allowed to tweet anything out until after the press conference?
Maybe there's an embargo.
Happen.
Maybe there's a Twitter embargo on this, Bob. What might they be being told, though? Are we going to hear from little birdies? Are you going to get a text from somebody? Are you going to get a birdie text or a Richie
like I said,
Walsh
Rich
text?
is over there, so but I haven't heard anything, and he didn't either. He said it's just business as usual for now.
Nothing from Mike DeFabo on Twitter.
Jeff Hathorn? Is he over there?
I think Jeff's there. I haven't heard anything from Jeff. Nothing from the Saunders umbrella himself, Alan Saunders.
All right. Well, in the meantime, Bob, here's what I want the Steelers to do. Because here's what I firmly believe about pro sports by and large. You win with studs. I want them to move up in the draft and get a top 5 or top 10 player, and I don't particularly care which assets they give up as far as draft picks go. They've got 18 million of them right now. You want to throw in Patrick Queen for somebody, then throw in Patrick Queen. I'm reading where...
They already gave him a $5 million bonus. I doubt seriously they'll trade him.
Okay, but it's just an example.
Right.
Albert Breer says tons of teams want to move back in the draft. In fact, every team that picks after the Jets, what are they at, number 2, Limitless Wonder?
Yes.
They have 2 picks.
Yeah, they have 2. They're at 2, and then they pick again.
They'll keep the 2 and move the other one, probably.
So Albert Breer saying the Cardinals, Titans, Giants, Browns, Commanders are willing to move back. Miami at 11, Tampa at 15, and yes, the Jets have 2 first-round picks. So you love Carnell Tate, Bob? You love Caleb Downs. You love Mekhi Lemon. You love Spencer Fano, the giant tackle. Who knows, maybe guard, I don't know. From Utah? Yes. Yes, I do love them. And I think of Mike Tomlin sizing up, who was a defensive lineman for Washington all those years?
Deron Payne?
Not him, the other guy. And him saying during a game, man, we'd love to take a guy like you that looks like you.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
But we never pick high enough.
Yeah.
Well, here we go.
Chase Young.
Get yourself to number 6. Get yourself to number 4. I don't care what you do. Get yourself to number 8 or 10.
You would want to exchange first-round picks?
Yes, and throw in more for them.
Give 21 to somebody who's going to move up to top 10, and you give him a second and a third on top of that.
You can go ahead and build your team with Peyton Wilsons and everybody else. I want studs at different positions.
Well, wide receivers are studs.
In this draft?
Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm saying, Bob.
Jordan Tyson is supposed to be, according to Charlie there, in the top 5. If you believe he's that good, and
Michael Pittman's a nice player.
You know about. No, I know, but
he's just a guy, really.
And ultimately, you also down the road have guys who could be released, veterans who lose their jobs, even though they have time left on a contract. Sure. So, yeah, you can do that. I would be surprised if they did. Because I still think there are a lot of picks.
You'd be surprised if they moved up?
Into the top 5, yes.
5, I would be surprised, yeah. 10, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised.
The cost of that is normally pretty big. And again, I was surprised that it was Lawrence straight up for a 10. I thought it would also have some other picks involved. But so, yeah, I mean, the possibility exists, especially when you have 6 teams that have 2 picks. Those teams can move down. Those teams get 1 high, and then they can move away from their second pick, which is normally in the middle of the round, and move lower.
Go get a difference maker. Michael Pittman's a guy. DK Metcalf, let's hope he doesn't run into anybody with blue hair again this season, Bob. I don't know what to expect from him that basically they need a young stud receiver, and they could go get one. They could move up and get one.
Yeah, they could.
Or a tackle.
And I think...
Or a safety.
All right.
Only one of them downs would be that guy.
Which is your most important position right now? Now, what you know about Broderick Jones? Tackle, guard, wide receiver, of those three.
That's a great question. I guess the first, let me throw a question back at you before I answer that. Do you trust Dylan Cook? Do you trust that he's a number one left tackle?
All due respect to Dylan Cook, I'll probably say no on that. He's a good guy who showed his value when he stepped up, and he had to, and he played well, largely. I like him, but not as a starter.
I might move up and get the tackle.
The tackles are the most important part of that, especially when you're talking about quarterback protection. And if you have a good one, like I just saw today, Trent Williams got a new deal. Again, this is like his fourth new deal with San Francisco. He's one of the best to play that position, 12-time, I think, Pro Bowler. If you can get someone who can turn into a stud every single year at that position, to me, that's a big, big piece to get. And Jones, unfortunately, Broderick has not had things go his way.
The other thing I'm wavering on, the other position is receiver. And if Jordan Tyson, if I could go up and get him, and we had Charlie Campbell from Walter Football saying the Giants at 5, but then I looked at his mock draft. He's got the Giants taking him at 10. What's going on there, Bob?
Because there are so many mock drafts, you change them every day.
If I could go up and get that guy, I might have to. Limits, did you see his workout yesterday or the day before?
I think it was Friday.
Oh, my God.
Solid. That's the guy that I would target. I don't think Tate is going to be...
But where would you get him?
Near them.
Where could you get him?
Maybe 12? You have to jump the Ravens. I think the Ravens are going to end up taking Iwane, the guard from Penn State.
I do too.
I would jump up and get him too, by the way.
Yeah.
He's the other one, Bob. You asked me guard, wide receiver, something else. Iwane, I'd be really tempted to get him.
Because the interior of your offensive line should be set for a long time then.
That's the point when you move into the top 10 is you kind of have your pick of the litter, and you should get a really good player.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know how much it would take. They have enough picks to make that work. They could even trade picks from next year if they have to get where they want to.
They're not going to do that, though.
No, they typically don't, and I don't expect them to do. I'm just saying.
Why wouldn't they trade a lower pick from next year?
Well, if it's like a 5th, 6th, or 7th, I could see it. But are you going to be able to trade one of those to move up in the first round? I doubt it. You're going to have to use your 3s and 4s and not your 2s.
In order to move from 21 to the top 10, they did it with Devin Bush.
It was a 3rd and a 5th to move up 10 spots.
And change number ones, but 3rd and a 5th. I thought that was a doable thing given what he was supposed to be, and he was originally. Then the injury happened. But that kind of pick, fine, 3rd and pick and 5th, I have no problem with. But they're going to want more than that probably to do it. And that's fine, too. They have 3 third-round picks.
It's one thing to collect a bunch of decent to good players. That's wonderful, to make a collection of that. Studs win in the end. They got to get more of those in here. Fatanu is one, I think.
Yeah, he seems to be. But it's funny that he got injured in his first year. And was
Joey Porter might be one.
As far as signing him to a deal.
As far as being a stud, the kind of...
Yeah, he's turned into that, yes.
Yeah. Next.
Here is Ted. He's in Bloomfield.
Hi, Ted.
Hi, guys. How are you today?
Good. What's up?
I'm thinking about the draft, and I'm thinking about Aaron Rodgers. I'm assuming maybe you've seen the movie Wall Street. Do you think there's any chance Aaron Rodgers comes out onto the stage and screams, "I'm not leaving! I'm not leaving"?
No. No chance. I don't think.
You don't think the Steelers would announce it or anything like that? Or
I mean, maybe they will because it's in their backyard. They want to make something, memorable. That would be a memorable way to announce this deal is done. And Rodgers likes the attention, so I'm not going to rule that out because he likes the attention. I don't know the answer to that.
Well,
but these reports seem to indicate that he's not going to give them an answer.
I don't think he's going to come to the draft and do that.
I don't either.
I really don't. He's probably in a cave somewhere even as we speak.
A cave?
Yeah.
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
Do you think there's a TV inside the cave there, Bob, for Aaron to be able to see who the Steelers drafted?
There might be. He might have secret access to a special line that he could call to find out.
Ooh, wide receiver. They never picked one of those for me in Green Bay in the first round.
Well, he has 2 pretty good wide receivers now. It's about how he is able to get them down the field with some time. So, yeah, I don't know. This is very interesting to me how it continues to play out with no end in sight. And if, let's say, Joe, it does not happen.
Yeah.
There's no announcement. When do you think there will be an announcement? And if
at that point, the middle of May.
Let me create this scenario for you. Let's say there's no announcement, and in the third round they take Drew Aller, and that's it. So you go into this, still no announcement for what do you think that indicates?
Probably that Rodgers wouldn't be coming.
Right.
Probably.
That's the way I would view that.
But not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but it would make me think that
to me, that would be more of a statement on Will Howard than Aaron Rodgers.
I think the next quarterback, and limits, this will make you very happy, of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the next franchise quarterback is going to be Drew Aller.
That has been saved forever.
Forever and ever. I actually think the Steelers are going to draft Drew Aller, by the way, in,
if you had a choice
in the third round.
Garrett Nussmeier or Drew Aller?
Drew Aller.
You two, I know you.
I would take Drew Aller. But I like Nussmeier a lot.
How much?
Not as much as Aller.
Enough to take him in the second round?
No, they would, both of those, or Nussmeier would be a third-round pick for me.
I think Charlie said Aller would be a third-round pick, too. They both would be in the same round, so not that, who knows.
All right. Coming up, a huge start by Mitch Keller yesterday. Lots of interesting topics with the Pirates. Dan Zangrilli coming in to join us. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan might make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. Partly cloudy and a high of 46. Mason, Montgomery, a low of 33. Jack Sawyer. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, so the Pirates are off today. They will play tomorrow in Texas for the first of a 3-game series against the Rangers and their former face of the franchise, Andrew McCutchen, who is playing some part-time DH roles for the Rangers. Our coverage will begin with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli, who joins us next, beginning at 7 o'clock, and you can also listen on your Odyssey app. Carmen Majinski, who's been great for the Pirates so far this year, will oppose Kumar Rocker, who was a name a couple of years ago that was rumored to potentially be a potential Pirates draft pick. 13-9 the Pirates are this season. It's an 8:05 first pitch. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Today is the day you heard these words. Your new Floor & Decor is here in Bethel Park. We're ready now to help make your dream space a reality. With a huge selection of tile, wood, and stone, we've got the latest looks that reflect not just where you live, but how you live. In stock, ready to go, and we won't be beat on price. Your new Floor & Decor is here. You ready? Don't miss our grand opening going on now in Bethel Park.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Topps is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, has a special offer for the playoffs. Sign into your existing BetMGM account and snag an NBA Playoffs odds boost token. Then take your shot at scoring more on your next win. Simply log in, add a qualifying bet on the NBA Playoffs to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager with the token attached, you'll pull down extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Talk about a fast break. Make BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, your home for playoff action with bonuses like odds boost tokens and more. Claim your odds boost token for the NBA playoffs and get in the game today. Make betting the playoffs more exciting. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
Cold shower? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Cap off draft weekend with Pittsburgh Riverhounds Saturday at 7 p.m. at Highmark Stadium. Taking on Greenville Triumph FC, the Riverhounds will debut their new third kit. Great soccer, great atmosphere, and dollar beers. Tickets at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. April is here and everything's in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. The Hyundai Elantra SC is the perfect spring upgrade with 36 combined miles per gallon. And right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, you can lease the Elantra SE for only $149 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Based on 2025 year-end January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 5/3/26.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
Cohen Markets is introducing Crave Wraps. Each one comes on a 7-inch tortilla wrapped around one of their famous chicken tenders. Try all 7 varieties or build your own. Get the wrap you crave, now 2 for just $5. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and Zero Res. This week, buy 1 room of carpet, get 1 clean for free, unlimited rooms, and whole system duct cleaning for just $599. Visit ZeroResPGH.com.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
I'm Anna Garcia, host of True Crime News, the podcast. Every week, we bring you in-depth coverage on cases making headlines, as well as those that go under the radar. Tune in for murders that defy explanation, mystery seeking exploration, and shocking secrets that will leave you breathless. Each week, we honor the victims by going beyond the salacious in our search for justice. Crime never stops, and neither do we. Listen to True Crime News, available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Today is the start of mini camp for the Steelers, and guess who's quarterback one? Will Howard, according to Ian Rappaport, will be the one who receives the first-team reps for the Steelers. Mason Rudolph, the only other quarterback that is under contract for Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers. It was thought, at least, so what Art Rooney said, that they would give him a decision before the draft. Not the case. Broderick Jones, according to Adam Schefter today, suffered a setback with his neck injury that he suffered last year that had to miss the rest of the season, missed half the year. He's scheduled to be examined this week to determine if he will be ready for the start of training camp or even the start of the season. So it puts left tackle further into play for the Steelers at 21. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Dan Zangrilli joins the show next.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, with everything happening, Penguins game 2 tonight, Steeler draft intrigue, all hell breaking loose in the NFL. We haven't gotten around to the Pirates, and I agree with Don Kelly, Bob, that was not just Mitch Keller's biggest start of the season, but the single biggest start and biggest game the Pirates have had this year. It was a difference between a home record on your homestand, or a winning record on your homestand, and a losing record. They'd come off a devastating loss the night before. That was gigantic.
It was. They needed innings. He gave them 7. They'd used a lot of people in that previous game. So, yeah, they needed him, and that's what he supplies for them. And I still think that's going to be the case as the season goes on. He's a veteran. I was surprised last week when he was taken out after just 75 pitches in a game where he had thrown a shutout. So, yeah, they need that kind of stuff, especially on a day like yesterday, and then an off day today so they get back. By the way, did you see MLB.com has the power rankings out, and the Pirates are 5th this week.
Wow.
That's the highest they've been in a long, long time.
What are they in their own division? Second or third right now?
Hold on, I'll
as
tell
we
you.
wake up today.
Everyone in the division is 500 or better.
Only division in baseball where everybody has a winning record.
They are 13-9, one game back of the first place
Cincinnati Reds.
Well,
here you go, just in case you're wondering. Dodgers are 1, according to MLB. Braves are 2, Padres, Yankees, and then the Pirates. There are 3 other Central Division teams at 7, 8, 9. Brewers ahead of the Cubs and Reds. That's interesting.
What an amazing division so far. I did not have the Cardinals at 13-8 getting off to this kind of start. And what a weird run differential for the Reds. They're in first place. They've only scored 78 runs, which is amazing. Anyway, let's bring on Dan Zangrilli to talk about all of this and more. You know him from pre and post with the Pirates and everything else he talks about on the station Pirate-wise. Dan, what do you make of the NL Central so far? Every single team is at least 3 games above 500.
So doing some research on it, and I asked Donnie Kelly about this a couple of days ago because, listen, it was giving me shades of 2015, doing these games night after night after night, and then you'd see the Pirates go off on these really good stretches of baseball, and they would gain no ground in the division. And I asked Donnie about it, and he didn't really, I think, like the question because I would imagine they probably have a pretty good understanding of it, too, that this might be a dogfight, that all of these teams are evenly matched, and it's going to be really hard to gain ground. I can't say that one club in the NL Central is better than the other, head and shoulders above. And how about this note? It has been 20 years since there have been 5 clubs in the NL Central at this point in the year that have had a winning record. Remember, when Houston is in the division, it was a 16 league, a 6-team league. So it's been 20 years since something like this has occurred, number one. Secondly, there are only 4 teams in the entire American League with a winning record, and there are 5 in the National League Central with a winning record.
Crazy. And would you say St. Louis is the biggest surprise? I mean, they have J.J. Weatherhold's doing great things, but Jordan Walker suddenly turned out to be Aaron Judge, at least for now.
Yeah, and there were some questions about their pitching. So, yeah, I would agree St. Louis was supposed to be a team that's, 4th or 5th place. You could say much of the same about the Cubs. With their pitching, they had some question marks, especially from like number 3 through 5 in their rotation. Cincinnati, bit of a flip of a coin. Milwaukee, you're never going to count them out. They did have some attrition as well, losing Freddie Peralta to, having to trade him away. I mean, I think everybody you could say is a surprise. I'm sure that everyone in St. Louis and Chicago, despite the moves that the Pirates made and despite their young pitching, they're probably a little gobsmacked by, the Pirates' start that they've gotten off to. So I guess the bigger question for me moving forward is which one, and if you look at the rosters objectively of every one of these teams, I don't think you could say one is that much better than the other. And what's it going to play out like? What does it look like? What are some of these internal projections that all the teams have? How's it going to shake out? I have a feeling that this isn't necessarily going to be a flash in the pan. And now the run differential typically is an indicator of that. You guys aptly bring up that the Reds are -8, the Cardinals are -8, and that more often than not kind of it differentiates the frauds from the real contenders here. And the Pirates are at plus 25, which is second best in the National League Central. But just from a personnel perspective, you line them all up, I would say that this is going to be what we have all the way through September, because unless there's some significant changes, somebody decides that they want to be sellers and rebuild, maybe like St. Louis, I can see this going all the way through the season, where it's one of those 2015 type of years where you win 98 games and you're the second place finisher in your division.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Dan, the bullpen is still a big story moving forward here, and Dotel was very interesting yesterday. He gave up the leadoff homer, but he's throwing 100 miles an hour. Jared Jones, I guess, could be ready soon here. How does the bullpen shape up over the next week or two? And what about Dotel and Jones?
You have 8 guys in that bullpen. 4 you feel really good about, and I think that they've settled into their roles. And the other 4, they're taking applications for it. And I think the Wilbur Dotel is a guy with, as you alluded to, a ton of stuff. He has a really good split finger. Funny enough, I mentioned it on Saturday after the debacle with the middle relief in Sanders and Sisk, giving back the 4-0 lead that the Pirates had and allowing 5 runs on 5 hits, all with 2 outs, to really, ruin the chance at a sweep. I think they're wide open on it. Charrington mentioned on his radio show yesterday that, there's probably not much in the way of external additions at this point, but you have to start those conversations here soon, because I do think the Pirates need one of those. As it pertains to Dotel, yeah, you throw it up against the wall to see if it sticks, and at least he has stuff, right? I mean, it's an electric arm. You may not know where it's going. He may grab too much plate. He doesn't have much AAA time, but in the 1 to 2, maybe even 3 innings of bulk relief and some lower leverage situations, I think that that's a way that you can kind of skate by with him. So that leaves 3 other spots. Does Justin Lawrence get better? I don't know. Does one of those other 2 remaining spots, assuming Lawrence does, rectify his issues? I'd say that probably is a combination of like Jones and Majinski, and they would probably piggyback, the 5th start or spot in the rotation. At times, depending on the off day and how the schedules work, maybe they can stretch it out to a 6-man rotation. But I've mentioned, and I think I've said it here over the last couple of weeks with you guys, to cover 162, you need about 8 starters. They have 5 that you feel really good about, and everything beyond that is a question mark. So I think that this is something that's here to stay. It's a question that needs answered, and I'm not sure, outside of maybe 1 or 2 answers, they're going to be able to answer all of their issues. So this is going to be, I think, a foreseeable soft spot in this club that they're going to have to try to dance around.
Dan, can I ask you about the catching situation from an offensive side of things? I think Henry Davis has certainly earned the right to be the guy who I think they want back there most of the time because his defense is so good, but they're getting very little production from that position generally, especially Joey Bart. What would be the game plan with them? And there anyone in the minors who are playing well enough that at some point you may see a change in that twosome?
No on the minors, though. Andy Rodriguez, you still, I think, believe in the acumen, the potential there, but it hasn't shown here through the first 3 weeks in AAA. Rafael Flores was somebody that they thought highly enough to acquire in exchange for David Bednar. So both of those two guys are off to disappointing starts in AAA. So internal options, there's not much there. Joey Bart, his numbers historically have been good enough against left-handed pitching that you can use him for what he is, and that's essentially a platoon guy. And he seems to have a pretty good rapport with Mitch Keller. They, more often than not, and I'd have to go back and check how many times they've been married up for starts. It seems that like Keller and Bart have their thing going. Davis, for me, and while, again, it's not enough offensively, the rest of the offense is good enough that you can carry, for lack of a better term here, a bit of an offensive liability, and what he's giving you defensively, his catch and throw, his pop dime, shutting down opposing running games, he has been one of the premier defensive catchers. I think he'll be a Gold Glove finalist if he doesn't win one.
We're even talking about that, given where it started, right?
And 3 years ago,
right field and everywhere else.
3 years ago, I said I never wanted him to see behind home plate with Henry Davis again. I'd seen enough, and I'm happy to eat that. So yeah, you can carry it. It's to me not necessarily. It's an issue, right? You want more offensive production from your catchers. You want to have every position be as well rounded as you possibly can, but it's not on like my probably top 4 to top 6 items. I probably have 3 other areas that I'd like to address. And the reason you could say that, Bob, is because everybody else has kind of picked up the slack, and I think you're getting more than enough offense from this club, from what you are getting from Lau, O'Hearn, now Ozuna. Cruz is obviously blossoming. Reynolds has been better than average, and he's rebounding nicely. Horwitz has really come on of late, and even Griffin is starting to put things together, and I think maybe slowly turning the corner.
Dan, do the Pirates consider Nick York to be an everyday player?
He's working his way into the conversation, and by terms of wins above replacement among National League Central Division third basemen, he's the leader. So that was, much like we're talking about the bullpen, open for applications, and Don Kelly essentially mentioned as much once Griffin came up, because they had Triolo, and they were running 3 guys on the left side of the infield. Triolo gets hurt, Griffin comes up, and it was, okay, what are you going to do at third base? York, Gonzalez, and Donnie said, you're going to let him play. I'm paraphrasing here, let him play, and whoever earns the playing time is going to get the job. And so far, York, and he did scuffle. I think there was an 0 for 18 there that he just recently broke out of here over this weekend series, but he's been pretty good defensively. He's come up with some timely hits. There's some hard contact, can play a little bit of right field. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's up for the taking. And, they haven't lit the world on fire, but they certainly haven't been a drag on this club, both York and Gonzalez. And even if Gonzalez kind of morphs into a utility role, he's, I think, 0.2 wins above replacement in the early going. York might be 0.3 or 4. I mean, so they're both producing pretty well, but York, I think, is starting to separate from the pack, is getting the nod at third base more often than Gonzalez will.
Dan Zangrilli on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, which is yes, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So, Dan, what's number 1 on your list? You said that other things are way down on that list. What's number 1 for Ben Cherington maybe to address as we move forward here?
Pitching. I think they need another starter, and they need probably a reliever or 2. Looking at the innings from last year, Majinski, Ashcraft, certainly Chandler. I mean, the way that these guys are going to take the ball every 5th day, they're going to blow by their career-high innings limits, and you only want to increase year over year about 25% on those limits. And they've got to figure that out. They've got to do some serious algebra. And even with guys like Keller and Skeens, they need more innings from more capable starters. And outside of the 5, I just implore and challenge anybody to name someone else. Give me a name that you say, okay, I feel comfortable going out in a National League Central Division game and throwing that person, and I feel like, okay, we have an average to slightly above average chance of winning that game. And I don't think you have anybody in the upper levels of the minor leagues that you feel good about at the moment. The 5, again, very good. Jones comes back. He's in the equation, but could they use the veteran left-hander, wedge them in there through acquisition? I think sooner rather than later, that would be prudent. And then maybe you start trying to search the waiver wire and create another Dennis Santana success story, maybe another Justin Lawrence success story of last year. Those are the things that they need to do in the here and the now until the trade market really starts to evolve, and then be aggressive and use some lower leverage prospect capital, guys, 20 through 30 on that top 30 prospect list, and go out and get somebody to try to plug these holes, because they have a lot of innings to cover and not enough quality pitchers to cover them.
Dan, I always like to preach patience when it comes to baseball, especially because it's 162. And I remember the reaction after the first game in New York about O'Neal Cruz, and he's turned that around. But now we're going to get an opportunity to see Andrew McCutchen in a different uniform. Day off today, then they play Texas. And it's funny how, patience, if you wait a little bit, things have changed. And in the case of both McCutchen and Ozuna, things have changed. Ozuna was receiving a lot of boos early in the season. He batted .070 to start. A lot of that I thought had to do with the fact they didn't bring back McCutchen, but now it's kind of flipped around. What do you think of that situation, and what is ailing McCutchen right now, from what you can tell?
Score one for the for the stats guys, right? I mean, the philosophy on that is, everybody is you can project future success by the past history, and they felt really good about Ozuna, and they were looking at some of the other underlying metrics, that this is a guy that's going to fit, and the McCutchen probably is aging out. Now, what's ailing McCutchen, I'm not certain. I haven't gone too deep into what's going on with him down there. I think it was an 0 for 16 after the really fast start. If the Pirates, they had to be very careful with this, Bob, right? Because if you're going to jettison a potential Hall of Famer, somebody that's as beloved as he is, you've got to be right. I think Pirate fans, as we saw in the reaction, were relatively okay with the decision that the organization made. And I thought that there would be more of a groundswell of support, and there would be a lot of fans that were just ticked off that he's not on the bus here for this ride. So the organization, I'd like to think, weighed that heavily, took it into consideration, and they really hedged their bets on the metrics, the projections of what Ozuna would be able to bring. And, hey, they even threw their pocketbook behind it in the name of $12 million, because the easy thing would have been to go get McCutchen, bring him back at a reduced rate from the $5 million that you were paying him. What was he really worth? $2.5, maybe $3 million? Heck, the Rangers got him on a minor league deal for $1.5. So you could have taken the easy road, brought him back. That's the easy PR move. And then take that additional $8 million, and maybe they should have, go out and get some additional pitching depth, whether that was the veteran starter or the reliever. But they chose not to do it. They were so convicted in what they felt that Ozuna could do in this lineup. They needed right-handed power and a threat behind all of the left-handers that they had, and they took the plunge. And over the last 10 days, they have been proven right. Now, this is also a 35-year-old that has been prone to ups and downs too. But if he is anything like he's been over the last 2 to 3 years, it's a no-brainer. It's an easy decision. As hard as it was to move on from McCutchen, that's going to leave them feeling convicted in their decision-making and what they did. And how could you blame him, I suppose?
Yeah, watching Ozuna now, I think a 7-game hitting streak. He's batting over 400.
He's impacting the baseball too, Joe, really hard. Even the outs are
every time. Him and, for the most part this season, Cruz just hammering the ball. Anyway, Limits, would you like to go next?
I would love to. And, Dan, one thing I'm really curious about is we've discussed this before, but the fact that yesterday, and I know it's a lefty, Weil doesn't play, O'Hearn doesn't play, and they don't even pinch hit in a late game situation. And I know they were up by 3 and eventually up by 4. Does that surprise you, though, despite them having an off day today and the travel day to Texas? To me, I just feel like you have to find a way to get those guys in at bat every single game.
I mean, they did pinch hit Horwitz when the opportunity arose, and he hit the homer. The left-handed at-bats, I was against pinch hitting for Lau when in the Washington series when the controversy kind of came about, and rightfully so. But I've had an opportunity now, just not looking at the numbers, but watching some of these at-bats, because all left-handers aren't created equal. Shane McClanahan is pretty tough. Misses a lot of barrels. The cutter, everything moves. You got to pick and choose your spots. Billy Cook, he contributed just fine. He jump-started that big inning with the bunt base hit, steals a base. So I'd have to disagree because Mangum, obviously, of course, his game speaks for itself. So the two guys and the three moves that Donnie Kelly made yesterday in and around those guys, I mean, it's hard to argue that they should not have been in the lineup. In theory, I guess, in a vacuum, sure, you should be, especially O'Hearn, looking to run him out there day after day after day because he can hit left-handers pretty well. Some tough lefties, okay, that's just not a great matchup. Same can be said even for Cruz dropping him in the order as Kelly did yesterday. But the answer to your question is it depends on what left-hander is out there because they're, number one, not all created equal as far as stuff is concerned and what makes that a good or bad matchup. And I guess if it works out where you can get back-to-back days off for some veterans on the other side of age 30 and you can get some production from the other guys on the club that he did, I think that would, in yesterday's instance, it was a win-win and Donnie really played his cards well and pushed the right buttons.
He did. And I love that we can have these conversations and that Horwitz is a guy who can come off the bench. He's now well over 700 with his OPS. And that when somebody like the password in AAA struggles really badly and gets put on the IR, I wish him the best, obviously. But I couldn't care less what's happening really at AAA. We used to do shows on what's happening at AAA. When the major league team is good, these are the things that happen. So I'm enjoying it so far, Dan.
It's been really enjoyable. The at-bats of consequence, the decisions of consequence, splitting hairs, managerial decisions, they're all going to get scrutinized because they're all meaningful. And every game, as we're watching the National League Central Division unfold, these games have high intensity. And you don't lose sight that it's a 162 schedule. I get that. But, hey, every single game matters. And, the way that this division is shaping up, it is a ton of fun. And this is the way that baseball conversation should go. We just, only have it once or twice a decade, it appears.
Yeah, it's great to do because it does come into play, just like we talked last week about 75 pitches to Keller. Normally, if they're not playing well and they're at the bottom of the standings, it's not a topic.
You shrug your shoulders and you move on.
Right.
I mean, do you think we would have dissected the Lau for York pinch hit at bat? No. As I haven't done that in 8 years, in 9 years on my post game shows. Because it's largely inconsequential stuff. And yes, things of consequence to discuss. Very much a breath of fresh air.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, guys.
Always appreciate it.
What a nice man, huh, Bob?
He does a really good post-game show, too. He does. He's very, very knowledgeable about the sport.
These are the updated ticket drops for the night before. There was something great that happened yesterday I want to get to in a second here, but the updated ticket drops for the night before featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit at Rivers Casino on April 22nd. Today from 5 to 6 p.m., Ross Park Mall, 1000 Ross Park Mall Drive, Pittsburgh, PA, 15237. April 21st from 4 to 5 p.m., Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. Wait, what's the date today?
That's tomorrow.
We're going to be there tomorrow.
Yes.
Am I going to be there tomorrow?
You will be at Bowser Chevy, correct?
I need an oil change, Internet Bob. I'm bringing out my Equinox.
Does Internet Bob change oils?
No, but he can help, I think.
Yeah, he can help.
4 to 5 p.m. tomorrow, Bowser Chevy in Monroeville, 1600 Golden Mile Highway, Monroeville, PA, 15146. How about Jake Mangum throwing the ball into the crowd yesterday, the little kid catching it and immediately giving it to his sister, and then they hug. What a moment, Bob.
And I'm glad, there are a lot of people who had their hands up. I was wondering where he was going to throw that, but he targeted them, and that was great. He got a lot of play on social media, and it should have. Those are the kinds of things you want to do as a professional.
Oh, man, was that great.
By the way, there is some breaking news on some money that the Steelers may have to spend based on a contract that was just agreed to today by somebody else. Is that a tease or just kind of
That's a tease.
It's the most confusing tease I've ever heard.
I understand.
Somebody signed a deal that will impact whether or not the Steelers match it or exceed it.
Holy ostrich
Wow.
milk. Meanwhile, we're waiting to see why reporters had to go over there early today. They were called in early. I don't know why.
Still nothing.
But something seems to be brewing over there. And of course, there's the news Broderick Jones with a setback in his neck situation. According to Adam Schefter, how does that affect the first round? Highsmith, Herbig, will one of them be traded? There's some noise around that. And of course, Aaron Rodgers and Ian Rappaport reporting that there won't be a decision before the draft. What is happening here? Let's try to sum this all up and also go over, what are we doing? First round picks next?
The first round picks, because this is draft week. We've made it, Bob.
It's finally here. Thursday will be all eyes on Pittsburgh, actually throughout the course of the week. So,
including Wednesday, yes.
Yep.
Bob, it's time for you and a message for the populace.
Yes, and it's about making money. And I'm telling you, if you're interested, a lot of people are, in going on your phones and placing some wagers. Well, DraftKings Casino has some great opportunities for you. If you, for example, bet that Detroit, as a number one seed, would lose their first game to Orlando, and you took Orlando, you made some nice money there. And, of course, with all the hockey playoffs going on, there are some great goal-scoring over and unders to get into, as well as just money to be made with, for example, the Penguins who play the Flyers tonight. That's all happening because 3, 2, 1, we have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino. You could play $50 on your favorite casino games this week and upgrade next week's rewards. You will get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. You land those rewards and use them to keep the fun going. All you got to do here, simple process, go to DraftKings Casino app and then start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements do vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings, Incorporated.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins Flyers tonight. Philadelphia leads the series 1-0 after a 3-2 victory on Saturday in Pittsburgh. Playoffs back at PPG Paints Arena for the first time in 4 years. Stuart Skinner will get the start. Penguins are sticking with Skinner after he had a good performance in Saturday night's game and kind of got let down by a lot of the guys in front of him, including defensive breakdowns from the pairing of Letang and Girard, but you brush it off, you bounce back, try to take game 2 tonight before they go to Philadelphia on Wednesday. 7 o'clock is the start time of the game, but puck drop of Saturday's game was 8:25 for what was scheduled as an 8 o'clock puck drop, so might be a little bit later than that. We'll have you covered throughout the night on the Pens Flyers Game 2. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky, and I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have royally bungled this offseason. We don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to make his decision on whether he's playing or not before Thursday's NFL draft. And even if he does, this situation is absolutely ridiculous for a legacy franchise like the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here's Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers like 10 years ago in Green Bay. Who asked for this? I think this will be a disaster season for Pittsburgh and the Steelers. I'm Nick Costos.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I think Jeremiah Love might be the most talented player in this entire 2026 draft. When I watch him at Notre Dame and any game over the last 2 years, he's the best player in the field, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, and he's a great receiver, catching almost 60 passes in the last 2 years. I could see Jeremiah Love going as early as to that team in Arizona at 3, to that team in Nashville at 4, or maybe that team in New York at 5.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Guys, it's time to upgrade your watch game, and Louis Anthony Jewelers is the place to do it. We have precision timepieces, standout style, and a team that knows exactly how to help you make the right pick.
Have we met?
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
You've spent decades building your savings and planning for the future. Now the focus shifts from accumulation to protection, from growth to sustainable income you can depend on. Secure Money Advisors helps retirees build structured retirement plans designed to help protect what they've worked so hard to build and preserve. Go to righttrackbook.com to claim your complimentary copy today. That's righttrackbook.com. where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models. TSRP 35599. VIN TT044098. RWD model 7186. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490.50 $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year. Ends 4/30/2026.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Pittsburgh International Airport's on-site parking provides the most convenient and cost-efficient parking options. The shuttle lot is in close proximity to the new terminal with a less than 10-minute travel time by shuttle, offering the lowest price parking option when you book early at parkatpitt.com. Visit parkatpitt.com to review all parking options and receive special offers. That's parkatpitt.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Bob, do you want to go to Bethpage and play some golf?
Joe, you have to go there early. It's probably the best public golf course in America.
And
Pebble Beach is also public, but with Pebble, you have to go and stay 2 nights at one of their area resorts.
Then let's go to Bethpage as a little birthday treat for me in August.
It's a big, tough golf course to handle. They've had Ryder Cups there. It's just a tough place to be. It's a great experience. It's a great experience.
Look at this. 7:33 a.m. We could get there. Where is it?
It's in New York.
Long Island or?
No, not Long Island, but it takes a good 5.5, 6 hours to get to where it is. So you have to go. A lot of people just sleep in their cars overnight to be there. So it's like a first come, first serve in the morning, I think, and as far as tee times. Anyway, Can I tell you about my little tease that I kind of made into a longer tease than it needed to be?
That was a very interesting football tease. What do you got?
According to Adam Schefter here, that Brandon Aubrey has agreed to the biggest contract of any kicker in NFL history. Mm-hmm. He gets 4 years, $7 million a year, $20 million guaranteed. And I say that only because Boswell's entering his final year, and he's going to make $3.12 million this year. So,
Pay him.
I know. I'm just saying that the price of that went up a little bit based on that contract.
It sure did.
Now, he's younger than Boswell, who I think is 35, something like that.
We probably don't talk enough about what he's meant. He may have been the difference between three additional playoff spots or 3 less playoff spots if he wasn't here. And there was one that he cost them in his only bad year, probably.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're playing high-stakes poker in that, you have to make him. And he makes the majority in the postseason. I mean, he's money.
He's perfect in the postseason.
So
you have to pay him.
Right. So, I mean, I thought they might do that earlier in the process to avoid this kind of scenario where you have somebody else who's, okay, this is the bar right now. Much like waiting to pay TJ Watt. They could have probably done it earlier if they wanted to pay him and saved a little bit of money in the process. But he's worth every penny they get.
All right, then let's go to our mission today, Limits, which is top Pittsburgh draft picks round by round, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We've worked our way all the way to the first round, Bob. Who's the greatest first-round pick in Steelers history?
It's a nice problem to have in this franchise. They've had so many great picks, but...
Got to be Joe Green.
Joe Green, I would say, just because he was the foundational piece to that 4 Super Bowl run, yes.
And there was no guarantee. It wasn't like he was an obvious first pick, right? I mean,
yes.
At the time, people were wondering.
So, yeah, there's a lot you can choose from, and I'm sure we're going to do that, but he would be the number one, just for everything he represented and what he meant at that time for a team that was basically laughed at for many decades.
The 4th pick overall, Joe Green was that year, behind O.J. Simpson, George Kuntz, and Leroy Keys.
Wow.
I mean, that's an unbelievable pick right there, Bob. And after him, you have no Hall of Famers until the 19th pick that year.
That's crazy.
It's an incredible pick, and it changed the course of history.
It certainly did.
All right. Obviously, Terry Bradshaw was a great pick. They picked him at 1-1. Took a while for that to play out, but when it played out, he was 4-0 in Super Bowls with 2 Super Bowl MVPs. Yes?
Yes. By the way, he was in town last week for the Mel Blount Youth Home All-Star Celebrity Roast, which honored Charlie Batch and his wife, Latasha, for the work they did.
Were you there? Was it fun?
It was fun, yeah.
What was the funnest part?
I had a chance to introduce everybody, and then Bradshaw took over as the MC, and he's just...
Still has it, huh?
You'd be shocked where he goes with some of this stuff. He had a tuxedo on that he hated, and as the night was going on, since it is a fundraiser, he said, I hate this tux. In fact, I'm going to take it off. I'm going to auction off right now. Who wants my tux? Because I do not like these things. I'm never going to wear it again. I'm going to leave it here in the trash if someone doesn't bid on it. So
and people did?
I think so. I wasn't sure how that went, but
that is great.
He's very funny.
Who else was there?
James Ferrier spoke. He was really good. He kept calling Charlie, check down Charlie. And he made some comments about that. But Joey Porter Sr. was there. I mean, they had a lot of guys, the alumni people. But it was a fun night. It always is. And Mel Blount's did a great job with his youth home, and Charlie does wonderful work with his foundation.
And it was Charlie who got roasted, huh?
He got roasted. Yes, he did.
Who roasted him the best?
Ferrier, I would say. He had some really good things to say, funny things. But Bradshaw's always so funny. I mean, he doesn't care. He strikes me as the guy who, when you get to a certain age, you're
God.
unhinged.
He never did, and then he got to that age. Here's all you need to know about that draft. Terry Bradshaw was taken first overall and made it to the Hall of Fame. Who was the next player from that draft to go to the Hall of Fame? 1970.
Say that again?
Terry Bradshaw at first overall. What round did the next Hall of Famer come in that draft?
Third.
Yes, all the way to the 3rd round, and it was Mel Blount.
And Mel Blount, I've talked to him about this. He was really annoyed that he wasn't a first-round pick. He felt he should have been a first-round pick, and that fueled him quite a bit because he thought he was going to be that guy who should have been a first-round pick. And because of 30, he almost had the Heinz Ward chip on my shoulder kind of mentality there.
I mean, they were just doing it at a different level than anybody then. That stat blows my mind. You have a Hall of Famer first overall, then no Hall of Famers until the 3rd round, and you get the next one in Blount. All right. We're not going to go through everyone. Franco was an unbelievable pick at 13th overall, one of the greatest running backs who ever lived, maybe the greatest big game running back who ever lived. What a pick that was. They were torn, I think, between him and Lydell Mitchell, his Penn State teammate that year. And I believe it was Chuck Noll who insisted on Franco, and he was right.
Yeah, I mean, there's no disputing that. I mean, you go back, is Bobby Lane in the consideration here for one of the better picks? I mean, they've had, if I go back in time.
I don't know. I didn't go back that far.
Okay. Well, how about you have Roethlisberger, how about Rod Woodson? Rod Woodson was and Troy Polamalu, two guys on the defensive side.
Bob, I'm in 1971 right now.
Oh, you're going year by year?
I'm trying to go chronologically.
I thought you just wanted names.
All right. You want to give me names?
No,
give me names.
I didn't mean to take you out of your...
I was in a rhythm there. That was a great pick. And once again, one of the few Hall of Famers taken in that draft. Then you had 74, you had Lynn Swann. That was an incredible pick, wasn't it?
It really was.
At 21? Are you kidding me, Bob?
Yeah, and then they later added more to that group. 5 Hall of Famers, counting
the greatest draft in the history of sports.
I don't think you'll ever see that. We talk about things that you'll never see again. That has to be one of them, right?
Crazy.
5 Hall of Famers in one draft class.
Absolutely crazy. Then you go through the 70s and 80s, and you've got your Mark Malones, a little Keith Gary here, a little Walter Abercrombie there. Famously and tragically, the Gabe Rivera story that they picked Rivera over local boy Dan Marino and regretted it for the rest of time. Now, Rivera looked like he could be a good player and then had the tragic car accident that left him paralyzed.
Yeah, I remember I was there covering that thing at that time, back in 1983 or whatever year we're talking about.
I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah, it was, and then we got to know him, went down, visited him, how his life had changed based on what happened to him. Sad story.
Rod Woodson, an unbelievable pick. Once again, you look at who makes the Hall of Fame. He was the only first rounder in 1987 to make the Hall of Fame, and the Steelers snagged him 10th, Bob. He was the only Hall of Famer in the first 3 rounds. Maybe the whole draft. What is happening
It's hard to find Hall of Famers in rounds, but yeah, at 10th overall, that was a wonderful pick. I wonder how many people missed on him. 9 teams before. Who did they all pick?
Holy ostrich follicles. He was the only Hall of Famer taken in the whole draft.
The first pick that year was Vinny Testaverde, Bob. How about that?
Yeah, these quarterbacks, they get their play.
And then Cornelius Bennett, who wound up in Buffalo. Shane Conlon was a good pick at 9, just not as good as Rod Woodson would have been at 11. What were the Bills thinking, Bob, back then?
I don't know.
You had Woodson on the board?
If you remember, there was some contract stuff with Woodson going on back then. And, he was a track star, and he wanted a lot. And I remember we weren't sure. We were following him around just to make sure, are you signed yet? Or how long are you going to hold out? That's when holdouts were still very prominent. You don't see those anymore.
Yeah. Well, then we entered a phase in the late 80s and early 90s of bust territory. Aaron Jones, Tim Worley showed some potential. Eric Green was a pretty good player.
Yeah.
He actually had 36 touchdowns, so he doesn't belong there. But then Huey Richardson.
Yeah, that was a big bust.
Leon Searcy was a good player. Deion Figures was Charles Johnson was a decent player. Mark Bruner was a decent player. And then Jermaine Stevens. Oh, boy, Bob. What a disaster that was.
Bill Cowher didn't put up with much of his stuff. He couldn't pass run tests.
Chad Scott was decent. And then Alan Faneca in 98. Remember when Jerry DePaula asked him about what he thought of Ben making his first start?
Yeah.
Faneca lit up Jerry DePaula like Mulsey in a craft beer house, didn't he, Bob?
Yeah, and they let him go at the end of it. He went to the Jets, and I think he had, how many good years did he have in New York?
Couple.
Yeah, a couple.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, great story, great family, Alan and Julie Faneca.
How do you look back on the Plexico Burress pick in 2000, Bob?
I mean, I understood why. He was the guy who was, going to make plays down the field, big target down the field out of Michigan State, but things just changed as his career moved on. I thought he was very, very impressive, just his abilities on the field.
Yeah, I mean, he put up good numbers. It felt like you always wanted more, you know what I mean, from Plex. And I think the Giants, well, at least they got a Super Bowl winning catch.
Yeah, and he made the game winner in that. I also just remember him shooting himself accidentally in a nightclub.
In the foot, funny. Right?
I thought it was a leg. Was it leg or foot?
I don't know, Bob, technically. I mean, it was that appendage of his body. It could have been the shin. I thought it was the foot. This is unbelievable.
Whatever. You don't want to be doing that.
All right, then I have a trivia question for you and Limits. Which player from that draft, Plex's draft, had the most catches in his career?
The whole draft?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I don't know.
Wrong.
Reggie Wayne.
Lavernius Coles. Who had the most touchdown catches in their career
Reggie
from that
Wayne.
draft?
Reggie Wayne.
Plexico Burress.
Reggie
Plex
Wayne
had a
was in
good
99.
career.
98.
He did.
553 catches, 8,500 yards, and 64 touchdowns. He was every bit worth that pick. Although it still felt like there was more here for him, didn't it, Bob?
It did, because he was just that big of a talent. Hard to keep up with him. He wins a lot of jump balls. Just he had that 6'5" frame. Big dude.
All right, we go on from him. Troy, an unbelievable pick at 16.
Traded up slightly.
That might
to
be
move
their
there.
second or third best because the next guy's Ben at 11.
Yeah.
That's all you got for me on Ben?
No, Ben deserves to be. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame next year.
Ben, yeah.
I mean,
all you said was yeah.
Well, I mean, it goes with we talk a lot about Ben Roethlisberger. Everybody knows what he's done. 11th overall pick. That's pretty good value for a guy who's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
I mean, they were talking about taking somebody else. Cowher was, and then Dan Rooney, as the story goes, stepped
they were
in and said,
flip-flopping around with all these different quarterbacks.
Yeah,
and
let's
then
take
it was,
the quarterback.
And how about Cleveland? They had taken, they passed on Ben Roethlisberger. And that's one of those moves given how many quarterbacks they have gone through over the years. Just imagine if they had taken him. What would the Steelers have done? They're probably
Great
looking at some
question.
offensive linemen after that.
Limits, there were 2 Hall of Famers taken in the first round in 03. If you give me the other one, I'll give you and Donnie 2 steak dinners.
Larry Fitzgerald was one of them.
Wrong. Andre Johnson.
Was Larry Fitzgerald not in 03?
No, he wasn't in 03.
Oh, I thought he was.
That's the short answer to that question, Bob.
Because Eli Manning hasn't gotten in yet, and Phillip Rivers hasn't gotten in. Phillip Rivers has to wait another 4 years.
Yeah, he decided to come back and play.
And then we get into
what happens when you have 11 kids or whatever he has. He needs more money.
Here's one that might have been their second best first round pick ever.
Second best?
Second best based on where they got him. TJ Watt at 30.
Yeah,
that is incrinculant.
It's amazing. And I think part of that was because everybody saw JJ play and they thought there's no way his bloodlines are there, sure, but maybe he wasn't as, I don't know. I mean, what a steal. I would include Cam Hayward as the same situation there because what was Cam Hayward? 31?
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's another guy at 31.
That's a great
point. Those 2
two
guys.
Here's my favorite part about getting TJ Watt at 30. The Cowboys desperately needed an edge rusher, and they took Taco Charlton 2 picks earlier.
And he came here to Pittsburgh later in his career.
And then the idiot Browns stepped to the plate right before TJ Watt and take David Njoku. Bob, what an Njoku that is, huh?
It is.
What are they doing? They take Kellen Winslow instead of Ben, Njoku instead of Watt.
Well,
what else have they done?
Kellen Winslow was worse, just given what they needed, and he was there for the taking, and they took.
Yeah, but that was higher in the draft.
I get it, but
it was worse. It was
choice.
worse. Yes, it was worse. You're right.
Bob, how do you feel about my top 10 first round picks of all time? You ready for this, Joe?
Yeah.
Joe Green 1, Bradshaw 2, because of I think Ben was a better player, but the impact that Bradshaw had was 2.
Yeah.
Ben 3, Franco 4, Troy 5, Lynn Swan 6, Woodson 7, Faneca 8, Watt 9, Cam Hayward 10.
I would have Woodson higher.
I would have Watt higher, way higher, to get him 30th overall. But I like your list in general, Limits, and I'd like to compliment you on it.
Thank you.
How about the biggest? Well, we'll talk about that some other time, the biggest busts. Who's the single biggest bust first round in Steelers?
I always still go back to Jermaine Stevens just because of what they thought he was getting and how soon it ended.
Yeah.
But, Huey Richardson's another one that jumps to mind. Devin Bush had some good days here.
Based on expectations, Kenny Pickett didn't turn out all that well, but he did win some games. Yeah, those guys are all up there. Jarvis Jones didn't do a hell of a lot, Bob, did he?
Nope. But he was a later first-round pick, wasn't he?
He was like 17.
Artie Burns,
but he's still playing. I think he's qualified for his 10-year vested pension. Is he still in the league? I think he is.
Here's another one. Cleveland took Phil Taylor before the Steelers took Cam Hayward. I guess sometimes it's pretty easy to explain why the AFC North standings wind up the way they do, Bob.
Just look at the drafts, yeah.
All right, coming up, the Penguins' season is on the line. All of a sudden. That's the way it feels anyway going into tonight's game. Let's talk about that and also what might be going on over at the South Side Reporters called in a bit early today. Is there a story brewing over there? There's lots of Steelers stuff happening as well as we lead into the draft. We'll talk about it all next. 412-928-9370. Partly cloudy, high of 46. Blake Lazada, low of 33. Hannes Wagner. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. And 93.7 The Fan trading cards brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have pics and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Adam Schefter reporting money is not an issue with Aaron Rodgers. It's not the contract that is holding things up. Schefter saying about Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show today, when he feels he's ready to give an answer, he will. So, not much clarity. But apparently, according to Schefter, it's not about the money. It's just when Aaron Rodgers wants to make his decision on coming back. More headlines can be found at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This year, the NFL Draft is in our backyard.
It's the draft in Pittsburgh.
And nobody's got you covered like us. Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only. The NFL Draft plays here.
We're excited that the draft is here in our backyard now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stone & Company, DOT and DOH certified, 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit truegreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. April is here, and everything is in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Looking for a fresh start this spring? The 2026 Hyundai Tucson all-wheel drive brings versatility to your ride, and right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, you can get the Tucson SE with 0% APR for 60 months or get rebates up to $3,000. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Based on 2025 year-end January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 5/3/26. Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
Recently, our company softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Spring is a time for renewal. Let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Check out all the raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating. And this week, buy one room of carpet clean, get one room of carpet clean free. Unlimited rooms. Call 412-701-1188 or go online at ZeroResPGH.com. Make sure to ask for the 93.7 The Fan special.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service. Clear your space and contribute to a greener planet.
Mark your calendars for Friday, May 15th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's the Reed Building Supply Retail Store Grand Opening and Vendor Show hosted by me and Kristen Kuntz at Reed Building Supply in McKees Rocks. This isn't your typical open house. We're talking 20-plus vendors, live demos, music, food, plus tons of prizes and giveaways. If you're into construction facilities or just want to check out some awesome gear and have a great time, this event is for you. If you're interested, call Reed Building Supply 412-875-6320. That's 412-875-6320.
Between 3 locations and truck month, all you have to do is pick yours at Washington Chevy. Your next adventure starts with this 2026 Colorado with up to $5,800 off with our exclusive Big Ones discount. Or get full-size dominance in this 2026 Silverado with up to $8,642 off with our exclusive Big Ones discount. Explore our 3 Chevy locations, including the big one, Washington Chevrolet. Visit WashingtonChevy.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Take new retail delivery by 4/30/26. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Topps is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Pony, imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats gets online. All with our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same internet price. Lock in reliable, fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming, plus get the Disney Plus Hulu bundle and Peacock Premium included on us. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium included for 3 years. Programming subject to change and availability. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house on Saturday, May 2nd. Doors open from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Bring the whole family and enjoy food prizes and Kids Corner. Their 4-year apprenticeship program is tuition-free, and you will earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades, as well as the pre-apprenticeship program. Join them Saturday, May 2nd, as 4th-year apprentices from their 6 crafts participate in competitions and demonstrations. Find out more at eascarpenterstech.edu.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here we go tonight. Penguins, Flyers, Game 2, PPG Paints Arena, as the Penguins currently trailed the best of 7 in the first round, 1-0, following a 3-2 loss to Philadelphia Saturday night at home. 7 o'clock is the scheduled puck drop. It ended up being at 8:25 for an 8 o'clock puck drop on Saturday, so we'll see what time they actually do drop the puck. But a game that feels like a must-win for the Penguins. They go back to Stuart Skinner, and the line combinations in practice yesterday were the same that they were on Saturday night. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good talk radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Play good all year long, we know how we play, and we just maybe nervous too much, or we want too much, we just not thinking a little bit. Yeah, it's what we talk about, we should play our game, but I think we a little bit lost control second period, we start fighting. This is what they want, and we know it's tight physical game. But we need to play better. I mean, in our blue line, we should control puck a little bit, play deeper, and try focus maybe a little bit more behind net. We give them so many chances, And again, it's just first game, but we need regroup and back next game Monday.
Bingo, right there. Get that puck down low and focus on behind the net work. Like you did for a little bit when Gino scored, jumped off the bench and scored after Sidsline kept the puck in the zone. Make those Flyers forwards turn and go get it instead of fleeing the zone and pressuring the blue line and everything else. Make them play a little defense. But here's the other thing.
They're not deep defensively. Outside of Sanheim and Ristolainen, they don't have all that many.
Well, yeah, you make those guys work too and hit them.
Hit them, make them feel the pressure of the game. It's a heavy game. I know they don't necessarily play that way, but in this sense, you got to do it. You got to go in there and bang some bodies around their net.
And the other thing is, as things happen fast in the playoffs, right? And suddenly, the Penguins' entire season is at a crossroads. We've all seen crazy playoff series where, a team will win a couple on the road and then still lose the series. The Penguins did that against this team back in 2000. They won the first 2 games in Philly and lost 4 in a row. But by and large, you lose 2 home games and go down 2-0 in a best of 7, your season's done.
Yeah,
you don't really know how it'll.
That up. It's difficult.
Like when the Penguins, 2012, they lost 2 at home to the Flyers. They went down 3-0 in the series, won a couple, and then lose it in Game 6.
It just takes so much to dig out of that kind of a hole. You have to be perfect. You have to, and it's just difficult to do. So, you want to even this up and then put a little pressure on the young team going home, where their fans can turn on them pretty quickly too.
Well, that's the key, is can you turn the dynamics of the series against the Flyers in their home building? But, man, if you lose tonight, Bob, it feels like the season's over. It really does. So suddenly we've come to this, that the Penguins are under enormous pressure against seemingly a young, having fun, fast, playing with house money team. And that's worrisome. I would think. But here's the other thing Gino said that I want to ask you, Bob. He talked about, we got into fighting and stuff, or, he meant being agitated, cross-checking, whatever, that type of thing in the second period. And he said that's what they want us to do. That's what they want us to do. Okay, so again, I asked, we broached this earlier today. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't if you're the Penguins. You fight back, you go crazy, you start hammering people, then it's the Penguins have lost their minds and they're doing exactly what the Flyers want them to do. However, why can't the Penguins also go after people the way that other teams go after their guys? Why can't they target Travis Sanheim for some physical abuse? And I'm not saying try to hurt him, of course not. I'm saying try to hit him, try to agitate him, try to annoy him. How about Zegras? How about doing that to him?
Those are the two top guys you have to. And when you say target, you're not saying it illegally. You're not trying to whack somebody in the knees.
No, although I did see Sanheim. I did see Sanheim crack Sid in the low spine with a cross check.
Cross checks all day long. They're not going to call all of them, and they're very reluctant to do it.
So inflict some of that. Right. How about inflicting it on them before they do on you?
But more than that, though, and that has to happen. But it happens in the attack zone when Philly's trying to get out. You got to make it hard for them to get out of their own zone. You really do. And when the Penguins have played some of their best hockey this year, they've done that. They've occupied time zone. They've been in there. They've made it tough on other teams. And when they faced adversity in the past, the one thing I've seen from them is they have responded. Now, tonight is adversity. They have to respond. And we'll see what they do to do it. But I think they're going to make some line changes. They're going to get back to where they once were. And hopefully that will work with them.
Well, let's talk about that in a second. First, let's talk about zeroing in on specific players on the other team and making their life miserable. Why is it that teams do it to the Penguins all the time, but when the Penguins do that or when they get mixed up in the mayhem, it's the Penguins have lost their minds again.
Well, no, you could do it responsibly. Losing your mind is taking a slash to somebody's neck when you're just frustrated. You can't do that. What you can do in the course of play is to make clean, solid hits and let them know you're there. And you do it over and over and over again.
How about making sure they're against specific guys the way that the Flyers made sure to go after Chinakhov, Kindle,
and
Crosby the other night?
You certainly can do that.
And who would your choices be? Mine would be Sanheim and Zegras.
But I would add a third to that. I would go after Owen Tippett. I think he's still a very good player for them, and I would make sure he knows it ain't going to be easy for you.
412-928-9370. 7 o'clock face-off. It should be mighty interesting.
But the other key, Joe, is that they got to get in Vladar's kitchen a little bit, too. They do. They can't let it too easy. They only had 17 shots, hardly any action
ridiculous.
in front of them.
Yeah.
They got to jam that net. They got to play Patrick Hornquist, channel that Patrick Hornquist game, get in and make him uncomfortable. You have to do it.
Get rebounds,
shoot the puck. He's a big goalie. He may have trouble.
The game was too easy. It was too easy the other night for the Flyers. Their defensemen never got touched. Their forwards were running around.
And they gave up the puck, the Penguins, too many times because they were unwilling to just do proper dump and chase. They were trying to make plays at the blue line. They were trying to carry the puck in at the blue line. All of a sudden, things go the other way, and the Flyers do have pretty good transition.
It sounds cliche. It's the oldest story in the book. Get it deep, dump and chase, whatever you want to call it. The Penguins really haven't done tons of that this year. Do it. Sometimes you got to change. And wait for them
to make a mistake. They may make a mistake if you do it correctly.
They made a few. I mean, they let Mantho walk in alone on their goaltender with the game on the line with 5 seconds left the other night.
Crazy.
So they're capable of making mistakes. However, they're in a groove. The Flyers are in a groove. They've added a lot of young talent late in the season, whether it's Martone coming from college, Forrester, who was injured, a couple other guys who came back after injuries. They're just a wildly different team, and maybe a better team and maybe a better coach team than the Penguins. That's going to play out starting tonight. But anybody who watched that game the other night has to be wondering those two things. Wait a second. Are the Flyers a better team, and are they a better coach team than the Penguins?
Now, this may sound as an excuse, but I'm going to throw it out because I think it is a possibility. The way those two teams entered the postseason, with Philadelphia playing almost must-win games just to try to overcome 3 other teams they were trailing a month ago. And they did. They played really good hockey, and they won 18 of their last 24 games. The Penguins, on the other hand, now we talked, remember the days of Peyton Manning in Indianapolis when they clinched 4 games remaining in the season, and they sort of lost their mojo at that point. I think that could have played a little bit into this game, that they hadn't played together, especially with these new lines.
Yeah.
And so that's an excuse because they were outplayed, but it could explain a lot of why Philadelphia was on top of their game and the Penguins weren't.
Absolutely. But now suddenly you've reached, like I said, a crossroads, and we've seen other crazy things happen in playoffs. I saw the Columbus Blue Jackets sweep the 1 seed Lightning a few years back. Remember that one?
Yeah, in 4 games, right?
Yeah. And if the Flyers come in tonight and light up the Penguins, then I'm going to be starting to think about that, and so is everybody else. However, you can put all that talk away if the Penguins rebound tonight and
especially
win the game.
how they do it.
Yeah.
Especially how they do it. If they come out and make a resounding statement with a big win, then all of a sudden, again, to me, I want to put pressure on that team. That team hasn't faced a lot of it. They did down the stretch. They reacted to it, but this is different in the playoffs.
I'd be watching Red Wings tape, not for the sake of watching Red Wings tape because they choke every year, but they're one of the few teams that beat the Flyers down the stretch, and they did it twice. So how'd they do it? As it turns out, I looked into that a little bit, Bob, and in one game, you had the Flyers backup goalie in, and in the other, Detroit went 3 of 4 on the power play. That would certainly help. So would not going off sides 20 times on your power play help tonight,
I've never seen that with this team do that. And it was almost like one of those was Gerard trying to make too much out of a play.
They were just discombobulated in every which way. And again, it had a lot to do with the Flyers pressuring the points, and it clearly had a lot to do with Rick Tocchet, and I can imagine him in their meeting room circling Erik Karlsson saying, this guy's their best player down the stretch here. We're not letting him beat us. And that seemed obvious, right?
You know, after the initial face-off in the first period, if you didn't know better, I felt like Philadelphia seemed to be the home team the other night because they came out through everything at the Penguins as best they could. They kind of controlled the game, right? And I thought the Penguins would do that to them in that first period.
Yeah.
Then things settled down, but it was reversed.
Was that just a warm-up game for the Penguins and they adjust and now get into the swing of playoff hockey? Or was it a sign of things to come in this series? 412-928-9370. I got to be honest, I'm concerned for the Penguins. I am. And I'm picking the Flyers tonight 5-3.
But you picked the Penguins to win the series.
I did, and I have to stick to that. I picked it in 7. I've been concerned about the Flyers from the beginning. Mm-hmm. My whole point being they're just a far different team, not just in the way they played. Like I saw a lot of stories where Rick Tocchet switched the system, and that's fine. They're a different team because they added really talented players in the final month or two who have made them a much better team. And they might be better than the Penguins. They're clearly faster. And until I see the Penguins prove one more time that they can get up off the mat, and they did it multiple times this season, I guess I need to see it again. And in the meantime, I'm picking the younger, faster, maybe hungrier team that's playing with house money tonight. The Flyers.
Yeah, but if you're them, you can't think that way. I'm sure Rick Tocchet's going to tell them, do not fall into this trap that we got to split in these 2 home games.
I know, but the dynamic is what it is. The Flyers don't have pressure tonight. The Penguins do.
Yes, I agree, but it could flip very quickly.
It could.
And the result of this game will tell me how the rest of the series may play out. So it's a big game. There's no doubt. You cannot fall behind 0-2. I don't care who you're playing. It just, the odds of coming back are not in your favor. So that's why I like the Penguins tonight. Get up the mat and do it.
Limits, where do you stand on this matter?
I feel like they're going to find a way in this game. And look, I've been a doubter for a large portion of the series up until they slapped around the Islanders in that, 7-2 game that 8-3, that changed my mind about this team. And Dan Hughes has done a good job all season long of making adjustments. Crosby is not nearly going to have as little of an effect on the game as he did on Saturday night, where if you put a different color jersey on him, you would not have, or different number, you would not have known that was Sidney Crosby out there on the ice. Sid will be better. Karlsson, I think, will have a better performance. As long as Gerard and Chris Letang don't just throw up on themselves for another game, I think they're going to be in a better position to win this game with their backs against the wall.
Gerard worries me. We had a caller earlier saying he should be scratched. I'm not entirely sure I disagree with that. He was a disaster the other night.
Yeah, I'm still looking for a guy like St. Ivany to come in to this lineup at some point in this series.
And Bob, you said you're convinced they're going to change lines, so you think it was a little subterfuge yesterday that they had the same lines and that Raquel will move to the top one?
I just think that's when they had the lion's share of their success this year.
I agree. I agree that Raquel should be with Sid and Chinakhov with Malkin.
Chinakhov with Novak and Malkin was a very good line. And that also then puts because your fourth line's now intact, the question will be, Brazeau did not play. Would he play tonight? And
you said you'd put him in for Elmer.
I would. On the third line, because that's where he's most comfortable this season with Kindle and Mantha.
Would you, Limits? Limits is on the phone.
I mean, Albert has been very good, but he played on the fourth line largely since he got here because there were injuries, so he played on the fourth line. Putting him up a line changes that. He had a good scoring chance. I love the acquisition because he's been good. But I think at this point, I want to go back to Brazeau just because he had such a good season. It started quicker than it ended, but he's still a guy who's with a career-high 17 goals.
I think I'm going with Elmer. I would probably tell him to calm down a little bit and just play normal Elmer hockey instead of
Elmer hockey.
Instead of what he's trying to do at times.
So you would keep the lines intact, what you saw in game one?
No. I just said I'd put Raquel on the top line for sure and switch him with Chinakhov, but I would keep Elmer in the lineup.
I agree with every syllable and half syllable you uttered there, Joe. Chinakhov has played the best all year with Malkin. Raquel, Crosby, Rust has been their best line this season.
The fourth line is the fourth line. It's the best fourth line, I think, going.
I'm fine with keeping Brazeau out. I thought Soderblom had a couple of decent opportunities. And if you want to talk about someone setting the tempo, setting the tone with physicality, let the 6'8" guy just go ram some dudes into the boards and try to set the tone.
Brazeau's a big dude, too.
Achari, I want him to have Sanheim in his sights, if you know what I mean.
What's the word that Tyler Kennedy always brings up to the conversation? It's a word that you hear a lot in hockey.
Desperation. Sandpaper.
Yeah. We got to get sandpaper. That's what they need. A little bit of that. But they can't overly do it and get penalized for it. They have to do it in a responsible way, but set the tone starting that way.
Always a fine line for the Penguinis. Who's up?
Here's Tim. He's in Turtle Creek.
Creek.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, Joe. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I just think this Pens team's soft. Even the big guys, Mantha, Soderblom, Brazeau, if he gets in. Philly doesn't have anywhere near the top-end talent. The playoff hockey's will overskill sometimes, and I'm worried.
Well, I'll disagree. I think the Flyers have a lot of potential top-end talent. Their young guys can score.
Mantha looked like he was a step behind, Bob.
Until the last 5 seconds when he moved in all alone. Had a chance to win that, or tie it, I mean. But I think the Flyers have if you're a Flyer fan, you should be encouraged by some of the young guys they've brought in, developed, and are playing right now. But yes, the Penguins need to just, do what they've done when they were winning games this year. Be fundamentally sound. Do not give up. I remember sitting here talking about how good they were and making life easy for goaltenders. Every night, the Penguins would outshoot the other team, and that other team would get like 17 to 22 shots. They were making life easier. The other day in game one, 7 breakaways, careless with the puck.
But we also both said the Penguins need to veer from what they've done all season, which is tons of east-west passing up top, having that third guy up top, having their defensemen move deep in the zone.
They worked behind the net. They went in, dug, and won puck
More
bounce.
of that, yes.
They have to do it, but you do it with physicality, too. It doesn't have to be maiming a guy. You just go in, bang him, and let him know you're there.
It's smart decisions at the point. And maybe playing a little more stay-at-home at the point, so you don't have Gino back there disguised as a defenseman throwing pick sixes left and right. Next.
Here is a man named Tony in Philadelphia that claims to be a Flyers fan, but also a Steelers fan.
Oh, good, Tony.
Hi,
That's
Tony.
an interesting mixture.
That's a good intro. Thanks, guys. I've had family living out there for years. I'm migrated to Philly, so I'm in the Union, so I had to bounce around a little bit. But anyway, going back to the game, I was listening to you guys worrying about chasing around and going after guys. Like, that's the Flyers' game plan. That's not their game plan.
It's always been their game plan, and it was the other night. They clearly went after Chinakhov for one.
I saw a couple of good plays, yeah. I get a little bit of it, but it wasn't their overall game plan. Everyone knows you can get under anybody's skin in playoff hockey. It only takes a little bit. Sid's known to be that way. I follow the Penguins. I'm not a basher on any percent. But again, I was at the game this year where you guys blew us out 6-1. It just looked like we had no identity. But now it's different. The way they play the playoff hockey stance with this defense, it's going to take the Penguins to be a different team. They got to go back to just being offensive minded. I think chasing the Flyers around looking for. They'll have their opportunity to get hit. Don't get me wrong, but chasing them around's not the way to go.
But I don't think we're talking about chasing. Chasing is the wrong word. It's just finishing checks when you have opportunities in the attack zone.
Again, that's right. The opportunity. That's what I mean. Don't lose your mind like you guys said. The fans will say that. Oh, look, here goes Pittsburgh losing their mind. They're running around. Well, what Pittsburgh has to do is just play sound hockey. That's all they really have to do. The Flyers haven't been shaken for a while. They have great stretch. They're doing well. They may be over their head against Pittsburgh. I think that first game, Pittsburgh just took them lightly.
Let me ask you one quick question. Just 30 seconds answer. Dan Vladar, when he's been bad, why has he been bad? Have teams gotten in his head a little bit, in his kitchen, as I said earlier?
Yeah, it seems like he loses focus real quick.
That's what I've seen from him. But they have to take responsibility to make that happen.
Correct, and that's the only difference I see is just they're two solid teams. The score was 3-2. There was no team dominating either one. It could have went either way. That second period, the Flyers had 4 partial breakaways. They
had 6 of those in the game. So we'll see what happens. 7 o'clock face-off. It's going to be a great atmosphere again. Yeah, that was a good call. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, Bowser Chevy of Monroeville. I'll be there tomorrow doing the show as your last chance to grab tickets to the night before Wednesday night at Rivers Casino. They really want you to get into the show, so they'll have 25 pairs of tickets you can win. You don't want to miss the show, so stop out at Bowser Chevrolet tomorrow, 4 to 5 p.m. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Bob, you have a message for the populace.
I'm talking about bathrooms, Joe. Spend a lot of time in those bathrooms, especially in the morning. Most people do. But the best bathrooms don't just look good. They change how you start your day. And at West Shore Home, they've built their reputation on making that possible for homeowners across the country. They are America's most trusted home remodeler, and they make home remodeling fast, efficient, convenient. They got this modern composite wall system that gives you custom designer aesthetic without any of the upkeep that normally comes with it. There's no grout, there's no scrubbing, there's no problem. Just affordable luxury engineered to last, and getting there is easier than you think. Their own team of highly trained employee installers, they handle everything for you. No subcontractors, no strangers in your home, no stress. That's not just what they say, it's why over 70,000 homeowners have given them 5-star reviews after trusting West Shore Home with their product and projects. So now is your turn. You can buy a full bath remodel and get a second shower in a second bathroom absolutely free. Get started with no money down and lock-in finance options when you visit westshorebath.com today. Do it. It's westshorebath.com. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It will be Stuart Skinner in net for the Penguins following the loss on Saturday, 3-2 to Philadelphia, with Brian Rust and Evgeny Malkin, the 2 goal scorers. Flyers lead the series 1-0. Game 3 is on Wednesday, but the Penguins looking to even the series tonight. 7 o'clock puck drop at PPG Paints Arena. Need to get back into the win column. The Penguins have dropped overall 4 games in a row. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
93.7 The Fan, The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Man, things would have fallen into place really good here if Broderick Jones had lived up to the hype. Then you'd have your tackles figured out, your center figured out, your right guard figured out. You could draft a star wide receiver in round 1. You draft a quarterback next year, you win the freaking Super Bowl.
I have no idea what you just said there.
I know exactly what you said. And okay.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
If you're a New York Mets fan, well, brace yourself. The Mets fall to 7-15 on the season after losing their 11th game in a row. Mets fans, don't you worry. The team has said that they will be loud once they are back home. Now, wins, you might see that, but a loud environment? Oh, yeah, they got you covered. Turns out that having one of the highest payrolls in the sport isn't working out, and something needs to change. I'm Addie Bates.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you've got spring fever, Lowe's has the cure. During SpringFest, make your landscape stand out with 3 free bags of Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot garden soil when you buy 3. Plus, get up to 40% off select major appliances to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh all season long. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
This April, spring into serious savings at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payments starting at $399 for 39 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code COVER to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code COVER to borrow up to $10,000. Use code COVER to borrow up to $10,000.
Book us TwoMenAndAJunkDrunk.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and now's the perfect time to take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180, which has a very cool ring to it when you have the finish line right there, 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. Be pretty cool to have it reading 200 by the 4th of July. Or maybe the scale says 300. I bet 260 would be a lot nicer on your knees and your joints, right? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. Now, I dropped 35 pounds in just 6 weeks. That means there's no reason you can't drop 40 or more by the 4th. So ring Independence Day in, shirt off, confident, and of course, the most important thing, feeling happy. You reached your goal with the help of Awaken 180. Crack open the beer, roast up the dogs, enjoy some of the good stuff because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. Yes, free for life, and they stand by it. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR-4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Sadly, I'm picking 5-3 Flyers tonight. What's your prediction, Bob?
5-2 Penguins. I think they come off the deck, and I see a big response.
Wonder Twin?
4-3 Penguins in overtime.
No,
Meanwhile,
no, we don't.
We don't want to go in that one.
But
although that's the most fascinating television there is if you're there. In person, it's even worse because you have every shot can go in.
Should be 3-on-3.
It's even better because it's 5-on-5.
Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit awaken180weightloss.com. Bob thinks it might be the Bengals for this trade for Dexter Lawrence. I don't think so. I don't think they're social media's biggest loser.
I understood why they did it. I'm just saying that that's a big price to give up.
What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Partly cloudy, a high of Mason, Montgomery, 46, a low of Jack Sawyer, 33. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Omar Khan seemingly disputing Adam Schefter, saying that there's been a setback with Broderick Jones. Mark Cabali reporting that the Steelers have always said that Broderick Jones needs to get some strength back in his arm from his neck injury. It's a process, and the process is on track. Nothing has changed. Omar Khan saying nothing's changed with Broderick Jones since we talked at the league meetings. What do you make of this, Bob?
Well, it's still not encouraging. And they have to consider if he can't do what he's required to do over there, then they have to make a change. They have to do something, or at least support that position. If you believe in Dylan Cook, okay, fine. But if you don't, then you have to go out and probably get somebody in this draft. So they have to cover all bases there.
Has anybody asked these guys, and McCarthy and Conn are talking right now, I believe. Yes limits, or they just finished?
I think
They're just finishing up.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, was the first question, is Aaron Rodgers coming?
Yes.
What was the answer?
Let me get you the exact quote here real quick.
I mean, yes or no? And if you don't want to say, then should we assume it's a no or
One
what?
guy who's not coming is Jimmy Garoppolo, Jimmy G, considering retiring. Guess how much money he's made in his career?
$50 million?
$156 million.
Holy
He's only 34.
Omar said we've had some great communications with Aaron. Nothing's changed. It's all been positive and good.
Yeah,
is it going to happen by the draft? Yes or no? Are you embarrassed by this? Yes or no? To Mike McCarthy and Omar Khan.
I don't think that question was specifically asked, but it should be.
But I want to know, okay, this is the same thing we've heard all along. At some point, it's got to change. And if you don't know, can you roll the dice with just expecting him to come and he doesn't, if they haven't known already?
Are you preparing to draft as if he's not coming or as if he is? Obviously, that would affect your draft. Will it affect your draft? Maybe they'll say no. If we like a quarterback, we're taking him regardless of that. This entire news conference should have been about Aaron Rodgers. Well, of course, I haven't heard it, so I don't know how many questions got asked.
But again, great communication is what they say. He knows how we feel about him.
Oh, wait, it was asked. How does Aaron Rodgers not being signed affect your draft? This is Brooke Pryor retweeting this. Omar, we still evaluate it. It doesn't change our evaluation process. We still put the guys up where they need to be. We'll see how it shakes out. That doesn't say a lot, Bob, does it?
No, it means that if they find a quarterback they like, I guess they'll take him. If not, they won't.
How about this from Alan Saunders on the potential for Mike McCarthy drafting a quarterback? He said,
Oh, definitely. We speak on it as the most important position in football, and I think it's always important to try to add to it if you can.
I think they're going to take Drew Aller. I do, in the third round. Omar says that they've continued to have, quote, positive conversations with Rodgers. So I'm going to go back to this as my final soliloquy. I think Aaron Rodgers enjoyed his time here. I think he respects the people in the organization, and he certainly respects Mike McCarthy, I think. And I think it would be a rotten thing to just leave them hanging until after the draft, and I don't think he's doing that. I think they know if he's coming back or not, and I think he's coming back.
Do you think if there is a delay, is it because of money? Because I said that at the beginning of this show. Maybe he wants a lot more than
that's what Charlie Batch reported for a while there.
Exactly. So
anybody roast him on that at his roast, Bob?
No.
We have to go.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Bye.
Bye, Bob.
See you tomorrow.
Bye,
Wednesday.
Bye. See you Wednesday.
Now, fan headlines.
I'll see you tomorrow, Joe.
By Bowser Chevrolet.
As the Penguins get ready tonight for the Philadelphia Flyers, it's Game 2 of the 7-game series. Best of 4. Got to win tonight, it seems, after the 3-2 loss on Saturday. 7 o'clock is the scheduled puck drop, but as Saturday was an 8 o'clock puck drop, and it didn't drop until 8:25. More likely going to be in the 7:20, 7:25 range tonight. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. PM Team up next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you get closer to Western One Sports. Cavs and the Raptors in Game 2 in Cleveland, and I think there's plenty of points again in this one. They smashed the over on Saturday, and that was for a 1 p.m. local start time. Sure, both teams shot really well, and the Raptors did a terrible job of forcing James Harden to his right. I'd expect some improvement in their game plan, but not enough to stay under. Cavs offense is too good. There were 63 combined free throws and only 5 fast break points, and the over cleared with ease. I'm on the over again tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This September, something big is coming. Fest PGH, a one-day music and arts festival at Highmark Stadium, featuring Switchfoot and a full lineup of live music, plus art, family fun, ways to give back, and a powerful outdoor mass. Hosted by the Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh, it's a day to connect, serve, and celebrate together. Tickets are free, but space is limited. Reserve yours now at festpgh.org, September 19th. Reserve your free tickets today.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit truegreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. April is here and everything's in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. The Hyundai Elantra SC is the perfect spring upgrade with 36 combined miles per gallon. And right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa,
you can lease the Elantra SE for only $149 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Based on 2025 year-end January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 5/3/26.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
At Giant Eagle, we're focused on quality, freshness, and all your favorites. Because meals bring us together. Because recipes keep traditions alive. Because the right ingredients make it or break it. Because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer and Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer and Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer and Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERCross.com. It's Comer and Cross Premium Concrete Coatings.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Hot water fast. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Ready for the Stanley Cup playoffs, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice for the most exciting games of the season. Feel the rush of the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with the Stanley Cup playoffs odds boost token. All you have to do to take your shot at extra winnings is log into your existing BetMGM account, where you'll receive your odds boost token. Then make any qualifying Stanley Cup playoffs bet and activate your token. If your bet lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, to get your odds boost token. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, No one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Atlanta 24 monthly, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. MSRP 24,110. All offers plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers end 4/30/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE with 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease the new 2026 Hyundai Elantra SE with payments as low as just $69 a month. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. And 24 months with no payments or interest, plus $500 off. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 2, Penguins and Flyers tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop at PPG Paints Arena. Looks like Stuart Skinner will be back in net as the Pens look to even the series. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from Ross Park Mall, the one-stop shop for everything draft day. It's the PM team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Aaron Rodgers has been in regular communication with Steelers officials, including Mike McCarthy, who he knows very well from his days with the Packers. They've talked plenty about life as well as football. Rodgers also has been training when he's been at home back in California. But to this point, he has not told the Steelers affirmatively that he is going to be back in Pittsburgh to play a 22nd NFL season. The Steelers kick off their bonus minicamp today with Mike McCarthy. My understanding, as Ian Rappaport and I reported this morning, is that Will Howard, a 6th-round pick last year out of Ohio State, is going to take the QB1 reps. Rodgers is a really big Will Howard fan. So is McCarthy. So is the front office in Pittsburgh. But they certainly are keeping the door open for Aaron Rodgers. We know that Art Rooney II, the team's president and owner, said back at the owners' meetings that he was hoping that they would have an answer from Aaron Rodgers prior to the NFL draft. My understanding is that is not what is anticipated at this point. Frankly, the reps this time of year are more important for Will Howard to get them. Ideally for the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers would commit prior to the start of OTAs, which are still several weeks away. Those begin in mid-May. They get a little more work than he did last year when he didn't show up until the mandatory minicamp. Nothing final from either side. All along, as we've reported, has seemed like they're leaning toward Aaron Rodgers coming back. But this is Aaron Rodgers. Only he ultimately knows what's going on between his ears. It may still be a few more weeks until we know for sure what his plans are for 2026.
All right, here we are at Ross Park Mall. It is the PM Team World Tour for Draft Week that kicks off here. We are right below the food court. There's still a very busy Cinnabon in this mall, which jazzes me up.
You're a Cinnabon guy?
I was, and it makes me think about Better Call Saul, which I know does nothing for you.
I know the character, and I know I should have watched the show.
Do you know he worked at a Cinnabon?
I did not.
Okay.
So my jam
so
here...
you don't know the show that well?
Well, I mean, I know he's a lawyer, and I know he was on Breaking Bad.
But then he worked at a Cinnabon.
I just think that's
a key part of the show.
Well, maybe I'm going to watch the show now.
No, you're not. You make promises like that all the time with shows, and you don't end up...
Well, I didn't make any promises. I said maybe. So promising that I might watch it is actually...
Yes, which actually gets us into the conversation that we need to start the show with. Promises and the Pittsburgh Steelers and Aaron Rodgers. We got set up here 20 minutes ago. The first kind of cranky old man that walked up to us
Now, he was very nice to us once he found out we agreed with him.
But he was cranky.
He was crotchety.
And he was crotchety because Aaron Rodgers still isn't giving the Steelers the answer. Let me just put this out there. And we'll open up phone lines. I'm just going to ask a very simple question to our listeners who are ready for the draft and ready for the Steelers to continue to shape their roster for 2026 and do it in Pittsburgh for the first time since they had the draft at a hotel and guys were smoking cigarettes and blowing smoke in each other's faces. Do you want the Steelers to move on from Aaron Rodgers, yes or no, at 412-928-9370? Because the sense I get from doing this job is that people all the time feel like this is beneath the Steelers. They're better than this. They need to tell Aaron Rodgers to pound salt. And the first crotchety old man who came up to us here had that exact opinion. Now, I heard Starkey a few minutes ago say the Steelers actually already have an answer. That's his theory. What I don't get about that is, if that's true, why wouldn't the Steelers let NFL Network know, let Tom Pelissero know, who had this report with Ian Rappaport today? Pelissero and Omar Khan are like best friends. I've seen it in person between those two.
Yep.
That's what the local Steelers insiders say. Pelissero gets a lot of Steelers news because he's so close with Omar Khan. If they wanted to pacify fans and shift the focus from Aaron Rodgers to what's going to happen on Thursday night, even if he's unsigned, all they needed to do was pick up the phone and call one of those guys and say, look, get this out there for our fans. He's not signed, but he's going to sign. And then we all come on the air and we talk about that. All right, well, the most logical or most likely thing is going to happen, but it hasn't happened yet. We don't know when he's going to be here, but he's going to be here. Let's act like Aaron Rodgers is going to be the Steelers quarterback and move on to talking about who they're going to draft 21st overall. That's not what he said there in that report. He said Aaron Rodgers has not told them what he's doing. And you had the owner just a couple of weeks ago at the owners' meeting say, I want an answer before the draft. I want to know one way or the other. So unless people think that whoever is leaking that information to Tom Pelissero is trying to make the Steelers look bad and make Aaron Rodgers look bad, which, by the way, if that's happening, Chris, I don't know. There's only about 30 other NFL insiders who they could go to and say, hey, just put out another report that basically makes everything that Rappaport and Pelissero put out there look bad. Please do that now. Jerry Dulac, Mark Cabali, Adam Schefter, Jeremy Fowler, you name it. If it's bad information and makes us look bad, because it does, please go and say, actually, we expect him to come here still, and everything's fine.
There are a few stories in recent memory that have annoyed me more than this particular year's Aaron Rodgers will he, won't he saga.
Why is that? Because he did it last year, and that annoys you more than last year?
Yes, because at least last year there was the unknown of if he does come here and play, how will it actually look for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Some people would say it looked good last year. Cabali.
Yes, Mark's wrong. I'm not even in the mood to make coy comments giving Cabali a hard time. If you thought that was good quarterbacking, then you don't know what good quarterbacking looks like. He was about the 22nd best.
Shot at Cabali's knowledge of good quarterbacking.
Pony,
he does like Mason Rudolph a lot.
Pony, you know exactly what's going on with me right now, so you know I'm not going to be in a mood to be in a shrinking violet kind of stage today. It's not going to be.
I thought you might, because your son's on your lap right now, and you might want to have a more kind of docile, calm.
He's watching a Minecraft video. That's kind of the whole thing that's going on here. Yeah, he's watching somebody do Minecraft.
It looks like people building things.
It is. It's like giant disembodied hands. He's sitting here. We've had a very hectic morning in the Muller house.
This passes for entertainment for young children these days. They watch people play with toys.
Yeah, well, some could say this passes for sports talk. You guys have to talk about, will a 43-year-old quarterback who looked like a corpse by the end of last season show up again and play? The answer everybody should be giving here is, I don't care if I do care if Aaron Rodgers comes to the Steelers. I'll be mad if he does, because he was done at the end of last year. No amount of Mike McCarthy magic is going to fix anything with him that was wrong last year, because you can't fix being old and unwilling to take hits. That's the bottom line here. I heard Starkey also reasonably say, and I thought Joe was giving a reasonable opinion, the idea that the Steelers might have an inkling. Now, they could have reported it, like you said, or gotten it out through the proper channels that they know it's going to happen. I think it's more like they think he'll be there. They don't know for sure. But he also said something like, I think Rodgers respects Mike McCarthy. I'm not even sure that he does. Like, at the end of the day, I think Aaron Rodgers respects the guy that he looks at in the mirror every morning. I think that's the only person he feels like he's got to answer to. I don't think he respects the Steelers organization enough to give them a straight answer here. I think he enjoys being the center of attention with this stuff. I think one of the biggest lies he ever told was that when he was retired, you were never going to see him again or hear from him again, that he was going to go and vanish. I think this is exactly what Aaron Rodgers wants.
What we still don't know, and we still haven't gotten to the bottom of, is who made Art Rooney and the brain trust, the brass at the Steelers, the people at the very top, who made them feel that this process was going to take a lot less time?
Because that's what they telegraphed to all their people.
And that originally we were going to find out before free agency. And then it turned into we were going to find out before the draft.
Okay, was it Rodgers? Doubtful. Was it them trying to subtly pressure Rodgers by implying they thought it was going to take less time, like a subtle way to tell him, hey, man, we're not just going to sit around? Because guess what? If it was option 2 there, and they were trying to subtly apply pressure, it didn't work. Because he's still sitting here, they're still sitting there, and even in that report, that clip you played, they're even hedging the bet saying, well, Will Howard does need the reps more this time of year. Aaron Rodgers doesn't have to be here. Very in service of the player there, don't you think?
Yeah, I would not want... Yeah, that point was, you're right about that. Like, that seemed to be...
Like a telegraph that he is going to play for them probably, like more likely than not, but that also, if you're whining about Aaron Rodgers holding the Steelers hostage, he doesn't have to be there. He has institutional knowledge.
That answer, I thought, sounded like it came from the Steelers, and I thought that reeked of desperation. Oh, I'm trying to ask Cindy Brogna to... I just made up that name. I'm trying to ask her to the Senior Ball, and it's not for another month. So really, I already asked her, and I was hoping that she would have let me know by now. But you know what? I really don't have to know until 2 days before.
Right.
So I have nothing to worry about. There's no need to panic here.
I have a tux just in case. I have my suit ready.
But hey, we've been at this for months now, and there's peaks and valleys of this, and I agree with what you said. I mean, there's a reason why I think a lot of fans give us feedback, and they're sick of this, and they're not. Like, this is me, like, projecting, I feel like, maybe my own feelings onto them. They're not sick of it because they think that maybe, like, the reporting around it is BS, which we get sometimes. I think they're sick of it because they feel like this song and dance with Rodgers is just dumb. And
they're sick of Rodgers.
And the only positive thing, I know I am, the only positive thing that came out of that report is that, at least for right now, Will Howard is functioning like the Steelers' starting quarterback. They're not even doing there's a veteran and his name's Mason Rudolph, so if Rodgers isn't here, technically it's his job because he's got more seniority and he started games, so let's treat him like the number one guy. No, they leapfrog Will Howard and let him cut right to the front of that line, which is a clue or a sign that they do actually value him more than being a 6th-round future long-time backup for the rest of his life.
It's at least, I don't even know if it's that they value him more. It's that they're treating him like they value him more. If they were putting Rudolph in the position to actually be the guy again, you just like scratch your head and say, like, why? Why'd you say all the nice stuff about Will Howard if this is how you were going to actually handle it when it came time to handle it? That's like such a small consolation here, though, man. There might be some, like, Rodgers diehards out there who have...
Like the guy that dresses like Aaron Rodgers at games and is friends with him and has a huge Instagram following.
That guy does have a pretty good bit on Instagram where he fakes, like, how Rodgers would come out for games. It's very on point. But
he actually is obsessed with Aaron Rodgers.
And
That's why he does it.
I think Rodgers also is a big fan of him.
Yeah, because
like he
finds it flattering.
Yeah, he does. And that's kind of the thrust of all of this, right? Aaron Rodgers likes things that flatter him, likes people who flatter him. And this whole process, I think, in his mind, flatters him because there are still enough people who might listen to our show or tweet at us or do whatever who say, hey, guys, this is a future Hall of Famer. Let him cook with Mike McCarthy. It'll be completely different.
If I were at that press conference today, and we'll get to it, what Omar Khan and Mike McCarthy said, from the quotes that came out, I think they're trying to put a brave face on this. Like, oh, we've had such positive communication with him. Everything's good. We don't have an answer, but we feel really good about the place we're in with Aaron Rodgers. I would have raised my hand and said, all right, guys, that's fine. If you don't need an answer or you didn't expect one or didn't want one from Aaron Rodgers now, why did your boss say that he expected one before the draft? Why? Why did he say it? If it doesn't matter when he answers you, why did the person who signs your checks, whose last name is Rooney, say, I expect an answer and want an answer, want one before the draft? And he's not going to get it. And if he does, to me, you're that guy. You've waited years for this event to come here. You've made a pitch to the NFL for years.
It.
Exactly.
This guy's upstaging
and that would piss me off, man. That would really get on my nerves if I'm him. And if everything was kumbaya with Aaron Rodgers before this, the fact that he came out at the owners' meetings and I think volleyed one back at Rodgers, all right, come on now, let's play ball here, and didn't get an answer, that would really tick me off as an owner. And I would go to them and say, start doing your homework even more on Beck, on Aller, on Peyton, on Green. Because I might just to screw with this guy, I might take one of them this week.
Well, they've shown very little spine as an organization in dealing with him.
Good word.
They've shown, and up to and including Art Rooney, he can make the proclamation all he wants about I want an answer before the draft. They're not getting one, it looks like, and they're all just going to be fine with it, I guess. Here's the thing that is most unacceptable. If you were doing this last year with that great unknown of what it would look like when he played here in mind, I wouldn't but I could understand holding out hope that maybe you were going to play ball with this guy for the kind of player like you dreamed of at the position. You saw him last year. You saw how feeble it looked. You saw how Houston humiliated him. Why participate in the song and dance for a guy that we already know has a pretty defined ceiling at this point? That is my biggest problem.
NFL Network reports Aaron Rodgers still isn't giving the Steelers an answer and isn't going to give them one before the draft. 412-928-9370. Unless you are comatose, if you're a Steelers fan, you should have an opinion on this. Do you want the Steelers to move on, or do you want them to still be patient with Rodgers? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. We are at Ross Park Mall, your luxury draft headquarters. If your draft prep is missing a key piece, consider this your 2-minute warning. Head to Ross Park Mall. This place is basically your draft headquarters. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. Person you law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's come back with your calls and hear Art Rooney too, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Flyers beat the Penguins 3-2 on Saturday night, game 1 of the Eastern Conference first round playoff series. Goals scored by Evgeny Malkin and Brian Rust, but it was not enough. They get back at it tonight, 7 p.m. puck drop at PPG Paints Arena, game 2 between the Pens and Flyers. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. I want to tell you right now, this is the time, actually. So think about when the 4th of July is. Think about maybe you're lugging around 240 pounds and you'd like to be at 200. That is a pretty reasonable weight loss goal for a lot of people to want to get from 240 to 200. What if I told you could actually get that done by the 4th? Yes. Think about when that is. It's not even 3 full months away. Think about on the 4th, instead of being 240, being 200. Or instead of being 300, being 260. It can happen with Awaken 180 weight loss. I lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks. I've kept it off. It's because the approach, simply put, just works. It's based in science. It's based in nutrition. It is based in coaching and support. Support that, by the way, is, of course, free for life even after you reach your goal weight. That is why Awaken 180 weight loss is, simply put, the long-term solution for weight loss. Don't wait. Find out more for yourself right now at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 3 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. And we met you at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
On Saturday night, the Los Angeles Lakers beat the Houston Rockets in Game 1 of the Western Conference first round, 107-98. Before the game, we got news that Kevin Durant would be out with a bruised right knee he suffered in practice during the week. Houston, we have a problem. Durant needs to come back as soon as possible. The Rockets don't have enough scoring without him. Game 2 is Tuesday night. I'm Chris Black.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup truck wisdom.
Turns out, talk isn't cheap. Just talking about affordability doesn't make things affordable. Straight Talk's had the same price since 2009. Plus, their Gold plan includes a Walmart Plus membership and $20 in Walmart cash when you activate. That's more than just talk.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straightforward, always. Valid through May 17, 2026. $20 in Walmart cash for Straight Talk Gold or Platinum Plan customers newly enrolling in Walmart Plus. Limit 1 per enrollment and account. Same price claim applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan, beginning October 2009.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us, it's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th, 2025. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Got junk? 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I have not talked to him. Coach has been in contact with him pretty regularly. I think a decision is probably coming soon.
Do you anticipate hearing one way or the other by the NFL draft?
I would say by the draft, I expect an answer, yep.
He expected an answer, and it's not coming, according to NFL Network and their reporters. That's Art Rooney, too. We are live at Ross Park Mall. For your draft needs, this is the place to come. Swing by Rally House, load up on your favorite team merch. Steelers, of course, jerseys, hats, hoodies. That's how you show you are ready for draft week. We will be at PNC Park for Radio Row on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Listen to us on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Tyler Kennedy going to join us in about 10 minutes on the Penguins Game 2, trying to settle the score against the Flyers tonight. Here is Flash and Munhall on Aaron Rodgers playing games with the Steelers. Hello, Flash.
Hello.
Flash?
Hello.
Yes, turn your radio down and talk, my man.
Okay, how you doing, buddy? Listen, Aaron Rodgers, okay?
Yeah.
He's a bum. What did he give us? 6 points.
He is a four-time MVP.
They're adults. Come on, Art Rooney, let's go. Get rid of this guy now. You got 2 good quarterbacks waiting in the wings. 2.
Wait, how do you know Will Howard is good?
Franchise would love to have Howard.
Flash, he's on a roll. Let him go here. It's like
the
Germans bomb Pearl Harbor speech from Animal House.
You know what? He's a good quarterback, and so is Howard, and they're going to be 2 great quarterbacks. Stick with the 2 quarterbacks.
We can have a side conversation here if you want.
Oh, wait.
Thanks, Flash. Goodbye.
That was
incredible.
Donnie, Jack, cut that one for posterity. That might be the best call of 2026.
Donnie, do you think we're too negative on this situation with Rodgers? Be honest with us.
No, I mean, I feel the same way. I mean, I haven't wanted him back, and I would rather roll things through with the guys they already have.
Who do you both?
And now again, the organization is just allowing him to dictate things like, oh, we're not worried about it. You know, we told you by free agency, we told you by the end of March, we told you by the draft, and it's probably going to be the same thing as last year. Like maybe a couple of weeks earlier, I don't know, but we're going to get into May and we're not going to know.
Do you both think that he's going to play for the Steelers next year? Because I think he is.
I still say yes.
I do too, but I think the odds have come down a little bit at the very least. The owner gave what amounted to like a soft ultimatum at the owners' meetings. The ultimatum wasn't met by the player. And so these are billionaire guys that are used to getting their way on things.
Isn't a soft ultimatum an oxymoron? An ultimatum either is an ultimatum or it's not. If it's a soft ultimatum, then it's a request.
We make soft ultimatums to our kids all the time.
Yes,
one of them is sitting on your lap right now.
Yes.
And we expect them to work because we think that we're, the adult and the person in charge a lot of the time.
No, actually,
they figured out that we're not.
Actually, I hope that they work, which is I think where the Steelers are at here. Like Ace is going to get some strawberry ice cream or something out of this because he's being so good right now. But like we hope that they work with our kids, and I think that's what they hope. Starkey's point to me, he texted me during our open, and he just said, to be like part of his belief that he's coming back is he made the same kind of like backroom guarantee with Tomlin last year. What's to say he didn't do it again? My only rebuttal to that would be it might have been a courtesy to Tomlin, who he was playing googly eyes with for years before that point. But I don't put it past him that he did the same thing with McCarthy, and that McCarthy has some legitimate idea. Like, yes, he is going to be here.
That he hasn't shared with the owner or the GM.
That's like a very good rebuttal. If McCarthy knew, don't you want it out there? Like the reporting from the Peliceros is just very simple. The Steelers expect Aaron Rodgers to be here.
Yeah, they don't have an answer, but they expect him to be here.
Because if you say expect him to be here and then he doesn't show up, then it makes him look bad and look like a flake.
Here's Dante next. Hello, Dante.
Hey, I don't know if I could live up to that last caller. That was a hard act to follow.
Yeah, I know. That's Sports Talk Radio.
Well, Dante, you've already failed to meet the bar that Flash set because you're letting us talk and going back and forth instead of just going through like a freight train.
All right. Well, I do got to ask one thing before I go like a freight train. Can I apologize to Pony because he got mad at me and hung up because he said he didn't like me talking with an Italian accent. Nobody has ever hung up on me on the phone before.
Oh.
But I think I should have a little deference because I'm more Italian than you. So I grew up with it in the house and my wife's family and everything. You know?
Oh, I didn't. Okay? I didn't know that you've seen my records. I didn't know that you know exactly my family tree, Dante.
Well, haven't you admitted that you're Russian?
Well, part of me is Russian, yeah, because my dad found out he was adopted when he was in his 60s. Yeah.
Well, listen, I didn't mean to make you mad. I'm very Italian, so I thought you would think it was funny. I didn't mean to make you mad. Yeah, I could. Yeah, you guys asked when is he going to give the Steelers an answer? You know, does he owe the Steelers an answer? I don't know. I guess he already gave the Steelers an answer. I mean, free agency came and went. Would have been the best time before that started, right? I mean, they could have probably got somebody decent. Now the draft is in 2 days. If he doesn't give an answer by tomorrow, it's done. You gave your answer. They have to move on now. They gave an answer. Maybe it's not the answer they wanted, but, I mean, it just shows he doesn't care as much about the team as he cares about his own ego.
Thanks for the call, Dante. Yeah, I'm not going to hang up on you and be argumentative this time. I don't even know what he's talking about. Do you remember the guy in an Italian accent that I got mad at?
Vaguely. I think he thought he was being hung up on and being yelled at when sometimes we just hang up when the call's over. In a weird way, he did come close to matching Flash. Donnie, can we play that? I think we might have to save that for the end of the show for people who tune in on the later portion. I might just play that call in its entirety in the hodgepodge, all of its beauty.
I don't agree with him, though. I think that they being the Steelers, still are hell-bent on winning this year. Mm-hmm. And allowing for Mike McCarthy to have a first impression and not putting him in a rebuild from day one. And they have thought from January that Aaron Rodgers' first year here was successful in their eyes, and they've wanted him back. And they preferred him over the free agent quarterbacks, the trade option quarterbacks, and probably the quarterbacks in this draft. So they're going to wait. And they're going to make excuses for him being wishy-washy and dragging his feet.
Can I ask you a question based on what you just said then?
Go ahead.
And just more of your opinion. You said you think they prefer him, the new brain trust, which is McCarthy, quarterback guy, over all the pool of free agents, trade candidates, etc. Do you really think he was demonstrably better than Jacoby Brissett last year?
No, not demonstrably. I'll put it this way. I don't think he was that much better than Russell Wilson, who got run out of town because everybody thought he was a weirdo and a fake rah-rah guy.
Yeah. Fake teammate. But I guess my point is, man, if they really just think he was the best option, how much should we trust their acumen right now as an organization at evaluating the most important position?
Follow us on Twitter. Watch us there, too, even though we are at Ross Park Mall, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. You know where the food court is here? We're right underneath it. Come see us. We're hanging out until 6. And draft night, a big primetime moment, whether you're going full first-round swag or business casual GM, Ross Park Mall has you covered. Nordstrom and Macy's for head-to-toe draft-ready looks. Boss, if you're feeling franchise quarterback confidence. State and Liberty for athletic tailored fits. Okay, how about that?
Are you feeling quarterback confidence, Pony?
No, I'm not actually.
Is there a store that represents the long snappers among us? The people who are like, that's my best position.
Gabe's.
Just snap the ball 15 yards and run down and cover.
Tyler Kennedy next. We've got Penguins Flyers tonight. That's a big deal. I was in the house for game 1. That didn't go great. We'll get TK's thoughts on game 2 and what the Penguins have for stand here in a rebuttal. Quick timeout. We're right back. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates take 2 out of 3 against the Tampa Bay Rays. It was a 6-3 win yesterday at PNC Park. Mitch Keller, 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 strikeouts, and no walks. Home runs from Spencer Horwitz and Nick York in the win. Buccos with an off night. They are in Texas this week, starting tomorrow night. First pitch against the Rangers, 8:05. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show just after 7 o'clock here on The Fan. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Don. Well, I've got some valuable words of advice for you right now. If you're looking for a new ride, heed this it's very catchy. That's, it's like one of those things that sticks in your ear once you hear it. The bow tie means a better buy. It's the bottom line. That's why the spring savings at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington can't be beat. I drive a 2025 Outlander. I can't wait to see the 2026 Outlanders. And right now, new 2026 Outlanders, you can take $5,000 off, or you can finance at 2.99% for 60 months at Crown Mitsubishi. Outlander Sports, great deals there. Take up to $4,000 off. Then the Eclipse Cross, you can take up to $3,000 off, plus get up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. Crown, they've got your answer to something newer, something better, and something more affordable. That's why my guy, Mike Engel, and his team are so great to work with. They're all about you. They're all about you getting the best deal and you having the best customer experience possible. It's also why you need to shop their spring savings right now. Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, online, crownmitsubishipa.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram can't be beat. The tough Ram 1500 Bighorn Hemi. Up to $9,000 off or 4.9% financing for 84 months. Grand Cherokees loaded up to $10,000 off. Hot Wranglers, just $289 a month. Plus up to 125% of KDB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our declaration of deals at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Spring is here. How about a fresh start? Baseball is back, the excitement of the draft, and sunlight finally filling your home again. Pella Windows and Doors welcomes the season with energy-efficient windows that brighten your space, elevate curb appeal, and keep your home comfortable all year long. And right now, get 55% off installation or 0% APR for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA or visit PellaPittsburgh.com. Pella, Pittsburgh's trusted window company.
The draft is coming to Pittsburgh, and the party starts at Ross Park Mall. Get ready for a pregame ticket drop for Jason Aldean concert tickets April 20th from 5 to 6 p.m. Don't miss it. All week long, enjoy game day fun with photo ops, exclusive deals, and your chance to win a $1,000 shopping spree. Celebrate in style
at Pittsburgh's premier luxury and shopping destination with more than 150 stores and restaurants. Ross Park Mall, where the draft meets destination shopping.
Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Spring Sales Drive is on, and the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. The 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander features a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. Drive yours home today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. Plus, take advantage of our Spring Sales Drive bonus box and get up to $750 more for your trade.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Yeah, it's what we talk about. We should play our game, but I think we a little bit lost control second period. We start fighting. This is what they want, and we know it's tight physical game, but we need to play better. I mean, in our blue line, we should control puck a little bit, play deeper, and try focus maybe a little bit more behind net. We give them so many chances, And again, it's just first game, but we need regroup and back next game Monday.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where we find Tyler Kennedy, Penguins Stanley Cup champ, our 93.7 The Fan Penguins analyst. We've got Game 2 tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Penguins looking to even the series at 1 against the hated Flyers. We are live at Ross Park Mall. It is our kickoff to Draft Week, PM Team Draft World Tour. Great footwork starts with great footwear. You can register to win a shoe care pack from Alan Edmonds, no relation to Terrell, because even Hall of Famers know if the shoes aren't ready, you're not ready. And we've got people stopping by and taking part in our giveaways right now. And Tyler Kennedy on the hotline just heard what Evgeny Malkin had to say. TK, Game 2 tonight, do you think the Penguins are going to get sucked into the Flyers style of play again?
I don't think so. I think it's up to them. I think they got a wake-up call in the first period, in the first game where they were a little taken back how well Philly played and how good they were. I think that was a big eye-opener for them, and I expect a different Penguin team coming out tonight.
What kind of tactical changes, if anything, would you make if you were Dan Muse?
One, I would tell my third and fourth line, and I would circle their top players. You see these guys after they release the puck, I want you to put them through the wall. Kind of like what they were doing with Chinakhov. It's that's what our sandpaper guys have to learn in playoffs. When you have an opportunity to really bury someone or really get a good solid hit on someone, you got to take advantage. You got to make their good players have a hard game like our good players are having right now. That's a big one for me. I think it comes down to those guys. I think going to the top guys, the leaders, keeping it simple. It's okay to chip the puck in and go in to get it and making them play in their own end. That's what they're doing to us. We have to simplify our game. We have to stay on our game and not let
them frustrate us by giving us a little so we think we're this high-flying east-west team instead of a north-south. When the Penguins are successful, they chip pucks in, they're good at the blue lines, and their D move the puck. I thought the D struggled on just handling the puck. They were just a little bit off. So I think those are some of the things I'd like to see changed.
How about lineup-wise? Brazeau was sitting up with me in the press box. TK, he had a really good year for the Penguins. He's like Miro Shatan. He gets a seat in the press box for the start of the playoff run. And how about lines? Raquel still centered. You had Novak, Malkin, and Chinakhov play so well together all year. That's not how they dressed him and sorted him out in game one. Raquel was still center. He wasn't on Sid's line. Would you go back to some of the things that worked earlier in the season as far as your lineup goes?
I think I would. I think I'd go back to Raquel and Russ with Sid, Chinakhov with Malkin. I just like the Russian connection. I think they're good. And the Brazeau situation's interesting because I think as a coach, you need to sit him down and be like, dude, you're 6'2", you're a big boy. We need a little bit of a Kevin Stevens in you. We need you pounding bodies. We need that kind of game from you. We don't need a high-skill game. That's why Sonnenberg's in over him. Just one, I thought it was the fight in Tampa. I thought showing that little bit of courage that he's willing to fight, his physicality, I think that's what pushed Brazeau out of the lineup. Sonnenberg just plays a rougher game right now, but I do think they need someone else in that lineup. The problem is, and people are going to go nuts on me, I think you bring Kindle out and you bring Brazeau in.
Whoa.
You need guys. Yeah, you need guys that are heavy, guys that are physical, and not that Kindle had a bad game, but it's a different kind of game. It's a very physical game. They play a heavy game. You need guys with some size. You need some guys that are willing to take the puck to the net. And when I think of that, I would go back to Brazeau. Hey, you got one chance to keep yourself in the lineup. This is what you need to do. You bring the puck to the net, you bang in bodies, and that's what you need, and that's how you'll stay in the lineup. And I know people are going to go nuts with Kindle, but, again, sometimes he needs to watch, too, and see what kind of game it is and adjust. Because right now, I didn't think he'd play bad, but I don't think he had a big enough impact. Was it his minutes? I don't know. I thought he had less minutes than usual, but he didn't stick out like he usually does, flying around making plays like I usually see him during the year.
How the heck do you explain what happened to Anthony Mantha in this game? He was so good. What a story all year. It takes 2 penalties. He looked like not only like worse than a non-factor, he looked like he was almost a positive factor for Philly. He was so bad. How do you explain that one?
Yeah, so sometimes guys have bad games, and was it a good game? No, and I think it almost like he was watching a little too much, and he wasn't initiating, and with a guy like that, you don't need him flying around, but you need him making plays. You need him getting hard on the forecheck, and he wasn't doing that. And when you don't move your feet, you get penalties, and it just wasn't a good game. And I would expect him, another guy, to step out on the ice with a little bit of an edge to his game, a little bit of a redemption game, because that first one he didn't look good in.
TK, I want a Game 2 score, and I want Tyler Kennedy's first star of the night for Game 2 of Penguins-Flyers.
I think it's going to be 4-0 Penguins.
Oh, boy.
And I think Carlson's going to have a good game. I don't think he really – I don't think he was another guy part of that leadership group that did enough to get the Pittsburgh Penguins team going. So I'm looking for a big game from him. I'm looking to see him move his feet, be that guy we've seen after Christmas, the guy that's being able to grab the puck, making plays, all that stuff, using his feet to create offense. And that's how I think the game. It's going to be a different game. I believe in the Penguins. I believe that they have another level, and the first game was almost like a wake-up call, and sometimes that's good early because sometimes, again, we haven't been in the playoffs for 3 years. You need a wake-up call because playoff hockey and regular season hockey is different. Everyone has to buy in to play in a certain way.
Tyler Kennedy, TK, we will talk about Game 3 when we preview it with you on Wednesday. Good stuff. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, boys.
At 2:43, time to step up to the plate and call Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today for draft night. Temperatures will be in the high 60s, and for the draft itself, it'll be in the low 50s. So wear a hoodie or pack a jacket. And by the way, we are at Ross Park Mall right now. Downstairs from the food court. We're here until 6. From 5 to 6, we're going to be giving away some of our night before Jason Aldean tickets. And how about this for a major Red Zone opportunity? We're also giving away one of 5 $100 gift cards to Crate and Barrel. And they just rolled out an official NFL line, and they offer complimentary design services. So if my wife is listening, she probably wants to get in on that, but she's ineligible to win because I work for the radio station.
But I mean, because she's married to you, she's won so many other ways.
Great
in
point.
life.
All right, coming up next, the other bombshell story from the Steelers today. Broderick Jones, year in jeopardy, career in jeopardy. What do you do now? We'll talk about it live from the Ross Park Mall. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. I'm here to tell you guys right now about FanDuel, the official sports book of 93.7 The Fan. And I'm brought to you by FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. From player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you need to back them up. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, the official partner of the NBA. Game 2's in the NBA playoffs tonight. One of them just a couple hours away up the road in Cleveland, where the Cavs look to take a 2-0 series lead on the Raptors. And I think they'll do that. James Harden, not a very reliable player in the postseason, but Toronto, one of the worst teams, if not the worst team that made it to the Eastern Conference first round. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus in present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now drawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. This is the time of year when you should be thinking about your roof. Why? I am here to educate you. And my friends at MHI Roofing, they kind of gave me all the info I needed. I'm not just somebody who rolled out of bed knowing about roofs until I started working with MHI Roofing. So we had freeze and thaw cycles this winter, right? That means that the shingles on your roof can become brittle. As a result, then they can develop these tiny little micro cracks. Well, if shingles develop micro cracks, what gets in? Water. Water tends to find places where it can get in. Make sure it doesn't happen to your roof. Schedule your free 21-point roof inspection with MHI Roofing today. They are the roofing experts. They did this inspection on my roof a couple of months ago, actually, because there were big storms that rolled through. It is like getting a graduate level course in all things roofs. It is going to put you at ease, really reinforces peace of mind because they know so much. And the best part is when they go over everything, if they find minor problems early, they can usually fix them with an inexpensive repair. That's what you want to hear, right? As a homeowner, of course it is. So call today, schedule that free 21-point roof inspection with MHI Roofing right now. 412-998-8864 or online, mhiroof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/PGT. BetMGM.com/work.
BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, has a special offer for the playoffs. Sign into your existing BetMGM account and snag an NBA playoffs odds boost token. Then take your shot at scoring more on your next win. Simply log in, add a qualifying bet on the NBA playoffs to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager with the token attached, you'll pull down extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Talk about a fast break. Make BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, your home for playoff action with bonuses like odds boost tokens and more. Claim your odds boost token for the NBA playoffs and get in the game today. Make betting the playoffs more exciting. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551. Between hybrid work schedules and getting pretty much anything delivered to your doorstep, it feels like there's no reason to leave the house anymore. But some of the best deals are still in store for you, literally. At Omaha Steaks, they're known for quality meat delivery, but they also have stores right in your neighborhood. At the streets of Cranberry and Cranberry Township and Settlers Ridge and Robinson, now is the time to stop by and pick up their Burger Perfection Stack. This bundle includes premium 6-ounce patties made from 100% aged, single-cut steak, filet mignon, ribeye, and more. Plus, come in today and get 8 free smash burgers with the stack. While you're there, also ask about the manager special, 4 USDA certified tender top sirloin fillets for $29.99. These beauties are aged for over 35 days and are just as tender as a grocery store filet mignon. Grab dinner from your local Omaha Steak store in Cranberry Township or Robinson tonight.
High winds probably did more than just blow off a few shingles. If they weren't installed right the first time, your whole house is on the injured list. It's Sean Whalen from family-owned Whalen Exteriors. Saturated wood and attic rot are the kind of rookie mistakes that lead to mold. Make your first-round draft pick the pros with the 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors. We do full attic inspections to catch the damage before it spreads. Financing packages for every budget. Visit WhalenExteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. You're on the clock, Pittsburgh.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 fee $0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 4/30/2026.
Hey, it's Pony. Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience. More, Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. As of 2/10/26. Taxes, fees extra. After promotion, regular rates apply.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
South Hills Kia, let's go. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and they're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Topps is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Hear that? That's the sound of another savvy driver rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 2, Penguins and Flyers tonight at 7 o'clock. Based on morning skate activity, it looks like Stuart Skinner will be back in net as the Penguins look to even the score against Philly. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from Ross Park Mall, it's the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
To say, today was day 1. Of that, so obviously he's limited. So it's early in the process, Mike. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I think the other thing too, the reality of it is what we're trying to accomplish right now. He's in the medical group. You have a number of guys that are in that group. We're really just trying to establish common language. We went over the fundamentals of football today, so they haven't changed. But how you talk about them, how you drill them, So we're just really taking the steps of starting at the beginning and going through it. So and he has participated, so that's not a problem.
PM Team Draft World Tour starting right now at Ross Park Mall. We are downstairs below the food court. I've maintained for years two things that every great American city should have, and we are one of them because the draft has come here and we will be the epicenter of football this week, is a Hooters and a mall that still has a robust food court. Food court food just hits different, as the kids say. You've got Chinese restaurants.
Did you say it goes crazy?
You've got Chinese food restaurants handing out free samples outside of it.
A little General's. Man, I'll tell you what, there are a lot of great Generals throughout history. So right up there.
Totally. Yeah, move over Patton. Here comes So.
MacArthur, Patton, So.
Yeah. Would you agree with that, Donnie, by the way? General So, underrated general all time?
Underrated. He's the GOAT.
So... yeah, take that, General.
You know
Washington.
what? You know what the mall does not have anymore. This particular mall, which is the mall I went to growing up and all that.
Congratulations on all your success.
Well, it's undergone a very nice glow up lately. A lot of white collar stores, Pony. So a blue collar guy like you would struggle here at times. We used to have a robust Mrs. Fields in this mall. And I'll tell you what, cookies. I don't know what Debbie Fields had in those cookies, but she knew what she was doing.
Well, the Auntie Anne's is right over here, too.
And also hit. It
and
just
the pretzels
slaps.
and lemonade hit like crack, man.
My God, do they ever? They just absolutely slap.
We're giving out a lot of cool stuff you can register to win here, including a gift card to Macy's. We will have from 5 to 6. We're going to see people show up here for the ticket drop for the Jason Aldean night before. Getting closer to that Wednesday night at the Rivers. We have tickets to give away from 5 to 6, and if you can't make it here for that, you can make it out to Bowser Chevy. The final ticket drop tomorrow. We'll be there 4 to 5, Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. We're going to give away 25 pairs that day, so good chance for you to get tickets if you haven't yet. All right, so this bombshell came out today from Adam Schefter on Broderick Jones and his setback. Sorry, Malsey. For Broderick Jones from his neck injury. And you heard Omar Khan try to kind of obfuscate things there in that answer he gave. But Mike McCarthy, less BS from a Pittsburgh guy, said he's in the medical group. So there's an acknowledgement that he's still a long ways away from being healthy, if he even gets healthy, to be honest with you. And if you look at the latest scuttlebutt on the draft, most of it is starting to lean back towards the Steelers taking an offensive lineman. And even though I have been team wide receiver for a very long time, for years now, as a matter of fact, I do think the proper play right now is to take a tackle at 21 if the right guy is there and take a wide receiver with your second round pick, because you've got Branch from Georgia who got in a little bit of hot water.
Yeah, what was that all about? For smirking?
I don't know.
Did you see what they set bail at? He was a threat to society. $39.
Oh, geez.
Somebody could have pulled 2 20s out of their wallet and sprung him out of jail. That's how serious that was.
Bernard from Alabama, who they've had eyes on, he's a second-round wide receiver.
He's been sneaking
talent.
up on people, saying he's the best. Who did we have? Did Ryan Wilson say best route runner in the draft?
You've got the Bells, the one from Louisville and the one from UConn. So those guys are out there for the Steelers. They've already got Pittman and Metcalf.
Yep.
You don't want a project tackle to be thrown in there, especially if it's a 43-year-old quarterback or if it's a guy making his first NFL starts in Howard. You don't want any quarterback. What am I talking about? You don't want Patrick Mahomes out there with a makeshift offensive line. We saw how that's gone for him in Super Bowls where they've gotten blown out against the Bucs and Eagles. And I don't care, like, the Steelers can try right now to say, oh, there's nothing to this report. Even if I believe them, and I believe in this case the objective reporter in Schefter more than I do the team that's trying to, make it sound like the sky isn't falling. Even if Broderick had a somewhat clean bill of health, he's not going to have his 5th-year option picked up. And you've got Dylan Cook.
The time to do that
is May 1st.
Yeah, May 1st. It's basically here. It's not happening.
You've got Dylan Cook as the understudy, who I still don't know what he is. I still don't think he's the answer at the position. So I think it might happen, Chris, is what I'm saying. And I'm now on team tackle with the 21st pick. Because I think they can move around the draft and get wide receivers. I mean, heck, maybe they even trade back into the first round late and get Denzel Boston if he's still there at 26 or 27, or Omar Cooper or somebody like that.
I mean, couple tough admissions here. The Broderick Jones thing, I don't think it's to the level of Pickett to Pickens, New Montana to Rice, but I've got to own a failure there. I said the guy would be the best left tackle in team history. I'll be surprised at this point if he plays a snap again for them. I think it could be a very bad situation. Neck injuries have ended careers prematurely on a regular basis.
He can't get strength back in his arms.
Yeah,
that is a scary thing to say out loud.
Well, and he was also somebody that was like probably lacking in strength because he was such an athletic guy, not like a big strong guy per se for the position already. That was already a bit of an issue, was that he wasn't like maybe holding up from a strength perspective. I just don't like hearing that. I have had to like grit my teeth and come around on something that I don't want to admit, just because I was draft a wide receiver for a long time. There's only a couple other positions, non-quarterback positions, that I think should be treated as premium as wide receiver in the draft. Corner, edge rusher, and then tackle's probably the other one, specifically left tackle.
Well, look at how the guys get paid.
Yes, if you believe that it has outsized importance, which it probably does, we see who gets paid. Those I just named the 4 positions other than quarterback that get the most money. And if that's what you've got to do now, I think that's your best play, and only for this reason. I don't think the Steelers should get like this immense amount of credit for being able to find wide receivers. I think that was a little bit of an AB creation, and people took that as stock in like full faith, and that always applies, and it hasn't. They haven't turned every receiver they've drafted outside the first round into gold. They've had a bunch of just kind of misses, a bunch of forgettable guys. Marcus Wheaton, James Washington, Chase Claypool, good and then very not good, right?
George Pickens blew up here.
But at least he produced, relatively speaking, and then he still got better somewhere else. There are more wide receivers, I would say, by definition in this draft that are available to you later in this draft, and there will be tackles that you can feel good about. And if we go back to this being a strict supply and demand thing when you're trying to make decisions, the supply is limited. The demand is going to always be there for tackles. The supply of wide receivers is much greater. I don't like this because it's ultimately a move you make more out of necessity than out of hey, we're building this thing properly and we're trying to get deep at positions we want to be deep at. It's a need thing. But I'm starting to turn to your side here.
It's also an admission that Omar Khan's first pick was a failure, as it turned out.
I think it's a debacle on all ends. The guy, whether it was his fault or their fault or both, didn't do enough to unseat Dan Moore. I still, my skin crawls when I think about how many people couldn't wait to tell you how seriously Dan Moore was taking this challenge. I don't think he's a good football player. He works hard. That's nice.
Got paid like one, though.
And he isn't one, though. But that also speaks to supply and demand at tackle. Jones didn't do enough to unseat him. Then to get him on the field and almost justify the pick, they played him out of position, which was, I think, a tactical error. Then when, I think Kabali said this last week, and he was even being more generous than I was willing to be, but we'll take it at face value. He said when he was finally starting to, I think, play a little bit better, maybe get the slightest bit of traction over there, this freak injury happens. Where it looked like I think he had just kind of hit the guy hard right on the whistle the play before, and then he got revenge on him. And now his career might be over. So yes, it doesn't matter really what the mechanism is by which we've gotten to this point. It's a failure of a pick.
412-928-9370. A couple things on the table here. We've got Aaron Rodgers still playing games with the Steelers. And Aaron Rodgers hasn't given the Steelers an answer, and it looks like he's not going to give them an answer in time for the draft. How that hits you as a Steelers fan. Does that piss you off? Does that offend you? Does that make you angry? First couple calls we had last hour on this topic, nobody wanted to stick up for Aaron Rodgers. Nobody wanted to stick up for the way the Steelers have handled this. Maybe you do, or maybe you want to continue to bag on both here at 412-928-9370. The other topic on the table is now this Broderick Jones injury. And I want you out there driving around to put yourself in Omar Khan's shoes. If you were running the Steelers draft, what would be your preference at pick 21? You've had months to think about it. Now we're getting to nut-cutting time. You want a wide receiver at 21? You want an offensive lineman at 21? Or do you want to go off the board and say something else is actually a bigger need? 412-928-9370. The guy you'll call when you weigh in on this is the ultimate football guy, Donnie Football. He also just got married. So kibitz with him about football, congratulate him on his nuptials, and maybe talk WrestleMania too. I know that happened over the weekend. And then come on the air with us and give us your take on any of those things at 412-928-9370. If you're not going to talk about the draft now, then you're never going to get into it because it's just days out, and now we're getting fresh information, and the information on Broderick Jones is very, very bad. And if you want to weigh in on Broderick Jones too, you can at 412-928-9370 and how you feel about that pick. You can text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line, a Person Law Firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're at Ross Park Mall. It's draft week, and you can do draft week in style at Tory Burch. Shop the latest collections. Enjoy light refreshments. A style tailgate. And if you make a purchase, you're enter into a raffle for a special prize. So come down and see us too. We're here until 6. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pens dropped Game 1 at home to the Flyers on Saturday, 3-2. Malkin and Rust with the 2 goals. Game 2 tonight, the Penguins look to get back on track. Puck drop at 7 p.m. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Jack. Sorry, buddy. Don's answering the phones right now, and I'm telling you about Universal Windows Direct because this is the time of year where you get your house positioned for not only the rest of the spring and summer and then next winter, but for years into the future. It's especially the right time to do that if your windows just have not been up to snuff because Universal Windows Direct has a fantastic deal that'll help you reset your home for the long run. And right now that deal is buy 2 windows and you get 2 free. And there's no limit. So that means the more you upgrade, the more you save. Plus, you're going to get 24 months with no payments and no interest. And this month only, a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. And new windows from Universal, they're going to make your house look better, so that's one. They're also going to make your house feel better because their exclusive Super Spacer technology keeps the indoor temps constant and consistent too, reduces drafts, and it's going to make your house more energy efficient. So it's going to help you save on those bills. Don't wait. Get your free estimate scheduled today, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Victor Wembanyama scored 35 points in his playoff debut last night for the Spurs as they beat the Blazers in Game 1 of the Western Conference playoffs. Playoff Wemby was in full effect last night while he played 33 minutes. During the regular season, he only played 29 minutes a night. I expect that number to go up as the playoffs continue. Game 2, Spurs and Blazers, is Tuesday night. I'm Chris Black.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Atlanta 24 monthly, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. MSRP $24,110. All offers plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers end 4/30/26.
Get
branch on Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE with 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease the new 2026 Hyundai Elantra SE with payments as low as just $69 a month. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Insurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
For the best view of the draft, it's Lemont. Celebrate with Lemont's City of Champions menu April 21st through the 26th. Watch the draft from Lemont's TVs and excellent sound system. Avoid the crowds and traffic. Regular menu not available. Visit LemontPittsburgh.com/upcoming.
No hot water? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pro basketball futures market in the Eastern Conference, with each playoff series now a game in. Boston the favorite at +140, Cleveland +290, Detroit +425, New York +475. And I think you're choosing between Boston or New York. Detroit dropped game 1 to Orlando in embarrassing fashion. I don't trust Cleveland. We're going to get New York and Boston in all likelihood in round number 2, and the winner of that series should be considered the favorite to win the East. So choose your horse between Boston or New York to win the Eastern Conference this year. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time for the once-a-year Spring Patio and Hot Tub Roadshow, only at Pool City. Pool City has Pittsburgh's largest patio furniture selection designed to last a lifetime. New or pricing, your choice for only $14.99. Plus, accessorize with a free outdoor area rug on your patio purchase. Complete your patio with new models from Jacuzzi. Huge deals at every budget, like the 6-person Sun and Soul Hot Tub, only $79.99. Pool City's Patio and Hot Tub Roadshow ends May 4th. Hurry!
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread in Pittsburgh. The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
That's a good question. So I'll say yes, but the reality is when you're on when it's draft day, you always want to it never hurts to ask, because you never know when someone's really dying to get out, and maybe the value will be different than what you thought it would take, and the same going backwards. So you at least always inquire.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We are here at Ross Park Mall, our PM Team World Draft Tour. Here today. Tomorrow we'll be at Bowser Chevy of Monroeville. It's going to be your last chance to grab tickets to the night before. Wednesday night, Rivers Casino. You really want to go see Jason Aldean. They have 25 pairs of tickets you can win. You won't want to miss it. Tomorrow at Bowser Chevy with us from 4 to 5. Right now here at Ross Park Mall, you've got the anniversary sale for Alan Edmonds. No relation to Jim or Terrell Edmonds. Alan Edmonds celebrating their anniversary sale. Biggest sale of the year, 40% off through the end of the week. Elite value, clean footwork, and championship level savings all in one play. Going on at Alan Edmonds right now. They've got an in-store giveaway today and tomorrow. Multiple chances to score over at Alan Edmonds.
Do you know what's unusual about Jim Edmonds' final game in the majors?
He could have easily made a catch standing up, and he dove just to try to make it look good. That was every game for him.
He hit a home run as a 40-year-old.
Yeah, cool.
And rounding the bases tweaked his Achilles badly enough that was the last play of his major league career. He got the ride off into the sunset. He jacked one out of the park, trotted down the tunnel, never to be seen again.
We got a Bucko Minute with Matt Clement at 3:30 on the Pirates weekend. He has some thoughts on Mulsey's first pitch.
Oh, no.
Omar Khan there on trading up, and we're talking about Broderick Jones and the news about Jones. And we wondering now what the best course of action is for the Steelers in the first round. I think it is tackle over wide receiver, and I think there's time to get your wide receiver later in the draft to go with Pittman and DK Metcalf. There are some rumors out there about trades, and the big one is Steelers and Dolphins at 11. Miami has made it very clear they stink.
They're open
and that
for business.
What's good for them is moving back and getting more picks. The Steelers have the most picks of any team in the draft. That's also probably a good place to go because there's a chance the Cowboys at 12 with one of their 2 first-round picks take an offensive lineman, take a tackle. And the other place that has been rumored is the Jets pick, their second first-round pick. That would be what, 15, Donnie, or is that 16? That's 16. Because they're looking for more picks, too. They stink. And Detroit picks after them. In Detroit, other than Penei Sewell, has had like their entire offensive line retire. We saw how bad it was against the Steelers in December. So those are 2 places to go. If you want to make sure you get your offensive tackle in this draft, if you want a really good one, you can go up and make that trade with the Dolphins. If you want, maybe still the guy you want, you go up with the Jets.
One of the things you said about tackle being in need is you can't go in there with a project anymore. How many guys in this draft, given what we know about how it's harder and harder to find ready-made linemen because of like the lack of padded practices, the way colleges play offense, how many guys in this draft even profile, even if they're first-round tackles, as plug-and-play guys?
Well, I think...
Like, are you going to go to Monroe Freeling again?
He's a project.
Right, that's what I mean. You're repeating the Broderick Jones bit.
But the Utah tackles are looked at as guys that can play right away, and Fano was here for a visit, and he can play either one. So for some reason, you got good feedback on Broderick Jones from this second opinion setback, and he was ready to go by week 1. He could play left guard, and you'd have him there. And then if Broderick got hurt or stunk, you could slide him over. And if he didn't, Broderick leaves after this season, and he becomes
the other option
left tackle for the following year.
The other option is you already have your left tackle, and you draft a guy to play right tackle, and you swing Fautanu over.
Also,
I don't love that, though, because I don't love continuing to move pieces around. Like, do we feel good enough about the Steelers coaching? Like, they don't have Bill Callahan or Dante Scarnecchia there.
No, but they've got this guy that Aaron Rodgers called the greatest human of all time.
Does that mean he's the greatest offensive line coach of all time?
Not necessarily. Let's talk to Carolyn Clinton, one of the queens of the PM team. Hello, Carol.
Hi, guys. Hey, I'm on the Aaron Rodgers thing.
Okay.
Okay, so I didn't want him back. He stunk, and we don't need him. You know who I feel the sorriest for is the season ticket holders and the fans that pay money to travel, to buy secondary market tickets and travel and see the team.
So Donnie, who's got his season tickets,
Yes.
he's got his group of buddies, the Nasty Boys. They go on a trip. They spend thousands of dollars every year.
His wife
on
has
the
season
Steelers.
tickets. Like, they're as into it as you can be.
That demographic, Carol.
Yeah, they're the ones that really support the team and spend their hard-earned money and time, to go down there and park and do all of that. And for them to just keep, stringing them along and not letting them know what's going on really stinks.
Thank you, Carol.
Here's an interesting one. Somebody just sent me Chris Sims's mock draft. He does one and only. He's a one and only guy. He has the Steelers getting Fano. He has them trading back to do it.
Donnie,
I'm sorry. No. Wait. I'm going to make sure I read this right. Yeah, he has them trading back 3 spots with the Browns. The Browns taking Cooper at 21. The Steelers taking Fano at 24.
Donnie, you think he'll be there at 24?
I don't, but I mean, I guess
he also
weirder
has
things
Monroe
have happened.
Freeling going to the Browns at 6.
Really?
Pony, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that have Fanu going to the Browns in the
but
first
at 6,
10
right?
picks.
Yeah, this guy Sims has Monroe Freeling going to the Browns at 6.
Donnie, you're Omar Khan. What's your strategy here? Let's hear it.
Don, that means they're hooked on a Freeling.
That is a good one, Mulsey. I'm wondering if they want to make their splash. That was something we speculated last week. If they go best available at whichever the top 2 positions for them are, which I think are wide receiver and now offensive line, and then they trade back in. and
to
get
the first
somebody at
round.
the opposite position.
I think that's out there. I think that's possible.
If you feel like you've got two major needs and you've got all these picks to utilize to move around and you don't want to bring 12 rookies that's the best way to try to do it.
I just don't know if you did wide receiver first and tackle second. Who would that tackle be?
I think it has to go in the opposite direction, Pony. I had the same thought as you. If you go tackle first and then you try to get the wide receiver, you probably have like a Casey Concepcion out there. Like for a trade back into the first round to make 2 first-round picks, you've probably got Denzel Boston, who we know they like. Your supply-demand suggests that if you're going to do, Donnie, what you're saying, it has to go tackle, wide receiver in that order, I would think.
And here's another one for you, Don. If you think it's possible Broderick Jones never plays another snap for the Steelers, do you still prefer Vega from Penn State over a tackle at 21?
I think he's going to be a better player than pretty much any tackle, but I understand the positional value. But, I mean, I would still take the guy.
And just hope he gives Cook help and Cook can survive and hold up there for a season, and maybe you draft somebody later who is a solid backup to him? Pretty much?
I mean, or they draft one in this draft in the middle rounds, and maybe that works out.
I just don't want to do Dan Moore again, where we try to sell ourselves on the guy that they take with the 70th pick or whatever is actually ready to go and start.
Well,
I don't want to do that.
70's a pretty big difference from where Moore actually got picked.
Round difference, that's it.
I know, but how many players?
Probably 30.
To me, that's a pretty big gap. If you draft a guy 70th overall, you expect more out of him, I think, than you do if you draft a guy.
I don't know how many teams expect
overall.
a rookie third-round pick to be a starting left tackle, though. I don't think many successful teams
I think
do that.
The biggest problem with the Steelers was Dan Moore Jr. was a 4th-round pick that they said that guys were saying didn't even look like he belonged in the NFL. Then he fist-fought his way through camp. And then, everyone decided that was such a great story, they would just keep running it back year after year, which bothered me.
We got a Bucko Minute coming up next here with our guy Matt Clement, our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst. You can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, and watch us there. We are live at Ross Park Mall tomorrow at Nordstrom's. They are loaded. How about this? Kia Tomlin, Mike's wife, has a pop-up there. You have the Moncler and Rick Owens collection and a shoe customization with a purchase. They're running drawings all day, beauty baskets, gift cards, and even a restaurant basket coming to you from Nordstrom, where Crowley's cousin either still works or used to work. And when I went in there for a styling, he didn't really go to bat for him, which I thought was weird.
What's his cousin's name?
Fred, I think.
I know a Luke who works there. I don't think he's Crowley's cousin. He didn't go to bat for Crowley?
No. I thought we were going to hit it off and bond over being fans of Adam, but I came out of it feeling like I liked Adam more than he liked Adam.
That's the most on-brand Crowley story.
So maybe there's some family bad blood there.
A family member of Crowley's would be somebody who's not a fan of Adam Crowley's.
Intern Jack has a headline, and we're right back with a Bucko Minute.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates took the series on Sunday against the Rays with a 6-3 win. They took 2 out of 3 in that one. Mitch Keller, 7 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 Ks, and no walks. Horwitz and Nick York with homers for the Pirates, and the Pirates will take on Andrew McCutchen and the Rangers tomorrow at 8:05 in Texas. Pregame right here on 93.7 The Fan at 7:10. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, guys, it's Pony. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. It was gross. I was self-conscious about it. I didn't want to have people over to hang out in the garage when it was summertime. Parties, Memorial Day, Labor Day, 4th of July, things like that, even just your casual weekends. And then Comer and Cross came into my life, and they transformed my garage floor, and it took only one day. They told me when they were going to be there. We scheduled the date. There was no funny business, no delay, no procrastination. They came late morning. They were done by mid-afternoon. I got home from work. They were already gone. They took all the stuff that I had in my garage out, in order to complete the floor finish. And it is the gold standard. They told me it's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. That's why you should go with Comer & Cross. And here's the added bonus. 50% off installation right now. But you got to call them to make it happen. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 3 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and now's the perfect time to take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180, which has a very cool ring to it when you have the finish line right there, 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. Be pretty cool to have it reading 200 by the 4th of July. Or maybe the scale says 300. I bet 260 would be a lot nicer on your knees and your joints, right? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. Now, I dropped 35 pounds in just 6 weeks. That means there's no reason you can't drop 40 or more by the 4th. So ring Independence Day in, shirt off, confident, and of course, the most important thing, feeling happy. You reached your goal with the help of Awaken 180. Crack open the beer, roast up the dogs, enjoy some of the good stuff because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. Yes, free for life, and they stand by it. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800.
Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Spring Sales Drive is on, and the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. The 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander features a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. Drive yours home today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. Plus, take advantage of our Spring Sales Drive bonus box and get up to $750 more for your trade.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Hey, Pittsburgh, the pick is in and the destination is downtown. This April 23rd through the 26th, don't just watch the future of pro football unfold, be in the center of it. Affordable hotel rooms from AAA Travel at the Hotel Monaco for the ultimate 3-night draft weekend. $1,529 per person, double occupancy, and you're in the center of the huddle and history. Visit your local AAA Travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to book your draft package with AAA Travel today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Strikes, 2 outs to stretch the pitch. Swing and a miss! Keller K's DeLuca. Mitch can pitch through 7 innings. A dandy from the horse. Dotel, the 1-1 pitch. Fly ball, right center field. Reynolds and Cruz, and it is Cruz who makes the catch. Rays the Jolly Roger. Bucks win another series. They defeat the Tampa Bay Rays here at PNC Park. And a 6-3 final score.
Time for a Bucko Minute. Live from Ross Park Mall, our PM Team World Draft Tour. Day 1 on the road. We'll be out all week. Tomorrow at Bowser Chevy for more ticket drops. The final one for Jason Aldean. Thursday at PNC Park, Radio Row. Friday, PNC Park, Radio Row for the draft. A lot of draft happenings here at Ross Park Mall. At Nordstrom's on Saturday, they have a Draft Day Fan Fest. A DJ spinning from 10 to 5. Cinderlands pouring from 11:30 to 3. A juice bar. A kids fun zone all day from 10 to 5, Malzy. And Ace deserves all of that after the showing here by him. You were on daddy duty for the first hour, and
he was it was an all-time
locked into
performance.
Minecraft.
Yeah, it was an all-time performance. Weird thing working in my favor. He didn't get enough sleep last night for one reason or another, got up too early today. He took a little nap. I had to take him to the gym with me this morning. He took a little nap in the car home from the gym, so he's feeling fresh as a daisy. Took him into work. He charmed everybody at work when we were getting ready. Get him out here, and it was just stone silence. Like, he was just wrapped up in what he was doing, man. It's the kind of thing you got to get the kid a little present for. I mean, I got to, Daddy brings something home from the mall. Hey, good job, buddy. And then his older brother's going to be mad.
want something, but hey, he didn't.
Buddy, you were at school, sorry.
The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for a youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches send an email to us, youthsports@937thefan.com, to register 12 and under teams. The Fan may make a stop at your field, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Go to 937thefan.com. Rumor has it Harry Callis is a professional umpire now.
He is.
And he might be doing games and arguing with moms and dads throughout Western PA. By the way, we're going to get to Matt Clement here on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Apple TV thought you were A.J. Burnett, and they showed your first pitch instead of Burnett's. Are you aware of that?
I know they showed mine. I don't know under what auspices they actually showed it.
They did not show Burnett. They showed you instead, thinking that you were Pirates legend
thinking
A.J.
that
Burnett.
I was 6'5", 220-pound flamethrower A.J. Burnett.
Yes. They're new to baseball, apparently. This is the second or third year they've been doing this.
If they thought I was AJ, if they thought like the quintessential 41-year-old dad was AJ Burnett, a former Major League Baseball player, yes, I would say that they.
How did you feel about the first pitch? I gave it a B+.
I mean, I think that was probably the right grade. That's the grade I would have given myself. Here's two things I'll just quickly note that surprised me. I went out there probably too early. I think I was supposed to walk out while they did the intro, but I just stood there and kind of did whatever. I promised you I would doff my cap, which I did. Two things. I don't know why. Standing on the mound, I did not think I would be so low to the ground. Like, I thought the mound was higher, like the 1968 mound.
You thought you were Bob Gibson out there.
So basically, yeah, I was like not as steep as I thought. And then this was the real thing. I split home plate. Like, I was right over the heart of the plate. I was just a little bit high. Billy Cook, very cool. Like, shout out to him. He was very cool to Lennox. Like, just very nice guy. Like, actually, we chatted for about 30 straight seconds there about whatever. I thought, like, when I threw it, I was like, hey, man, you threw a pretty good ball in there. Like, it was a ball high, but, like, you threw it reasonably hard. And then when you see it on camera, it looks so wussy. And I was just like, it had, like, the little parabolic arc, and I was like, oh,
but Burnett bounced his.
He threw his 50 feet. I don't even think he hit the dirt. I think he hit the grass in front of the dirt. And he wound up and tried to let it absolutely rip.
And Heinschel threw his like a football.
Heinschel and I talked because I was embarrassed. I went in there and saw somebody. I was like, that doesn't look like some kid throwing the first pitch. And it didn't click right away in my mind for some reason. I was like, hey, Mason, what's up, man? He goes, oh, yeah, I know you. And I'm like, you nervous? He goes, yeah, dude. I'm worried, man. He got up there and just like absolutely tried to vaporize the damn thing. So I felt like I could have maybe gotten away with throwing it harder and still probably thrown it pretty much over the plate. That was my only regret.
Spring Matt Clement. And Matt, have you been brought back by any of your former organizations to throw out a first pitch yet?
I only threw a first pitch out at Pullman right when I retired. So, and that's Pullman Park. That's a high school game. That doesn't count. I'm not as big as Malsey on the Major League Baseball field doing it.
Wow.
So, I was nervous, Matt. I thought I threw it harder than I did, and then people were saying you lobbed it, that was wussy. And I don't think it was wussy, but I think I could have thrown it harder in the end.
The little bit I saw, I think you did a fine job. More importantly, if Callis is an umpire now, I need a full like heads up if he's going to be umpiring one of my high school games here.
So I have pictures that were sent to me this weekend of him, so I'll send them to you so now he can get on your radar and you know what he looks like, Matt, so you can be on red alert for him.
I'd say he's pretty unmistakable.
I need like a 3-hour prep time if he's umpiring a big high school game for me.
Well, he'll probably give you a 3-hour dissertation about the
history of like the strike
ground
zone.
rules to each park you're in too.
Exactly.
Keller yesterday, I thought that was a big performance because of the bullpen getting used up the way that it did on Saturday night. And the Pirates continue this trend early in the year, Matt, where they don't have losing streaks. They lost 2 in a row in New York to start the season, which now looks mind-boggling because of what's happened to the Mets. and they have not had a losing streak since, and that's the old stopper cliche. You want your big-time starting pitchers to prevent those losing streaks, and Keller did that against an imposing Rays lineup yesterday.
Yeah, and the losing streak situation, you can look at that half glass, half full, half empty. Like, because I feel like a lot of the games that they've lost were winnable too, which
100%.
means they're in every game and have a chance. Like they're in a good spot right now overall. But Keller, I mean, I'm happy for Mitch. Like, you know, you get this like stigma put to you that you're a certain amount of pitch count in the second half of the season, and he got pulled with 75 pitches through 6 in that Padres game. It was nothing. And maybe just what it takes is a game like that where bullpen's use is, you know, you don't have your bullpen. We have to leave him out there for this. And he comes through and does that. And like I believe he's still at like 90 pitches or something through the 7, something crazy. Like I was like, hey, let's do another one here. Let's see what happens here. At least give him one batter here in the next inning, because maybe that's a breaking point for him to be a dude that goes 7 or 8, because, you know, there's this middle of the bullpen obviously has been questionable and a lot of moving parts and different things right now. The end has been phenomenal. And maybe like now's the time that some of these starters, you saw Majinski get to go 6 even though it was in a weird opener situation. Like these guys start doing this could be a lot of fun for the Pirates with their staff.
Matt, how much correlation do you think there is for starting pitching, like in Keller's case, attacking hitters, not being afraid about them, maybe putting it in play and not being worried, and the fact that maybe you also know your offense might pick you up? He gives up 2 runs, they immediately go back and get him 3 more to retake the lead. Speaking as a former starter, when you know your offense can put up runs on just about anybody, it looks like, how does that affect the way you go about pitching?
Oh, it's totally different. And sometimes it can make you relax too much, but as a professional, you don't ever want to give up runs. But it gives you just a little bit. I think we talked last year at this time about the ridiculous, his run support was even more ridiculous than Keene's was last year. They both were. And you're seeing a difference in both these guys. And like, Keller's the ultimate professional. Like, he's a perfect guy for this rotation. He was the guy to have out there yesterday that you can change the narrative on and go longer in the game. But it means a lot. Like these pitchers right now, and it's huge, not so much for Skeens and Keller. To me, it's huge for the other 3 because they're young, much less starts, much less experience. To have that feeling that these guys are going to score runs for those guys is absolutely huge compared to the situation where, like last year, where it was so bad that like you can start to try to do too much. I know when I was on bad teams, sometimes when a guy got in second base in the second inning, I'm like, if this guy scores, I'm losing the game. And you're pitching like it's inning 7 and inning 2 because you don't want to get behind because you aren't sure what your offense is going to do, especially if you're facing the ace on the other team.
Matt, we saw Dotel get called up and get the 9th inning. He gave up a run, but at least it looks like he's got something to work with. He throws a big fastball. You've got guys to pitch the 7th, 8th, and 9th, Mattson, Soto, and Santana. The middle innings are a complete mess, and I know that it's a trouble spot for a lot of teams, but what the heck can the Pirates do to make sure that bridge to their late innings is better than what it is right now?
Well, I believe that Lawrence and Ramirez have been used a lot. And I think that, like, you know, have they been great? No, they haven't been great, but they've had good moments too. Like Ramirez in that Cubs game, the extra innings game was pretty dang good and getting out of some jams. Like, I think those guys are going to be all right. They are who they are. Like, are they going to be 0.5 ERA guys? No, but like, I think they're okay. Really, the 2 guys, one just came up and got sent down. I feel like where the Pirates are with the current roster, it's Cam Sanders and Sisk. Like, they desperately need those guys to be good. They you know, not necessarily unhittable, but good enough to do what they're supposed to do. And unfortunately for Sanders, it was he got a weird situation. We ended up like being a starter coming out of the rain delay the other day, and it didn't go well. But like, he has they both have strikeout ability from their side, from the left side and the right side. Sanders' slider is nasty, and the Pirates need it because, like, the way you look at the AAA roster, there's not a ton of like veteran reliever type dudes to come and fill these roles. We saw Barco's a starter, did a great job. He did okay. He can kind of fill that role. But as we're early in the season, as the season goes on, like that's going to be the trade deadline. Like you can add one or two of those guys potentially, and this thing could really shore it up. Because I feel like some of them are okay right now, but not like a situation where it's helpless. And Montgomery is kind of the wild card, right? He's the wild card because sometimes he blows everybody away on like 9 pitches, but the other time he walks the first 2 guys, and like him being really good could really help those other guys take pressure off him.
Big week for the Pirates. They hit the road with the draft coming to town in Texas to play Andrew McCutchen and the Rangers tomorrow, and then they head to Milwaukee, which has been a house of horrors for about 25 years on Friday night. Matt, thanks so much. We'll do it again soon.
Hey, thanks, guys.
You bet. Matt Clement. Listen to Pomp and Joe from one of the great locations that Matt Clement loves, Baseball Card Castle. Wednesday, they'll be talking about Starkey's Card of the Week. Contest runs Wednesday through Friday at noon, 937thefan.com. Contesting page. We are live at the Ross Park Mall, right below the food court here until 6. A lot of draft stuff going on here. Brighton. Fans can rep their team in style with a charm bracelet featuring her team's colors, black and gold. That's fandom with a flair. Call it Sunday style with playoff confidence over at Brighton. All right, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today for the draft. Temperatures will be in the high 60s that day, and then they will dip into the low 50s for the draft itself outside Thursday night. Coming up next, a hot draft rumor on the Steelers getting phone calls for 2 guys they might trade Thursday night, Friday night, or maybe even before the draft. We'll talk about that next. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment right now. Message from Halsey.
Thanks, Pony. It is a message from me. Pittsburgh, listen, heed my advice. The bow tie means a better buy. That means it's relevant to you, that statement, if you're looking for a new ride. And the reason that the bow tie means a better buy is that because Mike Engel, the man behind the bow tie, and his team at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington simply can't be beat. And that's why their spring savings can't be beat. Now, they got tough new Ram 1500 Bighorn Hemis, up to $9,000 off MSRP, or you can get 4.9% financing for 84 months. They've also got new Grand Cherokees, up to $10,000 off MSRP. And then there's, of course, hot new Wranglers, and those right now are just $289 a month. Plus, get up to 125% of Kelly Blue Book value for your trade. Mike and his team at Crown, they have your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. That is why it is the perfect time to shop their Declaration of Deals sales event at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington and online, crownjeep.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in the Pro Hockey Playoffs, Dallas, a -135 home favorite against Minnesota. Total of the game is 6. Minnesota won game 1 6-1. Dallas's goalie did not look good in that game. Remember, he got pulled last year in the Western Conference Final. I like Minnesota tonight to win game 2 at +115. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
If you're looking for a fresh start in a career that actually rewards hard work, join the winning team at Precision Pointing and Restoration, the fastest growing masonry company in Pittsburgh, hiring right now. Top pay, the best benefits in the industry, period. Plus, a big sign-on bonus, experience preferred, but definitely not necessary. You get full paid training, profit sharing, a real path for growth. Whether you're a pro or just starting out, Precision Pointing wants you. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net, 412-292-7585.
So you'd like to show her you'd marry her all over again. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest, unique selection of diamond and gemstone anniversary rings, designer, vintage, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you can afford and from a reputable, family-owned business that's been making couples happy for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats. Looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today. And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is Bob Pompiani reminding you not to get sacked by traffic during the upcoming draft. Make PRT your number one pick. PRT is running special Football Flyer Express bus routes to the North Shore and Point State Park. Coming from out of town? Grab a hotel shuttle or drive to any park and ride lot and PRT will take you from there. And it gets even better. Rides on all the Football Flyers, light rail, and the Mon Incline are free during the draft. Go to rideprt.org/draft for complete details.
Ready for the Stanley Cup playoffs, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice for the most exciting games of the season. Feel the rush of the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with the Stanley Cup playoffs odds boost token. All you have to do to take your shot at extra winnings is log into your existing BetMGM account, where you'll receive your odds boost token. Then make any qualifying Stanley Cup playoffs bet and activate your token. If your bet lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, to get your odds boost token. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Hi, this is Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. The countdown is on, and there's never been a better time to upgrade your watch game. Lewis Anthony Jewelers offers the best selection of fine timepieces from the top Swiss watch brands.
Have we met yet?
It's always a party at Jill's Gentlemen's Club. Thursday, Oldies Night with door prizes. Friday, College, Amateur, and Fantasy Night. And Saturday, Surprise Saturdays. Jill's Gentlemen's Club. I-70, Exit 11, Dallas Pike.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Topps is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see brake lights on the Parkway West outbound around the Bathtub region, and the Parkway East outbound continues to slow you down around the bend at Bates as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, game 2 is 3 hours away over at PPG Paints Arena. It'll be sold out for the Penguins and Flyers as they look to even the series after Saturday night's disappointing loss. Stuart Skinner expected to be in goal. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from Ross Park Mall. It's the PM team.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I trust our process. I'm confident saying right now that when we're done on Saturday, we'll have gotten 10, 12, 14 players, whatever it is. It's just, I feel really good about where we're at right now and all the work we put into it and how the board is stacked. And I wish the draft was right now. We're ready for it. And I just, I trust the process, and it's been good.
Omar Khan, it's going to be his show. No more Mike Tomlin to answer to. No more Art Rooney 2 to break ties. He's going to be the head honcho in that room, and we know Omar's got a reputation. He's open-minded. He likes to make deals. He likes to take big swings, and we'll see how much of that goes down Thursday night when the draft comes to Pittsburgh. This is our PM Team Draft World Tour, and we are kicking it off at Ross Park Mall today. We are below the food court here. We're having the amount of people that are coming up to us. A man that was taught by Malsey's mom in school and had nice things to say. One of our Lunatic Fringe listeners, UPS Nick, who, believe it or not, has, I think, a cordial relationship with Johnny the Barber.
They kind of look like...
Really?
Not like related, but they're both
Is this the bald? They're both bald.
They're both bald
This
guys.
is like Donnie looks like every guy with a beard. He's doing that, Don. He's playing that game.
Well,
bald guys look alike.
All of us
bearded
balds,
guys look alike.
All of us balds get lumped together.
And now you're doing that with you're doing that with bald people.
But
I guess you're bald, so you can do that. You get away with that.
UPS Nick is intense and friendly.
Yes.
Friendly but intense. His daughter, who introduced herself as such,
couldn't have been nicer.
Could not have been nicer, and also like more chill. Like today is 420, and she strikes me as somebody that might.
Oh, it used to be a big day in the Filippini
might
household.
be headed home
for
to
my
relax.
mom and me. Right across from us is a nice shop called Brighton, and they've got this Red Zone opportunity. Enter to win a personalized Steeler bag. All you've got to do is stop in the store, and they'll show you exactly how to enter. Simple, smooth, and a potential walk-off touchdown for your accessories game. Brighton here at Ross Park Mall. Okay, so one of the big rumors we haven't dived into or delved into yet is Yahoo Sports, Charles Robinson. He's a big-time insider. He's not as well known as Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport because he's not on TV as much. Yahoo has launched a lot of these insider careers. Jeff Passan started there. Woj from the NBA was a Yahoo guy.
Yep.
And Charles Robinson has been their NFL reporter for a very long time. He's come on the show. He's a good dude. And he's hearing that the Steelers will make and receive calls on Alex Highsmith and Nick Herbig over the next few days, including the draft Thursday night, which makes total sense to me. You've got depth there. You got a lot of money tied into that position, and you can't pay everyone in a cap sport at that position, even though you might want to because it's such an important position. So somebody's probably got to go, unless you just let Herbig walk and you don't pay him, which I don't think is what the Steelers want.
I don't think that's how Omar Khan would look at roster and asset management.
The one thing I'm going to throw into this conversation that I don't think has been said yet, that I do think is in a dynamic that needs to be included in this conversation among smarts who talk about the Steelers and football. Art Rooney doesn't want to trade Alex Highsmith. Art Rooney really likes Alex Highsmith, and think about why that's true. He's a really good football player, for starters.
Very good guy.
Great guy in the community. Was a Walter Payton Man of the Year. Super charitable. Wife is involved in the community. I think she might work in nursing here or something.
Represents the logo in a way that Art Rooney values.
Yes.
Very much so, through and through.
So what I'm saying on that is, I'm not going to accuse Art Rooney of being Jerry Jones or Jimmy Haslam or somebody like that. But I think it goes without saying what his preference is. And I think Omar Khan knows that. So if he's going to trade Alex Highsmith, it better be such a good deal that his owner isn't like looking at it thinking to himself, what the heck are we doing? I love this guy. I'm a fan of this guy. I'd like him to stick around and play for the Steelers for a long time. You're telling me we just traded Alex Highsmith for a third-round pick? I thought we were trying to win right now.
So he'll be more amenable to a trade involving Nick Herbig.
I would think so. Which, like every one of their edge rushers, you can look at it from the owner's perspective and say he wants to put up a stop sign. T.J. Watt, he's already said one helmet guy, all-time great. Alex Highsmith, good player, pillar in the community. He likes him. I mean, that's the ideal Steeler. Good on and off the field.
How much should the pillar in the community stuff matter? And I mean that in this way. Obviously, you don't want to bring in guys and actively court guys who are going to, A, be bad in the community, and B, be so bad that they might get themselves arrested and therefore suspended.
Yeah.
But if like Alex Highsmith was just the player he is on the field and like no one knew anything about him off the field, right? Just totally nondescript. Should that materially change how a team values him? I would say no.
Well, it shouldn't for the GM, but I think owners are different because owners look at hey, they're obviously going to rank football one. Can you play? Yes or no? But the other things do matter to those people. It's not a spreadsheet sport. It's not a video game sport. It's a real-life sport.
But I think the problem is that the owner wants it to be a real-life sport, and to an extent the GM looks at it as more of a spreadsheet operation.
Right, and so that accounts for their feelings on those two guys. And Herbig represents what they've always believed in, which is we're going to draft the guy. The backbone of our team is drafting. And you win big in the NFL by finding good players in the draft. And you would think keeping good players. Usually what happens is when they get a good young edge rusher, they keep him and the veteran guys get pushed out the door. It's been that way for the Steelers forever, really.
But the problem is that TJ Watt is the best edge rusher they've ever had.
Yeah.
In the end.
Yep.
And so hold on. I shouldn't say it as a point in fact, well, you got to treat those guys differently. They have elected to treat that guy differently.
And no one has told me this, but I'm going to throw this out there with Herbig. And I'm curious to get your reaction and Donnie's reaction to this. I think that there might be, given the ethos of the franchise, and it changed defensively with Mike gone, but I don't think it changes entirely, again, because of Rooney. Mike McCarthy gets the job, and he's talking about how they need to be true to Blitzburg and the 3-4 defense and Dick LeBeau and Dom Capers, and they still need to maintain that tradition, which I think comes from the owner more than anything else.
Okay.
I bet you when they evaluate Herbig and try to figure out what is it going to cost to sign him, and then how much value is there in keeping him, I bet you they wonder about whether or not he's a 75 to 85% snap guy on defense because of how he plays against the run.
Well, he's not a big guy.
And the mystery of how he plays against the run, because other than injuries, he really hasn't been asked to do that much in his career, and it's probably not his strength as a player. And we know organizationally they've always been run the ball and stop the run organization. And I think that ultimately, if they trade Herbig or don't sign him to a long-term deal, I could see what happens is they make the deal and then Dulac puts out a story, or Kabali or somebody, oh, well, the real reason why they wanted to get rid of Nick Herbig was they just didn't know if he could hold up against the run. And they'll say that after the fact once the guy is gone.
Are you saying that they'll say that to launder it, or that they'll really mean it? Because I think they'd actually mean it.
I think, yes.
Like, I don't think Jerry would be – the story would get out there to explain their position, but I don't think they would be falsely inventing something. I think that might be how they actually feel. The thing with Herbig is I think inherently being able to get to the quarterback quickly is more important than being a good edge setter against the run. But if you're the guy who is like the sort of the fireballing reliever of this group, right?
Yeah.
Because Watt's going to play most downs. Sawyer's kind of the opposite of Herbig. He's the run stuffer, and then Highsmith's the all-around player. Chances are, if the team really likes the other two guys who already have contracts with the team, you're going to be the one they move.
I had somebody ask me this.
And also, you're in a division, by the way, where Jackson still exists and where the Browns probably want to get back to that.
I like Herbig, and I feel like I can take ownership over that because I've been on his bandwagon for a while. Not that that's like a super unique position, because I think a lot of people have said this guy needs more of an opportunity and he's got potential to be a really great player. This was not said by anybody in the Steelers organization, but was more thrown out as a hypothetical by someone who covers the NFL. If a team called the Steelers this week and offered them a second-round pick in next year's draft for Nick Herbig, would you make that deal?
Yeah, I would.
I think I would too.
Because that would be, I know a second rounder next year, people always say if you go 1 year in the future, that's equivalent to this year's third. That's how I've always seen that portrayed, just because of the total unknown that any draft a year extra out is, although I think next year's draft is looked at as a better one. Yes, I would take that. Because you picked him in the fourth round. You have flipped him because you have decided he's disposable.
Yeah, but I don't know. I hear what you're saying.
For 2 rounds ahead.
I know, but I don't always look at it that way. I mean, if they had traded Antonio Brown for a 4th-round pick, technically they would have gotten value, but you can't always just do it like that.
But he's not Antonio Brown. He's not Antonio Brown. He's
Chris,
a good
he might be
player.
a $30 million a year player if he performs the way he is.
Is he a better player than Highsmith?
I've said he has been for a while, but I feel less certain of that after I thought Highsmith in the second half of the season came on big time. Now, again, where are these guys in big games? Where are they in championship caliber games and playoff games?
I'm not going to go too far down this road because we could have a whole other discussion. The biggest mistake they made was deciding that they were going to make TJ Watt a one-helmet guy and keep giving him contract extensions. They should have been more aggressive about trying to trade him. They should not have prioritized them to the degree that they did.
And I think if they had, they'd still be in great shape because you'd have Herbig, Highsmith, you'd have Sawyer behind him. You could draft another guy to be your 4th edge rusher with all the picks you have this year. And you'd have a high pick, you would think, in the first round somewhere to take another good player in this draft. Maybe even more, I don't know, maybe even more than a first-round pick, depending on the timing of when they traded him.
You'd have also had more money to throw around to possibly sprinkle on the free agent board.
Yeah.
But they insisted that was priority one. Like, it was never seriously considered, I guess, that TJ Watt would be dealt.
No.
I just think that's a huge swing and a miss, and I think that's an art-generated swing and a miss.
412-928-9370. Let's get you in on the conversation. Days out from the NFL draft. Here are the Steelers' topics on the table. Aaron Rodgers still won't give the Steelers an answer. My God, we had fans lined up around the corner here at Ross Park Mall to tell us how sick they are of Rodgers and how they just want him to go away. Is that how you feel driving around this afternoon at 412-928-9370? What position should the Steelers take in the first round now that Broderick Jones' career with the Steelers might be in jeopardy? Should it be an offensive lineman at 412-928-9370? How do you feel about the way the Steelers handled Broderick Jones? Is it more their fault or his fault? At 412-928-9370. And this latest rumor, Steelers going to get calls and make calls on trading Alex Highsmith and or Nick Herbig. Who would you trade and what would you want back at 412-928-9370? Would you trade Herbig for a second? Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line. Person G Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here at the Ross Park Mall on Saturday, Macy's has an exclusive NFL draft event from 1 to 3. Can't miss draft day activation. Make sure Macy's at Ross Park Mall is on your scouting report, hosting an exclusive NFL draft event. This one's built for fans who like their football with a little bit of fun. Who doesn't? All right. Take your calls. Also, we have an ongoing development here at 937thefan.com on the best draft picks in Steelers history. Who came out on top? We'll be right back. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
We are just about 72 hours out from the NFL draft, and we still have no word on Aaron Rodgers, according to Ian Rappaport today. And Broderick Jones suffered a setback on his neck, according to Adam Schefter. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Mike's Beer Bar, that's your number one draft pick in Pittsburgh, right next to PNC Park. We'll be at PNC Park on Thursday and Friday, which is free to all down there to come hang out there, watch the draft, check out the radio row. And right across the street from that is Mike's Beer Bar. They're going to be open. 80 rotating taps of the best local craft beer in Pittsburgh. If you're coming into town for it, you got to go there. Great food options, too, like wings, steak on a stone. And they'll have all the events on, the playoffs in hockey, the baseball going on right now with the Buccos and the draft. So meet me at Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Top-seeded Pistons looked lost yesterday in their 112-101 loss to the Orlando Magic in the opening game of their series. Cade Cunningham did his job with 39 points, but it was the rest of the Pistons that couldn't keep up with the Magic. If the Pistons can't get it together in Game 2 on Wednesday night, the Eastern Conference might run through Boston as the Celtics defeated the 76ers 123-91. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Pump up the volume. business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Pony for McVeigh. Warmer days are right around the corner. Is your cooling system ready? Now's the perfect time to schedule your AC maintenance with McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Stay ahead of the heat and avoid costly breakdowns before summer hits. And if it's time for a new system, you're in luck. For a limited time, McVeigh is offering 0% financing for 60 months, equal monthly payments on Bryant equipment, making comfort more affordable than ever. Call McVeigh today or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule online.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Mitsubishi can't be beat. New 2026 Outlanders, $5,000 off, or finance at 2.99% for 60 months. Outlander Sports, take up to $4,000 off. How about Eclipse Cross, up to $3,000 off? Plus, up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our spring savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
When my furnace went out last winter, I got a little panicky, but I called my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. Thorne Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. They came prepared. They handled the issue. They handled the furnace replacement. Since then, they've done sewer camera inspections, hydrojetting, the works. Here's what I love. Family owned since 1947, certified techs who are not paid on commission. No pressure, just honest fixes. Call 412-431-7455 or go to their website, southsideplumb.com. Want to know how much your home is currently worth in the Pittsburgh area? My friend Gina GM Petro of Remax Select Realty has a free and easy way to get your answer. To get started, just go to her website, GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.
Clear and cold tonight, the low 28.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Normal rush hour delays are backing you up on the major roadways and looking at some congestion on West Carson Street as you make your way towards the West End Bridge on that southbound lane. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread in Pittsburgh. The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Live at Ross Park Mall. A lot of people coming out to say hello.
Man, just another one that kind of, I'm going to keep it off the air. Just kind of.
Yeah, that was really cool. Someone that knows your wife.
Yeah, I got like a little emotional. I did not want to show it while talking to this person, but yeah, something very cool happened just now. That's very vague, but I'm just going to keep it at that.
You can shop your favorite team's apparel because showing up to draft week unbranded is like calling a timeout without any left here at the Ross Park Mall.
Pulling a Chris Webber.
Spin the wheel for fun prizes here. You can register to win a football basket. Of course, enjoy game day refreshments. No draft celebration goes the full 4 quarters without snacks here at Ross Park Mall. Adam Schefter with this report on the Steelers potentially making trades on Thursday night. And this is a response to the story from Yahoo Sports that Nick Herbig or Alex Highsmith could get traded. Let's hear that, Jack.
A trade is tracking to happen between the Philadelphia Eagles and the New England Patriots post June 1, because that's when the Eagles can split up A.J. Brown's salary cap charge and not be crippled financially by making the trade now. That is why you will not get a trade of A.J. Brown to the New England Patriots or anywhere else during draft week, when a lot of other deals will be made. And the Philadelphia Eagles very well may have another trick or two up their sleeve this week in terms of a deal for a veteran player that's out there. Their general manager, Howie Roseman, always scouring, looking, searching for that next deal. And it wouldn't be a surprise to see him pull off another trade aside from the A.J. Brown trade this upcoming week. We'll see if there's another player out there that captures the Eagles' attention.
And the feeling is it could be Herbig or Highsmith. Remember, they were linked to Myles Garrett. There's actually still some feeling out there in both Philly and Cleveland that Garrett could get traded to the Eagles because of the way his deal got restructured by the Browns and the fact that he's not at their voluntary workouts going on right now.
Yep.
And obviously, if that happens for the Eagles, then that makes them, even though Garrett hasn't won diddly squat in his career, that would make them a much bigger threat to go back to the Super Bowl.
I would say adding Garrett to that defense would make it pretty terrifying.
If Garrett can't get out of Cleveland, then not a bad consolation prize trying to get one of those guys from the Steelers. They've lost a lot, Philadelphia, from the team that won the Super Bowl 2 years ago as far as getting after the quarterback, especially on the edges. And so we know Howie Roseman doesn't mess around, and we know Omar Khan likes to trade. So that, to me, is a very, very logical destination for one of these two guys. And, I could see the lack of size in Herbig not mattering as much to Roseman, who kind of has an unorthodox way of going about his job anyways.
Who is it that they had was pretty undersized? Nakobe Dean, I want to say. They had somebody from, I think it was him from Georgia. They've brought in guys who don't always fit a certain prototypical mold for a position and try to make it work in that defense.
Would you trade Herbig for their second next year?
There's a tiny little bit of, if the Eagles are willing to do that deal, is that the old you're getting fleeced by the Rays or something like that, but it's a draft pick, you know what I mean? It's not, it might be that the Eagles really like him and think they can use him better than you can, but yeah, I think I still would, Pony.
Donnie, would you?
What, 2027 second for Herbig?
Yeah.
You guys are going to think I'm nuts. I think he's the one that they should absolutely hold on to.
So the whole, he's not that big of a guy compared to Highsmith and Watt doesn't bug you? You think that's an overblown story then? Because that's basically the argument people would make.
What people say about him defending the run is very overblown. And
because
the dude's an elite pass rusher. There's zero doubt.
You think it's overblown because you don't think he's as bad at it as people say, or because it's just not that important in the scheme of things?
I don't think he's as bad at it as people say.
Okay.
I don't think he's as good as Highsmith or Watt at it.
But he's not, because those guys are 30 pounds heavier.
But I'm going to say something that's going to shock you guys both. I think at the number one thing of his job, getting after the quarterback, I think he's better than Watt and Highsmith this very second at getting after the quarterback.
I think he's their best pure pass rusher right now. I think Bob compared him to Lawrence Taylor.
What?
I think Pump said or maybe it wasn't Pump. I forget.
He did not.
No, somebody said he reminds me of. Oh no, it was DeCourcy yesterday. It was with Bob on the Showdown. I think he said.
What?
I think he said something to the effect of he reminds me of as far as how fast he comes off the ball. Just nothing else about his game. He said he invoked Lawrence Taylor.
I don't care. No. You just can't bring up. You can't compare even a little bit of Nick Herbig to Lawrence Taylor.
Let me ask you something.
That'd be like if you're you know what? I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but the way that Keanu Benton sheds interior offensive linemen, I do see some Joe Green in there. You just can't.
Here's a question I have.
Say those things.
Here's a question.
Or Aaron Donald.
Here's a question I have, though. I have said many times when we would just muse about the career of Martavis Bryant here, that he was physically speaking, he reminded me of basically Randy Moss, in terms of physical gifts. And I don't feel like you or most anybody else pushed back on that, really.
No, but that's different, though. You're saying that there was, unfulfilled potential in a guy. and he had the ability to maybe, if he reached his ceiling, be one of those guys. And I agree with that. Like, in no universe, like, no one that's ever filled out a scouting report on Nick Herbig has compared a single thing he does to Lawrence Taylor. It's never happened, and it never will happen.
This is just the inner Giants fan in you coming out to defend Lawrence Taylor's
I just said the same thing about Aaron Donald or Joe Green.
I did think it was a little excessive, to be fair.
A little?
I'm being nice. That was a lot excessive. I don't think that changes the fact that he actually is their best pass rusher right now. Best pure pass rusher.
Jeff Hathorn was tasked with ranking the greatest Steelers draft picks of all time for 93.7 The Fan. And top Pittsburgh draft picks are brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a person's law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, the top 3 picks are going to get revealed on our website, are going to get unveiled. Here's what Jeff has 10 through 4.
Okay.
Stallworth 10, Lambert 9, Blunt 8, Palomalu 7, Antonio Brown 6, Franco Harris 5, Mike Webster 4.
So this is also supposed to take into account where they were picked.
And I think, based on what I've seen so far, in no particular order, we don't know where they're going to get ranked 3, 2, and 1, are going to be Big Ben, Terry Bradshaw, and Joe Green. The 2 quarterbacks that they won Super Bowls with, who are going to the Hall of Fame. One is obviously already there. And Joe Green, the greatest Steeler of all time.
This is where
the guy that changed the fortunes of their franchise.
I mean, this is where if Antonio Brown, I think, even wins 1 Super Bowl as a member of the Steelers, as like a prominent member, as like their best actual offensive player, he probably works his way at worst into the 4th spot. But like, the thing I don't get is, you know who's a curious placement on here is Troy at 7. Just because he was a first-round pick, and I'm saying he's obviously an all-time great and like a guy who's making anybody's starting 11 defense, and he's one of its best players. But he was a first-round pick for the purposes of the exercise Jeff was undertaking.
And no Ham in the top 10.
Another kind of surprise to me. Is Franco too high as a first-round pick himself?
No, I actually think Franco is too low. I know that Mike Webster's...
Would you put him ahead of Terry?
No. I would put him ahead of Webster, though. And I know Mike, based on where he was picked, all-time Iron Man, in the discussion for the greatest center of all time. Center, to me, especially back in the 70s, didn't have the positional value of a running back. I mean, he was, when he retired, the greatest postseason running back of all time. And the only guy that had more rushing yards when Franco hung up his cleats was Jim Brown. Yeah.
Is AB right at 6? Do we think that's about the right bowl of porridge for him? Because he's the ultimate example of, yes, never won a title, and yes, the exit was ugly, but he is the 190th pick?
I would still put all 4 of the guys that Jeff had at 7, 8, 9, and 10 ahead of him.
Solely because they won titles? Titles.
Stallworth had great longevity and
made some big Super Bowl catches.
Super Bowl 14 against the Rams especially. I mean, Lambert's the, symbolic face of the Steelers.
How far
and
down
was
would you
not
put
a second
AB?
round pick.
How far down
and
would
was
you
a second
put him?
round pick? I think he deserves to be somewhere between 10 and 15.
Do you think Ben's a top 3 one? You think it's just automatic because he's a quarterback?
Yeah. I think the order should be Joe Green 1, Bradshaw 2, Ben 3. And then I would have put Franco 4, and I would have put probably Lambert 5, Troy 6. See, this is going to sound maybe blasphemous. I think Blunt's a little high. I would not have put Blunt ahead of Lambert and Stallworth because of where Stallworth was drafted. Man, I'm throwing that out there. Donnie, you want to rebuttal any of that?
That's a tough thing to say about a guy that was like, what is Mel Blunt? A top blank all-time cornerback?
10.
I mean, yeah. Are you saying Jack Lambert is or specifically like Stallworth, as much as we respect him on this show, is Stallworth a top 10 receiver all time?
No, but he's a Hall of Fame wide receiver that was picked in the middle rounds of a draft. And that's what part of this is, where they were picked. That's why Webster's 4. But I wouldn't put Webster ahead of Franco.
Here's the fun. Okay, I'll say the even more blasphemous thing at least.
You don't think Ben should be in the top 20?
No, because to me, Blunt is also, I know he was 53rd overall, but that's still a 3rd-round pick back then. If this is supposed to be about the individual player, AB has a case for actually number one. Now, you wouldn't ever put him there for a variety of reasons because it would make people insane.
Which would have been a good reason for him to do it in Craig's mind.
He is, conservatively, I think one of the 8 best wide receivers ever to live. His apex 6-year run is as good as I have literally ever seen. And he was picked after 189 other players had been selected. If we're talking pound for pound rankings here, that is a good case despite the insane way his career here ended.
Follow us on Twitter and watch us there. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Donnie Football has the biggest football topic of the day coming up next in the debrief. We are live at Ross Park Mall. And whether you're decking yourself out for draft day or locking in gear for the season ahead, Macy's delivering a high-energy fan-first experience that belongs in the first round. So make sure you get over here to Macy's during draft week. Intern Jack has a headline, and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins dropped Game 1 to the Flyers on Saturday, 3-2. Goals from Malkin and Rust in that one. Game 2 is tonight at 7 p.m. Penguins look to get back on track. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Muzzy.
Thank you very much, Jack. I want to tell you guys right now that some goals, you put them out there and you're like, oh, that's too aspirational. I can't make that happen. And then you don't even try to go after it and achieve it, right? I'm going to tell you this right now. So imagine you weigh 240 pounds. I'd like to use that as a good number here. Imagine you weigh 240 right now and you are overweight and you know you're overweight and you want to lose the weight. What if I told you could be down to 200 and lose 40 by the 4th of July? Yes, 40 by the 4th with a Waken 180 weight loss. It can happen. I am living proof of that. I lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks with a Waken 180. I actually lost, I think, 40 plus when all was said and done. I briefly flew close to the sun in the 160s. And then I wanted to put weight back on. I don't think you can have a stronger endorsement of a weight loss service than saying, I actually lost so much I wanted to put some back on, but I did. And I did that 35 pounds in 6 weeks. I've kept it off. I did that quickly because the approach at Awaken 180 just works. So if you've been struggling, if you've wanted to lose the weight, now is the time. You really can lose 40 by the 4th. All you need to do is check it out online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Need water heater experts? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
At Giant Eagle, we're focused on quality, freshness, and all your favorites. Because meals bring us together. Because recipes keep traditions alive. Because the right ingredients make it or break it. Because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
What's up, black and gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-deckcompany.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
PM team Draft World Tour kicking off today at Ross Park Mall, where the food court is. We're right underneath, hanging out here. We just had a guy stop by who is a big fan of the name game, and he said this is their own spin on it, him and his buddies. They go to a bar, and they play the name game there, and the loser buys drinks.
I'll tell you what.
Beautiful. I friggin' love that.
I can imagine, I'm going to briefly paint a picture, Donnie. Tell me if you agree with this. I can imagine Nick Wright, Danny Parkins, and Andrew Filipponi going to a Syracuse bar because perhaps none of them had a date that night with pads and paper. And, like, Danny, I think, would be the one playing the game show host role here.
No, you know who did in real life? Joe Putnam.
Okay, Joe Putnam playing the game show host
on the show
role.
Before.
Putnam coming up with the categories, and the three of you just getting absolutely tanked out of your minds playing a variation of
because
this.
Putnam was a contestant on the ESPN trivia show Stump the Schwab.
Oh,
and he got knocked out early on something that was like former NBA player Vin Baker related. And we always used to bust his balls about it in college. Did you guys see this? Again, I can't help but think we are inspiring these things. Did you see the Penguins made Sidney Crosby play the name game?
No.
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
How did I miss this?
He had to name every center that's won the Stanley Cup since he came into the league.
Wait, every captain.
Every
center would be a lot.
My bad. Every captain of a Stanley Cup team since come into the NHL.
He entered the NHL.
Yep. And he nailed it, dude.
So Lidstrom. Wasn't he the Wings captain?
Yeah, but that wasn't his rookie year.
No, I know. I'm not doing it in order. Did they make him do it in order?
I think they did, yeah. Or they wanted him to do it in order, and he would bounce back. Like sometimes he'd get it chronologically, and then he'd have to come back.
So 05-06 was that Hurricanes team, wasn't it?
Rod Brindamore.
07 would have been the Ducks team with, was it Getzlaff?
You know what? I think at that point...
Or was that Niedermeyer?
That's a good question. One of those guys would have been...
08 would have been Lidstrom, 09 Sid himself, 2010's Taves, 2011, oh boy.
That's Boston.
I know, I'm thinking... Would that have been, was Charo their captain by then?
I think so.
Because I think Bergeron wore an A for them. What a game.
Concept.
How did he do?
I think he ended up getting them all.
He nailed it?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to go watch this.
Donnie,
we are truly a font of inspiration for the city.
And I know this is supposed to be Donnie's biggest football segment, but I got to just do one more thing. When I was over at the Penguins on Saturday, and I know, you jinxed it, you went over there, they played like crap. I called it. I said when I got there, I tweeted it out. They're going to lose this game. The rust, I just did not have a great feeling about them, the way they entered the playoffs and what the Flyers had done for 2 months.
Okay.
Among the people working at the arena, could not have been cooler as far as what they think about the show, thoughts on some of the characters on the show, the callers. One woman said that she's watched me, Lisa, who works in the press box and refills all the foods and drinks and stuff, said back in the day I had better hair on the showdown than Richie.
When you had like what I would call your Eurotrash Baron hair, where it was like down to your shoulders.
Yeah. She said, bring that back.
That hair reminds me of the Roethlisberger post-Milledgeville press conference when for some reason, he and his people decided it would be good to have him appear in a maroon long-sleeve polo shirt.
Yes.
And have his hair slicked back like he was going to sell you a lemon at like a shady car dealership.
He only had that haircut for one day, and it was that day, I feel like, of his entire life.
It was one of the worst looks in history. And I know I'm bald, I shouldn't talk, but I just remember thinking, who thinks this looks like good right now? Who thinks this
Especially
is
given the circumstance.
Yeah, who thinks this is the right image to cultivate? Anyway, Donnie, we've taken up 4 minutes of your valuable time.
The debrief, April 20, 2026. The news that broke this morning of the pending trade involving A.J. Brown that would send him to the Patriots after June 1st. That, according to Adam Schefter. So nothing involving this draft coming up later this week, but it would send Brown to the Patriots, and it makes the AFC Super Bowl representative even stronger.
And also Dexter Lawrence. So you've had two guys from the NFC who are, I would say, Hall of very good players. I don't think either one ends up in Canton, Dexter Lawrence or A.J. Brown.
Brown would have to have like 3 or 4 very
two
good
guys that are
still.
that are alpha dudes, that are great players.
Warren Sharp had a tweet about Lawrence that I have to reference, and sometimes Warren Sharp, like, his tweets are like hard to read. I feel like almost on purpose. He does those long columns. This was an eye-opener because I think that's a good deal, by the way, for the Bengals. Like, I like that for them. It's a kind of a win-now move, and I think they should be trying to. Pressures, when aligned, at charted pressures aligned as a nose tackle since 2022. Lawrence with 108. You have to go all the way down to the number 32 to get to Vita Vea for second place when getting quarterback pressures lined up over the nose. He has 70 more.
He didn't have a lot of sacks last year, but they played from behind a lot.
You're also, when you're pressuring, you're disrupting plays, bottom line. And Keanu Benton is not that far down on this list either, which is kind of funny. He's at 23. Lawrence, when he lines up at the nose tackle, is the most disruptive player in the league at that position by a wide margin. Think about how bad Cincy's defense has been, Pony. That just makes so many things easier if you have a guy winning that quickly up front. It just masks and papers over, I think, a lot of warts on that side of the ball because everybody else's job automatically gets easier.
April 20th compared to September 20th, a lot can change in football. But as things stand right now in the AFC, I don't think the Bills are going anywhere even after the coaching change. I don't think the Patriots are going anywhere even with the scandal that's hovering over Vrabel right now with Drake May in his prime. I think both of those teams are playoff teams.
Well, I think May is a better actual pure quarterback, and that A.J. Brown might actually play nice out there and not be like ticked off all
I think the AFC South is going to send a team they have to send a team to the playoffs. And then in the West, you've got the Chargers, Chiefs, who will bounce back this year, and the Broncos, who made the Waddle trade. Man,
that's okay. The Steelers are waiting for 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers, man. It's perfect.
But what I was going to say is, just like last year, we like to puff our chests out and say the AFC North is the best division of football. I really think it might be a one-team playoff division again.
If you assume that Chiefs bounce back, Buffalo, New England, here, make your 7. Buffalo, New England, one of those two wins that division.
AFC South,
which I'll just say Jacksonville, they should, I feel like. Okay.
Whoever.
Let's give Denver just because they're the defending guys, and so we'll make them the champs. Okay, so now we've got 4 because we already put New England in. L.A.
Yeah, and the Chiefs.
There's your 7.
And whoever wins the AFC North.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. Which I think right now, what are the Steelers? Still the pretty clear third longest odds or whatever. Second longest odds, I should say.
No, third longest odds in the division. The Ravens and Bengals have way better odds than them
I said it the wrong way. I should have said the third shortest odds, i.e. the second longest odds. Yeah, I think the Bengals got clearly better. And this is, by the way, not a draft class where I think they were going to find somebody at 10 that was going to help them in the way they needed to, the way Dexter Lawrence will.
Well, I think they were going to take Downs there. And I think the Giants are going to end up taking Downs with that pick if he's still out there.
What, a receiver in Downs is what I keep hearing for them.
I think they could take Styles and Downs. I think they could take both Ohio State guys.
We're just going to recreate the Ohio State defense.
Donnie, is that such a bad idea if you're John Harbaugh? You've already got your quarterback.
No, I don't think so. It seems like Styles will be their guy at number 5, and then it comes down to if Caleb Downs is there, what receivers are there. Like that might be the Jordan Tyson team.
I've heard that, Donnie, that's the name I've heard connected there is Tyson with probably that 7th pick. Here, question for both.
Who's the 7th pick? Is that the Commanders? I think they're going to take him.
I'm sorry, 5 and 10, yeah. Sorry, completely blank.
Tyson, that pro day he did, you want to talk about like
eye-opening and also silenced a bunch of doubters.
I think if you are somebody that cares about the NFL draft and follows it the way that all three of us do, that was one of the biggest, most impactful things that I think happened.
For a player. Like for a player to have his perception go from one thing to another. Yeah. I think he balled out insanely.
All of the insiders now think he's a top 10 pick because of how good he looked there. And they wanted to make sure his lower body was...
Which the funny thing is that him looking really good in that setting doesn't just guarantee he won't get hurt, which is still like the knock on him as a pro. By the way, really quickly from both of you.
Yes.
Steelers playoff chances, which trade hurts them more? The idea of Brown in New England or Lawrence in the Bengals?
Lawrence for sure. Donnie loves Lawrence. Donnie has been among human beings that talk on our radio station. If we added up words and oxygen and things that have been poured out of them on Dexter Lawrence, even when he was in obscurity with the Giants, Donnie has always talked about him as on the list of the most underrated players in the entire NFL.
Do you think
right, Donnie? You love this guy.
Yeah, I've been high on him for a while, and that it directly impacts the Steelers twice a season. So that one has to be more impactful.
I agree with that. By the way, it is a very weird thing of the NFL that a player who plays for the New York Giants, the bigger team, in the biggest market in the country can be, quote, relatively unknown, but because of the way the NFL works, he actually is.
And in the last 10 years, the Jets and Giants have lost the most games in the NFL. By the way, I thought about this, and I know you guys probably did too. I bet Diana Rossini would have broken the A.J. Brown trade news if everything didn't go down the way that it did. You think that's Schefter that gets that scoop, or you think that's her?
Somebody more or less, I'm not going to read the tweet or the YouTube comment because it kind of reads like a little bit of a joke, but somebody just basically said she clearly was doing work for that scoop, and then she doesn't get it because she got caught.
Coming up next hour, we're live here at Ross
Sorry,
Park
no
Mall.
real way for you to pivot and twist out of that one.
Mike McCarthy and Omar Khan. We have nuggets from their Q&A with Jeff Hathorn, Mark Caballi, and others. Last year, Mike Tomlin gushed about Shedeur Sanders, and it broke their rules at the press conference. That had never happened before. It happened again. Omar Khan and Mike McCarthy specifically praised one player. Who is it and what does it mean? Wide receivers in the crosshairs. Next hour, we're going to be joined by a guy who played at Pitt in the early 2000s and knows a lot about the wide receiver position. Played at Pitt in the early 2000s and knows a lot about wide receivers. If you catch my drift.
I think I'm writing the correct name down here.
Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. Temperatures for draft night will be in the high 60s. When the draft starts, it'll cool down into the 50s. We are live at Ross Park Mall, right across from the Brighton store, right below the food court here at Ross Park Mall. And at Brighton's, make it personal. Add a state charm to show the state of your favorite team. Enter to win a personalized Steelers bag. Come over to Brighton and we'll show you how to enter here at Ross Park Mall at Brighton Collectibles. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, a message from Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. It is a message from me. It's about, well, you buying a new ride and getting the best deal. The place to go and the people to see, well, they all are summed up by one sentence. The bow tie means a better buy. The bow tie, the man behind it, Mike Engel. The place to go, Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. Their spring savings cannot be beat. And I'm going to tell you why here, because I'm going to tell you what these spring savings are. Tough new Ram 1500, Bighorn Hemis, up to $9,000 off MSRP. Or you can get 4.9% financing for 84 months. There's also new Grand Cherokees, legendary Grand Cherokees, up to $10,000. Yeah, $10,000 off MSRP. Plus hot new Wranglers. They're just $289 a month. Mike and his team do it upright. That's why you can also go there and get up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. At Crown, they have your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. So it's time for you to shop their Declaration of Deals sales event. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington online. crownjeep.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 3 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram can't be beat. The tough Ram 1500 Bighorn Hemi, up to $9,000 off or 4.9% financing for 84 months. Grand Cherokees loaded up to $10,000 off. Hot Wranglers, just $289 a month. Plus up to 125% of KDB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our Declaration of Deals at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need.
Carnell Tate from Ohio State is the best receiver in this draft, and he's going to be the first wide receiver taken. First of all, he's big. He's been well coached, as all the receivers that come out of Ohio State are, but he's a difference maker because of his ability to adjust to the ball in the air, his route running, and he's a game changer. He could go as early as 5 to the team in New York. He could go to Cleveland at 6 or the team in Washington at 7.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42!
You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pro basketball futures market in the Eastern Conference, with each playoff series now a game in. Boston the favorite at plus 140, Cleveland plus 290, Detroit plus 425, New York plus 475. And I think you're choosing between Boston or New York. Detroit dropped game 1 to Orlando in embarrassing fashion. I don't trust Cleveland. We're going to get New York and Boston in all likelihood in round number 2, and the winner of that series should be considered the favorite to win the East. So choose your horse between Boston or New York to win the Eastern Conference this year. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Southhills Kia, let's go. The 2026 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $249 a month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, only $199 a month. Top trade values are happening right now. Don't miss it. 24-month leases, $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offers end May 4th, 2026. Southhills Kia. Deals like this don't last. Visit southhillskia.net for more details. Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees. outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
It's time for the once-a-year Spring Patio and Hot Tub Roadshow, only at Pool City. Pool City has Pittsburgh's largest patio furniture selection designed to last a lifetime. New or pricing, your choice for only $14.99. Plus, accessorize with a free outdoor area rug on your patio purchase. Complete your patio with new models from Jacuzzi. Huge deals at every budget, like the 6-person Sun and Soul Hot Tub, only $79.99. Pool City's Patio and Hot Tub Roadshow ends May 4th. Hurry!
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Topps is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Recently, our company softball team lost a big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Continuing to monitor normal rush hour delays on the major roadways, with traffic crawling on the Parkway East outbound from the Bend at Bates and the Parkway West inbound from the middle of Green Tree Hill. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania, your 2025 Dealer of the Year. From expert sales and service